Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1895 to Chapter 1952. They had thought that they were doomed this time, but who could have known that Xianxia, whom they did not have a good relationship with, would suddenly appear out of nowhere and charge forward without any hesitation. Looking at the brilliant spear in the sky, ancient sage Yanqing realized that he would not be able to execute it even if he were to pour his entire life's worth of effort into it, and a look of regret surfaced on his face. Indeed, he's a master teacher. For the sake of mankind, my personal grudges mean nothing at all. I was being too petty. For the sake of mankind, Xianxia was willing to bear the infamy of the world and feign his own death to infiltrate the otherworldly demonic tribe. Just this point alone was enough to show that he was a man of great virtue, on par with Xianxia. How could someone as noble as Xianxia turn a blind eye to the situation before him? While ancient sage Yanqing was embarrassed, Xianxia and the others were so shocked that they were rendered speechless. They were unable to find words to describe the might of the spear. It was perfectly aligned with the will of the heavens, and it felt as if it had been forged by the heavens themselves. In that instant, the pain and weakness that they were feeling all over their bodies seemed to be nothing at all. It was as if they had completely immersed themselves in the spear. The deity floating in the sky was also stunned. He did not think that there would be such an expert hidden in the otherworldly demonic tribe. In his moment of hesitation, the spear was already right before his throat. Puha, fresh blood splattered as the spear pierced through his skin. However, before the spear could even penetrate an inch into his body, it felt as if it had struck a metal plate, and it was unable to advance any further. I didn't think that a place with such thin spiritual energy could produce such an expert. Not bad, not bad. I'll be taking you as well. With a cold glint in his eyes, the deity sneered coldly as he reached out to grab the spear that was right before his throat. Xianxia flicked his spear, and the black body of the spear morphed into a massive black dragon that wrapped itself around the deity's body. Not expecting the spear to be so powerful, the deity was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. To think that an expert of the azure would be bound by a mere cultivator from a lower world. This was a huge humiliation to him. You're courting death. Exerting strength in his arms, the deity's muscles bulged as he prepared to shatter the black dragon. But all of a sudden a massive brick fell from the sky and smashed right toward his face. Bang! Jin Yuanding had been forged into a great sage artifact by Xianxia, and over the month that he had spent with the otherworldly demonic tribe, he had absorbed the aeon of ancient sage from the otherworldly demonic tribe and achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage realm. Even though he was still a long way from reaching the dimension shatterer realm, his immense weight coupled with the resilient material that he was made of was still a force to be reckoned with. Of course, the most important thing was humiliation, to think that an expert of the azure would be smashed in the face by a barbarian with a brick. The stifling feeling left him on the verge of exploding. Just as Xianxia was about to fly into a rage, the brick's voice sounded. I'll say this in advance, I'm not a brick. I'm a cauldron, and the thing that smashed into your face is my butt. After saying that, she purposely rubbed her butt against his face a few times. Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded. How could this super expert have such a cheap weapon? Moreover, this fellow said that it was a furnace. What kind of furnace was that? It was clearly a large brick. Which part of it looked like a furnace? Are our eyes playing tricks on us? Aha! Feeling the other parties but rubbing against his face non-stop, the deity went completely berserk. Scram! Boom! A powerful aura burst forth, and the dragonbone divine spear that was wrapped around Xianxia's body was sent flying. It reverted back into a spear and returned to Xianxia's hand. Dong! Xianxia's fist landed squarely on Jin Yuanding's body. My butt! With a shriek, Jin Yuanding was sent flying into the sky. The body of the cauldron spun furiously, as if it was on fire. All of you will die. Hearing Xianxia's shriek of his butt, the deity's face twitched once more. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he raised his palm to strike the young man before him. Xianxia activated the Zhang family bloodline in his body, and with a light leap, he was able to cover a distance of several hundred meters. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his spear forward once more. Time quintessence? The deity harumphed coldly. He was just about to use his Jinqi to seal Xianxia's movements when a series of clanging sounds suddenly echoed in the air. He hurriedly raised his head, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. At some point in time, the sky was filled with weapons. Swords, sabers, hammers, spears. All in all, there were several hundred of them. Voila, in the blink of an eye, the weapons began raining down on him. Do you think that trash weapons can hurt me? The deity sneered coldly. Even though it was just a glance, he could already tell that all of the weapons were great sage artifacts. There was not a single ancient sage artifact in sight. Putting aside harming him, weapons of such caliber would not even be able to pierce his skin. I didn't expect them to hurt you, Xianxia replied. He had obtained these weapons from the otherworldly demonic tribe experts he had slain in the Temple of Confucius. Even though there were many of them, they were not of much use to ordinary ancient sages, let alone Dimension Shatter Realm experts. You didn't expect them to? The deity was taken aback. He was just about to speak when he suddenly felt his body tightening once more. He hurriedly lowered his head, only to see that at some point in time, the spear had turned into a black dragon, binding him tightly. He was unable to escape even if he wanted to. Gritting his teeth, the deity felt so furious that he could explode on the spot. In the end, the rain of weapons was just a distraction. The real move was right here, but so what if the black dragon was bound to him? As long as he exerted his full strength, he would be able to break free very quickly. How many times could the black dragon last? Even though it was a weapon that had been tempered many times, its cultivation was still beneath his. Every time it tried to break free, it would sustain an injury. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that the black dragon would not be able to withstand 5 consecutive strikes. Just as the deity was about to push the spear away once more, the young man suddenly lowered his head and said, "You're Xianxia, right? Lend me your sword for a moment." Your sword? Xianxia was taken aback. Knowing that the situation was dire, she flicked her wrist without any hesitation. The sword in her hand immediately flew toward Xianxia. This sword of mine is a legacy treasure of our Kong clan. Those who don't possess the Kong clan's bloodline won't be able to tame it. If you wish to use it, I can lend you a droplet of my blood. Seeing that the young man was just about to use the sword, Xianxia gritted her teeth and said. This sword had been forged by an elder of the Kong clan, and it had already reached blood reincarnation realm consummation. It was only a step away from reaching the Dimension Shatter realm. If her bloodline was insufficient, she would not be able to wield it. It had taken her nearly 3 years to decipher a portion of the sword's power. If the young man before her wanted to use it, he would have to borrow her blood. It's too late, Xianxia shook his head and flicked his wrist. Wang, a sharp buzz sounded from the sword, and in the next moment, it became as obedient as a domesticated dog. You've tamed it? Xiao's mouth was agape. Beginner's monthly ticket. Xianxia's current fighting prowess had reached the blood reincarnation realm, and with the help of the Dragonbone Divine Spear, his fighting prowess was comparable to that of a Dimension Shatterer realm expert. As such, taming a blood reincarnation realm consummation sword was a walk in the park for him. After assimilating the sword, Xianxia raised it high in the air and slashed it down viciously on the trapped deity. Dang, with a resounding collision, sparks flew from the deity's head as a layer of his scalp was sliced off. Ah! The deity's eyes reddened. Xiao was stunned. That's not how you use a sword. Most swordsmen prioritized agility over agility when wielding a sword, but Xianxia's actions were similar to the bone cleaver. No matter how good a weapon was, it would eventually become useless if it were to be used like that. Dang dang dang, in a single breath, Xianxia struck the deity's skull more than 100 times, and all of them struck the same spot. Cracks began appearing on the deity's skull, such that one could almost see his brain matter. Boom, frenzied, the deity channeled his strength once more, and the Dragonbone Divine Spear was knocked away once more. But just as he was about to make a move, the brick suddenly fell on his face once more. This time, it was aimed at the wound on his face, causing his face to bleed profusely. The heck? The deity had gone mad. That fellow's fighting style was so despicable that there was no bottom line at all. We are all experts, ancient sages, so shouldn't we have some poise in our fighting style? You punch me, I stab you with my sword. Who in the world would pick up a sword, a spear, or even a brick and smack me like that? I'll kill them first. Just as the deity was about to make a move, the young man borrowed the power of his bloodline to escape once more. Unable to hold himself back any longer, the deity turned his gaze toward ancient sage Xianxia and the others with killing intent seething in his eyes. He could spare Kong Shiyao, but as for the others, he could just kill them first. However, before he could even land his hammer, a spear suddenly blocked his path. Floating in midair, Xianxia sneered coldly as he raised his finger provocatively. "If you dare, why don't you kill me first?" Voila, countless weapons immediately flew toward him, as if there was no end to the weapons in his hand. "Very well, I'll kill you first then." With a cold glint in his eyes, the deity charged forward. His speed was not fast, but with every step he took, his power surged, and the surrounding sky began to shatter. It was as if he was walking on floating ice, and wherever he walked, no one else could walk. He could not catch up to Xianxia with his speed, but as long as he shattered the space, the latter would definitely not be able to escape. Ruthless enough. Xianxia's lips twitched uncontrollably. He turned to ancient sage Yanqing and the others and said, "You should make use of this time to recuperate. I'll kill him first." After saying that, he flew into the distance like a fish. Just as the godly spirit was about to return to capture Kong Shiyao, Xianxia immediately turned around and launched a sneak attack. He tossed a cauldron, a sword, and a spear at the godly spirit. Occasionally, he would toss out 2 or 3 corpses, all of which self-detonated. With a dizzy face, the deity could no longer hold back the rage in his heart and rushed over. If this guy didn't die, he would go crazy sooner or later, so he might as well kill him. Boom boom boom, one was chasing while the other was fleeing. The entire Kungsa realm was shaking from time to time. Pung, yet another Confucian was sent flying. Fan. Xiaoshu stood on the spot and surveyed the surroundings with a desolate look on his face. "Is there anyone else who wants to test my strength?" Mi Xian and the others were the first to arrive at the exit to wait for the freshmen. There were still quite a few Confucians who had yet to arrive, but when they heard that a freshman was so powerful, they immediately rushed over and suppressed their cultivation to fight him. However, to their dismay, they realized that none of them were able to withstand a single blow from him. More importantly, Fan Xiaoshu seemed to have gained a deeper and deeper understanding of certain things through his battles. There was no one in the same cultivation realm who would be a match for him anymore. In fact, even those who were a cultivation realm higher than him were no match for him. "There's no need for that. You are invincible among those of the same cultivation realm," Zhongqing said with a bitter smile. At this point, there was no longer any meaning to a duel anymore. "Then, who should I choose to be my teacher?" Fan Xiaoshu asked. Even though he had defeated so many Confucians, he was still just a freshman. He needed a teacher to guide him along the way. "I can't do it. I'm not qualified either." Everyone's faces were covered in dust. Everyone was embarrassed. There was no one who would want to take such a powerful student in as their direct disciple, but they could not even defeat him, so how could they have the cheek to educate him? Whenever Fan Xiaoshu looked at someone, they would cover their face in embarrassment. For a very long time, no one said a word. "Actually, I already have a teacher in mind. I wonder if I can become his student?" Seeing that no one dared to agree to it, Fan Xiaoshu said with a smile. "May I know who it is?" Hearing that Fan Xiaoshu already had a candidate in mind, Zhongqing asked. "His name is Xianxia. I'm not too sure which teacher he is, but I'm not too sure." Fan Xiaoshu said. "Xianxia? Is there anyone in the great frontistery of Confucianism who goes by the surname of Zhang?" Zhongqing was taken aback. The great frontistery of Confucianism consisted of the descendants of the 100 schools of philosophers. How could there be a Xianxia among them? "I know a person named Xianxia." Nangong Yuanfeng suddenly stepped forward and said. While there were not many people who knew that name in the Kungsu domain's great frontistery of Confucianism, there was no doubt that he was a household name on the master-teacher continent. Zhongqing and Fan Xiaoshu turned their gazes over. "He isn't from the 100 schools of philosophers but a top-notch master-teacher from the master-teacher continent, the head of the Zhang clan. The reason why we failed to obtain the celestial amulet of legacy is due to him," Nangong Yuanfeng said. "It's him?" Zhongqing narrowed his eyes. The 100 schools of philosophers had attempted to enter the temple of Confucius in search of the celestial amulet of legacy, only to fail on the verge of success. As the top teacher of the great frontistery of Confucianism, it went without saying that he was aware of this matter. How do you know his name? Xianxia stared at the young man before him intently. He had never heard of the name before, but this fellow was actually able to say it out loud. Xiaoxia's body stiffened. He had thought that Xianxia was an ancient sage of the great frontistery of Confucianism, but who could have thought that he was not from the 100 schools of philosophers? It was no wonder the other party had to borrow his body to get here. You have lived here for a very long time, but you know his name. Could it be that Xianxia has come to the Kungsi domain? Zhongqing's eyebrows shot up as an ominous thought surfaced in his mind. Considering how the young man before him had suddenly become so formidable and how he was able to say the name Xianxia, as a sempiternal realm consummation expert, it was not too difficult for him to make the connection that the other party was a master teacher from the master teacher continent. Fan Xiaoxi was at a loss as to how he should respond to Xianxia's question. Following which, the clear sky suddenly began to crumble. Everyone quickly raised their heads and saw two figures clashing with one another. Every time they clashed, a rift several dozen li long would appear in the sky, and innumerable lightning bolts would flash across the sky. It felt as if the world was on its last legs. Who in the world are you? I don't kill nameless fools, a fellow with a head covered in blood spat through gritted teeth. Your grandfather, Xianxia. The young man in front replied with a chuckle. He's Xianxia? Everyone was stunned. Fan Xiaoxi was extremely agitated. He had thought that Xianxia was only a great sage, and even if he was an ancient sage, he should not be too powerful. Otherwise, the other party would not have borrowed his strength to enter the otherworldly demon dimension. However, it was only after witnessing it with his own eyes that he realized how fearsome the other party was. Even the heavens and the earth were unable to restrain his every move, and it was like he'd completely transcended the laws and stood above the three dimensions. Bang! Bang! The great frontistery of Confucianism was on the verge of collapsing, and it looked as if it would be knocked out of the void at any moment. He is Xianxia? Did you compete with him before? Zhongqing gulped down a mouthful of saliva before turning to Namgong Yuanfeng. Back then, he impersonated a member of the Luo clan and went by the name of Luo Tianya. However, it was later confirmed that it was him. Namgong Yuanfeng nodded in agreement. It had only been a few months since they last met. When did he become so powerful? If Xianxia had been this powerful back then, putting aside fighting him, he would have been crushed to death with just a single finger. Not even the old ancestor of the 100 schools of philosophers, ancient sage Yanqing, had been able to match up to him. While Xianxia was still in the midst of his shock, the two of them had already torn through the dimension of the great frontistery of Confucianism and vanished on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the mountain peak. Here, the examinees who had finally passed the selection were currently trying their best to break the seal. Upon hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and saw a scene that they would never forget. Both of them were covered in lightning, and as they fought, the sky trembled violently. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. The young man in the lead wielded a spear, and his movements were graceful. The expert behind him had blood all over his face, and was so furious that he looked like he was about to explode. They are ancient sages? Only ancient sages could wield such overwhelming might. Why are the ancient sages fighting one another? And from the looks of it, it seems like they won't stop until one of them is dead. I don't know, there was an uproar below. Everyone couldn't help but clench their fists, each and every one of them was filled with envy. This was how cultivators should be, as long as one absorbed the first wisp of spiritual energy into one's body, from the moment it started transforming into true qi. Who wouldn't want to become stronger and stronger? The two sides fighting in front of them were exactly what they dreamed of. It represented the pinnacle of the world. Don't you dare hurt my master. At this time, two figures that were even younger than them rushed forward with a loud roar. The thunder in the sky became even more intense. His face was covered in blood, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against the three of them. After a few moves, the young man and woman who had just rushed up fell from the sky at the same time. None of you are a match for him. Don't come any closer. Leave him to me, the spear-wielding young man chuckled as he waved his hand. He jumped into the spatial rift and disappeared. Where are you going? The guy behind him quickly chased after him. If it wasn't for the countless cracks left in the air, he wouldn't have believed it to be real. You said they might be masters? The village chief of Limestone Village looked at the village beauty, Xiaoru, and shook his head. How is this possible? If he was an expert, do you think he would be so polite and compensate for the loss of our wheat fields? The village belle before him seemed to have lost her mind. As soon as she arrived, she immediately said that the people she had seen earlier might be Saint Realm experts. No one in the village believed him. Where in the world would a saint-level expert be so polite as to compensate for the damage done to the wheat? Where in the world would a saint-level expert ride on the back of a spirit beast to Fan City? Every single person of this level was arrogant and haughty, as if their eyes were growing on their heads. Yet, they were speaking so amiably to commoners like them. If you were to say that he was a Saint Realm expert, they wouldn't believe it. It's true. I saw them flying without any help, and they were traveling at an incredible speed, Xiaoru said anxiously. Why did no one believe her? The sight of those people disappearing from her sight in an instant kept replaying in her mind. Even she found it hard to believe. If only she had known that they were Saint Realm experts, she wouldn't have acted so arrogantly and asked them for their cultivation techniques. I know that you have your eyes on the top of your head, but Saint Realm experts only exist in the prestigious clans. Ordinary people like us won't have the chance to see one. The village chief shook his head. Just as he was about to console the other party, a deafening rumble of thunder suddenly echoed in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw two silhouettes shrouded in lightning appearing in the sky. The two of them clashed with one another, and every single move they made tore the sky apart, revealing traces of darkness. Isn't that young man? The crowd fell silent. They recognized the person wielding a spear in the sky to be the young man whom they had received earlier, when the belle of the village said that they were likely to be Saint Realm experts, they had found it hard to believe. However, from the looks of it now, not even great sages were capable of such feats. They are ancient sages, the village chief exclaimed hoarsely. Even though he was just an ordinary villager who didn't have the right to cultivate, he still knew a thing or two about the cultivation realms of experts. Even great sages didn't possess such powerful auras, so the two people fighting in the sky were definitely ancient sages. Furthermore, they were the strongest ancient sages. I once sat on the back of an ancient sage spirit beast, but not only did I not seek his guidance, I even looked down on him. The belle of the village belle's eyes reddened as she burst into tears. She had always wanted to cultivate better cultivation techniques and secret arts, but a treasure mountain was right before her eyes, yet she couldn't recognize it. She even thought that the other party was trying to fawn over her. Given her looks, she could still be considered as a decent person in the village. How could an ancient sage possibly take a liking to her? In an instant, her heart was filled with regret. On the same day, nearly everyone in the 100 schools of philosophers saw the two figures fighting in the sky, and they etched the two powerful figures into their minds. In fact, even tens of thousands of years later, their legends were still imprinted in their minds. Why can't I find a place where there's no one around? The entire Kungsu domain was shocked. On the other hand, Xianxia had a troubled look on his face. The reason why he had been fleeing was not to show off. Rather, he had wanted to find a place where there was no one around so that he could execute all of his trump cards simultaneously. However, the world of the 100 schools of philosophers was simply too crowded. There was no such place in the world. He had many means that he couldn't allow others to see. Thus, he could only retreat along the way. After fleeing for an unknown period of time, a vast mountain range appeared before his eyes. I've finally found it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. His hard work paid off. He had finally found a place where there was no one around. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed down several formation flags to seal off the surrounding space so that his aura wouldn't leak out. You're not escaping anymore? Prepare to die then. Seeing that Xianxia was setting up a formation instead of escaping, the deity was taken aback for a moment before a savage look surfaced on his face. He had already ascertained the other party's strength throughout the journey, and he knew that he wasn't a match for him at all. As long as the other party didn't escape, he would be able to kill him easily. Prepare to die? Wait a moment, I have a younger brother who wants to fight you as well. After saying those words, the deity's body blurred. Who? A figure that looked exactly the same appeared in front of him. Younger brother? Seeing the identical face and the same soul aura, the deity was stunned for a moment. Is this your doppelganger? It's a treasure that can allow your clone to possess strength comparable to your main body. That's great. You'll be mine as well. There were some in the Azure who could forge clones, but most of them were puppets that lacked soul. The clone before him looked exactly the same as his main body, and it even had a unique spirit to it. This meant that the artifact used to forge a clone was one of the best even in the Azure. If he could forge a clone with such an artifact, it would be as good as gaining an additional life. He would not have to worry about danger anymore. With reddened eyes, the deity raised his hands. From today onward, you're mine. Boom, a powerful surge of energy burst forth from the deity's body, but before it could even reach him, the deity's vision suddenly blurred. Unbeknownst to him, his clone had already appeared before him, and with a kick to his face, he bellowed, "You want to assimilate me? Who do you think you are?" You, the deity's lips twitched. Just as he was about to speak, the deity's vision darkened once more. The other party had already sent a second kick over. Pung, he was sent flying. This is impossible. The deity exclaimed with a frenzied look on his face. It was not because he had been struck, but because he could not believe what he was seeing. The clones of other cultivators were usually weaker than their main body. How could this fellow's clone be so much stronger than his main body? Was there any justice in this world? There's nothing impossible about it. My main body is just a weakling. How could he possibly compare to me? With a cold sneer, his clone charged forward once more and sent another kick toward the deity. Xianxia had been suppressing his cultivation all this while, such that he was only at sempiternal realm consummation. However, his clone was a god artifact in its own right, so there was no need for him to suppress his cultivation. A month ago, he had already made use of the Aeon of Ancient Sage to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, making him a true blood reincarnation realm expert. Even Xianxia would not be a match for his clone when they were at the same cultivation realm, and there was a gap of 3 realms between them. Only with the Dragonbone Divine Spear would he be able to match his clone. That's even better. If I assimilate you, my clone will grow stronger too. Despite being kicked a few times, the deity did not get angry. Instead, he became more and more excited. With a shrill cry, he charged forward, intending to use his ultimate move to kill the arrogant clone. However, the deity's vision suddenly darkened once more. A book flew through the air, and a pitch-black palm flew toward him, striking him squarely in the face. Pa, he spun twice on the spot and spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this? God was really going crazy. What kind of trump cards did this guy have? The brick, the clone, and now, a book. More importantly, he could clearly feel the power hidden within the book, and it was no weaker than his, while Xianxia was still in a daze, Xianxia charged forward with a spear in his left hand and a sword in his right. In an instant, spear chi surged forth like a dragon, and sword chi as vast as the ocean. At the same time, his doppelganger and Vicious attacked simultaneously. Bang 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 bang, in less than 10 breaths, the deity had suffered no less than 100 palm strikes. His internal organs were displaced, his bones shattered, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. No, the deity was starting to feel fear. He had thought that he would be able to reap great benefits from the spatial rift, but who could have known that he would die at any moment? Just Xianxia alone was enough to put him in a difficult position. Now that he was facing 2 opponents who were of equal strength or even stronger than him, there was nothing he could do. Fear and panic welled up in the depths of his heart. He quickly executed 2 feints to escape, but the brick suddenly fell from the sky once more. It was as if that fellow had been hovering in the sky all this while, ready to strike his face at any moment. Pung, the next moment, the spear and sword pierced through his chest simultaneously. Following which, a fist crushed his head, and a palm crushed his heart. Pudong, with a look of indignation on his face, the deity plummeted from the sky. He had descended to the lower worlds with the intention of stealing, but in the end, he had lost his life. The blood and corpse of an expert of that caliber are good stuff. After killing the deity, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the corpse into the myriad ant hive nest. The deity was a dimension shatterer realm expert. Keeping his corpse and blood would surely be of great help to him in achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage. Xianxia had his clone and Vicious enter the myriad ant hive nest as well before heading back to the elevated platform. On the elevated platform, after recuperating for a long time, ancient sage Yanqing finally struggled to his feet. He looked at the shattered space in the distance with a worried look on his face. Ancient sage Yanqing, is that the human celestial master teacher you mentioned, Xianxia? Kang Shiyao asked as she flew over. Even though she was still able to fly, she had exhausted all of her strength. An ancient sage Yanqing nodded. He's indeed an extraordinary individual. Kang Shiyao nodded in admiration. She had been born with a powerful bloodline, such that no one had been able to match her since she was young. She had thought that she was the strongest beneath ancient sage, but who could have thought that the young man before her would be even stronger than her? When she first heard about the young man before her, she had been curious about him. She had been thinking of challenging him to a duel after she achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage, but from the looks of it, there was no need for that anymore. Even after exhausting her bloodline power, she was still unable to stop the deity. Yet, the young man was still able to fight him and lure him away. Just this alone was enough to prove that the young man was stronger than her. He might be powerful, but he's still a little lacking compared to the deity of the azure. I fear that he might be in danger, one of the ancient sages said worriedly. He had already been reduced to a skeleton, so he would not die for the time being. However, without the aeon of ancient sage to replenish his energy, it would not be long before he ran out of energy and his soul dissipated. Given our current situation, not only are we unable to save anyone, we can't even stabilize the formation. Ancient sage Yanqing was also aware of this as well, so he looked at the sky with a bitter smile. Even though the deity had been lured away by Xianxia, that did not mean that the danger was over. The seal that had been maintained by ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse had already been broken, and the mercury-like energy was still pouring into the Kungsu domain. If they did not hurry up and seal it, the cultivators of the Kungsu domain would have their meridians shattered and their bodies torn apart. This was a matter that could very well lead to the annihilation of their entire Kungsu domain. The mercury-like energy isn't something that can affect the Kungsu domain so quickly. Our top priority right now is to kill that deity, or else the entire Kungsu domain will be infected. Kang Shiyao said. As long as they did not absorb the mercury-like energy, they would be fine for the time being. However, as long as the deity did not die, he would continue to slaughter the Kungsu domain. With no one from the 100 schools of philosophers able to stop him, the danger would be even greater. Indeed. Even if we have to die, we have to kill that deity. The crowd gritted their teeth. Just as they were about to chase after the deity, a young man suddenly flew over gracefully. He was dressed in a spotless white robe, and there was a faint smile on his lips. There was not the slightest injury on his body, as if he had gone on a vacation instead of a battle. Who else could it be other than Xianxia? Are you fine? Could it be that the deity has been killed? The crowd was rendered speechless. Of course, I'm fine. Xianxia replied with a chuckle. On his way here, he had taken a bath and changed his clothes. Even though he wasn't injured in the battle earlier, he had sweated quite a bit, causing his clothes to become sticky and uncomfortable. He had always been a person who preferred cleanliness. It took a long while before the crowd was able to digest the fact that the young man before them had killed a god. They turned to look at the young man once more with awe and respect in their eyes. To be able to kill such a powerful expert without sustaining any injuries, and to even have the time to bathe and change his clothes. This was way too formidable. Xianxia, I know that you have a deep understanding of formations, but can you help us repair the seal? Ancient sage Yanqing asked awkwardly. Given their current strength, it would have been difficult for them to repair the seal, but the young man before them might just be able to do it. It was just that, the other party was an outsider, and they weren't on good terms with him. Not only did he appear to help them resolve this huge problem, he even had to ask for their help. Alright, but do you have the blueprint of the formation and the method to repair it? Xianxia asked. This was the first time he had seen such a formation. Using ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse as the core of the formation to seal the passageway to another world, It was far more complicated than any formation he had seen before. Even he wouldn't have been able to set it up so easily without looking at the blueprint. Yes, we do. This contains the structure of the formation and the notes left behind by our predecessors. Ancient sage Yan Qing passed a jade token over. Taking the jade token, Xianxia swiftly scanned through it with his consciousness and imprinted its contents into the Library of Heaven's Path. It didn't take long for him to familiarize himself with the formation. This formation was known as the Great Heaven-Mending Coffin Formation, and it was said to have been created by Xianxia himself. It was used to seal off weak spatial passageways, and once it was successfully completed, even Dimension Shatter Realm cultivators would find it difficult to breach it. He's learning the formation on the spot and attempting to repair it? Could it be that his talent in learning supporting occupations is the same as mine, where he can pick up and master it in a moment? Seeing that he wanted to see the formation diagram, Xianxia was filled with doubt. She possessed the purest bloodline of Xianxia's descendants, so she was able to master any supporting occupations and battle techniques in an instant. There was no need for her to waste too much time. Considering how the young man before him had never come into contact with a formation before, could it be that he possessed the same talent as him? However, even with his talent, he would still need at least 2 to 3 days to learn such a complex formation. Is there enough time? Xianxia was a little worried as she watched the mercury-like energy continuously pour into her body. Since the other party was a celestial master teacher, it was not too surprising for him to possess the same capability as her. However, the blueprint was simply too complicated. It had taken her 3 days to fully comprehend it. Even if the other party was around the same level as her, even if he were to study it twice as fast, he would still not be able to finish it in a day and a half. The mercury-like energy gushed forth like a torrential flood, submerging a third of the Xianxia domain in a day's time. By then, all of the crops would die, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings would undergo a drastic change. The foundation that the 100 schools of philosophers had built over tens of thousands of years would be completely destroyed. At that time, even if he could seal it, it would be useless, not to mention, he had only finished learning it. Whether or not he would be able to seal it was still uncertain. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia worriedly, only to see that he had already returned the jade token to her. With a confident smile on his face, he said, "All right, I have already grasped the blueprint. Everyone, please take a step back." Xianxia blinked in shock. In less than 3 breaths, he had already grasped the blueprint. Before Xianxia's disbelieving eyes, the other party began to move. Spreading open his fingers, he channeled all of his strength into a powerful surge that surged into the sky, forming a rainbow bridge. Standing at the very center of the rainbow bridge, Xianxia looked like a deity. Slowly moving upward, Xianxia moved the rainbow bridges with his finger. It was as if a demonic tunist was playing a moving melody, producing a sound reminiscent of the whistling of the wind. Just by looking at it and listening to it, one would find themselves involuntarily intoxicated. This is the voice of the heavens? Xianxia trembled in shock. It was said that no matter what occupation one was in, as long as one was able to harmonize with the heavens, one would be able to produce the voice of the heavens. Yet, the young man before her had already grasped the blueprint within 3 breaths. Was she really that lacking compared to the young man before her? She was a descendant of the Xianxia bloodline. Feeling indignant, he continued watching, only to see Xianxia's fingers moving faster and faster. It didn't take long for an afterimage to appear in the air. The rainbow bridge was intertwined with one another, and it danced in the air according to a unique sequence. Isn't he afraid of making a mistake? Xianxia felt a chill running down her spine. Given how powerful the formation was, even if the other party had managed to grasp it, he should have gathered everyone's help to create a prototype of the formation so as to fend off the mercury-like energy before slowly patching it up. That would have taken at least a month. However, the other party's hand speed was so fast that she couldn't even see it. If she were to make a mistake, not only would her efforts go to waste, she would also suffer a severe backlash. She waited for a few more breaths, but not only did the other party's hand speed not slow down, it even seemed to be accelerating. Unable to hold herself back any longer, Xianxia flicked her wrist, and a mirror appeared in her hand. She took a look at the mirror, the Black Heaven mirror. This was the artifact of her clan, and it was capable of gauging the strength of a formation to determine if there were any errors. If there were errors, the mirror would turn black. Weng weng weng, as soon as she shone the mirror immediately began to glow, and lines of words swiftly appeared on it. Correct, correct, correct. Soon, the black heaven mirror in her hand was filled with the words correct. There were so many words that it felt as if it had turned into the sun, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding radiance. Kang Shuriao's lips twitched as she began to doubt her own existence. It was not that she had never seen a genius before. In fact, she was one of the top geniuses in the world herself. But, to be able to grasp a formation with just a glance and set it up so quickly without any errors. Was he still human? But before she could recover from her shock, the young man in the sky suddenly retracted his fingers and came to a halt. With his hands behind his back, he gazed at the sky calmly, not moving at all. What's wrong? This formation mustn't be interrupted, or else, we'll have to start all over again. Kang Shuriao's heart clenched tightly as she exclaimed. Not only was the formation complicated, it couldn't be interrupted in the middle either. The moment it was interrupted, the mercury-like energy would destroy all of the previous formations, thus ruining all of their hard work. This was similar to building a dam. Before the dam was fully completed, it was impossible to allow the water to flow through. Otherwise, no matter how many formations were constructed, it would be useless. It's not interrupted. Hearing Kang Shuriao's words, Xianxia turned around and replied with a smile, it's already done. Done? Kang Shuria was perplexed. Ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse was still lying on the ground, and the mercury-like energy was still flowing through it. How could it possibly be done? Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned his gaze to the sky once more. Activate the formation. Hung Long, the coffin before Kang Shuria abruptly vanished into thin air, and the trembling space around her swiftly stabilized, as if nothing had happened at all. The formation had actually been fully activated with just a single word from Xianxia. Words of law. Kang Shu's bloodline? Kang Shuya widened her eyes in astonishment. For the formation to be activated with a single word from Xianxia, could it be that it was similar to her bloodline, which allowed her to manipulate the laws of the world with a single word? But very soon, Kang Shuya realized that that was not the case. Xianxia's bloodline might seem similar to that of Kang Shu's, but in truth, it was a form of impartation of heaven's will. Just that, the heaven-mending formation harnessed the power of the heavens, making it difficult to activate it manually. How in the world did Xianxia manage to control it through words? Just as Kang Shuya was about to ask, ancient sage Yanqing suddenly asked. The previous formation isn't suitable, so I made some modifications to it when I was setting it up. Xianxia replied with a smile. Modifications? Kang Shuya's body stiffened. That's impossible. This formation was created by our ancestor, Kang Shu. There's no way that it could have gone wrong. How could there be any mistakes in the formation left behind by our ancestor, Kang Shu? There's no way that the formation left behind by our ancestor, Kang Shu, can't possibly go wrong. However, over the past tens of thousands of years, the Kungsu domain has undergone tremendous changes, such that the previous formation is no longer suitable. Otherwise, our ancestors wouldn't have been able to repair it over and over again. Xianxia explained. Time had passed, and the world had changed. The Kungsu domain should have been different from how it was tens of thousands of years ago. Even the world had changed, so how could a ceiling formation remain the same? Kang Shuya was at a loss for words. She was once again shocked to the extreme. Modifications. Xianxia had actually modified Kang Shu's formation, and he had even succeeded. Xianxia had managed to learn the blueprint of the formation in 2 breaths, set up the formation in less than 20 breaths, and even modified it along the way. Was this the speed of a human? She had always been proud of her talent, but before the other party, she was nothing at all. The situation has stabilized. Ancient sage Yanqing, can you tell me what's going on? Seeing that the formation had stabilized and sealed off the mercury-like energy, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring the dumbfounded Kang Shuya, he turned his gaze to ancient sage Yanqing. To think that you are a descendant of Kang Shu. Look at how ignorant you are, 20 breaths to set up the formation. That's already an incredible feat. If one were to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, it would not even take 2 breaths. How does Xianxia feel about the mercury-like energy earlier? Can I absorb and refine it? Ancient sage Xianxia replied with a question of his own. This surge of energy is similar to spiritual energy, but in truth, it's completely different. If one were to absorb it, their meridians would be unable to withstand it, and they would explode right away, Xianxia replied honestly. That power was similar to mercury, incomparably heavy. Not to mention ordinary people, even he would not be able to withstand it. That's the spiritual energy of the azure. Hearing those words, ancient sage Xianxia replied with a bitter smile. Spiritual energy from the azure? Why are the people of the azure stronger than us? Due to the fact that their spiritual energy is much denser than ours, they are born with superior fighting prowess. Ancient sage Xianxia explained. Is it really fine to absorb this all year round? Xianxia was surprised. Even with his blood rebirth realm combat power, he felt as if his meridians were about to be torn apart just from absorbing this energy. Could someone who was born in such a place really absorb this kind of energy and not die? Come with me. Seeing the look on Xianxia's face, ancient sage Xianxia shook his head. Suppressing his feeble body, he headed in a certain direction. He had lost too much blood in the battle. Even though he had not died on the spot, his lifespan had come to an end. Following closely behind ancient sage Xianxia, they flew for a while before finally arriving at a sealed palace. Pushing open the door, they saw a massive metal cage in the middle of the formation. It was hard to tell what kind of material it was forged from, but it was filled with unique inscriptions. There were 2 young men locked in the cage. Upon seeing ancient sage Xianxia and the others, their eyes gleamed with hostility, as if they would kill them right there and then. Xianxia swept his gaze across the 2 young men and noted that they were both great sage sempiternal realm pinnacle cultivators. The former was only a step away from reaching ancient sage. In terms of aura and strength, they were on par with Yan Shui. Why are they locked in a cage? Xianxia was perplexed. While the 100 schools of philosophers did not adhere to Confucius' principle of education without discrimination, they still upheld benevolence and righteousness. Given how talented and powerful those 2 were, why would they be locked in a cage? Could it be that they had committed some heinous crime? Can you tell who they are, Xianxia? Ancient sage Xianxia asked. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head. There were so many experts in the 100 schools of philosophers, and he did not know them at all. They are otherworldly demons. Ancient sage Xianxia explained. Xianxia's body stiffened. How is that possible? Could they be otherworldly demon emperors in disguise? Otherworldly demons emanated killing intent from their bodies, and they were much taller than ordinary humans. Yet, the 2 young men before him looked no different from ordinary humans. How could they be otherworldly demons? Could they be otherworldly demon emperors in disguise? But that did not seem right either. As long as the culprit was not Lozozi, Xianxia would be able to see through their disguise with his eye of insight. The 2 young men before him were not in disguise at all. Seeing that Xianxia was doubtful, ancient sage Xianxia explained, they are otherworldly demons. It's due to absorbing the mercury-like energy from earlier that they ended up in their current state. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. It was just a moment ago that he had been wondering if the mercury-like energy was impossible to absorb, but not only did he absorb it, they even ended up turning into ordinary humans. Without any hesitation, ancient sage Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the mercury-like energy that he had gathered on the elevated platform immediately surged toward the 2 young men in the cage. Not only did the 2 young men show no fear, their eyes even lit up. They immediately sat down and opened their acupoints to absorb the mercury-like energy. The energy surged into their bodies, and immediately, it was like boiling water. Their auras and strength grew stronger and thicker. As expected, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. Even he was unable to absorb the mercury-like energy, but the otherworldly demons were actually able to do so easily. He turned to the elder before him, hoping to hear the answer from the latter. This kind of power is related to innate constitution. As long as one's innate constitution is strong, they will be able to adapt to it. The otherworldly demons are born as transcendent mortals, and their innate constitution is many times stronger than that of humans. Even so, I have experimented with 10 of them, and only 2 of them survived. Ancient sage Xianxia shook his head. On the other hand, I have experimented with more than 10,000 humans over the years, and all of them have died. Xianxia's face warped in astonishment. He had thought that even though the otherworldly demons were stronger than humans, once they cultivated to a certain level, there would not be much of a difference between them. Who could have thought that the disparity between them would be so great? If the mercury-like energy were to flow into the entire master-teacher continent, wouldn't that mean the extinction of mankind, and the rise of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Could it be that, the reason why Xianxia used ancient sage Ziyuan's corpse to set up a formation to block the mercury-like energy from leaking into the master-teacher continent? Indeed. Ancient sage Xianxia nodded. When Xianxia first discovered the Xianxia domain, it was only an ordinary passageway, and the energy it exuded wasn't too strong either. Humans would surely die if they were to absorb it, but otherworldly demons could survive and grow stronger. It was for this reason that an incredible figure like Vicious was born. In order to prevent mankind from going extinct, ancient sage Ziyuan willingly sacrificed his life to seal the passageway, thus creating the hanging coffin sky-mending formation. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. With a questioning tone, he asked, "What about the green sprout wheat and the constitution of ordinary humans?" Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, ancient sage Xianxia explained, through his research, Xianxia learned that there's only one way to assimilate the energy without dying, and that's to possess an innate constitution. However, altering the constitution of a human is an arduous process that can't be accomplished in a short period of time. It took Kochi Kozai and his descendants many years of research before they finally managed to cultivate the green sprout wheat. Consuming the plant will strengthen one's constitution over time. After tens of thousands of years of nourishment, the constitution of humans has indeed undergone a qualitative leap. However, it's still a distance away from matching up to the otherworldly demonic tribe. It's still impossible to absorb it directly. Xianxia nodded in response. At this moment, he finally understood everything that he had been confused about previously. It was no wonder the 100 schools of philosophers had chosen to remain in the Xianxia domain. It turned out that they were using their lives to guard the seal so as to prevent the mercury-like energy from leaking out. At the same time, they were trying to nurture stronger humans so that they could adapt to the energy and advance further. Just like Mingshi Tang, even though their methods were different, they shared the same goal. For mankind, ancient sage Xianxia continued. This is only a lesser dimension, so there's a limit to its resources. On top of that, the constitution of humans continues to grow stronger, resulting in a greater demand for spiritual energy and artifacts. As such, not everyone is qualified to cultivate. Only true geniuses will be able to advance further. In order to nurture the green sprout wheat, the Xianxia domain was unable to communicate with the master-teacher continent. As such, as long as the number of cultivators in the Xianxia domain increased, its energy would eventually wither. This was similar to a sealed greenhouse. No matter how many plants were grown in it, it was impossible for it to be self-sufficient. In his previous life, there were scientists who specifically conducted experiments and set up a huge greenhouse. They planted all kinds of plants and raised countless animals, but in less than a year, the ecosystem completely collapsed. It was the same for the Xianxia domain. Even though it was a small world with a diameter of more than 1,000,000 kilometers, it was still a small world after all. Ordinary people could reach the Grandmaster realm at adulthood, which would be a great burden to the world. Therefore, the number of cultivators had to be controlled. Otherwise, the world might collapse before humans could adapt to the mercury-like spiritual energy. In truth, the Xianxia domain isn't the only one in such a state. It's the same for the master-teacher continent as well. As more and more experts emerge, it's only a matter of time before the master-teacher continent reaches its limits, ancient sage Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. Any place or environment would have an unbearable critical point. Humans absorbing the spiritual energy in the environment to cultivate was akin to lice on a cow. 1 or 2, hundreds or even thousands of them were nothing, but what about tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions? No matter how strong the bull was, it would still die. This was the problem that the Xianxia realm was facing, so they strictly controlled their cultivation arts and resources. Only the true prodigies had the right to continue cultivating. If they didn't do so, putting aside the fact that humans were growing stronger, the ecosystem might have already collapsed, and the world would have come to an end. If that's the case, could this be the reason why the master-teacher continent is unable to produce ancient sages? Coming to a realization, Xianxia asked. Could this be the reason why both the master-teacher continent and the Kungsu domain had been unable to produce ancient sages for the past 10,000 years? It doesn't really matter if that's the case. Ancient sage Yanqing shook his head. Noting the doubtful look on Xianxian's face, he explained, in order to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, one must possess the Aeon of Ancient Sage. However, the Aeon of Ancient Sage isn't something that can be produced on the Master-Teacher continent or the Kungsu domain. It's a unique power that only exists in the Azure. Due to the sealing of the Mercury-like spiritual energy, the Aeon of Ancient Sage is unable to enter the Master-Teacher continent and the Kungsu domain. It's a unique power that only exists in the Azure. The Aeon of Ancient Sage is actually hidden within the Mercury-like spiritual energy? Xianxian was taken aback. He had absorbed a sliver of it back on the elevated platform, but as soon as it entered his body, it had felt incredibly heavy, nearly shattering his meridians. He had quickly sealed his acupoints, not daring to absorb it at all. There was the Aeon of Ancient Sage here. Xianxian tapped his finger on it and absorbed a sliver of it. The Aeon of Ancient Sage was still as heavy as before. After probing it for a moment, he was able to sense a faint trace of Aeon of Ancient Sage within it. Even though it was very little, if one were to absorb more of it, it would still be sufficient to allow one to overcome their bottleneck and become one of the strongest experts on the Master-Teacher continent. Just that, the Aeon of Ancient Sage Yanqing was simply too powerful. Even he was unable to absorb it, let alone others. If we don't seal the Aeon of Ancient Sage Yanqing, mankind will be doomed, and the otherworldly demonic tribe will only grow stronger and stronger. If we seal the Aeon of Ancient Sages, we won't be able to produce any more of them. Ancient Sage Yanqing said with a bitter smile. Xianxian was rendered speechless. It was true that mankind wanted more ancient sages, but not dealing with the Mercury-like energy would only benefit the otherworldly demonic tribe. If they gave up on the Aeon of Ancient Sages, not only would the deities descend upon them, mankind would be wiped out as well. Are the otherworldly demonic tribe really the descendants of the god tribe as the legends say? Xianxian asked. For the otherworldly demonic tribe to be able to absorb the energy while they were unable to, was it really just a matter of their unique constitution? I'm not too sure either. Back then, Xianxia once said that the otherworldly demonic tribe was an exiled god tribe. It's due to the fact that the spiritual energy on the Master-Teacher continent is simply too weak. As long as you absorb more concentrated spiritual energy, you'll be able to recover to your peak state and become even stronger. At this point, Ancient Sage Yanqing looked at the two young men before him with a bitter smile. That's just how they are. When he had first been captured, he had only been an ordinary otherworldly demon. However, after absorbing the Mercury-like spiritual energy from the Azure, it had taken him less than a decade to reach his current state. They even surpassed human ascetics, and their appearance became no different from a normal person. Humans had to painstakingly cultivate for decades or even centuries, and they had to possess exceptional talent in order to achieve such a feat. On the other hand, just by absorbing the Mercury-like spiritual energy and cultivating steadily, Xianxian was able to achieve such a feat as well. Comparisons were odious. Given that deities are able to pass through the seal, and the Mercury-like spiritual energy unique to the heavens would leak out, could it be that the heavens are the ones behind the seal? As long as I pass through the seal, I'll be able to enter another world? Suppressing his agitation, Xianxian turned to look at Ancient Sage Yanqing. The reason he had paid such a heavy price to enter the Kungsu domain was to find the passageway to the Azure and find traces of Lozozi. Considering that the passageway above the elevated platform was filled with the unique spiritual energy of the Azure, could it be the stairway leading to the Azure? I'm not too sure. Ancient Sage Yanqing shook his head. Then, how did Xianxia leave the Kungsu domain and the Master-Teacher continent? This. Ancient Sage Yanqing's face reddened. Even his direct disciples were unaware of Xianxia's departure back then, let alone a descendant like him. My ancestor first reached the Dimension Shatterer realm before leaving the Kungsu domain. There are no records of where he went, but I've done some research on his life, and it seems to have something to do with the seal. Xianxia suddenly said. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the only way to enter the azure was to enter the passageway above the elevated platform. However, in order to do so, one would first have to possess the strength of a dimension-shatter realm cultivator. Clearly, that was not enough. Xianxia, the Kungsu domain is sealed by Kongshi, making it impossible for us to enter or leave. The only reason we were able to enter the master-teacher continent back then was due to the appearance of the Temple of Confucius. How did you manage to enter the Kungsu domain? Ancient sage Yanqing asked with a perplexed look on his face. The crowd was perplexed as well. As life forms of the Kungsu domain, it was impossible for them to leave the Kungsu domain even if they wanted to. It was only through the power of the Temple of Confucius that they were able to enter the Kungsu domain previously. How did the young man before them manage to enter the Kungsu domain? There was no need for them to hide anything. I found a seal guarded by ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse in the Tianxian kingdom, Xianxia replied. You broke the seal? You managed to break the seal? The faces of ancient sage Yanqing and the others warped in horror. What's wrong? Let's head over to take a look. Without any hesitation, ancient sage Yanqing leaped into the passageway. The crowd quickly followed behind him. It did not take long for them to arrive at the place where Xianxia and the others had entered. The seal was still standing in front of them, and the crack that they had entered through earlier was still trembling. Clumps of black flames continued to burn, as if there was a huge force pressing down on it. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment and break completely. Xianxia was stunned. What's going on? He knew very well how powerful the seal was. He had only managed to open a crack with the help of the extremely powerful tribulation of lightning armament. How did such a powerful black flame suddenly appear? And it was somewhat similar to the heavenly fire, ancient sage Yanqing remarked grimly. This is the backlash of the heavens. Heavenly Tao? Even though the Kungsu domain is separated from the master-teacher continent, it's still a part of it. The cultivation of the greensprout wheat allows humans to wield the strength of Xianxia realm cultivators as soon as they reach adulthood. This is a violation of the natural laws of life. Ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse was left outside the Kungsu domain as a seal, but more importantly, it was to prevent the heavens from peeking into the Kungsu domain. Deep worry surfaced in ancient sage Yanqing's eyes. Xianxia's body stiffened as he came to a realization. The heavenly Tao had its own rules. Whoever dared to break it would be punished. It was just like how cultivators would be punished by the heavens if they tried to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage. Putting aside this world, in his previous life, Wang Meng, as a transcender, had attempted to change the world, but the heavens had sent out the son of the dimension, Lu Xiu, to destroy him easily. The rules of the Kungsu domain could not be broken, not even by ancient sages. Xianxia had thought that the 100 schools of philosophers had chosen to avoid the detection of the Kungsu domain, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was to avoid the detection of the heavens. If the 100 schools of philosophers were to learn of the location of the Kungsu domain, it would be easy for the heavens to notice it. Putting aside the greensprout wheat, even the Kungsu domain might not be able to survive. What do we do now? Knowing that he was the culprit, Xianxia turned to ancient sage Yanqing and asked, do you have the formation blueprint? I'll repair the formation to prevent the Kungsu domain from peeking into the Kungsu domain. I do have the formation blueprint, but it's useless now. Ancient sage Yanqing shook his head. Not only has the seal been broken, the illusory formation outside has been broken as well. Previously, when the heavens probed into the Kungsu domain, they would see Kongshi's silhouette in the coffin, leading them to think that Kongshi is dead. Now that the barrier has been broken, the formation has been rendered useless. What's the point of repairing it? Hearing those words, Xianxia fell silent. When they first arrived, other than the stone tablet, there were 2 stone coffins. The first one contained ancient sage Ranqiu's corpse, and it was used to maintain the illusory formation. As for the second coffin, when Xingyang saw it, it was Kongshi's corpse. When they saw it, it was Xingyang's corpse. It was only after they tried to decipher the formation that they discovered the barrier. Now that both of the barriers had been broken, and the heavens of the master-teacher continent had begun peeking into the Kungsu domain, there was no point in repairing the seal. Do we have no choice but to watch as the seal is destroyed and the Kungsu domain is destroyed? There's indeed no other way out of this. Unless, we deceive the heavens, just like in ancient times. deceive the heavens? Back then, when Xianxia created the Kungsu domain, some of his power leaked out, and the heavens coveted it. Ancient sage Xianxia offered his body to maintain the illusory formation, thus successfully deceiving the heavens. Ancient sage Yanqing said grimly. There's only one way to resolve this problem. We have to find a dimension shatter realm cultivator who is willing to be killed by the heavens. While the heavens will punish those who do not abide by the rules, it doesn't mean that they possess sentience. As long as we have a good plan, we should be able to succeed. Xianxia frowned. There was not a single dimension shatter realm cultivator in the entire master-teacher continent and the Kungsu domain at the moment. With the Dragonbone Divine Spear, Xianxia's fighting prowess was only on par with that of a dimension shatter realm cultivator. I'll do it. I don't have long to live anyway. Even if I can't deceive the heavens, I should at least hold on for as long as I can. Ancient sage Yanqing gazed into the distance with determination gleaming in his eyes. You? Even though I haven't reached the dimension shatter realm yet, I'm extremely close to it. If I detonate my soul and physical body, I should be able to temporarily emanate the might of a dimension shatter realm cultivator. Ancient sage Yanqing nodded. Detonate your soul and physical body? Once your soul and physical body self-destructs, you'll be doomed. There'll be no way for you to come back to life. Those who had reached the blood reincarnation realm could still be resurrected even if they were reduced to minced meat. However, if they were to detonate their soul, they would truly die. No matter how abundant the aeon of ancient sage was, there was no way for them to return to life. I understand. Ancient sage Yanqing nodded. As long as we can protect the Kungsu domain, what's the harm in dying? As a human ancient sage, he had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself. If his death could be exchanged for the lives of others, it would be worth it. Let's not think about sacrificing ourselves for now. Let me see if there's any other way. Seeing that ancient sage Yanqing was about to charge forward, Xianxia frowned. He walked up to the black flames and tapped his finger on it. I highly recommend the new book by the legendary Jewel Cat. I have a sex card. No, it should be I have a touch card. It's definitely worth reading. Be careful. That's the heavenly flame. Xianxia exclaimed in horror. There was nothing in the world that the heavenly flame could not burn. If it could even burn through such a powerful barrier, wouldn't it be courting death? Before he could finish his words, Xianxia had already placed his finger on the flame. The black flame was twisting and turning on the tip of his finger, resembling a bashful bride. At the same time, it also resembled an old flame that had been together for many years, with a coquettish look in his eyes. Xiao's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Why did it feel like everything that came into contact with Xianxia would twist and distort? As a celestial master teacher, he had forged a brick that specialized in smacking people's faces and a spear that was used to tie people up. He had fought with the gods on their eyeballs, necks, genitals. As long as it was a part of his body that he could attack, he would not hold back at all. And now, the heavenly flame that everyone revered was acting in such an unrestrained manner, her world was on the verge of collapsing. Little Huahua, did the Dao Dao send you here? Paying no heed to the shocked crowd, Xianxia looked at the black flame on his fingertip. The heavenly flame seemed to understand his words, and it twitched a little. Hearing those words, Xianxia frowned. While the heavenly flame did not have its own consciousness, its actions earlier had already made it clear that it was indeed sent by the heavens to destroy the Kungsu domain. If the master-teacher continent could be likened to a human body, the heavens would be the immune system that would actively eliminate all kinds of threats. Yet, the Kungsu domain had actually nurtured something that transcended the rules of the world. It was no different from a malignant tumor that had to be eradicated. The heavens could not be destroyed, just like how the immune system could not be suppressed. Once it was destroyed, it would not take long before the entire world collapsed. Xianxia leaped out of the rift and returned to the master-teacher continent. The next moment, he saw ominous clouds gathering above him. Countless lightning bolts and flames were gathering in his direction, as if they would not rest until they destroyed the Kungsu domain. Turning to ancient sage Yanqing, Xianxia asked, the deaths of Dimension Shatterer realm experts can be used to replace the Kungsu domain, right? This is the method to set up the formation back then, ancient sage Xianxia said as he passed a jade token over. Xianxia swiftly scanned through the jade token, and a silhouette materialized before him. Is this a god? Wait a moment. You forged a god into a soulless metal humanoid? Ancient sage Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. The person who had appeared before him was emanating a profound aura, indicating that he had reached the dimension Shatterer realm. In other words, he wasn't any weaker than the god he had fought earlier. He had killed a god from the lower dimension and even forged him into a metal humanoid. If news of this were to spread back to the master-teacher continent, it would surely be a huge blasphemy. Since he had already taken out the artifact, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Thus, Xianxia nodded. With a thought, he drew his soul out and dived into the body of the otherworldly demon. The soulless metal humanoid was equivalent to a puppet, so it was impossible for Xianxia to move it. If he wanted to use it, he would have to send his soul into his body. However, during the battle with the deity, his soul was unable to leave his body, so he didn't take it out. At this moment, it was a good opportunity for him to see if he could replace the formation core that the other party had mentioned. This fellow was a Dimension Shatterer realm expert. Even though he had fused with Xianxia's soul and was under Xianxia's control, Xianxia had long since assimilated the soul into his body. As such, he should be able to meet the requirements. Hong Long, as expected, as soon as his soul entered the body of the otherworldly demon, the ominous clouds in the sky immediately gathered around him. The eyes of ancient sage Xianxia and the others lit up in agitation. However, in the next moment, the ominous clouds suddenly vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed in the first place. What's going on? Xianxia was taken aback. According to the Jade Token, the appearance of a Dimension Shatterer realm expert would draw the wrath of the heavens, and through some unique means, he would be able to take the place of the Kungsu domain and suffer the wrath of the heavens until his death. Why would he suddenly flee as soon as he appeared? I get it now. Ancient sage Xianxia was stunned for a long time before he finally came to a realization. With a bitter smile, he said, "This corpse is a deity from the lower dimension. It's not a life form of this world, so the other party didn't dare to attack it." Xianxia nodded in realization. This was similar to the laws of another country. Even if one were to violate the laws of another country, the laws of the country would not be able to do anything about it. The otherworldly demon was a life form from the azure. Even though it had reached the level of a Dimension Shatterer realm expert, its strength had surpassed the laws of the world. As such, the heavens of the master-teacher continent did not dare to harm it. Because of this, the two gods were able to display their extraordinary power through the spatial rifts, and didn't attract the lightning and be struck to death on the spot. If a native human expert were to use a Dimension Shatterer realm expert, he could very well draw the wrath of the heavens. Perhaps, he might even draw the lightning down on him. Is this enough to solve the problem? Xianxia did not know whether he should laugh or cry upon realizing what was going on. While the heavens seemed to view all living beings as nothing more than fools, in truth, they still bullied the weak and feared the strong. Take Lozozi for example, the heavens had only chased the otherworldly demon out of the Kungsu domain. Ancient sage Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, "This. Xianxia, why don't you try separating your soul from the otherworldly demon?" He was not too sure whether the problem had been solved or not, so he could only give it a try. Understanding ancient sage Xianxia's intentions, Xianxia quickly drew his soul back to his main body. However, as soon as he did so, he saw ominous clouds gathering in the sky once more. It doesn't seem to work. With a bitter smile, Xianxia shook his head. It was impossible for his soul to remain in the otherworldly demon for too long. If he were to leave the otherworldly demon, the lightning tribulation would be able to sense it. In other words, this was a failure. If it really doesn't work, I still have the corpse of a deity. Here. Can any of you assimilate it and guard it here? Xianxia opened his mouth, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly found himself unable to continue speaking. He did have the corpse of a deity that he had yet to assimilate, but none of the people present were soul oracles. Even if they were, assimilating the corpse of a Dimension Shatterer realm expert was not something that could be done in a short period of time. After all, the deity did not possess any Heaven's Path aura, and his soul cultivation technique was not the Heaven's Path divine art. It could be said that other than him, there was no one in the world who could accomplish such a feat. If no one is able to assimilate the corpse, and I can't find a native dimension shatter a realm expert, what should I do? Watching as the ominous clouds continued to gather, Xianxia's mind worked furiously, as though sparks were about to burst forth. Right, the Library of Heaven's path represents the heavens in itself. Since that's the case, will the golden page be able to resolve the problem before me? A thought flashed across Xianxia's mind, and the golden page surfaced in his mind. The deity summoned by the otherworldly demonic emperor had been crushed to death by the golden page. However, he did not have the golden page at the moment. If he wanted to form it, he would have to acknowledge someone as his teacher and express his gratitude to him. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia turned to Xiao and asked earnestly, "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your teacher?" "I'm not willing," Xiao replied. This was truly awkward. Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. Ancient sage Qing and the others had lived for more than 10,000 years, so it was impossible for them to acknowledge Xianxia as their teacher. On the other hand, Yan Shui had a grudge with him, and Xiao was the only one who met the requirements. Yet, she had rejected him without any hesitation. In truth, it was not Xianxia's fault at all. As a descendant of Conchure's bloodline and a cultivator of Conchure's heritage, she was already standing on the shoulders of giants. Even ancient sage Qing was not qualified to be her teacher, let alone anyone else. Even if the young man before her was a celestial master teacher, she was still too proud of herself. Nevertheless, she still harbored some pride in herself. "This is related to whether or not I can resolve the crisis in the Kungsu domain," Xianxian explained shamelessly. "Furthermore, I won't accept you as my direct disciple. All you have to do is acknowledge me as your teacher in your heart." He had tested the golden page many times, and as long as one acknowledged him as their teacher and was sincerely grateful to him, it would form. "Will acknowledging you as my teacher resolve the current crisis?" Xiao frowned. If not for the fact that the other party had just slain a god and resolved a huge problem, she would have really thought that he was a fraud. How about this? I'll offer you some pointers first. It's up to you whether you want to acknowledge me as your teacher or not." Looking at the ominous clouds gathering above, Xianxian could tell that the heavenly tribulation was about to descend once more. Besides, the golden page was tied to the Library of Heaven's path, so there was no way he could explain it to her. Since that was the case, he might as well use his knowledge to convince her. Without waiting for Xiao to speak, Xianxian continued, "You possess the purest bloodline of the Conchur bloodline, so you are able to master any battle technique and cultivation technique with ease. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, even though you have only been at sempiternal realm consummation for less than 3 years, you have already attracted 3 heavenly tribulations. Furthermore, you have forcefully suppressed your cultivation instead of pushing for a breakthrough to ancient sage." Xiao nodded. This wasn't a secret, and most of the experts of the 100 schools of philosophers knew about it. It wasn't too surprising that Xianxian was able to see through it. "It's true that your cultivation grows stronger each time you attempt a breakthrough to the dimension shatter a realm in the future, but, have you noticed that as the number of times you attempt a breakthrough to the heaven's path ordeal increases, there's also a hidden danger?" Xianxian continued, "That is, the power of the heavenly tribulation has already fused into your bone marrow. Even now, there's still a remnant power in your body that you can't get rid of. It's as if there's a blade at your back. If I'm not mistaken, the 3rd time you attempted the heavenly tribulation should have been 2 years ago. In other words, you attempted the lightning tribulation 3 times within a year, but you remained silent for 2 whole years on the 4th time. Judging from the current situation, it's not that you didn't attempt it, but that you didn't dare to." Xiao's face paled as she involuntarily took a step back. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This matter was the greatest secret in her heart, and she had never dared to speak of it. Who could have thought that the young man before her would be able to see through it so easily? 3 years ago, when she had reached sempiternal realm consummation, she had wanted to follow in the footsteps of her ancestor and attempt a breakthrough to ancient sage. The first 3 times had been dangerous, but she had managed to succeed each time. However, after the 3rd time, she suddenly realized that the power of the heavenly tribulation had already fused into her bone marrow, and she was unable to get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. If she attempted another breakthrough, even if the heavenly tribulation wasn't too powerful, it would still assimilate the power in her body and assimilate it. Putting aside pushing for a breakthrough to ancient sage, she might even lose her sense of self and lose her life. It was due to this that Xianxia, who had attempted 3 lightning tribulations in a single year, stopped completely. She didn't dare to attempt another breakthrough, and over the past 2 years, she hadn't been able to find a better solution. In fact, as time went by, the assimilation of her power only grew more and more severe. In order to solve this problem, she had browsed through innumerable books, but to no avail. Yet, the young man before her was able to see through it. Could it be that he had a solution? Since I'm able to see through it, it goes without saying that I know the solution to it as well. Xianxia replied with a smile. You should be able to tell that I have also attempted several lightning tribulations, but I don't feel the same problem in my body. Xianxia suddenly understood, and her eyes lit up uncontrollably. Just like her, the young man before her was also a sempiternal realm consummation cultivator, but he was able to fight evenly with dimension shatterer realm cultivators. Other than the fact that he was a celestial master teacher, it was likely that he had also attempted several ancient sage ordeals, but he had suppressed his cultivation. May I know how you can solve my problem? If the solution is correct, I don't mind acknowledging you as my teacher, Xianxia said with gritted teeth. If she could solve the problem and challenge the 4th lightning tribulation, she would be able to catch up to her ancestor and achieve a breakthrough to dimension shatterer realm. With such strength, she wouldn't have to worry even if something were to happen to the seal. In fact, she might even be able to follow in her ancestor's footsteps and reach a higher realm. It's actually quite simple. The ancient sage ordeal that you are going through isn't something created by the heavens of the master teacher continent but the natural energy of the Xianxia domain. Xianxia created the Xianxia domain through the passageway, so it harnesses his power within it. To others, it's no different from the lightning tribulations in the outside world, but to you, it's very easy for you to assimilate with it. Xianxia. The 2 seals in the Xianxia domain had prevented the heavens of the master teacher continent from prying into the ancient sage ordeal, so it went without saying that the ancient sage ordeal wasn't created by the heavens. The reason why it looked the same was because it was left behind by Xianxia. Taking the greenhouse as an example, the lightning tribulations were similar to man-made rain or weather phenomena within the greenhouse. To the plants, it was no different from the outside world, but to those who summoned the rain, it was a little awkward. The more lightning tribulations one experienced, the stronger the energy of the same origin would be. As such, it would be difficult for one to achieve a breakthrough to higher realms. What should I do? Xianxia asked anxiously. She wouldn't have been able to figure it out if Xianxia hadn't said anything, but now that he had, she finally understood what was going on. It's actually not that difficult to resolve the lightning tribulation once and for all. You just have to challenge the ancient sage ordeal once more on the master teacher continent. Of course, given your current cultivation, if you attempt to challenge the ancient sage ordeal once more, there's a good chance that you'll lose your life. This is a double-edged sword. If you don't challenge the ancient sage ordeal now, you'll only accumulate more and more energy, and eventually, you'll lose the opportunity to challenge the ancient sage ordeal once more. Xianxia said with a smile. However, if you acknowledge me as your teacher, I can teach you the way to deal with the ancient sage ordeal on the master teacher continent. This? Alright, I'll acknowledge you as my teacher, but I hope that you won't hold back. Xianxia quickly kowtowed several times to Xianxia. Xianxia took a look at the Book of Heaven's Path and realized that Xianxia wasn't truly grateful to him. Thus, he sighed deeply and said, actually, challenging the ancient sage ordeal on the master teacher continent isn't that complicated. What's more important is to treat the other party as your pet. You'll have to cherish and care for it, and you'll have to put your heart into it to feel its needs. Xianxia's face warped in horror. If she could, she would have crushed the other party with a single punch. Why did he sound so much like a fraud? Cough cough. Xianxia, get straight to the point. Ancient sage Yanqing could not stand it anymore. The ancient sage ordeal was the greatest ordeal a cultivator had to face. It was equivalent to surpassing the heavens. Unless one was a top-notch genius, even if one had sufficient aeon of ancient sage, it would be impossible for one to overcome it. The reason why Kong Shiryao was able to make a breakthrough was due to the resources allocated to her by the various clans. As the descendant of Kong Shi, the Kong clan was able to obtain even more resources. While the other clans had already lost their aeon of ancient sage, they still had a sliver of it left. Even so, every single time they attempted to make a breakthrough, they would be battered beyond recognition, and they would die at any moment. Yet, this fellow actually said that he was treating the ordeal as a pet, loving it and protecting it. Can we have a proper conversation? Isn't that a little too much? I'm getting straight to the point. Xianxia shook his head as he turned his gaze to the rumbling ominous clouds in the sky. A streak of lightning was immediately torn down and fell into his palm. Gotcha! Gotcha! Caught by Xianxia, the streak of lightning struggled furiously, trying to escape, but to no avail. Xianxia chuckled softly. Be a good boy. Don't struggle anymore. We're all friends here, so stop trying to escape. His voice was gentle, as if he was talking to a pet. Faced with Xianxia's attitude, the struggling streak of lightning hesitated for a moment before finally giving up. It slowly lay down and assimilated into Xianxia's body. Kong Shiryao and the others widened their eyes in shock. Is this really possible? Isn't this too much of a joke? That's it. You have to be compassionate, and it's best if you don't resist. Absorb the lightning and heavenly flames into your body and earn the other party's trust. Only then will you be able to make it obedient to you. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia stroked the lightning with his other hand, as if he was stroking a cat lying on his arm. The crowd could not bear to look at this sight, and they were perplexed. Was it really possible to overcome the ancient sage ordeal just like that? If that was the case, why had no one dared to do so over the past several dozen millenniums? Given how powerful the ordeal is, who would dare treat it as a pet? Trust me, I won't go wrong. Later on, when the ancient sage ordeal was summoned, he would open up all of his acupoints to devour and absorb the ancient sage energy. Make sure to use your heart to feel the other party. If you can do that, I can guarantee that you will be able to overcome the ordeal. Seeing through everyone's thoughts, Xianxia explained. Kong Shiryao was still hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, but the other party's words were simply too ridiculous. What, you don't believe me, or you don't have confidence in yourself? If you think that you can't overcome the fourth heavenly tribulation, then forget it. Xianxia waved his hands dismissively. Kong Shi has always been my idol, and I thought that his descendants would be as brave and fearless as him. I didn't think that they would be so cowardly. There's no need to goad me. Kong Shiryao snorted. At worst, we'll just die. The descendants of the Kong family have never feared anything. Alright, tell me what I should do. Seeing that she had agreed, Xianxia nodded his head with a satisfied look on his face. He quickly explained his method, and it was the same as before. After summoning the ancient sage ordeal, there was no need for him to resist it. All he had to do was guide it into his acupoints and meridians, feel it with his heart, and protect it with his love. Kong Shiryao's scalp went numb. Even though she felt that it was impossible for her to be struck to death on the spot, she still gritted her teeth and said, I'll give it a try. After saying those words, she ignored ancient sage Yanqing and the others' advice and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she was already above the Tianqian kingdom. Don't do it here. Find a quiet place. Knowing that the ancient sage ordeal that she had summoned could easily destroy the ancient land, Xianxia hurriedly said. Kong Shiryao took a step forward, and in a few breaths, she was already far away from Tianqian royal city, arriving at an empty mountain range. Xianxia and the others stood at a distance of several dozen li away, watching from afar. Hoo-hoo, without the slightest hesitation, Kong Shiryao pushed her power to its peak, and her Xianxia surged out like boiling water, emitting a muffled rumble that sounded like muffled thunder. Her powerful aura immediately caught the attention of the heavens of the Master Teacher continent. Ominous clouds gathered at the entrance of the Kungsu domain, and it seemed as if it would tear the heavens apart at any moment. Seeing that the ominous clouds were growing larger and larger, ancient sage Yanqing could not help but ask, Xianxia, is it really possible to tame such a powerful lightning tribulation and protect it with love? Of course not. Xianxia shook his head. You can't? Hearing those words, the crowd nearly fell to the ground. Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly change his mind? The ancient sage ordeal is the punishment that the heavens mete out to cultivators. How is it possible for a destroyer and an enforcer to tame the other party? Protect it with love and feel it with your heart. I was just making a passing remark, Xianxia replied. You were just making a passing remark, but you told Xiao not to resist the lightning tribulation. Ancient sage Yanqing nearly exploded on the spot. There should be a limit to joking around. Xiao was the only one of Shi's descendants with a bloodline purity exceeding 8. If she were to die, how could she face her ancestors? Calm down, let's take a look first. Xianxian said with a light chuckle as he held back the crowd, who were prepared to rush forward to save Xiao. At this moment, Xiao had already accumulated sufficient strength. Unable to withstand the pressure, the lightning tribulation in the sky came crashing down on her. Kacha, the lightning tribulation descended from the sky, shrouding an area of several hundred meters around Xiao. If he can do it, why can't I? Xiao's muscles tensed up, and her Xinqi threatened to surge out of her body to resist the lightning tribulation. However, in the end, she still forcefully suppressed it. If she were to resist, even if she were to survive, she would surely be mocked by that fellow from before. Just the thought of that despicable face of hers left her furious. As the descendant of Shi, she would never allow herself to be humiliated by such a person. Boom boom boom, as the lightning tribulation struck her body, the crowd hurriedly covered their eyes in fright, fearing that the young lady would be torn to shreds. However, even after waiting for a long time, they still did not notice anything amiss. Thus, they turned their gazes over, and what they saw left them stunned on the spot. The young lady, who had opened all of her acupoints to resist the ancient sage ordeal, was currently standing amidst the lightning tribulation, as if she was bathing in it. The heavenly flame and lightning tribulation surged into her body, but there was no explosion or damage to her body. It was as if nothing had happened at all, quietly flowing through her meridians. It was as if she had been tamed, and she was completely obedient. What in the world was going on? Everyone stared at the young man before them in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They had thought that it was just a lie, but who could have thought that it would actually be true? If it's really possible, can I give it a try as well? Yan Shui was tempted. Xianxia, ancient sage Yanqing could not help but ask, what in the world is going on? You can't. If you go up like this, you'll be struck to death on the spot. He did not answer directly. Instead, he looked at Yan Shui. Xianxian placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky again. His eyes were calm. Why can't I? Yan Shui frowned. Actually, it's not just you. Even I can't do this. Xianxian said, Xiao has the bloodline of Shi running through her veins, and she was born and raised in the Kungsa realm. After experiencing the calamity, her body is already filled with the marks of the Kungsa realm. Everyone nodded. As the middle-aged man had said earlier, the young lady had already gone through 3 ancient sage ordeals, and her body was already filled with energy that was impossible to expel. Once it attempted the 4th time, it was very likely that it would be assimilated by the lightning. On the other hand, the heavens of the master-teacher continent forbid the existence of such a small world. Xianxian continued, according to the normal way of transcending a tribulation, after she attracts the lightning, she will resist it with all her might. Doing so is tantamount to angering the tribulation. Not only will it not be destroyed, it will also cause a backlash, making it stronger and stronger. Xiao's attempt to push for a breakthrough to ancient sage is in itself a challenge to the heavens. If we were to compare her to a criminal, the fact that she harnesses the power of a small world makes her a criminal as well. At this time, going against the calamity is equivalent to covering up for a fellow with a more serious crime as a criminal. Naturally, he will receive a stronger counterattack from the law enforcement. If I let her absorb the lightning, it would be equivalent to opening the door for the enforcers to enter and cooperate with them. This way, the crime would be much smaller. More importantly, I can also seize the opportunity to expel the power of the small world in my body, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone's teeth chattered. From how the heavens of the master-teacher continent had threatened to destroy the Kungsa domain, it could be seen that the 2 sides were indeed incompatible. Yet, to be able to see through this with a single glance and make use of the ancient sage ordeal to inflict severe damage on both sides, as a criminal, he had colluded with the law enforcers. If he did not handle it well, he might perish together with the law enforcers. It's like fighting poison with poison. What if she absorbs too much tribulation energy and she doesn't have enough minor world energy in her body? Will she be killed as well? Even though ancient sage Xianxia understood what was going on, he still couldn't help but feel worried. It was easy to say, but it was very complicated to do. There was a certain amount of energy in Luo Ruoxin's miniature world. If she were to absorb too little of it, she wouldn't be able to get rid of it completely. If she were to absorb too much of it, she could very well lose her life. So, I let her feel it with her heart. Xianxia nodded. As the descendant of Kongshi and the #1 prodigy of the Kungsi domain, if I can't even sense this much and control how much energy I absorb, there's nothing I can do even if I die. After all, even if he survives this tribulation, he won't be able to withstand it the next time. What happened just now couldn't be said directly. Once he said it, his body would easily react instinctively, and that would backfire. Similarly, taking the criminal as an example, if he brought the law enforcers over, he would definitely act as if nothing had happened. However, if he intentionally brought the law enforcers over and was seen by another law enforcer, he would probably be killed before the former arrived. Everyone finally understood what was going on, and they looked at the young man with admiration in their eyes. His mentality, the nature of the heavenly tribulation, his mental state. Everything had been calculated without the slightest difference. This kind of eyesight and knowledge, as expected of a celestial master teacher. Even ancient sages were no match for him. After hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, the crowd below was astonished beyond belief. On the other hand, Kongshi Yao, who was standing in the air, had experienced it for herself, and she couldn't help but feel deep admiration for the celestial master teacher who seemed to be even younger than her. Even without listening to Zhang Xian's explanation, she understood the other party's painstaking efforts. The ancient sage ordeal of the master-teacher continent, the combination of lightning and heavenly flames, was slowly consuming the energy that had accumulated in the depths of her body. Not only was she fine, she was even able to comprehend the energy within her body. Her cultivation and insight had also improved tremendously. Some time later, the energy that had accumulated in her body in the Kungsi domain was finally depleted. Knowing that she would die if she continued to absorb the energy, she quickly sealed her acupoints and ignited her blood. Retreat! Zhang Xian bellowed. With a single word, the laws of the world would follow. The energy of the ancient sage ordeal in the sky had already been depleted to begin with, and it was unable to withstand her innate ability anymore. In an instant, more than half of the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated. Hung long long, with the dissipation of the ominous clouds, the young lady was finally able to suppress the energy within her body. She broke through the bottleneck of sempiternal realm consummation and reached ancient sage. Furthermore, due to the immense accumulation of energy that she had accumulated after reaching ancient sage, she did not stop there. Bloodline continuance primary stage, bloodline continuance intermediate stage. In the blink of an eye, she had already reached ancient sage 1 Dan bloodline continuance consummation. 100 schools of philosophers primary stage, intermediate stage, and pinnacle. In less than 15 minutes, she had already reached ancient sage 2 Dan great philosopher realm consummation before her energy began to wane. Incredible! Ancient sage Xianxing's teeth clattered in astonishment. Most ancient sages would only be able to reach bloodline continuance primary stage, and those who were able to reach intermediate stage were already considered geniuses among geniuses. Yet, Kongshi Yao had actually managed to leap 2 realms in a single go, reaching ancient sage 2 Dan pinnacle. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the Kungsi domain, this was something that had never happened before. It's all thanks to this young man. They turned to look at Zhang Xian once more, and the word admiration in their eyes could no longer be used to describe them. Continue pushing forward. With your current accumulation, you should be able to push for a blood reincarnation. Paying no heed to the reactions of the crowd, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the sky. Push for a blood reincarnation? Kongshi Yao was also taken aback for a moment before shaking her head. I have already reached my limit. Even though she had suppressed her cultivation to the very limit after overcoming 4 ancient sage ordeals, she had already depleted all of her energy to reach ancient sage 2 Dan pinnacle. There was no way for her to advance any further. Limit? There's no limit. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a droplet of blood appeared on the tip of his finger. He tossed it toward Xianxia and said, "Swallow it." Yes. At this moment, Xianxia had complete trust in Xianxia. Without any hesitation, she swallowed the droplet of blood. As soon as the droplet of blood flowed down her throat, she immediately felt a surge of heat, as if her entire body was going to combust. This is the blood of that deity? Xianxia widened her eyes in shock. She had absorbed quite a bit of the blood essence of a blood reincarnation realm expert over the years, or else she would not have been able to accumulate her current strength. However, the blood droplet that the other party had given her was far more powerful, at least 10 times more powerful than the blood of a blood reincarnation realm expert. There could only be one possibility, the blood of a dimension shatterer realm expert. To think that the other party would give her such a valuable item, Xianxia's face reddened, but she knew that this was not the time for her to be thinking too much into it. She quickly drove her Xianxia to absorb the blood droplet of blood. An hour later, the shackles were broken again, and he successfully broke through to the blood reincarnation realm, stopping at the middle stage. Teacher. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through her, she flew up to Xianxia and kneeled onto the ground. This time, she was truly convinced. Xianxia's head jolted as a golden book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. The reason why he had accepted Xianxia as his disciple was so that he could create the golden page. Even though she had acknowledged him as her teacher previously, she hadn't truly felt gratitude toward him. However, at this very moment, she couldn't help but feel agitated. Stand up. Xianxia helped Xianxia up and heaved a sigh of relief. With this golden page, he would be able to resolve the problem that the Kungsu domain was facing. Teacher. Is this our little junior? Xiaoya and the others quickly rushed over in agitation. Such a powerful lightning strike had shaken the entire Tianqian kingdom. As ancient sages, Xiaoya and the others would have been fools if they didn't notice it. Little junior? Xianxia was conflicted. She was the #1 genius of the Kungsu domain, the descendant of Kongshi. To call a bunch of young men and women younger than her senior. She really couldn't bring herself to do so. Just as she was at a loss, Xianxia suddenly said, "She can't be considered as my little junior. She isn't my direct disciple. She's just a student that I casually accepted." A student that I casually accepted. Xiaoya's body swayed weakly. It was just a moment ago that she found it awkward to be his little junior, but in the end, she didn't even have the right to be his little junior. Xiao gritted her teeth furiously. Just as she was about to speak, Xianxia suddenly looked at her and said, "Why? Do you think that I'm insulting you?" "I wouldn't dare." Xiao gritted her teeth. No matter what, she was still the phoenix of the Kungsu domain. To think that she was qualified to be his little junior, there's nothing to be afraid of. I know what you're thinking. How about this? Xiaoya is my direct disciple, and in terms of age, she should be much younger than you. Xianxia pointed at Xiaoya and said, "Since the both of you aren't using any weapons and are fighting with pure strength, if you can defeat her, I don't mind accepting you as my direct disciple or even making you the first senior." All right. Xiao glanced at the young lady before her, and intense fighting spirit gleamed in her eyes. The other party was only around 17, much younger than her. If she couldn't even defeat her, what right did she have to be a descendant of Kongshi? Fight well. Seeing that she agreed, Xianxia didn't say anything else and glanced at Xiaoya. Yes. The young lady nodded as she walked over to an empty space. This way, please. Xiao followed closely behind. The battle between the two women did not need to be exaggerated and directly began. Xiao didn't use the power of her bloodline, but as a genius who had reached the blood reincarnation realm, she was able to execute all kinds of battle techniques with ease. It was as if a butterfly was dancing in the air. Xiaoya's body constitution was completely activated. The entire sky was enveloped by cold air and snowflakes drifted down. Her cultivation had only just reached ancient sage 2 Dan great philosopher realm primary stage when she ambushed the new sovereign Xianxia. Over the past month, with his teacher's personal guidance and the blood reincarnation ancient sage blood imparting unreservedly to him, he had already reached the pinnacle of his current realm. Even though there was a huge gap between him and Kang Shiyao, through his comprehension of battle and experience, he was actually able to hold his own against Kang Shiyao for the time being. After a moment of battle, Kang Shiyao began to panic. Her cultivation was 2 cultivation realms higher than the other party, and she was also Kang Shi's descendant. In a fair battle, they were both not using any weapons, but she was actually unable to gain the upper hand at all. How could Zhang Xian's 17-year-old direct disciple possibly be so powerful? This won't do. If this continues, even if I win, it'll be equivalent to a loss. If she allowed this to continue, even if she were to win, it would be no different from a loss. After all, her cultivation was higher than Kang Shiyao's. Gritting her teeth, Kang Shiyao abruptly changed her movement technique, and in the blink of an eye, several additional palms appeared on her palms. This was her strongest battle technique, the one that Kang Shi had created for his descendants. 8 arms pagoda, dang dang dang. Under the relentless assault of Kang Shiyao's battle technique, Xiaoya could no longer hold on any longer and was forced to retreat. Even though Kang Shiyao had just achieved a breakthrough, she was still a formidable figure who had undergone 4 ancient sage ordeals. On top of that, her cultivation was already far stronger than Kang Shiyao's. If not for her rich battle experience, she would have surely lost by now. There's no need to rush. It's just that you are lacking in terms of strength. Since that's the case, why don't you make a breakthrough as well? With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian flicked a droplet of the blood essence of a dimension shatterer realm cultivator toward Xiaoya. Swallowing the blood essence, Xiaoya's cultivation swiftly surged. Hong Long, in less than 20 breaths, she managed to overcome the bottleneck of the 100 schools of philosophers and reach the blood reincarnation realm. With a breakthrough in her cultivation, Kang Shiyao's strength swiftly surged forward, and she was struck squarely in the chest. She was sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. I've lost, Kang Shiyao gritted her teeth with a pale face. She still had many trump cards that she had yet to execute. In a true battle of life and death, she would have been able to draw on the power of her bloodline to overwhelm her opponent. However, she could not bring herself to use them at this moment. Even though the other party's battle technique was not as profound as hers, every single one of her moves was aligned with the path of the Great Tao. More importantly, it felt as if the other party was able to see through the flaws in her battle technique. Every single one of her moves struck at the areas where Kang Shiyao had no choice but to defend herself. Previously, she could still rely on her superior cultivation to suppress the other party temporarily, but now that the other party's cultivation had risen as well, there was nothing she could do anymore. It could be said that she was destined to lose from the very start. It was just that she dared not admit it. How is it? Are you still willing to be our little junior? Seeing that the proudest genius of the Kungsu domain had admitted defeat from the bottom of her heart, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Of course, if you still think that Xiaoya is the strongest of the group, you can challenge the others. However, you have to suppress your cultivation to do so. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. This, Kang Shiyao turned to look at the remaining people. Xingyang, Yuan Tao, Wei Ruyan, and the others looked at her with fiery eyes. It was as if they could not wait to challenge Kang Shiyao to a duel and teach her a lesson. It's fine. I'm willing to be your little junior. Kang Shiyao bowed deeply to Zhang Xian. Since these people had been groomed by the same teacher, their fighting style was bound to be similar as well. Previously, she had been able to suppress Xiaoya with her superior cultivation, but if she were to face these people of the same cultivation realm, she would not be able to gain the upper hand at all. She might even lose the duel. Instead of embarrassing herself, she might as well admit it. That's good. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Kang Shiyao's words. With a smile, he said, Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the rest of you, from today onward, Kang Shiyao will be your little junior, as well as my 9th direct disciple. From now on, we'll have to look out for one another. Yes. We'll follow teacher's guidance. The crowd clasped their fists. Seeing that even Kang Shi's descendants had acknowledged Zhang Xian as their teacher, ancient sage Xianxia was rendered speechless. A long moment later, he finally spoke up. Xianxia has achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage and reached blood reincarnation realm. She's qualified to rule over the Kungsu domain and the 100 schools of philosophers. The Kungsu domain had been left behind by Xianxia in the first place, so it was only right for his descendants to rule over it. All these years, ancient sage Xianxia had only wielded the authority on behalf of Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had fully matured, it was about time for him to return the authority to her. The 100 schools of philosophers had always viewed Xianxia as their leader, and now that Xianxia had achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage, there was no need for them to hand over anything to her. Thus, she naturally became the leader of the 100 schools of philosophers. This way, Xianxia's 9 direct disciples would be in charge of the human race, the otherworldly demonic tribe, and the 100 schools of philosophers. Teacher, how should we deal with the seal at the entrance of the Kungsu domain? Knowing the responsibility on her shoulders, Xianxia didn't turn it down. Instead, she turned to look at her teacher. Her teacher had told her that as long as she acknowledged him as her teacher, he would be able to resolve the issue. I'll give it a try. Xianxia returned to the seal, and with a thought, the Book of Heaven's path flew out from his glabella. It fused together with the seal, and in the blink of an eye, a towering door was formed. As soon as this thing appeared, the raging lightning in the sky immediately dissipated as if it had seen the golden body of a god, as if it had never appeared before. It's resolved just like that? Everyone was stunned. They were still wondering where they could find a dimension-shatter a realm cultivator, but who would have thought that it would be so easy to resolve the issue with a single book? If only they had known that it would be so easy, they would have taken it out sooner. My guess is correct. Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, the Library of Heaven's path was unable to peer through the flaws of ancient sages. In other words, it was unable to peer through anything that surpassed the heavens of the master-teacher continent. However, after Lozozi left and fused the great codex of spring and autumn into the Library of Heaven's path, the issue was resolved. Back then, he had wondered if the heavens of the Library of Heaven's path had already surpassed the heavens of the master-teacher continent. It was just like how the heavens of the gods wouldn't send down lightning tribulations. It was because the Library of Heaven's path had surpassed the heavens of the master-teacher continent that the Book of Heaven's path was able to seal the Kungsu domain and prevent it from passing judgment. With the Book of Heaven's path as the door to the master-teacher continent, the heavens of the master-teacher continent wouldn't dare to enter the Kungsu domain. Xianxia entered the Library of Heaven's path once more and instructed Xianxia, I would like to take a look at the Kong clan. Xianxia led the way. The Kong clan was located in the vicinity of the great frontistery of Confucianism. Xianxia slowly made his way into the estate. The Kong clan had inherited Xia's heritage, and they had pushed his thoughts and cultivation techniques to the very limits. As such, the cultural atmosphere in the area was extremely rich. Walking step by step, Xianxia felt as if he was following Xi's footsteps, trying to comprehend the latter's spirit and thoughts. After visiting the Kong family, Xianxia left the Kungsu domain. This time, he didn't bring any disciples with him. It was through his travels that Kong Zi had managed to forge a heaven-defying artifact like the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. He wanted to experience the prosperity of the master-teacher continent with his own eyes so that he could find something that belonged to him. In every city, he would stay for a while. After the otherworldly demonic tribe was dealt with, peace returned to the master-teacher continent. The Mingshi Tang had been reorganized according to Yangshir's wishes. Under his instructions, Xianxia's disciples began to spread their teachings all over the master-teacher continent. The students of the Hanyuan Master-Teacher Academy also spread out to conduct lectures. Those who had listened to Xianxia's lectures grew even more outstanding, becoming the propagators of Xianxia's school. In just a short period of time, the reputation of the #1 master-teacher in the master-teacher continent grew even greater, to the point where it even surpassed that of Xianxia. Everyone was looking forward to seeing him conduct another lecture, but the revered Xianxia seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace. It wasn't just the Mingshi Tang that couldn't be found. Even his direct disciples had no idea where their teacher had gone. They tried to contact him, but he didn't reply at all. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the world. Where did my teacher go? Xingyang flew back from the southernmost point of the master-teacher continent. His face was covered in dust, but he couldn't find any trace of his teacher at all. Xiaoya also flew back from the northernmost point of the master-teacher continent, but she couldn't find anything either. His 9 direct disciples had been scattered all over the master-teacher continent for 4 whole months, but they still couldn't find anything. The reason why my teacher didn't contact us is probably because he wants to carve out his own path. That way, we won't have to worry too much. Wang Ying consoled. Wang Ying is right. What we should be doing now isn't to search but to follow our teacher's teachings and impart his knowledge to the corners of the world. Also, don't let your cultivation fall behind. Try to reach blood reincarnation realm consummation as soon as possible so that we can share his burden. Lu Chong said. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. Given their teacher's strength, there was no one on the master-teacher continent who would be able to harm him. Since that was the case, there was nothing for them to worry about. Instead of doing what he had instructed them to do, they would work hard to raise their cultivation so that they wouldn't drag their teacher down when he fought against the gods. While everyone was searching for Xianxia's whereabouts, in a remote town on the master-teacher continent, Xianxia was slowly making his way forward. It had been half a year since he left the 100 schools of philosophers, and 2 years since he arrived in this world. Over the past half a year, he had seen countless joys and sorrows. Some were happy, some were in pain, some were in joy, and some were in despair. Taking in their emotions and experiences, Xianxia felt as if he was experiencing different lifetimes. It had been 3 days since he arrived in this town, so it was about time for him to leave. Just as he was about to leave the town, a commotion suddenly broke out. Countless people rushed in a certain direction in agitation. Hurry up, a master teacher is here to conduct a lecture. I heard that he's going to impart Xianxia's knowledge in this lecture. We must remember it well. We must make a name for ourselves so that we can eat the green sprout wheat. The green sprout wheat was planted by the 100 schools of philosophers, and it can't be grown on the master-teacher continent. Back then, the blacksmith from the neighboring village ate it, and he immediately comprehended something and achieved a breakthrough to Xianxia realm. Indeed, he's really lucky. However, it's definitely worth it for him to achieve a breakthrough to Xianxia realm, the crowd discussed fervently. A lecture? Xianxia shook his head. He wasn't interested in taking a look at the lecture. In the past half a year, he had passed by countless towns and cities, and he had seen plenty of such lectures. There were many master teachers who imparted knowledge in his name, and some of them were correct while others were filled with flaws. It felt as if they were misleading others. However, he didn't say anything to stop them, and he didn't reveal his identity either. Since he was out here to temper himself, he had to erase the glory in his heart so that he could experience the world with peace of mind. Let's go. Just as Xianxia was about to leave the town and enter the next city, he caught sight of something and stopped. It's her? A beautiful figure appeared in his sight. She was still as beautiful as she was 2 years ago, and her figure was alluring. However, at this moment, she was no longer an ordinary teacher or an elite teacher. Instead, she was a true master teacher, and a 3-star one at that. Hello, everyone. My name is Shenbairu, and I am a 3-star master teacher. Standing on the stage, the young lady scanned the surroundings and revealed an enchanting smile. Shenbairu was the first beautiful female teacher that Xianxia met after he transmigrated to Hongtian Academy. After leaving Tianqian Kingdom, he hadn't seen her again. Half a year ago, when he returned to the academy, he only saw Lu Sun. He didn't expect to meet her here, and not to mention, she was a 3-star master teacher. Smiling, Xianxia halted his footsteps. The voice of the lady on the stage continued, Xianxia and Xianxia were colleagues. Colleagues? That is to say, she knows Xianxia? She's probably just bragging. Every single person who comes to teach says that they know Xianxia, and some even say that they want to come under his tutelage. Most of them are just flattering themselves. That's true. I didn't expect such a beautiful person to be a liar. As Xianxia's reputation grew, there were countless people who pretended to be his students. Even in such a remote town, they were immune to it. Seeing this beautiful teacher, who stood aloof from worldly affairs, mentioning him as soon as she opened her mouth, Xianxia shook his head in disappointment. Previously, he thought that she was indifferent to fame and fortune. Who could have thought that she would fish for fame like everyone else, using his name to raise her standing? Disappointed, Xianxia was just about to leave when the lady's voice continued. He has already become the world's teacher, imparting knowledge to the world. Countless people feel honored to be able to hear his knowledge. However, I don't envy him, and I don't think that he is noble either. Xianxia stopped. Those who thought that she was a liar and were about to leave turned around with a deep frown on their foreheads. Xianxia had become a symbol of faith in the hearts of the people. What do you mean by not being noble? Gradually, some of them began to feel displeased. The world is diverse. Just like our town, we need a master teacher who stands above the clouds to impart knowledge. We also need ordinary laborers to unblock the underground pipelines. More importantly, we need people from all walks of life to slaughter pigs, sell vegetables, transport goods. There is no such thing as noble or lowly, and there is no such thing as a job. What matters is whether one is willing to put in their blood, sweat, and effort into it, and whether one is willing to love what one is doing. Xianxia likes the great teacher occupation. He likes imparting knowledge to others, and even more so, he likes to research profound mysteries. Therefore, he succeeded and reached the pinnacle of the great teacher occupation. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have his talent and ability, but that doesn't mean that I'm far inferior to him. I also set an example and teach my students. I make my students strictly abide by the rules and study hard. I am unable to impart my knowledge to the entire world, but I can guarantee that the knowledge I impart will not lead others astray. I can guarantee that every bit of knowledge I impart will be tested by myself, and it will be accurate without any errors. That is more than enough. A person must know their own abilities and walk the path that they are good at. Over the years, I've been lecturing everywhere, and I've seen many people fall into ecstasy. Our era has indeed given birth to a world's teacher, Xianxia. Just like Confucius back then, he represents the rise of the human race. We're living in the best era, but does that mean that you'll definitely stand out and become a powerhouse? No, that's not the case. No matter what era it is, only a small number of people can become experts. The infuriated crowd was at a loss for words. No matter what era it was impossible for everyone to become an expert. It was impossible for everyone to be like a dragon. That was only a dream. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough resources. It was only because strength was in the hands of a small number of people that they were called experts, and that was the reason why countless people yearned for them. To think that there would be such a comprehension. Xianxia was taken aback as well. He thought that the reason why the lady brought him up was to raise her standing. He didn't expect her to explain such a logic. The most frightening thing about humans wasn't their lack of ability, but their inability to recognize themselves. Clearly, they were only qualified to be a lowly soldier, but they insisted on becoming a marshal. In the end, they didn't just end up harming themselves. Don't listen to her nonsense. I've heard that there are also some students of Professor Xianxia who aren't too talented, but they still managed to become unparalleled experts. That's right. A good teacher can reach greater heights. Just because she says that she is Xianxia's colleague, does that mean that she is? Which one of Xianxia's friends isn't an astounding figure? How can he possibly have a 3-star master teacher as a friend? After the initial shock, the crowd below burst into an uproar. Shen Bairu's words had struck a chord in the hearts of many. She clearly couldn't see through herself, and she couldn't see through reality. Yet, she said that she was unlucky. Her work should have been passed down through the ages, but because the editor failed to recognize it, she couldn't even sign a contract with him. I know that my words have hurt many of you, but do you really think that it's wrong? I'm not as good as Xianxia. He became the world's teacher and imparted knowledge to the world, but do you really think that he's happy? Seeing the rage in the crowd's eyes, Shen Bairu shook her head and said, "The greater one's strength, the greater the burden on their shoulders." In the past year, he changed the rules of the Mingshi Tang Academy, quelled the rebellion of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and even forced the 100 schools of philosophers to bow down to him. Which of these didn't require him to put his life on the line? If you were in his place, would you have risked your life to do all of these? The crowd who were clamoring couldn't find any words to refute her words. Indeed, if they had Xianxia's standing and talent, they wouldn't have risked their lives to barge into the otherworldly demonic tribe, let alone provoke the 100 schools of philosophers. You might think that Xianxia is a glorious figure, but, when I was in the same school as him, he was a teacher who was despised by everyone. Due to his teacher qualification examination, he was ranked last, and he could be expelled at any moment. In the face of all of this, he didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Step by step, he climbed to where he is today. If you were in his place, would you have been able to withstand the pressure in your heart? Shen Bairu continued. Xianxia's life story had already spread far and wide. In fact, it had even been compiled into a book and circulated throughout the world. Along the way, he had faced countless dangers and obstacles, but he hadn't stopped at all. If they were in his place, would they have been able to do the same? Many of them pondered for a moment before shaking their heads. Those with a weak state of mind would have been scolded to death in Hongtian Academy, never to raise their heads again. Those with a strong state of mind would have been forced to stop at Tianwu Kingdom, not to mention, they would have lived a magnificent life. It was fine to be envious of others, but they wouldn't be able to experience what others had gone through. They could imagine the ocean, but they wouldn't be able to withstand the waves. Everyone has to make a choice, and the most important thing for them is to recognize themselves. Contrary to the silence of the crowd, Xianxia was deeply moved. The accumulation of the past half a year seemed to have ignited a fuse, and in an instant, it exploded in the depths of his heart. The famous mountains and rivers, the fickleness of human nature. All of the places that he had visited over the past half a year fused together with his memories, making him feel as if he was floating above the master-teacher continent, gazing down at the world, transcending all worldly affairs. Not delighted by external gains, not grieved by personal losses, in an instant, Xianxia entered a state of selflessness. The many doubts in his heart were resolved in the blink of an eye, and the cultivation that had been sealed in his body for the past half a year gushed out furiously like a broken dam. Half a year ago, the reason why Xianxia had left the group to roam the world was due to the perplexity in his heart. Xianxia was simply too powerful. Anyone who had seen his past would find themselves fearful of him, not daring to compare themselves to him. From an ordinary man to a powerhouse in just a few short years, he had driven the otherworldly demonic tribe out of the master-teacher continent, sealed them in the ancient battlefield, and taught his disciples to the world. On the other hand, Xianxia knew that becoming a heaven's teacher was the path to becoming an ancient sage, but how was he supposed to achieve it? The world was vast, and it was governed by the rules of the heavens. If Xianxia couldn't understand his words, there was no way he could acknowledge him as his teacher. The more conflicted he was, the more lost he felt. He had lost his direction and path to advance. While this was something that all cultivators had to go through, he still couldn't get over it. All along, he had been relying on the library of Heaven's path to cultivate. He had been collecting books and organizing cultivation technique manuals. He hadn't created anything of his own. While he had been improving swiftly, it had also limited his growth. This was especially so when he had lost his cultivation technique manuals. There were no flaws in the cultivation technique manuals he had organized, but, without a cultivation technique to refer to, he was unable to cultivate. This became his greatest flaw. There were flaws in the heavens, and it was impossible for everything to be perfect. Along the way, Xianxia continued to observe the world. After hearing Shen Bairu's words, Xianxia finally came to a realization. For the past half a year, the answer that he had been searching for didn't lie anywhere else but within himself. All he needed to do was to be himself. There was no need for him to care about others. Xianxia had his own opportunities, and others had their own paths. There was no need for him to follow the same path as others. All he needed to do was to follow his heart and move forward. There was no such thing as a perfect cultivation technique. All he needed to do was to be the perfect version of himself. Thank you, Shen Bairu. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianxia knew that he had found the answer, and he could achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage now. The surroundings were deathly silent. Even though Xianxia's voice wasn't loud, it still caught the attention of many. Hearing the voice, Shen Bairu's eyes widened in shock. Xianxia, what are you doing here? Xianxia disguised himself so that others wouldn't be able to recognize him. No matter how close he was, no one would be able to recognize him. At this moment, in order to be grateful to the other party, there was no need for her to conceal her identity. Thus, with a single glance, the young lady could tell that the person before her was the teacher of Hongtian Academy 2 years ago, the one who was despised by everyone and whose teaching license could be revoked at any moment. Xianxia. 2 years had passed, but her appearance had not changed much. The only difference was that she was taller, her skin fairer, and her eyes deeper. Long time no see, I've been here for my training. With a light chuckle, Xianxia nodded and walked up the stage. Long time no see, Shen Bairu's body trembled. She had thought that the two of them were worlds apart, and that it would be impossible for them to meet again. Who could have thought that they would meet again? The other party was still the same as before, without the slightest bit of arrogance, and his smile was filled with innocence. Xianxia? She said that she was a colleague of Xianxian and Xianxia, and now, she is acting so surprised. Clearly, she's trying to say that the person before her is the world's teacher, Xianxia. It's one thing for her to act cool in her words, but to insult our intelligence like that is too much. Indeed. She's practically rubbing our tolerance into the ground. If he is Xianxia, I am Mingshi Tang Pavilion Master. Xianxia is a dragon among men. How could he possibly come to such a remote town? This woman looks beautiful, but to think that she's actually a scheming B*tch, the two of them didn't bother to conceal their conversation, and the crowd below was on the verge of exploding. Everyone revered Xianxia, but at the same time, they also knew that there was a huge gap between them. They were like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Yet, this woman actually addressed a person as Xianxia. Didn't that mean that the person before them was Xianxian? You must be joking. It was fine for her to act cool, but insulting Xianxia's reputation was an unforgivable crime. Impersonating Xianxia is a huge taboo for all master teachers in the world. He must be punished severely. Otherwise, how will Mingshi Tang be able to rule the world? A person in the crowd who looked like a master teacher bellowed loudly. That's right. Everyone, capture those two pretentious fellows. Another person shouted. However, before he could finish shouting, a trembling voice rang out, "Don't quarrel, look." The enraged crowd turned to look at the high platform in unison. Then, they saw a scene that they could not believe. The young man impersonating Xianxia revealed a faint smile as he slowly rose into the air. Just like that, he floated quietly in the air before everyone's eyes. To be able to fly, it meant that he had reached Saint Realm. Could it be that the impersonator was a Saint Realm expert? But before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a deafening rumble sounded in the sky, and innumerable ominous clouds shrouded the area. The area of the ominous clouds was massive, and it didn't take long for it to envelop the entire city. Furthermore, it was still expanding, as though reaching the horizon. This is a lightning tribulation? How could there be such a huge lightning tribulation? I heard that even the strongest ancient sage ordeal only covers an area of several tens of thousands of mu. This should be several million mu or even tens of millions of mu, right? The crowd below was stunned, unable to say a word. To be able to attract such a huge lightning tribulation, could he be the real Xianxia? A voice suddenly sounded from the crowd, and everyone fell silent. Only the real Xianxia would be able to stir up such a huge commotion and shock the entire world. In the Glacier Plain Court, Mother, don't worry. I'll take good care of my body. I won't act recklessly. A young lady who looked like an ice sculpture looked at a middle-aged woman before her with a smile. The court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, Xiaoya. The woman before her was the previous generation's holy maiden, her mother. After establishing her identity in the Empire Alliance, she had released her mother. Half a year ago, she had returned to the Tianxian kingdom and brought her father over. Ever since then, they had been living happily together. A middle-aged man walked over and said, "You have been in seclusion for so long, not eating or drinking, cultivating non-stop. Your mother and I are afraid that you might have exhausted yourself." He was Zhao Yi's father, the city lord of Tianxian Kingdom's Baiyu City, Zhao Qi. Ever since Xianxia's disappearance, their daughter had gone into a frenzy to search for him. After she returned, she had immediately gone into seclusion, not eating, drinking, or resting at all. Their hearts ached for her. Even though their daughter's current strength had already reached a level that they could only look up to, as long as she could raise her cultivation furiously, regardless of the danger, it was only a matter of time before she got into danger. I'm fine. I just want to wait for my teacher to return so that I can meet him with greater strength. I don't want to waste his teachings, Xiaoya chuckled as she recalled the times she had spent with her teacher. Her heart was filled with strength once more, and she was just about to persuade her parents to continue her seclusion when her eyebrows suddenly shot up. In the blink of an eye, innumerable ominous clouds had already shrouded the entire glacier plain court. This, abruptly rising to her feet, Xiaoya was so shocked that she was rendered speechless. She realized that even with her current strength, she was unable to see the end of the ominous clouds. Over the past half a year, she had been cultivating diligently, and she had managed to reach blood reincarnation realm pinnacle. Even though she was still a long way off from achieving a breakthrough, she was already standing at the peak of the world. Despite her cultivation, she was actually unable to see the end of the ominous clouds. Didn't that mean that the ominous clouds stretched for at least several 100,000 li? What is that? Why would there be such a huge ominous cloud? Zhao Qi and his wife also noticed that something was amiss, and they were shocked. It's probably a lightning tribulation. It's teacher. Teacher must have returned. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up as she leaped to her feet. Abandoning her cultivation, she immediately dashed in the direction where the ominous clouds were coming from. If it was a lightning tribulation, there was no one in the world who could have drawn such a huge ominous cloud here other than her teacher. After all, he was the one and only person in the world. The path of a teacher lies in imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. Our combat master hall doesn't impart knowledge to you, but we will impart combat techniques and capabilities to you. As a teacher, we have to abide by the rules as well. Standing before the 10,000 men, Xingyang looked at the newly recruited combat masters with a gratified look on his face. As time passed, the combat master hall had grown stronger and stronger. This was especially so after imparting the knowledge that their teacher had imparted to them. Every single one of them wielded incredible fighting prowess. Yes. The combat masters nodded in agitation. The glory that the hall master and his teacher had created on the master-teacher continent was something that countless people yearned for. To be able to see them with their own eyes and follow behind them was something that everyone dreamed of. Let's begin the training. Seeing that everyone's blood was boiling with excitement, Xingyang raised his head and saw ominous clouds gathering in the sky. This is a breakthrough? Startled, Zhang Xian's eyes reddened. It's teacher. He's going to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. With a light flash, he vanished from the spot. In the otherworldly demonic tribe's capital, Lu Yang was seated on a high seat. The otherworldly demonic tribe and mankind are to live amicably together. Those who violate this rule shall be executed without mercy. Yes, Emperor Lu. All of the otherworldly demons kneeled down and kowtowed. Ever since the inauguration of the new sovereign Qinyong, the otherworldly demonic tribe and the otherworldly demonic tribe had been able to trade with one another, and the tension between the two tribes had been alleviated. While there were still differences between the two tribes, there were no longer any conflicts between the two tribes. Both of them got along well. The otherworldly demonic tribe had benefited greatly from the trade as well. More importantly, the new sovereign Qinyong had popularized a new set of cultivation techniques, such that even without devouring master teachers or humans, they would still be able to cultivate swiftly. Without the pressure to improve, the conflict between the two clans was greatly reduced. Alright, that's all for today. Waving his hands, Lu Yang stood up and gazed into the distance. Following which, dark clouds began to gather from afar, shrouding everything in sight. Teacher. With reddened eyes, Lu Yang waved his hand and tore through space, vanishing before everyone's eyes. After half a year of hard work, the otherworldly demonic tribe had finally stabilized, and they were finally qualified to follow their teacher once more. The same thing was happening in the 100 schools of philosophers' Kungsu domain. Kong Shiya's body was trembling with excitement. Teacher had been missing for so long. Had he finally appeared? Stand guard here, I'll go out and take a look. After saying those words, she turned around and appeared on the master-teacher continent. After disappearing for half a year, no one had been able to recognize him. That was Zhang Xian. In order to reach greater heights, he had even willingly given up on his identity as a celestial master-teacher. It's him, it's indeed Xianxia. To think that we failed to recognize him and even tried to capture him, I've finally met the real Xianxia. Countless people in the town stiffened in shock. Previously, when Shen Bairu had said that she was Xianxia's colleague, no one had believed her. When she had said that the young man before them was Xianxia, countless people had scoffed in disdain. It was true, the legendary figure who had won the respect and admiration of countless people was standing right before them. He is still the same as before, always the most dazzling figure. Shen Bairu's body also stiffened, but a moment later, a smile surfaced on her face. Ever since they had met, Xianxia had been the center of everyone's attention. She had thought that he would be able to keep a low profile given his current cultivation realm, but who could have thought that he would still be the same as before? Xianxia paid no heed to the crowd's respectful gazes. Instead, he focused on the new insights that had just surfaced in his mind. It was as if he was looking at the rising sun in the middle of the night. It was dazzling, piercing through one's soul. So, this is what I have been pursuing. Chuckling softly, Xianxia raised his head to look at the boundless storm clouds and sea of lightning. He knew that the lightning tribulation this time around would be devastating, and its might was unprecedented. Selah, lightning and heavenly flames tore through everything, forming countless massive weapons that charged toward Xianxia. Judging from the might of the lightning tribulation, not even the dimension Shatterer realm would be able to withstand it. In fact, there was no one in the world who would be able to withstand it, not even Xianxia. But, if he couldn't withstand it, why should he? Without the slightest change in his expression, Xianxia bellowed. Break! His voice pierced through the air. Voila, as if they had encountered something that they feared the most, the lightning armament immediately dissipated, as if they had never appeared before. The storm clouds also dissipated amidst Xianxia's bellow, and the sky returned to normal. Previously, he would have had to resort to all sorts of means to overcome the lightning armament, but at this very moment, he was actually able to resolve it with a single word. It was as if the heavens of the master-teacher continent were bowing down to him, and the entire world was under his control. His words were the law of the world. His words were the law of the world. Achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage required one to comprehend a part of the laws that surpassed the heavens, and at this moment, Xianxia had transcended beyond the heavens. It was as if he was standing above the heavens without any flaws. He had transcended beyond the boundaries of the three worlds and the five elements. With the disappearance of the ancient sage ordeal, overwhelming energy gushed out from his body, piercing through the heavens and suppressing the surroundings. Boom! Unable to suppress his energy any longer, Xianxia swiftly advanced from sempiternal realm consummation to ancient sage. Ancient Sage 1 Dan, Bloodline Continuance Primary Stage, Intermediate Stage, Advanced Stage, and Pinnacle. Ancient Sage 2 Dan, Great Philosopher School's Primary Stage, Intermediate Stage, Advanced Stage, and Pinnacle. Ancient Sage 3 Dan, Blood Reincarnation Primary Stage, Intermediate Stage, Advanced Stage, and Pinnacle. The accumulation that he had accumulated over the past few breakthroughs to Ancient Sage was being brought to bear. In less than 10 breaths, he had already made a break through 3 realms. Not only did he successfully push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, he had even reached Blood Reincarnation realm consummation. He was even more fearsome than Kan Shuyao back then. In fact, not even Kan Shi would have been able to match his prowess. Feeling the surge of energy coursing through his body, Xianxia's lips curled up as he looked down at the world. It was as if he had transcended beyond the mortal realm, yet at the same time, he seemed to be untainted by even the slightest speck of dust. Some time later, the surroundings fell silent, and the sky returned to normal. Following which, a calm voice sounded from his mouth. From today onward, I shall be the world's teacher. From the moment he achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, Xianxia had already realized that he had already surpassed the heavens of the master-teacher continent, becoming the teacher of heaven and earth. Every word, action, and action of his could influence the will of the heavens, perhaps even changing it. With a single word, he would be able to determine the rules. He had thought that he would be able to walk down the same path as Kan Shi, but who would have thought that he would still be able to follow in his footsteps? Most likely, Kan Shi had also reached such a level back in the ancient era. Only with such strength would his descendants be able to utilize the power of his bloodline and ignore the rules of the world. Xianxia shook his head bitterly as he shook his head. All he had to do was to be himself. There was no need to be so calculative. Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia tried to feel the power in his body. Even though he was only at the blood reincarnation realm, if the deity from the Kungsu domain were to appear once more, he would be able to squash him to death with a single finger. As expected of someone who had suppressed his breakthrough multiple times. Once he achieved a breakthrough, the benefits would be unimaginable. Kacha, with a flick of his wrist, a scroll in his hand shattered into dust. Not only had he depleted the Aeon of Ancient Sage in the scroll to push for a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, the blood essence that he had accumulated from killing the two deities had also been depleted as well. At this moment, he had reverted back to his previous state of poverty. Farewell. With a tap of his finger, Xianxia infused the cultivation technique that he had compiled into the young lady's mind. Without any hesitation, he turned around and disappeared from sight. Farewell, Xianxia. Feeling the additional information that had appeared in her mind, Shinbairu's body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes reddened. She knew that this time, they had truly become two parallel lines. There was no chance for them to cross paths anymore. Farewell, Xianxia. Shinbairu exclaimed in agitation. After confirming the identity of the young man in the sky, the crowd in the town hurriedly kneeled to the ground. As expected of the world's teacher, even his method of overcoming the ordeal was unique, leaving behind countless legends that left one's imagination running wild. After flying to a location where ordinary people couldn't see him, Xianxia stopped and scanned the surroundings. With a smile, he said, "Come out. Teacher." Xiaoya, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Xingyang, Yuan Tao, Lu Chong, Wei Ruyan, Zhang Jiuxiao, and Kong Shiyao. The 9 direct disciples of Xianxia hurriedly bowed before him. Over the past 2 years, he had taken in 9 people as his direct disciples, and every single one of them wielded incredible standing in the master-teacher continent, as well as the otherworldly demonic tribe. Attack together, let me see your progress and strength. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia said indifferently. Everyone paused for a moment before nodding in unison. Who? The 9 of them surrounded and attacked. It had been half a year since they had last met, and the 9 of them had made significant progress in their cultivation. Even the weakest of them, Yuan Tao, had managed to overcome 2 tribulations and reach 100 schools of philosophers' intermediate stage. The others were even stronger than him. Xiaoya, Kong Shiyao, Xingyang, Lu Yang, and the others had all reached blood reincarnation realm. With their combined might, they were able to seal off space and time, such that even the gods from back then were unable to withstand it. However, when their attacks fell on Xianxia, it was as if they were completely powerless. They were easily blocked by the protective layer of Xinqi around his body. In fact, as long as Xianxia willed it, he could move so quickly that they couldn't even see his silhouette. The Zhang clan's bloodline was no longer of any use to him. On the contrary, if he wanted to speed things up, he could do it with a single thought. Break! After confirming the strength of his students and his own cultivation, Xianxia knew that there was no need for him to continue fighting. Thus, he raised his index finger and tapped lightly. Voila, the 9 of them immediately retreated with ghastly pale faces. They represented the strongest fighting prowess in the master-teacher continent, but even with their combined might, they were still unable to withstand a single finger from their teacher. Xiaoya and Xingyang have improved quite a bit, but Kong Shiyao is the slowest of them all. Xianxia chuckled softly. His students were all very hard-working, and every single one of them had made significant progress. However, the slowest of them all was actually Kong Shiyao, who had been the latest to become his disciple. After taking her in as his disciple, he had left without guiding her seriously. As a result, over the past half a year, she had only managed to advance from blood reincarnation realm intermediate stage to advanced stage, not even reaching pinnacle. Kong Shiyao was at a loss for words. Her teacher was right. She had indeed been the slowest of them all during this period of time. Previously, she had been proud of the purity of her bloodline as a descendant of Kong Shi, but when she saw how Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others had gradually surpassed her, she realized that no matter how talented one was, if one didn't work hard, one would eventually fall behind others. Not to mention, her teacher was a legend himself. Alright, this is what I have comprehended recently. I'll impart it to you all. How much you are able to comprehend will depend on you. With a tap of his finger, he imparted his comprehension of achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage into the minds of his students. Once one's cultivation reached this level, there was no need for him to guide them step by step anymore. Instead, he would allow them to comprehend it on their own. Even if a teacher could lead the way, it was still up to the individual. How far one could go would depend on oneself. A teacher could only lead the way. Just like before, Xianxia released his students one by one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve their current strength. It didn't take long for the students to scan through the knowledge imparted by their teacher, and they couldn't help but look on in excitement. With these insights, their rate of improvement would surely be much faster, and their cultivation would become much more stable and profound. I'll be heading to the seal of the Xianxia domain. Why don't you all tag along? Xianxia said. He knew that it would take some time for them to fully comprehend the insights, so he didn't have that much time to waste. The others nodded in agreement. The group quickly made their way to the Xianxia domain, and around 10 minutes later, they arrived at the platform beneath the seal. After some repairs, the seal was still the same as before. The mercury-like energy from before was nowhere to be seen. After asking a few questions, Xianxia found out that the gods hadn't appeared while they were away, and he heaved a sigh of relief. The other side of the seal is the azure, and it's filled with mercury-like spiritual energy. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can absorb it? Raising his finger, Xianxia tapped lightly on the seal, and a small black hole appeared. Following which, a powerful aura descended upon the platform, causing creaking noises to echo. Having achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage, Xianxia's fighting prowess was on par with Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators. It was about time for him to leave the Xianxia domain and head to the higher realms to take a look. Otherwise, his search for Lozozi would be futile. However, if he wanted to enter the azure, he would have to get used to the mercury-like spiritual energy. He hoped that his students would give it a try as well so that they could be prepared. Tzzzzzz. As the mercury-like spiritual energy descended, the faces of his students reddened, and they felt as if their bodies would explode at any moment. This energy was simply too frightening. Even though they had all reached ancient sage, standing at the very peak of the master-teacher continent, they still found it hard to withstand. Teacher, I can absorb this spiritual energy. Just as Xianxia was feeling a little disappointed, a calm voice suddenly sounded. He quickly turned his head over and saw Xiaoya looking at him with a calm expression. The mercury-like spiritual energy was slowly flowing into her body, and there wasn't the slightest hint of rejection. Continue cultivating. Don't stop. The eye of insight twitched as he turned his gaze to the young lady. A mercury-like spiritual energy flowed through her body, tempering her Xianxia and raising her cultivation at a visible rate. In just a few moments, she had already made significant progress. In less than 10 minutes, it was actually comparable to a day's worth of cultivation, and it was even more than that. This is the altered meridians. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. Xiaoya had once had her meridians shattered, and he had used the vines of the Dongshu gourd to reconstruct new meridians. Ordinary cultivators would have been unable to withstand the mercury-like spiritual energy, and their meridians would have ruptured on the spot. However, Xiaoya did not face such a problem. He had no idea what kind of artifact the vines were, but they were still able to absorb such heavy spiritual energy with ease, showing no signs of collapsing at all. Therefore, what was destructive to others, to her, could actually increase her cultivation quickly and make her realm even more profound. Teacher, I feel like I can easily push for a breakthrough to Dimension Shatterer realm at this rate. A moment later, Xiaoya came to a halt as agitation gleamed in her eyes. Over the past half a year, she had been cultivating diligently, and her cultivation had already reached blood reincarnation realm consummation. However, it was as if she had reached the pinnacle of this world. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to advance any further. At this moment, after absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy, she suddenly felt as if she would be able to make a breakthrough at any moment. I see, Xianxia's mind was as clear as a mirror, and he finally understood what was going on. The spiritual energy on the master-teacher continent was far inferior to the mercury-like spiritual energy in terms of quality and weight. If one were to compare the barrier to Dimension Shatterer realm to a sturdy metal gate, it would be impossible for an ordinary stream of water to break through it. On the other hand, the mercury-like spiritual energy was akin to a ferocious tsunami, so it was much easier to break through it. It seems like I'll have to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy in order to advance my cultivation further, Xianxia thought. No wonder the two people who had crawled in through the crack had both reached the level of the dimension-shattering realm. It was all because of the mercury-like spiritual qi. As long as the cultivators of the master-teacher continent could absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy, they would be able to make a breakthrough and reach higher realms. Continue absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy and try pushing for a breakthrough to dimension-shatter a realm, Xianxia instructed. Xiaoya nodded. She quickly drove her Zhenqi and devoured the mercury-like energy. The others tried a few more times, but they realized that they were unable to absorb the energy like this first senior sister. Thus, they could only stop and surround her with envious looks. Knowing that cultivation wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight, Xianxia didn't rush her. Instead, he activated the Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path to observe Xiaoya closely, fearing that something might happen to her. However, she had a solid foundation. She practiced diligently and was not greedy. Her cultivation progressed in a straight line. In less than half a day, she had reached the critical point of the void-breaking realm. Her cultivation kept shaking, as if she would break through at any time. Open! After an unknown period of time, the accumulation reached its peak. The young lady raised her eyebrows and shouted. Kacha! It was as if the mirror shackling her body had been shattered. At the same time, an invincible aura surged into her body, growing stronger and stronger. More and more mercury-like spiritual energy flowed into her body, tempering her physical body and soul. It was as if her constitution had been awakened. The already beautiful young lady underwent a metamorphosis once more, becoming even more beautiful. This was especially so for her legs. It was as if some kind of spell had been cast on them, causing them to grow another 5 to 6 centimeters. At this moment, her physique bore a striking resemblance to that of Lozozi when she wasn't in disguise. As her physical body underwent a metamorphosis, the sound of a tidal wave echoed from her Zhenqi. At the same time, her aura also grew stronger. Soon, it felt as if she was a deity, as if she didn't belong to this world. Hong Long, in the instant that her cultivation achieved a breakthrough, innumerable streaks of lightning gathered in the sky, and the entire world shook violently. It was as if the lightning was trying to expel the young lady from the master-teacher continent. After absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy to achieve a breakthrough, Xiaoya had turned from a droplet of water to an oil, making it impossible for her to fuse with the master-teacher continent. Suppress your cultivation, Xianxia instructed anxiously. Xiaoya knew that if she didn't do so, not only would she be expelled, there was a good chance that she would be surrounded by the lightning. Thus, she quickly drove her Zhenqi and sealed her cultivation. In the eyes of others, it looked as if she had undergone a blood reincarnation. As expected, as soon as her cultivation was lowered, the lightning around her gradually dissipated, and the feeling of rejection from the surrounding space vanished as well. They sure know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. With a bitter smile, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. For a native to the master-teacher continent to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-shatterer realm, the world would be subjected to all kinds of lightning and rejection. On the other hand, the cultivators from the Azure did not show the slightest bit of resistance. In fact, they even fawned on the master-teacher continent. Who could have thought that the heavens of the master-teacher continent would be a dog that only knew how to bully its own kind? Were you the same back then? Did you suppress your cultivation in order to survive on the master-teacher continent? Xianxia asked telepathically. Back then, Vicious had also reached the dimension-shatterer realm, which was equivalent to an immortal's envoy realm expert. It was due to his strength that he was able to suppress Kongsher to the point where he nearly lost his life several times. Vicious nodded. Absorbing the energy leaking from the Azure will allow one to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-shatterer realm. However, it's only at primary stage. It'll be impossible for one to advance any further than that. Based on my research back then, one has to enter the Azure and tap into the energy of the world there to alter the very essence of one's life. Only then will one be able to advance any further. Otherwise, one will be stuck at this realm until one dies. You're unable to advance any further? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked. Xiaoya sensed her condition for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "Teacher, reaching dimension shatter realm primary stage is indeed my limit. The rejection from the master teacher continent is one of the reasons why I would like to continue cultivating, but more importantly, my body has already reached its limit. I'm unable to absorb any more mercury-like spiritual energy." It was just like how a pond was only so big. No matter how much water gushed into it, it would eventually flow away. If one wanted to retain more water, the only way to do so was to reconstruct the pond. The larger the pond, the more water it would be able to store. It seems like there's indeed a difference in dimension, Xianxia nodded in realization. He had thought that he would be able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy to advance his cultivation swiftly, but from the looks of it, it seemed like he had been too naive. If it was that easy, Xianxia would not have left this world to enter the azure back then. Let me give it a try and see if I can absorb it. As his understanding of the mercury-like spiritual energy grew deeper and deeper, Zhang Xian's mind began to race once more. The reason why he was unable to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy previously was because he had yet to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. However, now that he had made significant progress in his cultivation, and his fighting prowess was even stronger than Zhao Ye's, would his body be able to adapt to the mercury-like spiritual energy and successfully absorb it? After all, his meridians had been modified, and they were much more logical than Zhao Ye's. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and sat down as well. Sizzle, the spiritual energy flowed into his meridians and acupoints. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! It was as if mercury had been injected into his meridians, causing cracks to appear on them once more. His entire body felt incredibly heavy, and he hurriedly used his Heaven's Path Xianxia to repair them. However, his face grew redder and redder. A moment later, his eyes narrowed, and fresh blood spurted from the corner of his mouth. No, shaking his head helplessly, Zhang Xian stopped. Zhang Xian had thought that he would be able to absorb this energy with his cultivation, but from the looks of it, he was still unable to do so. If one were to forcefully absorb it, their meridians would shatter and their dantian would collapse. Putting aside refining it into Xianxia, even their souls would be suppressed to the point where they would be rendered immobile. It's a pity that the vines are gone, he was filled with helplessness. If he still had the Dongshu gourd's vines, he could use them to alter his meridians so that he would be able to adapt to this power. However, it was a pity that he had already used them up. That's not right. Only 2 out of 10 otherworldly demons are able to absorb this energy. Back then, Vicious also managed to absorb this energy without dying. Just as he was about to give up, a thought flashed through his mind. Ancient sage Yanqing had once experimented with it, and out of 10 otherworldly demons, 2 of them were able to survive after absorbing the energy. Back then, Vicious had also succeeded without using the vines to alter his meridians. Could it be that the effect would be better if he changed his Xianxia into slaughter qi and combined it with his meridians? Give it a try. In any case, there was no cultivation technique that he could use for reference at the moment. Driving his Xianxia, killing intent gushed out from his acupoints, and in an instant, he felt as if he had morphed into an otherworldly demon emperor. Altering the strength of his Xianxia, Zhang Xian opened his acupoints once more and began absorbing the energy slowly. Sizzle, when the spiritual energy entered his body again, it was not as heavy as before. Instead, it gave him a warm and comfortable feeling. As expected, Zhang Xian clenched his fists in agitation. Even though Lu Yang had become an otherworldly demonic emperor and possessed concentrated Xianxia of slaughter, his meridians were still those of a human. As such, he was unable to absorb the Xianxia of slaughter. However, Zhang Xian was different. Back when the otherworldly demonic tribe fought against the deities, he had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Through the unique aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe, his meridians had been altered to be more compatible with the laws of the world. In this way, the absorption of the mercury-like spiritual energy was incomparably smooth. After absorbing for a while, just like Xiaoya, he also felt the power of the barrier. Breakthrough. Zhang Xian focused his attention on the great codex of spring and autumn in the library of Heaven's Path. Time accelerated, and the mercury-like spiritual energy in the sky descended like a tornado, surging into his body. Xiaoya, Kong Shiyao, and the others jumped back in fright. Her teacher was able to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate after emanating the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Just that, Wasn't the rate at which he was cultivating a little too quickly? With such a ferocious force, the high platform might not be able to withstand it and be crushed into pieces. With the enhancement of the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, Xianxia's rate of cultivation was extremely fast. Even so, it still took him close to a day to completely refine the energy within his body and stabilize his cultivation base to the critical point. Rumble, half a day later, his strength burst forth, and just like Xiaoya, he reached the early stage of the Dimension Shatterer realm. After reaching this realm, it was just like what she had said. No matter how much he absorbed, he could not improve any further. It was as if his dantian and meridians had reached a state of saturation, and he could not absorb any more energy. What a pity! Shaking his head, Xianxia stood up. The advancement in his cultivation had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the mercury-like spiritual energy. The meridians of humans were simply too weak to adapt to it. Not only was the meridian network of the otherworldly demonic tribe superior to that of humans, their meridians were also much more resilient. It was only natural that they were able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy without dying. Teacher, can we cultivate it? Seeing that their senior and teacher had achieved a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm, Xingyang, Yao, and the others could no longer suppress the fire burning in their hearts. If they were able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy, did that mean that they would be able to do it as well? You won't be able to do it for the time being, Xianxian replied with a shake of his head. Xiaoya had succeeded due to the Dongshu Gourd's vine, whereas he had succeeded due to the recovery aura of the deity. Without it, it would have taken him a very long time to recover from his injuries, let alone alter the meridian network of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It would not be easy for the others to succeed. Disappointment surfaced in the eyes of the crowd. It's indeed impossible for ordinary humans to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy. The experts of the 100 schools of philosophers have all experimented with it, but no matter how talented they are, none of them have succeeded, Yao explained with a bitter smile. In terms of understanding of the mercury-like spiritual energy, even Xianxian was no match for the experts of the Kungsu domain. They had been guarding the seal for generations, so they had already ingrained a deep understanding of the mercury-like spiritual energy into their very bones. Given that so many outstanding geniuses had failed to do it, Xianxian did not think that he would be able to do it in less than 2 days. However, even though I haven't succeeded yet, as time passes, I'm able to withstand the mercury-like spiritual energy for a longer period of time. Xianxian was taken aback. That's right. I have read records from several dozen millenniums ago. Back then, ordinary humans could barely withstand the mercury-like spiritual energy for 3 breaths before their meridians ruptured, and they might even die. However, even those who have never cultivated before are able to withstand it for more than 10 minutes. Yao nodded. Xianxian frowned. Let me take a look. If they were all ordinary humans, they should be able to withstand the mercury-like spiritual energy. Could it be that the people of the Kungsu domain had been consuming greensprout wheat all year round? Xianxian swiftly extended his spiritual perception to the area outside the great frontistery of Confucianism. There were quite a few locals of the Kungsu domain living in this area. Not only have their constitutions been enhanced, but their meridians are also slightly different from those on the master-teacher continent. Xianxian exclaimed in astonishment. He had met these people before, but he had never thought about the issue of their meridians. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that something was amiss. The Kungsu domain had been nurtured for several dozen millenniums, and not only did the locals of the Kungsu domain possess a unique constitution, reaching Zhongshe realm upon reaching adulthood, their meridians were also showing signs of changing to those of the otherworldly demonic tribe. While it was not a complete transformation, it was still a significant difference from those on the master-teacher continent. It was no wonder they were able to withstand the mercury-like spiritual energy for so long. If I can find a way to alter the meridians of Xingyang and the others, will they be able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy and achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm? A thought surfaced in Xianxian's mind. Since the strength of one's constitution was closely related to one's meridian network, if he could find a way to alter the meridians of the Kungsu domain cultivators, it should be possible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Just that, altering the meridians required the abandonment of one's body. Even for Xingyang and the others, the amount of aeon of ancient sage that they would need to recover would be astronomical, and that was not something that Xianxia could afford. Furthermore, what if they were unable to do it after abandoning their bodies? Kong Shiyao, where are ancient sage Yanqing and the others? Xianxia asked. After the battle with the deity, ancient sage Yanqing and the others had been reduced to mere skeletons. Before Xianxia left, he had seen Kong Shiyao sealing them in ice. It had only been half a year, so it was unlikely that they would die. Kong Shiyao nodded. They are currently in hibernation. Xianxia turned around and gathered the mercury-like spiritual energy in his palm as he instructed, "Bring me over to take a look." Kong Shiyao led the way, and it did not take long for them to arrive at a sealed space. A few skeletons were lying side by side on a round platform, and beneath them were piles of treasures that provided them with a steady stream of life force. While this did not increase their lifespan, it was able to delay their death. This was the reason why they had been able to live for over 10,000 years. Walking up to ancient sage Yanqing, Xianxia undid the seal on the round platform with a flick of his finger. An ancient sage Yanqing skeleton slowly woke up. Xianxia. Ancient sage Yanqing bowed deeply. I have found a way to resolve your current predicament. Due to the lack of testing, if it succeeds, you will be able to extend your lifespan and raise your fighting prowess significantly. If it fails, you might just die on the spot. Elder, do you want to give it a try? Xianxia got straight to the point. I'll give it a try. Ancient sage Yanqing nodded. Having lived for so many years, he had already disregarded his own life and death. That's good. Here's a cultivation technique for driving Xianxia. You should start cultivating it right now, and when your body recovers, you should rearrange your meridians according to this diagram. With a tap of his finger, the heaven's path art of reversal and the meridian diagram that he had formed back then entered ancient sage Yanqing's mind. These two techniques were not too complicated, so learning them was not too difficult. It only took 10 minutes for ancient sage Yanqing to fully comprehend them. Even though he was perplexed, he trusted that Xianxia would not harm him. Taking a deep breath, he began driving his Xianxia according to the content of the cultivation technique. Tzzzzzz, with a flick of his finger, Xianxia released the mercury-like spiritual energy that he had gathered earlier and shrouded the surroundings. Ancient sage Yanqing's skeletal structure couldn't help but feel a little nervous upon seeing such a powerful force. Without any hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed the other party's Xianxia circulation technique to absorb the energy. Just as he was wondering if he would be crushed to death, a bizarre expression suddenly surfaced on his face. Cultivating according to the cultivation technique that Xianxia had given him, the mercury-like spiritual energy was no longer able to tear at his meridians. Instead, it felt as if it was nourishing his body. Absorbing the spiritual energy continuously, for hours later, his body had completely recovered. Due to the changes in his meridians, his body would occasionally emanate a concentrated killing intent. From afar, he appeared to be an otherworldly demon. Very good. Let's try breaking through to the dimension Shatterer realm. Seeing that the other party had succeeded, Xianxia instructed with glowing eyes. Ancient sage Yanqing nodded. He had accumulated far more than Zhao Yu did, so it took him less than 2 hours to successfully achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage 4 Dan, extending his lifespan once more. The danger to his life had been completely resolved. Thank you, Xianxia. Feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through his body, ancient sage Yanqing couldn't help but kneel to the ground in agitation. He had thought that he would surely die from the severe injuries that he had sustained, but who could have thought that he would actually survive through such a miraculous method? Not only that, he had even managed to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation and reach the realm that he had always dreamed of. The mercury-like spiritual energy is simply too potent. Not only will it increase my rate of cultivation, it will also allow me to recover faster than if I were to absorb the aeon of ancient sage. Seeing that his deduction was correct, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, given ancient sage Yanqing's current lifespan, even if he had sufficient aeon of ancient sage, he wouldn't have been able to last long enough to fully recover his body. However, absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy was a different story. Not only was the mercury-like spiritual energy heavy, it harnessed unimaginable strength as well. As long as he could absorb it, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover swiftly from them. After confirming the feasibility of the trial, Xianxia quickly woke up the remaining ancient sages and brought them to the elevated platform. Following the same procedure, it didn't take long for most of the ancient sages, who were on the brink of death, to take the final step and become Dimension Shatterer Realm cultivators. Of course, there were some accidents as well. Two of the ancient sages made a mistake in their cultivation, resulting in their bones shattering under the immense pressure of the mercury-like spiritual energy, resulting in their deaths. After experimenting a few times, Xianxia was certain that this method was feasible. He quickly summoned his disciples over and clapped his hands together. A burst of energy shrouded the 8 disciples, and blood spurted from their mouths as their meridians were completely shattered. You mustn't make any mistakes in your cultivation. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you when you die. Xianxia instructed as he imprinted the 2 things that he had just seen into the minds of his disciples. Xingyang and the others had witnessed the transformation of ancient sage Yanqing and the others, so they knew what they had to do. Furthermore, they were extremely familiar with the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. Even though they had never tried cultivating it before, they were still able to grasp the essence of it easily. Conshur Yao was the first to make a full recovery and achieve a breakthrough to Dimension Shatterer Realm. Following her was Xingyang, Wei Ruyan, Lu Chong, and Wang Ying. 5 days later, even the weakest of the group, Zhang Jiuxiao, managed to achieve a breakthrough to Dimension Shatterer Realm. At this moment, Xianxia and his 9 direct disciples had all become ancient sage 4 Dan primary stage experts. Teacher. Everyone's excitement was written all over their faces. What Conshur had failed to do back then, their teacher had actually done it. I intend to breach the seal and head to the Azure. I'm not too sure about the situation there, so there's a good chance that I'll be able to survive. Don't be in such a hurry to head over. Guard the Master Teacher continent and wait here for my news. Thus, Xianxia gathered everyone together and announced his decision. While his disciples were cultivating, he had been contemplating what he should do in the past few days. After coming to a conclusion, he decided that it was about time for him to leave the Master Teacher continent and head to the Azure to take a look. If he wanted to find Lozozi, this was a path that he had to take. Teacher, we want to go with you. Zhaoye stepped forward. Indeed. No matter how dangerous it is, we'll follow you wherever you go. We won't back down. Xingyang nodded in agreement. The other disciples didn't say anything, but there was an unwavering determination in their gazes. It was all thanks to their teacher that they had come so far. If their teacher was going to face danger, how could they possibly remain in the Azure? I understand your intentions, but putting aside the unknown situation in the Azure, I'll need you all to guard the Master Teacher continent as well. Don't worry, I'll find a way to inform you through Lu Yang's ritual once I get a grasp of the situation on the other side of the passageway. Knowing what his students were thinking, Xianxia chuckled softly. There were plenty of experts in the Azure, and he was confident that he would be able to deal with any danger by himself. However, if he had to bring so many students with him, things wouldn't be as easy. Besides, his disciples had their own responsibilities, so they couldn't just leave as they pleased. Take Lu Yang for example. As the otherworldly demonic emperor, the otherworldly demonic tribe had only just stabilized. If he were to leave now, there was a good chance that a rebellion would break out once more. Then, Teacher, please take care of yourself. Knowing that their teacher had already made up his mind, they couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to part with him. Xingyang, the Dragonbone Divine Spear has reached Dimension Shatterer Realm after being tempered by the mercurial spiritual energy. I'll bestow it to you now. I don't know if those so-called gods will return after I leave, but I hope that you'll uphold your heart and protect humanity. Xianxia said as he passed the Dragonbone Divine Spear over. Due to the barrier between worlds, he couldn't bring any of his treasures or storage rings with him. Besides, at his current level of cultivation, the spear was no longer of much use to him. Wang Ying, you specialize in spirit enchantment, but spirit enchantment requires a certain process. Jin Yuan Ding shall bestow upon you the Dragonbone Divine Spear to protect you and raise your cultivation. Xianxia flicked his wrist and placed Jin Yuan Ding before him. Even though this brick-like fellow hadn't reached Dimension Shatterer Realm yet after being tempered by the mercurial spiritual energy, he was already close to doing so. Since he couldn't bring him with him, he might as well leave it to the meticulous young lady before him. Thus, Xianxia took out all of his treasures and distributed them to his students one by one. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. His 9 direct disciples had all reached Dimension Shatterer realm, and with the help of these treasures, they should be able to deal with the gods easily even if they were to face them. As for Vicious, he could store him in the Book of Heaven's Path back in the Library of Heaven's Path. On top of that, Vicious was a person whom even Kongsher feared back then. Without Xianxia's restraints, it would be troublesome if Vicious were to wreak havoc. Thus, he decided not to keep him around. There was also the Dongshu gourd in his dantian. Since he couldn't take it out, he decided to leave it in his body. As for his clone, it was his greatest secret. He entered the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn in the Library of Heaven's Path. Similar to the reading room, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was an independent space that allowed Xianxia to absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings. Since his clone's soul was of the same nature as the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be easy for him to enter as well. With everything in place, Xianxia tore open the seal that he had left behind back then and dived right in. Previously, the seal had been filled with mercury-like spiritual energy, which had exerted immense pressure on his body and soul. However, after reaching Dimension Shatterer realm and absorbing so much of it, Xianxia felt no discomfort coming into contact with it once more. Instead, he felt as if he was a fish in the ocean. Kacha! Kacha, deep within the seal, pitch-black spatial rifts could be seen. The spatial rifts had been reduced into countless turbulent currents that swept toward him like a storm. It's fortunate that I've reached Dimension Shatterer realm, or else I would have been torn to shreds before I could get too far. After flying for a short distance, Xianxia's expression turned grim. The spatial rifts here were far more powerful than those on the Master-Teacher continent. Putting aside blood reincarnation, even ordinary Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators would have been torn apart by the spatial rifts. It was fortunate that Xianxia had accumulated far more strength than his cultivation, or else he would have been unable to withstand the spatial rifts either. Even so, his body was still riddled with wounds from the spatial rifts, and his injuries were not light at all. There was no path in the spatial rifts, only destruction. With the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to discern the safe path. Otherwise, who knew what would happen if he fell into the spatial rifts? Long, after flying for half a month, a massive lightning bolt suddenly appeared before him, sealing off his path. Just as Xianxia was contemplating how he should proceed, another bolt of lightning suddenly struck him, and he fainted. With a splitting headache, Xianxia slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was a spacious room. My cultivation, slowly sitting up, Xianxia lowered his head to take a look. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and his body was in excruciating pain. With just a look, it was clear that his injuries were severe. He tried to drive his Xianxia, but he realized that his Xianxia was pitifully low. Mercurial Xianxia? Taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that his Xianxia was incredibly heavy. Even driving a sliver of it was extremely difficult. Previously, when he absorbed the mercury-like spiritual energy and turned it into his own Xianxia, it was equivalent to turning the dense spiritual energy into thin Xianxia. However, at this moment, for some reason, the Xianxia in his body had disappeared, leaving behind only a thin layer of mercury-like Xianxia. It was indeed heavy, but given his current physical condition, it was difficult for him to even drive it, needless to say, heal his injuries. I entered the passageway to the azure, but I was blocked by lightning, and then I lost consciousness. Looking at the mess in his body, Xianxia recalled his previous experience, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Could it be that I'm already in the azure? Under normal circumstances, he should have been wandering around the spatial passageway, but at this moment, he was lying in a room with his wounds bandaged. Could it be that he had already cleared the lightning zone and entered the azure? Xianxia tried to extend his spiritual perception outward, but his lips twitched uncontrollably. His spiritual perception, which should have been able to extend for several million li, was actually sealed within his body, unable to spread it out no matter what. What powerful spatial pressure! Xianxia knew that he was already in the azure. Not only was his spiritual perception unable to extend, his ability to fly was also restricted. Under the immense spatial pressure, even walking was difficult, needless to say, flying. Gugugugu, Xianxia's stomach rumbled. He was hungry. Ever since he reached transcendent mortal realm, he had been able to absorb sufficient spiritual energy to replenish his energy. Thus, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. This was the first time he felt so hungry. It felt as if his entire body was being hollowed out. Unable to extend his spiritual perception, Xianxia calmed down and tried to feel his surroundings. The mercurial Xianxia was densely packed, and it was at least 10 times denser than what he had experienced back at the Kungsu domain. Xianxia tried to absorb it and refine it into Xianxia to heal his injuries, but his face suddenly reddened, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. A moment later, he couldn't help but shake his head. When he wasn't injured, he could still absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy with his own strength without any accidents. However, at this moment, there wasn't a single part of his body that was unharmed, and there were innumerable cracks on his meridians. Once he absorbed the mercury-like spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to withstand it, needless to say, convert it into inner breath. Looks like I can only wait until my injuries are better. Knowing that it was useless to be anxious, Xianxia calmed down. Due to his severe injuries and his depleted Xianxia, he was unable to utilize his dimension shatter realm cultivation. As a result, he looked no different from an ordinary human. Let's find something to eat first. Feeling more and more hungry, he struggled to stand up, rubbed his stomach, and slowly walked out of the room. Who? As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard a gust of wind in the courtyard. Raising his head, he saw a young man wielding a metal sword, executing a swordsmanship. His left leg was as stiff as a block of wood. It was unknown whether it was because of the injury or because it had always been like this. It was very troublesome to walk. His movements were not flashy, but the sword in his hand was constantly moving, giving people a pleasing feeling. Your basic skills are alright, but your swordsmanship is a little lacking. Taking a look, Xianxia frowned. The other party's swordsmanship was far superior to that of any 3-star master teacher, so it was indeed nothing much. However, given the other party's current condition, it was already impressive that he was able to achieve such a feat. Sighing internally, Xianxia couldn't help but make some noise. Hearing the noise, the young man immediately stopped what he was doing and hurriedly turned around. With a delighted expression, he exclaimed, "You're awake." Turning around, Xianxia saw the other party's appearance. The young man was around 16 or 17 years old. He wasn't tall, and he was a head and a half shorter than Xianxia. Going by the height of his previous life, he didn't even reach 1.6 meters. On his left cheek, there was a crimson birthmark. It was around half the size of a palm, and it covered more than half of his face. From afar, not only did he not look handsome, he even looked a little tragic. "Thank you for saving my life," Xianxia clasped his fist. "It's nothing much. I happened to see it, so I saved you. I thought that you would die given how severe your injuries were, but to think that you would actually recover on your own." The young man scratched his head and spoke incoherently. It was clear that he wasn't good at interacting with others. Third young master, an old man, walked in, and upon seeing Xianxia, he was stunned for a moment before bowing. "Gongzi, you're awake." Xianxia nodded in response. Taking a closer look at the old man, Xianxia saw that his clothes were stained with oil, and there was a tear at the corner of his lips. There were traces of blood on his face, and bruises were all over his face. It was clear that he had just been beaten up. "Elder, what's wrong?" Upon seeing the state of the old man, the crippled young man, who was addressed as third young master, hurriedly put away his sword and walked over worriedly. Reporting to young master, "I'm fine." Elder was at a loss for words. A moment later, he said, "It's, the second young mistress of the city Lord Manor is here. Xueqin is here." Hearing the mention of the second young mistress, the crippled young man's eyes lit up in agitation. Yes, seeing the young master's expression, Elder Yi's face turned even more awkward. "What does her arrival have to do with your injuries?" After a moment of joy, the crippled young man suddenly realized that something was amiss. "Isn't the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion recruiting menial disciples 3 days from now?" Elder Yi hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Second young mistress Xueqin managed to secure a slot in advance due to her connections with the city Lord Manor. Secured a slot? The crippled young man's face lit up in delight. "Isn't that good news?" But before he could finish his words, he lowered his head to look at his crippled leg, and his face immediately darkened. I don't think there's any hope for me anymore. Since she has secured a slot, she has to head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Is she here to bid me farewell? The crippled young man asked as he shook his head and tossed aside the displeasure in his heart. She, Eldery hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth once more. She is here to annul the engagement with you. Annul the engagement? The crippled young man's face turned ghastly pale. His body swayed, and he nearly fell to the ground. She wants to annul the engagement with me just because she became a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Having one's engagement annulled by a lady was a huge slap to the face no matter where one went. The proud daughter of the heavens looks down on her fiancé and is here to annul the engagement. The injured young man is determined to work hard. Life is full of ups and downs. Hearing the conversation between the duo, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. To think that he would encounter such a situation as soon as he arrived in the Azure, just the thought of it was thrilling. Author's note, I've been working on the outline for an entire day, and my head is hurting. Forget it. A moment later, the crippled young man shook his head in disappointment. It's true that I'm not worthy of her. It's only a matter of time before I call off the engagement. The so-called engagement had been decided upon by his ancestors before they were even born. However, due to his family's decline, his Xianxia had been severely damaged, resulting in him being unable to cultivate anymore. As a result, his left leg had been crippled, and due to the lack of treatment, he had fallen into depression ever since. Not to mention, his appearance was indeed not a good match for the other party. It was only a matter of time before he called off the engagement. Sighing deeply, Old Manny walked into his room and passed a jade box over. This is the engagement agreement from back then. Give it to her and tell her that from today onward, we are no longer related to one another. I hope that she can find someone suitable for her. Third young master, Old Manny's face reddened in agitation. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held himself back and nodded. Yes. You're backing down just like that? Xianxia blinked his eyes in disbelief. He had thought that the third young master would put on a show out of rage, but who could have thought that he would simply return the engagement agreement? This was no different from letting the other party trample all over him. As a bystander, he could not bear to watch this any longer. However, he had always kept a low profile. Besides, he had just arrived at the Azure, so he was still unaware of the situation there. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held himself back. With the engagement agreement in hand, Old Manny turned around and left. The third young master raised his sword furiously and slashed it down furiously. A boulder not too far away shook, and a crack appeared on it. Xianxia could tell that the third young master was a Saint Six Dan cultivator. A 16 to 17-year-old Saint Six Dan cultivator would definitely be considered a genius among geniuses on the master-teacher continent. On the other hand, the third young master was probably a good-for-nothing. After slashing down with his sword, the crippled young man finally managed to vent his frustrations, and his mood seemed to have improved a little. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that the young man he had saved was still standing not too far away, and his face reddened in embarrassment. My apologies for making a fool of myself in front of you. Right, I still don't know your name yet. I am drugged. Pooey, my name is Xianxia. Xianxia nodded in response. So it's Brother Zhang, the crippled young man said. I am Shan Xiaotian, the third young master of Bay City's Dan clan. Brother Dan. Xianxia nodded as a hint of doubt surfaced in his eyes. Brother Dan, I heard that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, is it a sect? Brother Zhang doesn't know about the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Hearing Xianxia's question, Dan Xiaotian was taken aback for a moment. After receiving Xianxia's reply, a bitter smile surfaced on his face as he said, Brother Zhang, it's only natural that you wouldn't know of the Forsaken Continent. It's said that the Forsaken Continent is a world that has been abandoned by the gods. There was a total of 6 sects, and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was one of them. Every year, there are countless people who want to enter. Even if they become a servant disciple, the family behind them will have a meteoric rise and become a tyrant. This Brother Zhang seemed to be on the brink of death when he was saved. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of Xianxia in his body, so it was likely that he was an ordinary human instead of a cultivator. It was not strange that those who were not Xianxia did not know about the 6 great sects. The 6 major sects don't have Mingshi Tang here? Zhang Xian frowned. Mingshi Tang? What's that? Dan Xiaotian shook his head in bewilderment. It's just a casual remark. Judging from Dan Xiaotian's tone, Zhang Xian didn't think that there was such a thing as the 6 great sects on the Forsaken Continent? That's right. However, other than them, there's another formidable power known as the Ethereal Hall. It was founded by an expert several thousand years ago, and it wields the Ethereal Token. All cultivators on the Forsaken Continent who wish to become experts in trade for resources have to rely on the Ethereal Token. Ethereal Hall? It can be found in almost every single city in the Forsaken Continent, and it's possible to purchase an Ethereal Token using one's strength. As long as one comes into contact with the Ethereal Token, it's able to absorb one's consciousness into the Ethereal Hall and trade with it. Over there, as long as one is willing to pay the price, one can learn cultivation techniques, purchase medicinal herbs, find ways to raise one's cultivation, or even hire assassins. In any case, as long as one is willing to pay the price, one can get whatever one wants. Even those from the 6 great sects use it. Absorb one's consciousness? Zhang Xian asked curiously. May I know if Brother Dan has such a thing here? I'm too weak, and I don't have any talent for cultivation at all. Even my fiancé broke off the engagement with me. How can I possibly possess such a thing? Dan Xiaotian replied awkwardly. Pardon me for being rash, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and said. He quickly changed the topic and asked a few more questions. It was likely that he had torn open a spatial rift to arrive at the Forsaken Continent, and in order to protect himself, he had expended all of his Xianxia. While the 3rd young master of the Forsaken Continent wasn't good with words, and he felt a little inferior in the depths of his heart, he was a kind person. When he saw the severely injured Dan Xiaotian, he couldn't bear to see him in such a state, so he decided to save him. The bandages on his body were left behind by Elder Yi. It had been 3 days since Dan Xiaotian was saved. The Forsaken Continent revered strength, and the Dan clan that Dan Xiaotian came from had a glorious era 20 years ago. They were on par with the City Lord Manor, and even the City Lord Manor had to rely on them. However, it was a pity that an accident 10 years ago had killed nearly all of the experts in the Dan clan, including his 2 elder brothers. Even Dan Xiaotian himself had suffered severe injuries to his foundation, resulting in his current state. The Dan clan fell from grace, and the powers that they were on good terms with all turned their backs on them. In just a few years, the Dan clan collapsed. Other than Dan Xiaotian and his old servant, Elder Yi, there was no one else left in the Dan clan. Only the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard of the Dan clan's manor remained. It was no longer as glorious as it used to be. If not for the marriage agreement between the Dan clan and the City Lord Manor, it was likely that the Dan clan would have been wiped out as well. However, with the annulment of the 2nd young mistress of the Dan clan, it wouldn't be long before the enemies of the Dan clan came knocking on their door once more. I see, Zhang Xian shook his head. No matter where one was, without the protection of a powerful force, it was inevitable that one would fall from grace. Brother Zhang, I believe that you understand my current situation. I thought that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would make an exception and recruit menial disciples here, so I might be able to give it a try. However, from the looks of it now, there's no hope at all. Not to mention, Xueqin has annulled the engagement as well. Dan Xiaotian shook his head bitterly. The child of a poor family matured from a young age. Having lived with Elder Yi for so many years, he had already seen through the fickleness of human nature. Brother Zhang, since you have already regained consciousness, you should make haste and leave this place. After saying those words, Dan Xiaotian took out 2 specially made gold coins and passed them over. These are the ethereal coins that circulate in the ethereal hall. It's a little too little, but it should be enough for you to eat a few meals. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was still thinking of him despite his current state, Zhang Xian couldn't help but praise him. He turned to Dan Xiaotian and asked, Brother Dan, can you execute your swordsmanship once more? Execute my swordsmanship? Not expecting Brother Zhang to make such a request, Dan Xiaotian frowned in bewilderment. You don't know how to cultivate at all. Even if I execute my swordsmanship, you won't be able to understand it. Brother Dan, I noticed that your swordsmanship is limited by your prowess, so I would like to observe you for a while longer. Perhaps I might be able to find a way to improve your swordsmanship. If you're able to raise your swordsmanship over the next 3 days, it might not be impossible for you to become a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Xianxia said with a smile. Through his eye of discernment, he was able to see through the flaws in Dan Xiaoyan's swordsmanship. He wanted to see if the Library of Heaven's path would work in the Azure or not. Brother Zhang, do you know swordsmanship? Dan Xiaotian asked with a frown. I do know a thing or two. Zhang Xian nodded. All right then. I've never thought of becoming a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Dan Xiaotian glanced at his crippled left leg and shook his head. However, if Brother Zhang is skilled in swordsmanship, I'm willing to have an exchange with you. Ever since I lost my ability to cultivate, I've been trying to figure it out on my own. Due to his inferiority complex and his inability to cultivate swordsmanship, he had never displayed it to anyone before, let alone sparring with them. Since the young man before him was skilled in swordsmanship, there was no harm in having an exchange with him. With a flick of his wrist, Dan Xiaotian thrust his sword forward. With a thought, a book materialized in Zhang Xian's mind. Flipping through the book, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the Library of Heaven's path could be used even in the Azure. Most likely, after Lozozi placed the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn into it, it had grown significantly stronger, allowing the heavens of the Azure to peer into it. How laughable. Dan Xiaotian, you're a swordsman too? Are you hoping that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will accept you as its disciple? While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, a cold sneer sounded from outside. Following which, 2 figures walked in with widened strides. The one standing at the front was a 15-year-old young lady dressed in a light yellow dress. Her eyes were filled with pride, and her chin was slightly tilted upward, reminiscent of a princess. She was the one who had spoken earlier. The person standing behind her was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was dressed in a linen robe, and he had a pair of black eyebrows. There was a sword hanging by his waist. Third young master, Eldery hurriedly ran over from behind, full of guilt and unwillingness. I couldn't stop him. Stopping his sword, Dan Xiaotian turned to look at the young lady before him, and he stammered nervously, Shui. Shui Qin. All right. A sliver of disgust flashed across the young lady's eyes as she waved her hand dismissively. Why? You clearly know why I'm here, but instead of coming out yourself, you sent a servant to bring the marriage contract over. Do you think that you can fool me like that? If you want to break off the engagement, I've already given it to you. What else do you want? Dan Xiaotian's face flushed red. It's simple. I want you to announce to the entire city that you aren't worthy of me, and that's why you requested for the engagement to be annulled. My city lord Manor rejected your request repeatedly, but in the end, we respected your decision and ended the engagement. Otherwise, are you trying to tell everyone that I, Shui Qin, don't want to marry you? Let everyone criticize the city lord's mansion? Shui Qin harumphed coldly. If others were to learn that it was because she had become a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion that she had annulled her engagement with Zhang Xian, it would surely cause a huge uproar. However, since Zhang Xian had annulled the engagement first, her reputation would be preserved. You sure are vicious. Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Annulling an engagement was already a huge humiliation. Not only did she refuse to give up the engagement, she even wanted to announce it to the entire city. More importantly, not only did she want to annul the engagement, she even wanted to play the role of a good person. It was as if she was a whore who wanted to maintain a chastity. Dan Xiaoyan's face paled as he clenched his fists tightly. As the person involved in the matter, Zhang Xian understood the situation better than anyone else. A deep sense of humiliation surged through his body. Humiliation, he was being slapped right in the face, and it was the kind of slap that came from both sides, but he was powerless to retaliate. All right, I'm not here to negotiate with you. I'm here to issue an order. You have to announce this matter to the entire city within 3 days, or else you'll have to bear the consequences. The middle-aged man who had been silent all this while looked at Dan Xiaotian impassively. Who are you? Dan Xiaotian glared at the middle-aged man like an injured wolf. I am second young mistress's swordsmanship teacher, Xue Chen, the middle-aged man replied calmly. Xue Chen. I know that you are. Dan Xiaotian seemed to have heard of this name before, and a self-deprecating smile surfaced on his face. Indeed, it does carry some weight to have the head instructor of the City Lord Manor speak to me personally. However, may I know what the consequences are? Xue Chen was the head instructor of the City Lord Manor, an ancient sage 3 Dan expert. Well, it's very simple. Xue Chen replied impassively. The Dan clan has offended quite a few people over the years. If not for the marriage with the City Lord Manor and your wastrel background, the Dan clan would have long been wiped out. Dan Xiaotian fell silent. The other party was right. If not for his inability to cultivate and the marriage with the City Lord Manor, how could the Dan clan have survived until now? The countless enemies of the Dan clan would have long charged over to raze this place to the ground. As long as those people make a move, do you think that you and your servant will be able to stop them? Xue Chen continued. Dan Xiaotian's body trembled uncontrollably. Are you trying to silence us? Aren't you afraid of the public's criticism? The public's criticism? Xue Chen raised his eyebrows. After you die, the City Lord Manor will be overwhelmed with grief, and he'll dispatch his men to exact vengeance for you. Then, the young mistress will cry for many days before leaving this place and entering the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Jai. Jai, Dan Xiaotian's heart felt as if it would explode at any moment. He knew that not only would the City Lord Manor's reputation not be tarnished, it would even become more righteous. At the same time, Xue Chen would be respected even more. She was already a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but not only did she refuse to back out of the marriage, she was even grieving over it. Fine. I'll agree to it. Dan Xiaotian's fingernails dug deep into his flesh, and his knuckles turned white. As indignant as he was, there was nothing he could do. The strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of survival. That's more like it. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Xue Chen nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, Xue Chen took out a document and passed it over to Xianxia. This is the reason for your annulment of the engagement. Sign it here, and everyone in the city will know about it. There's no need for you to say anything. Dan Xiaotian took the document and took a look at it. The reason was simple. Due to his injuries, not only was he unable to cultivate, he was also unable to have sex with others. He didn't want to hold the other party back, so he decided to cancel the marriage. He had tried to convince the City Lord Manor many times, but the City Lord Manor had been unwilling to agree to it in view of their friendship. Unable to have sex with others, a complete cripple, the immense humiliation made Dan Xiaotian's body tremble uncontrollably. Blood rushed to his head, and he felt as if he was going to explode. It was easy to imagine how he would lose all his dignity if he really made the announcement. He would no longer be able to make a comeback. He would be ridiculed countless times, and even the reputation that the Shan clan had built up over the centuries would be completely destroyed. It was the same as stripping him naked and whipping him non-stop, not leaving him any face at all. Sign it. The young lady said coldly. Young master, you mustn't sign it. If you do so, our Dan clan will never be able to raise our heads again. Eldery kneeled not too far away in tears. It was one thing for him to die, but he couldn't bring himself to see the clan that he had been loyal to his entire life being humiliated. Dan Xiaotian's eyes widened in sorrow. How could he not know what he would have to go through if he were to sign it? But if he didn't sign it, the other party would still back out of the engagement. There was no other way out. Just as he was at a loss as to what he should do, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the air. If you really don't want to sign it, just do it. Turning around, they realized that there was a young man whose clothes resembled those of a mummy. He was leaning against the door and looking at them with a smile on his face. This young man didn't seem to possess any cultivation, but there was no fear in his eyes at all. It was as if what was happening before him was nothing more than a trivial matter. Who are you? If this matter doesn't concern you, it would be best for you to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you might as well bring disaster upon yourself, Xue Chen said with a frown. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble at this moment, or else he would teach the other party a lesson. Xianxia replied with a smile. I'm just an insignificant figure that Brother Dan saved, so I didn't want to interrupt you. However, I'm afraid that Brother Dan will regret it if you sign it, so I couldn't help but warn you. Brother Zhang, Dan Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed with gratitude. He knew that Zhang Xian's words would surely offend Xue Chen, and he might very well get himself killed. It was clear that Zhang Xian was trying to help him. Regret it? Why? Do you think that he'll get together with second mistress? Xue Chen sneered. Stop dreaming. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You're a toad lusting for the flesh of a swan. Of course they won't get together. Zhang Xian replied calmly. It's clear that second mistress isn't worthy of Brother Dan. It would be an insult to him if they really got together. What did you say? Hearing the first half of Zhang Xian's words, Xue Chen thought that Zhang Xian was tactful. However, upon hearing the latter half of Zhang Xian's words, his eyes narrowed with killing intent. You don't believe me? Zhang Xian turned to Zhang Xian and said, if you don't believe me, we'll see the results 3 days from now. Trying to stall for time? It's useless. Xue Chen was still wondering what Zhang Xian was going to say, but upon hearing those words, he sneered coldly. If you don't sign it, put aside your dignity, you might even lose your life within 3 days. Zhang Xian, if it's gone, then it's gone. Brother Shan won't care. Huh? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. This Brother Zhang that I saved seems to have his own views. What do you mean by gone? So be it, he won't care. I'm the one who died, this is your decision? Paying no heed to the fellow who had popped out of nowhere, Xue Chen stared at Dan Xiaotian as if a tiger staring at a tame rabbit. Brother Zhang's decision is my decision, Dan Xiaotian gritted his teeth. He had no idea why Brother Zhang would say such a thing, but there was no turning back at this point. If he were to sign it, he would become a sinner of the Dan clan. Even if he were to die, he wouldn't be able to wash away the stain on his name. If he were to refuse to sign it, just like what Brother Zhang said, he would just die. In any case, the current situation wasn't any better than death. Very well. You have guts. Hearing those words, Xue Chen flung his sleeves and turned to Xue Qin. Clasping his fist, he bowed and said, Young mistress, let's go. Seeing that there was no way she could change the young man's mind, Xue Qin sneered coldly, Humph, don't cry and beg me when the time comes. After saying those words, she turned around and left. She didn't even spare a glance at Zhang Xian, as if looking at him would be an insult to her. It didn't take long for her to leave the residence. Teacher, Xue Qin turned to look at the middle-aged man before her. Xue Chen scanned the surroundings and confirmed that no one was following them, so he harumphed coldly, Don't worry, there's no need for us to wait 3 days. It's just a declining clan. Hearing those words, Xue Qin heaved a sigh of relief. I had a good impression of him, but I didn't think that he would be so unappreciative. So what if he dies? It's no big deal. After leaving the residence, the two of them got onto a carriage, and in the blink of an eye, they had already vanished from sight. Young master. This won't do. After the duo left, the residents fell silent for a moment before Eldery turned to look at Xue Chen. He knew that what Xue Chen had said was true. If they rejected the other party, there was a good chance that the other party would send someone over to kill them. On top of that, they would be able to guarantee that they wouldn't leave any traces behind. The city lord Manor had a good reputation in the city, but as an elder of the Dan clan, he was well aware of many things. In fact, it was highly likely that the fall of the Dan clan had something to do with it. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to leave as far as possible. Leave? Do you think that you'll be able to leave? Dan Xiaotian asked with a bitter smile. The fact that the second young mistress had come personally to cancel the engagement meant that she had already revealed her true intentions. How could she possibly allow you to leave so easily? Since the engagement hadn't been cancelled, they wouldn't be able to get what they wanted. If they were to leave just like that, would the second young mistress be left alone for the rest of her life? Brother Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. Left with no other choice, he could only turn to the young man whom he had saved earlier. Since the other party dared to speak up and say something like 3 days, it was likely that he already had a solution in mind. Let me ask you this. Are you willing to sign it? Instead of replying, Xianxia turned to look at him impassively. Of course not. Dan Xiaotian shook his head. If I were to sign it, even if I were to die, how am I supposed to face my ancestors? If he were to die, he would not be able to live up to his reputation anymore. Then, are you afraid of suffering? Xianxian asked. Even though Dan Xiaotian had no idea why Xianxian would ask such a question, he still replied honestly, I'm not afraid of death, so what's a little suffering? Then, do you wish to avenge the humiliation you have suffered today? Of course, I wish to avenge the humiliation I have suffered since the death of my parents, but, Dan Xiaotian stared at his leg as his body trembled uncontrollably. How could he not want to avenge the other party, but his leg? Due to his injuries, he was unable to cultivate, so there was nothing he could say. If he could still recover from his injuries, he wouldn't have had to struggle on his last legs. Since that's what you wish to do, then, Xianxian turned to Dan Xiaotian and said, acknowledge me as your teacher. Acknowledge me as your teacher? Did Brother James' head get damaged due to his injuries? If I don't possess any strength at all, what can you possibly teach me if I acknowledge you as my teacher? You said that you would wait for 3 days. Could this be what you were referring to? Dan Xiaotian's lips twitched in confusion. By the side, Elder Yi's lips were also twitching uncontrollably. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he bellowed, Zhang Gongzi, stop fooling around. If only he had known that the other party was so unreliable, he wouldn't have asked the young master to save him. Seeing the expressions on the duo's faces, Xianxian knew that they didn't believe his words. Thus, he placed his hands behind his back in an attempt to display the disposition of an expert, but it ended up tearing his wounds open instead. His lips twitched uncontrollably, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Suppressing the pain, he said, due to the damage to your meridians when you were young, you are unable to drive your Xinqi, and your dantian has been damaged as well. As a result, you are unable to accumulate energy, so you are unable to cultivate. May I know if I am right? Dan Xiaotian nodded. When he was 6, his clan had suffered a huge setback, and his dantian and meridians had been shattered. Even to this day, he was still unable to recover from his injuries. Thus, even though he practiced his swordsmanship every day, he was unable to advance his cultivation at all. All of his moves were nothing more than flashy feints. He had sought out many renowned physicians, but none of them were able to cure him. As time went by, he had gotten used to it. Then, do you know what damaged your meridians and dantian? Xianxian asked. It was a powerful Xinqi that invaded my body. It's already a blessing that I'm still alive, Dan Xiaotian replied. Over the years, he had been through many treatments, so he was well aware of what was going on in his body. Xinqi? Xianxian shook his head. If it's just Xinqi, you should have cultivated diligently every day in hopes of improving your condition. But why hasn't there been any change in your body over the years? Dan Xiaotian was rendered speechless. In truth, he was also perplexed by this. Over the past decade, he had visited all kinds of renowned physicians, medicinal pills, acupuncture, medicinal baths. He had tried all kinds of means, but none of them had worked. His body was like a tattered gunny sack. As spiritual energy flowed into his body, it was only a matter of time before it dissipated. Based on the words of many renowned physicians, if it was really Xinqi that had damaged his body, he should have been able to recover from it. Yet, his body was completely ineffective. This left many people in disbelief. If it wasn't Xinqi that invaded my body, what could have destroyed my meridians and dantian without killing me? How is my daily life unaffected? After a moment of silence, Dan Xiaotian asked. Other than the fact that he couldn't cultivate, his injuries didn't affect him at all. What the other party said about being unable to interact with others was a lie. Every morning, he would be able to raise a pillar to the sky with extraordinary might. It's a parasite. Xianxian said, you've been poisoned by this thing. That's why all medicine is useless. Goo worm? Dan Xiaotian could hardly believe what he was hearing. You mean to say that, the worm in my body is still alive? Not only are you alive, but you've also been absorbing the energy you've cultivated over the years. You've become extremely powerful. Xianxian said. Through the library, he could already see the root of the problem. It wasn't that his foundation was injured, but someone had planted a parasite in him. Furthermore, this parasite was constantly eating away at the energy he cultivated. This was the reason why he hadn't made any progress in his 10 years of cultivation. A living goo worm, Dan Xiaotian and Eldery glanced at one another with shock in their eyes. The man before them was simply too horrifying, and they dared not believe his words. There was actually a parasite in Dan Xiaotian's body, and it had been in his body for 10 years. How in the world did the young man before them manage to see through it? I know that you don't believe me, but I can prove it to you right now. Looking at the expressions of the duo, Xianxia could tell that they didn't believe his words. With a smile, he asked, "May I know if there are any silver needles or the like here?" "There are." Eldery nodded. He turned around and walked into the room. Not too long later, he returned with a box of silver needles. Long illness turned one into a physician. The young master's illness was treated on a daily basis, so these were all common items that could be found here. I'll take it out for you right now." Xianxia chuckled softly as he casually picked up a silver needle and flicked it. Ding-ling, the silver needle fell to the ground less than 3 meters away from him. Cough cough. "I don't have any strength left at the moment. Come closer." Seeing that the surroundings had fallen silent, Xianxia felt a little awkward. He had gotten used to shooting needles from afar, but he suddenly remembered that he was unable to use his Xianxia at all. "All right." Even though Dan Xiaotian felt that the young man before him was a little unreliable, he still walked over after a moment of hesitation. Since things had already come to this, there was no harm in trying anything. Taking out another silver needle, Xianxia took in a deep breath before stabbing it toward the location recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path. Ding, Xianxia's lips twitched. Despite his lack of strength, the silver needle was actually unable to pierce through Dan Xiaotian's skin. While Dan Xiaotian was unable to cultivate, his true cultivation was still at St. Six Dan. Given that he had been nourished by the mercury-like spiritual energy over the years, his physical body had been tempered to the point where it was even tougher than steel. There was no way Xianxia would be able to pierce through his skin that easily. "I'll have to trouble you to help me." Xianxia turned around to look at Dan Xiaotian. Eldery walked over and infused a surge of Xinqi into the silver needle. In the blink of an eye, the curved needle straightened, and so, it pierced into Dan Xiaotian's body. Peng, just as Xianxia was about to push the silver needle forward, he realized that the needle had flown out at an even faster speed, piercing into the wall before vanishing from sight. Dan Xiaotian and Eldery widened their eyes in astonishment, especially the former. As the person in question, he knew that he had not exerted any strength at all, but the silver needle had flown out at such an incredible speed. Could there really be something else in Dan Xiaotian's body? You should have sensed it as well. It's a goo that pushed the silver needle back, Xianxia explained. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill a goo. However, the fact that the goo had retaliated once should have allowed Dan Xiaotian to sense its existence. There's really a goo? Dan Xiaotian was rendered speechless. He had never believed it before, but at this moment, his confidence was starting to waver. Putting aside the fact that he had not exerted any strength at all, even if he had, there was no way he would have been able to pierce such a thin needle into the wall without leaving a single mark. Even though I didn't manage to injure it in the slightest, I've managed to discover its location. If I'm not mistaken, it should be able to find a new home. When it moves, you'll be able to sense the flow of Xinqi, and your injured leg will be alleviated. Xianxia said. Of course, this is only temporary. Once it stops moving, everything will return to normal. The only way to deal with it is to find a way to kill it. This, Dan Xiaotian found it hard to believe what he was hearing, but it didn't take long for his eyes to widen in shock. Just like what the other party had said, he could sense the flow of Xinqi in his body. Following which, his numb left leg seemed to have regained some feeling as well. He took a few steps forward, and to his astonishment, he felt no obstruction at all. However, this feeling only lasted for 10 breaths before it stopped. His leg had become as stiff as a block of wood once more. You should believe me this time, right? Xianxia could tell that his diagnosis was spot on, so he chuckled softly. Paying respects to teacher. Without any hesitation, Dan Xiaotian kneeled to the floor and kowtowed. Despite so many renowned physicians having taken a look at it, none of them had been able to find the root of the problem. Yet, with just a glance, the young man before him was able to pinpoint the root of the problem. Everything was exactly as Dan Xiaotian had said. Just this alone was enough to tell that the young man was a capable individual. Stand up. After Dan Xiaotian bowed to his teacher, Xianxia helped him up. Taking the other party in as his student could be considered as repaying the debt of saving his life. Teacher, may I know how I should deal with this goo worm? Dan Xiaotian turned to Xianxia and asked. However, upon learning that there was a worm living in his body, he couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't get rid of it as soon as possible, he might not be able to eat or sleep in peace. As long as I recover from my injuries, I should be able to deal with it easily. Xianxia. If not for his severe injuries, he would have been able to infuse his heaven's path Xinqi into Dan Xiaotian's body to kill the goo worm. However, he was unable to utilize his Xinqi at the moment. Even though he knew where the goo worm was, he was still unable to kill it. More importantly, the other party had even shot his silver needles at him. This was challenging his bottom line. You want me to recover from my injuries? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback for a moment before replying. That's simple. I have quite a few precious recovery pills here, and I was intending to give them to you. However, I didn't dare to use them because I wasn't awake yet. Now that you have consumed them, you should be able to recover from most of your injuries. Powerful recovery pills were usually too potent. If one were to consume it while one was still unconscious, it would only cause the opposite effect. Unless one had sufficient Xinqi to assimilate the medicinal properties of the pill, it would only be a matter of time before you recover from your injuries. However, Dan Xiaotian was unable to cultivate, so he hadn't done so. Eldery entered the room once more and took out a jade bottle. He opened it lightly, and a concentrated medicinal aroma immediately drifted into the room. It was a grade 8 recovery pill. Xianxia took it and swallowed it. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "This medicine is useless to me." While he might have seemed weak on the surface, he was actually an ancient sage 4-Dan dimension Shatter realm expert. Grade 8 recovery pills were invaluable to Saint 6-Dan cultivators, but to him, they were completely useless. It's useless? Dan Xiaotian had Eldery take out the best recovery pills in the Zhang clan, but none of them were of much use. Are there any large malls around here? Are there any places where you can purchase recovery pills or medicinal herbs? Xianxia asked with a frown. There are indeed malls, but the medicinal herbs and pills that they sell aren't of high tier. I bought these recovery pills from there. Dan Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly. These recovery pills were completely useless to the young man before him. No matter how many he bought, it would be useless. Where can I find higher tier recovery pills? Xianxia asked. As long as he didn't recover from his injuries, he wouldn't be able to treat Dan Xiaotian. If he failed to treat Dan Xiaotian properly, putting aside surviving for 3 days, he might not even be able to survive the night. Cultivators usually have to rely on the ethereal token to purchase pills of a higher tier. As long as the transaction is successful, the items will be delivered to you very quickly, Dan Xiaotian replied. Ethereal token? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, where can I find it? Or is it possible to buy it? This was the second time he had heard of such a thing after entering the high heavens. Since he could use this to purchase pills of sufficient grade, he had to find them first before he could heal his injuries. As long as his injuries were stabilized, he would be able to absorb the spiritual energy drifting in the air and transform it into heaven's path Xinqi. With that, he would be able to resolve the affliction of the young man before him and guide him on his swordsmanship. As Xianjiang City is too small, it doesn't have the qualifications to establish an ethereal hall. As such, there's no one who can sell it, Dan Xiaotian replied. Xianxia was stunned. If he couldn't buy it, what else could he do? Is there any other way? There is, but it's too difficult. Dan Xiaotian nodded. When the Hongyan trading firm was first established, in order to attract more customers, they left behind 10 puzzles that drew in countless customers. The rewards were all different from one another, but the most difficult one was the ethereal token. The first 9 paths have already been resolved, but the final one is simply too difficult. Over the years, many people have tried to resolve it, but none of them have been able to resolve it. Show me, Xianxia said. To be honest, if he really had an ethereal token, he wouldn't be able to fork out the money to buy it. Solving the problem meant that they would be able to obtain more. To them, this was the most economical solution. Dan Xiaotian knew that there was no other way, so he nodded in agreement. Right now, Xianxian's injuries were too severe. It was difficult for him to even walk, so he could only take a car. Roughly 2 hours later, a towering shopping mall appeared before them. Alighting from the carriage, Xianxian and Dan Xiaotian quickly arrived at the Hongyan trading firm. Sure enough, there were quite a lot of people. To be able to obtain an ethereal token for free was a huge temptation to most of them. Sigh, wrong again, you've come here more than 10 times in the past 2 months, and you haven't succeeded once. It's better if you don't come here and embarrass yourself. Did I embarrass your family? You still have the cheek to criticize me? Haven't you been here more than me? If it was that easy to solve this problem, I wouldn't have stayed here for so many years without being able to solve it. Soon, many people shook their heads in disappointment. This place was somewhat similar to the Wall of Dilemma back then. If one were to answer the questions correctly, they would be judged accordingly. It was precisely because of this that many people had come here to try their luck. Along the way, through his conversation with Dan Xiaotian, he learned that every single ethereal token was extremely valuable. Even ancient sage experts would find it difficult to purchase one of them. Based on the other party's description, the price was so high that even if he were to sell everything in his spatial ring, he might not be able to afford a single one. Of course, through this exchange, he also gained a deeper understanding of the Azure. As the life forms of the Azure had been exposed to the mercury-like spiritual energy from the moment they were born, their constitution was far more resilient than that of the humans on the Master-Teacher continent. In fact, they were even stronger than the otherworldly demonic tribe. Just like his predecessor, he possessed the strength of a Saint Realm expert from birth, and by the time he reached adulthood, he would have already reached Saint 9 Dan. Given that Dan Xiaotian was only a Saint 6 Dan cultivator who was about to reach adulthood, it could be said that he was destined not to have a bright future ahead of him. Xueqin, who had come to cause trouble previously, was on par with him. She had already reached Great Sage 3 Dan consummation, making her one of the top experts of the younger generation in Xianjiang City. Xianjiang City was a relatively small city under the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and ancient sage cultivators could already be considered experts. The city lord, Xueqin's father, Shui Yao, was known as the #1 expert in the city, but just like Xianxian, he had only just reached ancient sage 4 Dan dimension Shatter realm. As such, once Xianxian regained his strength, there would be no one in the city who would be able to stop him. Let's see what kind of question would leave so many people at a loss. Shaking his head, Xianxian tossed these thoughts out of his mind before turning his gaze to the wall not too far away. Cultivating yang pill, even if it's a perfect one, will cause one's yang energy to surge uncontrollably after consuming it. Very soon, he was done reading the question. The question was simple. It was related to the forging of a unique pill, the Cultivating Yang pill. The Cultivating Yang pill was a must-have pill for cultivators who practiced Yang attribute cultivation techniques. It could replenish one's Xianqi and strength. The pill was extremely effective, but its side effects were also very obvious. Even if it was a perfect one, consuming it would still cause one's yang energy to surge uncontrollably. One would have to find a woman to vent their yang energy on, but doing so would result in a huge loss of energy. For this reason, the Cultivating Yang pill was a problem that countless apothecaries were unable to solve. It had been around for innumerable years, but no one had succeeded. Cultivating Yang pill? After reading the content, Xianxian frowned. He had seen all kinds of pills on the Master-Teacher continent, but he had never heard of such a pill before. The other party seemed to understand that there were many people who didn't know much about the Cultivating Yang pill, so he left behind the pill formula and the forging method. Soon, Xianxian compiled the information into the Library of Heaven's Path, and a book appeared. I see, Xianxian nodded with a smile. There were many different medicinal herbs on the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent, and there was no comparison between the pill forging methods and the forging methods, but the Library of Heaven's Path was still useful. With just a glance, he was able to discern the flaws in the forging method. Teacher, do you know how to solve this problem? Seeing the smile on Zhang Xian's face, Dan Xiaoyan's curiosity was piqued. He had been studying the pill formula for a long time, but he was still unable to come up with a solution. Could it be that his teacher was able to figure it out with just a glance? I guess I do. Zhang Xian confirmed Dan Xiaoyan's thoughts. Dan Xiaotian couldn't help but ask in astonishment, then, how do we solve this problem? Actually, it isn't as complicated as you think. In the forging of the cultivating yang pill, there's a medicinal herb known as the inferno grass root. All we have to do is to replace the inferno grass root with the spirit matriarch grass. Zhang Xian explained with a hushed voice. Spirit matriarch grass. That's a medicinal herb with purine attribute. How can it be used to forge the cultivating yang pill? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. Due to his chronic illness, he had a deep understanding of pills and medicinal herbs. While the inferno grass root wasn't too eye-catching among the medicinal herbs before him, it was still an essential ingredient for the forging of the cultivating yang pill. If he were to replace it with the purine attribute spirit matriarch grass, not only would it fail to form the pill, it might even burn away the yang energy, thus losing its medicinal properties. Solitary yin doesn't give birth, solitary yang doesn't give birth. Even though the spirit matriarch grass is a purine attribute medicinal herb, it's able to neutralize the medicinal properties of the blazing flower leaf. This way, it'll be able to neutralize the effects of the blazing flower leaf without exhausting the medicinal energy. Zhang Xian said. Even back on the master-teacher continent, some of the more skilled apothecaries were able to achieve such a feat, yet no one in Xianxia city had noticed it. It seemed like the only difference was that cultivation was higher here, but in terms of the spread of other occupations, it wasn't as prosperous as the master-teacher continent. It was just like how a person's fighting prowess wasn't worth mentioning in Xianxia city. Yet, in Xianxia city, a person could easily crush a world champion just by lecturing a chicken. Even so, in terms of communication, it was far more convenient in Xianxia city compared to the master-teacher continent. Every occupation had its own specialization. On the master-teacher continent, Kongshur had opened up countless occupations and developed them over the course of several dozen millenniums. He had long reached a level of proficiency in this field. Dan Xiaotian was still perplexed. He was just about to ask about it when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Following which, a group of people walked in. Who's that? Why is he so arrogant? One of the middle-aged men standing by the side asked with a frown. Shoo. Lower your voice. That's the expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who is here to recruit menial disciples. It's said that he has a deep understanding of pill forging. One of the middle-aged men quickly lowered his voice. An expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? The middle-aged man's face paled as he hurriedly stepped aside to make way for the newcomer. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion wielded great prestige in Xianxia city, and no one dared to challenge their authority. Zhang Xian turned around to look at the newcomer. It was a young man with a cold expression. He wore gray clothes and looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. There was a long sword tied to his waist. His eyes flashed with a cold light, giving people a feeling that he was decisive in killing. Despite his young age, his cultivation was extremely deep. Just like Dan Xiaotian, he had also reached Ancient Sage 4 Dan Dimension Shatterer realm. There wasn't a single expert of that caliber on the master-teacher continent, and yet, he was able to meet one here. As expected of the Azure, they were indeed fearsome. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, Dan Xiaotian suddenly clenched his fists tightly as his eyes reddened. Following the other party's gaze, Zhang Xian saw Shui Qin standing right behind the gray-robed young man. Her slender figure was wrapped tightly in a purple dress, and her fair neck was exposed. Her head was slightly tilted upward, and there was a hint of pride and arrogance in her eyes. The fact that she was able to follow behind an expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion meant that she had already confirmed her identity. She could be considered to have made a name for herself in Xianxia city. To think that such a question would stump you for so long. The gray-robed young man glanced at the wall and harumphed coldly. Go and write the answer. Just replace the inferno grass root with the spirit matriarch grass. All right. The other young man behind the gray-robed young man immediately stepped forward and walked over to the wall. Dan Xiaotian didn't think that the gray-robed young man would be able to see through the crux of the problem as well. Not to mention, it was exactly the same as what his teacher had said. Thus, he couldn't help but exclaim anxiously, "We were the ones who found the answer first." It was just a moment ago that he was still doubting the veracity of his teacher's words, but now that the gray-robed young man from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had said so, there was no doubt that there was no problem at all. However, if the gray-robed young man were to write down the answer, the ethereal token would fall into the hands of the other party. It's too late. Just as Dan Xiaotian was about to rush over, he suddenly felt a hand grabbing his wrist. Raising his head, Dan Xiaotian realized that the gray-robed young man had already finished writing the answer and was pressing his palm lightly on the wall. Wang, a crimson light flashed across the wall. He got the answer right? As expected of an expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He was able to see through the crux of the problem with just a glance. I've long heard that the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are all figures who stand at the very top. Seeing it with my own eyes, it seems like they do live up to their reputation. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion only recruits a small number of people each time. I wonder how many of them will be able to clear the challenge this time around. Only menial disciples will be able to become outer disciples, inner disciples, and finally, direct disciples. There shouldn't be more than 3, right? It's always been like that. A huge commotion broke out amidst the crowd. The problem that had stumped Xinjiang City for more than a decade was actually solved so easily by the gray-robed young man. As expected of an expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he was truly extraordinary. Congratulations to this lord for clearing the final challenge of the Hongyan trading firm. This is your reward. Soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked out of the trading firm with a smile on his face. He was carrying a wooden box with both hands, and placed on top of it was a palm-sized jade token. There were all kinds of talismans on the jade token, and they emanated concentrated spiritual energy. This is an ethereal token? Just a single one costs several 100,000 ethereal coins? I don't think I'll be able to afford it in my lifetime. Even though they were native cultivators of the azure, ethereal tokens were only passed down in the hands of experts. There were only a few of them in Xinjiang City, so most of them had never seen one before. The gray-robed young man picked up the jade token with 2 fingers and slid his finger over it to verify that it was real. After which, he nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his finger, the jade token fell into Xueqin's hand and said, "I'll give it to you." Xueqin's face reddened as her breathing hastened. Not only was the other party's gift valuable, it also represented one's standing and identity. Being able to clear the examination and become a menial disciple was already more than enough to bring honor to one's ancestors. To be given an item as a gift, this was an honor that many would envy. Grabbing the ethereal token tightly, Xueqin hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, senior." After thanking the gray-robed young man, she was just about to continue speaking when she suddenly saw Dan Xiaotian standing amidst the crowd. A glint flashed across her eyes, and she walked up to him with a mocking smile on her face. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Why? Do you want this ethereal token as well? But it's a pity that it's already mine. One should know one's place. Don't even think about obtaining something that you aren't worthy of. That will only make you feel even more disappointed." She had been worried that her reputation would be tarnished if she were to back out of the engagement, but seeing how her senior was taking care of her, she felt like she had reached a whole new level. No matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to reach that level. They were from 2 completely different worlds, so what was there to be afraid of? Of course, most of the people present were from the City Lord Manor, so no one dared to spread the news. As for the unaffiliated cultivators who had come here to try their luck, as long as they were on guard, they would definitely keep their mouths shut. Besides, her voice wasn't loud, so even if they saw her, they wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying. "You," Dan Xiaotian's body stiffened. He had been humiliated once more. "Who is he?" the gray-robed young man asked. "He's just an ordinary friend of mine." Xueqin hurriedly backed away and bowed deeply. Her attitude was completely different from how she treated Dan Xiaotian. "Let's go." The gray-robed young man harumphed coldly before turning around to leave. Xueqin hurriedly followed behind him. "Teacher, I'm sorry." A moment later, Dan Xiaotian turned around and looked at his teacher with an apologetic look on his face. His teacher had already told him the correct way to obtain the ethereal token. If not for his curiosity, he would have surely obtained the ethereal token by now. To give such a valuable item away so casually, and to have her behave obediently. It seems like your fiancé isn't a menial disciple at all. Realizing something, Xianxia turned to Dan Xiaotian and asked with a smile, "Do you want to vent your anger on her?" Vent my anger? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. Even the other party was fawning on Xianxia, so how could they vent their anger on him? Just wait and see. Xianxia chuckled softly. Instead of explaining himself, he raised his head and bellowed, "Senior from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, please wait a moment." The gray-robed young man turned around and looked at Xianxia with a frown. Xianxia's lips curled up as he said, "Senior, your answer isn't correct. Isn't it a little unfair for you to take the ethereal token and leave just like that?" Xianxia's voice was so loud that it drowned out the voices in the surroundings. Everyone turned to look at him as if they were looking at a monster. That was an expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and yet, he dared to say that he was wrong. Was he tired of living? The gray-robed young man also halted his footsteps with a frown. Dan Xiaotian, if you don't want to die, you'd better watch your servant's mouth. Xueqin's face turned livid with rage. The mummy was the one who had spouted nonsense in the Dan clan earlier. She had not stooped to his level, but who could have thought that the other party would dare to spout nonsense here? He's not a servant. He's my teacher. Dan Xiaotian stammered in panic. Teacher? No matter what, the Dan clan was once a prestigious clan. Since when did you fall to the point where even a nobody can become your teacher? Xueqin sneered disdainfully. It's none of your business who Dan Xiaotian acknowledges as his teacher, right? Could it be that you want to be his fiancé? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. Xueqin's body stiffened. Noticing her reaction, the gray-robed young man glared at the mummy coldly and said, "Are you saying that my answer isn't correct?" "That's right." Xian nodded. "Do you dare to make a bet with me? The loser can do whatever they want with him." "You sure are gutsy to speak to me in such a manner," the gray-robed young man said impassively. "I want to know the reason behind your incorrect answer." "I don't need a reason. All you need to do is find an apothecary to gather all of the medicinal herbs and forge the pill according to the answer you just gave. Once the pill is formed, you'll know the result," Xianxian said. "If you don't believe me, why don't you find someone to give it a try?" Alchemy? Frowning, the gray-robed young man scanned the surroundings, and while the crowd did not say a word, there was a perplexed look on their faces. Thus, he paused for a moment before beckoning for an apothecary to come over. The young man behind him turned around and left the room. Not too long later, the middle-aged man who had brought the ethereal token over returned with 2 apothecaries. "Refine according to the method just now," the middle-aged man instructed. The alchemist quickly prepared the medicinal ingredients and added them one by one according to the alchemy sequence written on it. When he added the scorching fire grass root, he changed it to spiritual mother grass. As soon as the medicinal ingredients entered the pill furnace, there was a sizzling sound. One of the alchemists could no longer control it, and the pill furnace violently shook, exploding on the spot. Fortunately, there were protective measures in place, so no one was hurt. However, even so, it was still extremely dangerous. Everyone was so frightened that they all retreated to the wall with worried expressions. The second apothecary was slightly stronger, and he managed to control the reaction of the medicinal pill. An hour later, the medicinal pill came out of the cauldron, and its surface glowed brightly. His luck was extremely good, and not only was the pill formed, it was also at the level of perfection. Not bad. The gray-robed young man nodded in satisfaction. He turned to another young man not too far away and said, "The cultivation technique you practice seems to be a pure yang cultivation technique. Give it a try." "Yes." The gray-robed young man swallowed the pill, and the medicinal energy swiftly dissolved into his body. His face immediately reddened, and he quickly sat down cross-legged. He drove his Xianxia in an attempt to neutralize the medicinal energy, but the more he tried to suppress it, the stronger the rebound became. In the blink of an eye, white smoke was already rising from his head. Not too long later, his eyes began to redden. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Unable to hold it in any longer, the gray-robed young man rushed up to a middle-aged woman who was watching the commotion and tore her clothes. Sila, a huge chunk of her clothes was torn off, and the gray-robed young man was just about to rush over to do something indescribable when a sharp pain suddenly struck the back of his head, and he fainted onto the ground. The gray-robed young man from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had made a move. The fact that the middle-aged man had ended up in such a state after consuming the pill was more than enough to show that the pill formula he had provided was unable to neutralize the hidden effects of the yang fostering pill. On the contrary, it was even worse than before, resulting in an uncontrollable side effect. There are indeed some problems with my modified pill formula, but, how did you know? What's the correct answer? The gray-robed young man asked with an awful look on his face. To be honest, he had heard of this problem before coming to Xianxia City, and he had studied it for a very long time. The reason he had done so was so that he could establish a strong reputation for himself in Xianxia City. Who could have thought that he would end up getting slapped in the face instead? As displeased as he was, he knew that he couldn't fly into a rage. Otherwise, he would only embarrass himself further. The correct answer is very simple. Xianxia chuckled as he whispered in Dan Xiaoyan's ears. The latter looked at him with a perplexed expression, but after confirming that he wasn't joking with him, he walked up and took out his brush. Soon, he was done, and he handed it over. The red glow shone brightly. The gray-robed young man frowned. The person in charge of the examination is right here. Read it out. The person in charge of the examination was right here, so what was the point of trying to figure out the answer? Since the person in charge of the Hongyan trading firm was here, it would be better for him to just read it out loud. Yes. Dan Xiaotian shot a glance at his teacher, and after receiving the latter's confirmation, he awkwardly read out the answer he had just written. I changed the Inferno grass root to the Spirit Matriarch grass. Are my ears playing tricks on me? I think it's the same answer as that expert over there. The crowd fell silent for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. The gray-robed young man narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Are you messing with me? He had confidently said that he was wrong, but the other party had come up with the same answer as well. What the heck was going on? Not only was the crowd furious, even Dan Xiaotian felt his head spinning. He had no idea what his teacher was up to. Playing a joke on an expert like that could cost him his life. You are thinking too much. Xianxia shook his head. He turned to Dan Xiaotian and said, There's a label behind the Spirit Matriarch grass. I see. Dan Xiaotian nodded. After the Spirit Matriarch grass, there's a parenthesis. It's not local. Not local? What does that mean? This time everyone was a little confused. Even the gray-robed young man was a little confused. Was there a difference between the Spirit Matriarch grass and the non-local? Of course there's a difference. This yang nurturing pill is used to consolidate the pure yang attribute of the cultivator of the pure yang cultivation technique. Under normal circumstances, replacing the Inferno grass root with the spiritual matriarch grass is indeed the most suitable method. In fact, in other places, the pill refined using this method can even resolve the hidden danger mentioned on the wall. Xianxia walked up to the cauldron and picked up the dregs from the earlier explosion. With a faint smile, he said, But it won't work here. Xianxia City is named after the Xianxia River. This river flows straight to the coast, and the water flowing through it isn't freshwater but saltwater. It's a true saltwater river. The crowd nodded in agreement. While Xianxia City wasn't close to the coast, the Xianxia River was connected to the sea, and the saltwater flowing through it couldn't be used for irrigation or drinking. It was for this reason that despite its convenient transportation, the city had never been able to develop. In the region governed by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it could only be considered as a third-tier city. It wasn't prosperous at all. Due to the fact that the entire Xianxia River is saltwater, all of the cultivated lands around the city are salty, and the plants that grow there are salty as well. Let's take the medicinal herbs that were used to forge the pill for example. Take a look and see if there's any difference between these dregs and other medicinal herbs. After saying those words, Xianxia raised the finger that he had used to pick up the dregs. The crowd quickly turned their gazes over, and they saw a layer of white powder on the black mark on his finger. Even though it was faint, they were all Saint Realm experts, so it wasn't difficult for them to notice it. The gray-robed young man also walked up to the dregs and touched them. There was indeed some white powder on the tip of his finger as well. He touched it with the tip of his tongue, and it tasted slightly salty. "That's right, this is salt," Xianxia continued. "The spirit matriarch grass grows in marshlands, and it prefers yin to yang. As soon as it comes into contact with the salty nature of the other medicinal herbs, it will immediately neutralize the yin attribute of the spirit matriarch grass. As such, not only will it be unable to neutralize the frenzied energy of the other medicinal herbs, it will even become even more ferocious due to the loss of the inferno grass. That's why that friend of yours didn't even want to make a choice. He simply couldn't wait any longer." There's actually such a thing?" A huge commotion broke out in the crowd. It was just pill forging, was there a need to be so meticulous? The gray-robed young man was also taken aback. Could it really be because of this? Walking up to the remaining medicinal herbs, he flicked his finger, and a burst of flames burst forth, reducing them to ashes. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw that there was indeed salt in them. There can't be the slightest mistake in pill forging. A single mistake in a single step could result in a complete loss. Countless medicinal herbs would be destroyed in an instant. Since you know all of this, you should have considered the location, climate, cauldron, state of mind, and even the technique. A mistake is a mistake. I believe that since this senior is from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, you won't admit to it, right? Xianxia said with a smile. A mistake is a mistake. I'll admit to it. Knowing that there was no way he could refute Xianxia's words, the gray-robed young man flung his sleeves and harumphed. "This jade token is yours." Before Xueqin could react, the gray-robed young man flicked his wrist, and the jade token in his hand flew toward Xianxia. Xueqin's face twitched in agony. It had not even been 2 hours since she had obtained the treasure, and it was already over. "I'll accept it then." Xianxia stowed the jade token into his robe before turning to look at Xueqin once more. With a light chuckle, he said, "Right, I mentioned earlier that I would like to make a bet with you, and the loser would be able to do whatever they want with him. You didn't explicitly agree to it, but you didn't explicitly reject it either. Since that's the case, do you think that the bet is still valid?" The gray-robed young man's face darkened, but he didn't respond. Instead, killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't think that he would be defeated by a fellow from a backwater city, seemingly oblivious to the gray-robed young man's rage. Xianxia pointed to Yan Shui and said, "My bet is very simple. Slap Xueqin 3 times. "What?" Xueqin's face warped in horror. If he really got slapped, where would his face go? With a trembling body, Xueqin hurriedly turned to the gray-robed young man and said, "Senior, you mustn't listen to that fellow's nonsense. He's just making a casual remark, and he hasn't managed to forge the pill into a pill yet. It might not necessarily be the correct answer." Before he could finish speaking, the gray-robed young man spun around and slapped him 3 times in a row. Pa! 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 Every time he did so, the sound reverberated through the room. Under the girl's horrified gaze, the originally delicate skin instantly turned red and swollen. "Is that okay?" After which, the gray-robed young man placed his hands behind his back and glared at Xianxia coldly. Xianxia was extremely proficient in pill forging, and on top of that, he had specially examined the medicinal herbs as well. Thus, there was no need for him to continue forging the pill. He could already tell whether the other party was right or not. Since he already knew the answer, he would be embarrassing not just himself but the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well. "Slapping her was just something I said casually. She's just a girl, and she's not engaged to me, and she didn't come all the way here to break off the engagement, so there's no enmity between us. Since that's the case, let's do it this way. We've fulfilled our bet. Senior brother, please." Xianxia bowed. The gray-clothed young man looked at him coldly, and without saying anything more, he turned around and left. Everyone followed in unison. The fainted young man was also specially carried by someone. He had intended to display his prowess and strike fear into the hearts of everyone in Xinjiang City, but who could have thought that he would be slapped in the face instead? His heart was burning with rage. He quickly walked out of the trading firm and turned to look at the girl whose face was red and swollen. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is that?" "Senior, I really don't know who that person is," Xueqin replied anxiously. "That crippled youth," the gray-clothed youth said. "He." Xueqin's face turned deathly pale. She hurriedly explained, He and I are engaged to each other. The elders in the clan arranged our marriage before we were even born. There's nothing between us, and we've only met a few times. You should know why I took you in as a servant disciple." The gray-robed young man harumphed coldly without any expression on his face. Inner disciples only focus on their cultivation, so they need someone to attend to them. Your looks are not bad, you're a virgin, and your cultivation is not bad. You can enter the sword pavilion to serve someone, or even as a concubine. I know. Xueqin lowered her head. Good that you know. Waving his hand, the gray-robed young man turned around and walked into the carriage. Following which, an emotionless voice sounded from within, "Settle this matter properly. Don't let the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion know of it. Also, I want to know the origin and identity of that guy who was covered in bandages just now. 3 days from now, Elder Lu Yun will be passing by this place. I don't want anything to go wrong." Yes, Xueqin lowered her head to her chest, not daring to even breathe loudly. Da-da-da, the carriage went far away. Only then did Xueqin feel her back drenched in sweat. She glared at the Hongyan trading firm with killing intent in her eyes. "Go back and tell teacher that we will make our move tonight." The young men behind him nodded in unison, yes. "Thank you, teacher." Seeing how Xueqin, who had humiliated him several times, was beaten up so badly that she was rendered speechless, Dan Xiaotian knew that his teacher was doing this for his sake, and he couldn't help but feel grateful. "Since you're my student, I won't let you suffer." "All right," Zhang Xian said with a smile. "Find me a quiet room. I would like to try out the ethereal token." "Yes." Dan Xiaotian nodded as he found the middle-aged man from before, and it didn't take long for him to arrange a private chamber for him. After entering the room, Zhang Xian looked around and found that there were formations all around, making it very quiet. Nodding in satisfaction, he took out the jade talisman and held it in his hand. "Teacher, I heard that the ethereal token can only be accessed through certain steps, and activating it requires a heavy price," Zhang Xian said with a frown. Before Dan Xiaotian could finish his words, Zhang Xian tapped on the jade token a few times, and with a resounding wing, the jade token shone with a brilliant light. Completely activated, immediately afterward, a drop of blood flowed out and came into contact with the light. It immediately transformed into a special pattern, and in the blink of an eye, it was imprinted between the brows. Dan Xiaotian was stunned. Based on what he knew, activating an ethereal token required a lot of ethereal coins and the help of experts. He did not think that his teacher would be able to activate the ethereal token and acknowledge him as its master so quickly, as if he had done it many times in the past. Paying no heed to Zhang Xian's astonishment, Zhang Xian carefully examined the mark on his glabella, and after confirming that it was harmless, he heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, Zhang Xian's consciousness left his body and entered a unique space. Lowering his head to take a closer look, the body before him felt both illusory and real at the same time. It was an indescribable feeling. "Welcome to the ethereal hall." While Zhang Xian was still perplexed, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. This voice, frowning, Zhang Xian's body stiffened. He had actually heard this voice before. "It's Kongshi." It was Kongshi's voice. Even though he knew that Kongshi had come to the Azure, he did not think that it would be related to one of the strongest powers in the Azure, the ethereal hall. Could it be that the ethereal hall was created by Kongshi? Dan Xiaotian said that the ethereal hall was created by a powerful expert several thousand years ago, but it has already been tens of thousands of years since Kongshi left the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Could it be that the flow of time in the Azure is different from the flow of time on the master-teacher continent? He had fainted upon arriving at the Azure, and when he woke up, he had encountered many things. He had never experienced the true flow of time in the Azure. If that was the case, the flow of time in the azure was indeed different from the flow of time on the master-teacher continent. While these thoughts were going through Xianxia's mind, the voice from before suddenly sounded once more. I created the ethereal hall so that cultivators could interact with one another more easily. Here, you can alter your appearance and aura freely without worrying about others noticing you. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you will be able to learn the cultivation techniques you want without worrying about others finding out about your true identity. In the ethereal token, everyone who enters will possess the same cultivation realm and strength. Everyone will be able to interact with one another as equals, and you won't have to worry about the disparity between your standing and strength. That's all I have to say. Go and purchase the items that you want. The voice came to an end. Hearing those words, Xianxia was certain of his decision. Only Xianxia would have such magnanimity and magnanimity. Everyone was equal, everyone was a dragon. He had thought that it would take him a long time to find news of Xianxia in the azure, but who could have thought that he would be able to find out about him just by using an ethereal token? Suppressing the agitation in his heart, Xianxia went through Xianxia's words once more, and a bizarre thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. Interacting with one another as equals, regardless of one's name or strength. Isn't this the higher level of online chat and online shopping? In his previous life, online chatting and shopping could be done over the internet. Most of the time, he would spend an entire year chatting with his wife, not knowing that the person on the other end was actually a burly man. The ethereal token sounded very powerful, but it seemed to be based on the same principle. Once one entered the ethereal token, one would be able to conceal one's appearance and wield strength equal to others. In other words, one would be able to conceal one's identity even after chatting for a long time without knowing whether the other party was a man or a woman, an expert, or an ordinary person. This is good as well. Without the hindrance of fame and power, many people will be able to be more open-minded. Perhaps, this is the reason why Xianxia created the ethereal token back then. Xianxia hoped that everyone in the world would be able to achieve greatness. However, cultivation resources were limited, and one's background, talent, resources, and fortuitous encounters were different. He had founded the Master Teacher Pavilion to raise the standards of mankind and impart knowledge to the world. However, he had realized that the Master Teacher Pavilion had its own motives as well. He had also founded the Xianxia domain, but he had also realized that there was no one who could achieve true equality with the world. Thus, he had created the ethereal hall and ethereal token in the azure. In the ethereal hall, one would lose their original identity and glory, thus granting them equal standing and strength. With a thought, Xianxia's appearance began to change, becoming more ordinary. Clenching his fist tightly, he sent a punch forward. The ethereal token stated that one's strength was limited to Saint One Dan. In other words, no matter how powerful one was, they would only be able to wield strength of Saint One Dan. Xianxia took a moment to get used to the ethereal hall, and it did not take long for a massive palace to appear before him. Starlight City, Ethereal Hall. Starlight City is a second-tier city, and Xinjiang City happens to be under its jurisdiction. Xianxia recalled Dan Xiaoyan's introduction for a moment before a smile crept onto his lips. It seems like this is still a local network, only places with ethereal halls could manage ethereal tokens, but there were no ethereal halls in Xinjiang City. Even if there were ethereal halls here, they would only be able to enter Starlight City. Xianxia pushed open the door and walked in. Just like online chatting, while everyone's appearance and physique were different, their strength was completely equal. There were quite a few people who were located far away from each other, but they were gathered together to discuss cultivation and even business. After entering the Jade Talisman, information was shared, and the speed of communication was much faster. It was almost as fast as the information explosion in his previous life. After a moment of curiosity, Xianxia knew that it was more important for him to treat his injuries. Thus, he walked over to the counter of the ethereal hall and called for the attendant. Do you have any healing pills here? I want to buy one. May I know what grade of medicine this young master is looking for? The waiter was a young man in a uniform. He was quite handsome, but of course, this was probably not his original appearance. Just like in his previous life, many people liked to use Daniel Wu's photo or a web novelist called Sweeping the Horizon as their profile picture. Xianxia exclaimed, it can heal the injuries of those in the dimension Shatter realm. Along the way, Xianxia had asked Dan Xiaotian about the 4 realms of ancient sage in the Azure, and they share the same names. As for the higher realms, he was not qualified to come into contact with them, so he had no idea what they were. There are Whitewood pills and Azure Yang pills. After saying that, the young man handed the 2 pills over. Opening the jade bottle, Xianxian took a look at them, and he could not help but be awed by Kongshi's capability. Even though he knew that the ethereal hall was an illusion, he could sense the spiritual energy and medicinal efficacy of the pills clearly, as if they were real. I have never heard of these 2 pills before. May I know which one will be more effective in treating my injuries? After all, the Azure and the Master Teacher continent were 2 different worlds, so he had never seen these 2 pills before. As such, he had no idea how effective they were. Just as he was about to ask Xianxian about it, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and he placed his finger on it. Flaws. Since soul oracles were able to use the library of Heaven's Path, could he use it here as well? With a thought, the library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. As expected, Xianxian's eyes lit up in excitement as he took a look at the book. Even though the pills were fake, the library of Heaven's Path seemed to be able to adapt to the environment within the ethereal token, allowing it to automatically bring him to the real pills. In the blink of an eye, the flaws and introduction of the pills were already written down. The main ingredient of the Whitewood pill is the Whitewood grass. It's extremely effective in treating the soul injuries of Dimension Shatter realm cultivators. The Azure Yang pill uses the blood of saint beasts as its main ingredient. It's extremely effective in recovering one's physical body and Jinqi, Xianxian said. My physical body and Jinqi are the only ones injured. My soul is still fine, so I'll choose the Azure Yang pill. Xianxian quickly made up his mind and told the attendant before him. The Azure Yang pill costs 20,000 ethereal coins each. May I know how you intend to pay for it? Do you have an ethereal card? The attendant asked with a smile. 20,000 ethereal coins? Xianxian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He did not even have a single ethereal coin on him, and he had no idea what an ethereal card was either. How was he supposed to pay for it? It had been nearly 4 hours since he had woken up, and he had finally learned the value of ethereal coins. Even if he were to sell off the entire manor that Dan Xiaotian was living in, he would only be able to obtain a quarter of the Azure Yang pill at most. It looks like I'll have to earn some money again, Xianxian rubbed his glabella in distress. Back when he was on the Master Teacher continent, his net worth was already higher than most clans or powers. Yet, in the Azure, he had reverted back to how he was before. Back in the Tianxian kingdom, in order to help Xiaoye and the others resolve their unique constitution, he had disguised himself as Xianxia and treated them. Was he going to have to do the same now that he was in the Azure? Was he going to have to assume a new identity to earn ethereal coins? But deep down, he was an extremely low-profile person, and there was nothing he liked more than putting on airs. Sighing helplessly, Xianxian turned to the attendant and asked, "May I know if there are any ways to earn money here?" Earn money? Hearing those words, the attendant realized that Xianxian might not be able to afford the Azure Yang pill. Even though he did not show any reaction on his face, his eyes were no longer as passionate as before. He had thought that the other party was a tycoon, but who could have thought that he was actually a pauper? The fastest way to earn money is through the dueling ring. The first duel costs 100 ethereal coins, and if you win the second duel, it will stack to 200 ethereal coins, and 400 ethereal coins for the third duel. In any case, as long as you don't lose, you'll be able to earn twice as much in the next duel, the attendant replied. If you can remain undefeated for 8 duels, you should be able to earn enough money to buy the ethereal pills. Aren't the cultivations of those who enter the ethereal hall all the same? What's the dueling ring? Xianxian was taken aback. What was the point of dueling if the cultivators in the Azure were all of the same attribute? Even if they were to duel, the odds of victory would still be around 50%. While the cultivation and Jinqi capacity of the cultivators are the same, everyone has a different understanding of cultivation, fighting style, and reaction time. Even if one is of the same cultivation realm and cultivation realm, there will still be a clear victor. Usually, the higher one's cultivation is, the greater the chance of victory. Can an ordinary Saint One Dan cultivator defeat a Saint One Dan cultivator controlled by an ancient sage expert? Seeing that the other party's questions were getting more and more inexperienced, the waiter's tone turned slightly impatient. Xianxia was taken aback. That's right, while one's cultivation might be the same, one's understanding of combat and fighting prowess would be completely different. The higher one's cultivation, the higher one's comprehension of combat would be, and the greater the advantage one would have in a duel. Where is the dueling ring? I'll register right now. Understanding this, Xianxia asked. You can register right here. However, I'll have to remind you that the number of duels you win will be different depending on the opponent you face. Seeing that the other party was clueless, the waiter reminded. Xianxia nodded. This was similar to the games in his previous life. If one was a king, even if one's opponent was not a king, the difference between them should not be too great. If one was matched with a weakling, no matter how strong one would still be helpless. But, regardless of whether the opponent was a king or a Jizuan, as long as they were of the same cultivation realm, they would still have to kneel before him. He could use the Library of Heaven's path here. No matter how strong one was, they would not stand a chance against him. Alright then. Pay the registration fee. It'll be 500 ethereal coins per duel. The attendant said. 500? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Why is it so expensive? Not only does the ethereal hall have to provide the venue for the duel, it also has to record a video of the duel and broadcast it online for everyone to view. Every single aspect of the duel comes with a price, so naturally, there's a fee for it, the young man replied. But I don't have 500 ethereal coins on me. Can I find some collateral? Perhaps you can lend me some, and I'll repay you double after I win the duel. Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. A single cent stumped a hero. To think that the godlike figure of the master teacher continent, Xianxia, who was revered by countless people, would not even be able to take out 500 ethereal coins here. On top of that, he even had to borrow money from others. If you don't have it, then don't participate in the duel. The young man shook his head. To not even have 500 ethereal coins on him, and yet, he wanted to buy a pill worth 20,000 ethereal coins and participate in the duel. Where in the world did such an ignorant fellow come from, as for borrowing money? They did not even know one another, so how could he possibly do that? Seeing through the young man's disdain, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Then, my ethereal token should be worth more than 500 ethereal coins, right? I'll use it as collateral to borrow 500 ethereal coins, right? Since the ethereal token was sold by the ethereal hall, it should be possible for it to be used as collateral. That's fine. However, you have to understand that if you fail to repay the debt within 3 days, the ethereal token you use will be sealed, rendering it useless, the young man said. The ethereal hall could seal the usage of an ethereal token remotely, similar to how a telecommunications company could cut off one's home network. Xianxia nodded. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, the young man quickly got down to business. Not too long later, a card was passed over to Xianxia. This is your ethereal card. You can borrow 500 ethereal coins from the ethereal hall. As long as you register for the duel, the money will be deducted automatically. If you win, the prize will be delivered to the ethereal hall automatically, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Seeing that it was so convenient, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He stowed the card away before making his way over to the dueling ring. Combat was always the fastest way to raise one's cultivation, no matter where one was. It was very easy for one to get injured or killed in a normal battle, but that was not the case in the ethereal hall. It was for this reason that the dueling ring and the ethereal token was always a favorite of cultivators. Even before arriving at the dueling ring, he could already see countless people gathered together, staring at the massive crystal screen before them with agitated looks on their faces. 2 figures were currently clashing with one another. Both of them were only at Saint One Dan, but their battle techniques were completely different from one another. It was apparent that both of them possessed exceptional control over their battle techniques. Windherder has already won 5 consecutive duels. He's incredible. Incredible? His control over his battle techniques is unheard of. Every single one of his moves is calculated to perfection. He's simply too powerful. There's no way I'm a match for him. I can learn quite a few battle techniques just by watching him battle, and my fighting prowess has also increased significantly. A commotion broke out amidst the crowd. The reason why the ethereal token was so popular in the Forsaken Continent was not only because it allowed one to battle without fear of injury, but also because one could observe the battles of others and gain more insights from it. Xianxia did not rush to register for the dueling ring. Instead, he observed the dueling ring for a moment before nodding in agreement. There was a limit to the number of battle techniques that a Saint 1 Dan cultivator could execute, so the dueling ring would be determined by who had the better grasp of timing and decisiveness. After gaining a deeper understanding of the dueling ring, Xianxia walked over to the registration counter and passed his identity card over. "What's your name? You can even use a nickname." The person in charge of arranging the dueling ring, a young lady in her 20s, asked. "Nickname?" Xianxia pondered for a moment. This kind of dueling ring required one's name or nickname. Otherwise, it would be meaningless if the dueling ring did not even know who he was. Since I can conceal my identity using the ethereal token, I can't possibly call myself Xianxia thought. Just like how he had chosen a username in his previous life, who would be foolish enough to use their real name? Yang Xian, Sun Chong, Xian Zhang, Luo Tianya. He went through the pseudonyms that he had come up with in his mind one by one. After a while, he nodded and said, "Just call me Tianya." World's Edge? The lady nodded as she wrote down the name on the book before her. It didn't take long for the dueling ring to be completed. World's Edge versus Silent Walker. Along with the shouts, Xianxia walked onto the stage. It was a circular area, and the surroundings were sealed off by a huge crystal screen. Through the screen, the people outside could see the situation inside. His opponent was a skinny middle-aged man. Even though they had the same level of strength and cultivation, they gave off a strong sense of oppression. I know this Silent Walker. Even though this is his first time participating in the open tournament and he has never fought before, he is extremely powerful. Indeed. I was just chatting with him earlier, and we even secretly sparred a few times. Be it in terms of reaction speed or movement speed, they are both extremely powerful. I'm afraid that he's at least a Dimension Shatterer realm intermediate stage cultivator. So strong? Looks like he's not a nobody. With such an expert, this battle will be interesting to watch. I wonder if World's Edge is strong or not. I can tell from the name that it's weak. It should be very weak, yeah, Tianya my ass. Even though Xianxia wasn't able to discern the other party's true identity through the ethereal token, he was still able to sense the other party's strength and standing as long as the other party didn't intentionally conceal it. Those who had met the Silent Walker before could tell that he was a powerful expert. So, it seemed like the other party was in for a tough time. Let's begin. The Silent Walker shot a cold glance at the young man before him and sneered, "I won't go easy on you." He was going to show his prowess, just like those famous experts. He was going to achieve 2 consecutive victories, 3 consecutive victories, or even 5 consecutive victories. He was going to make sure that the name Silent Walker would resound throughout every single corner of Starlight City. Xianxia raised his hand and said, "Please." "Who?" The Silent Walker dashed forward with a unique movement technique, causing his silhouette to flicker on the dueling ring. Seeing that the other party had made a move, Xianxia nodded in agreement. There were many occupations in the Azure that weren't as detailed as those on the Master-Teacher continent, but the cultivator's comprehension of battle and control over battle techniques were far superior. Any single one of them would be far more powerful than the Master-Teachers of the Mingshi Tang Academy. In fact, even the combat masters were no match for them. Perhaps, the reason why the Silent Walker was able to achieve such a feat was because of the ethereal token. After all, even the combat master Hall couldn't possibly continue fighting without worrying about their injuries. I can't win in one go, or else it won't be easy for me to find another opponent. In an instant, a plan formed in Xianxia's mind. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia was able to see through at least 7 or 8 flaws in the other party's movements with a single glance, so it wouldn't be too difficult for him to achieve victory. However, this was an open duel. If he were to win in a single move, it would be difficult for him to find another opponent for the second round. How was he going to earn more money? without money, the 10th disciple he had just accepted might not even make it through the night. Realizing this, Xianxia dashed forward to face the silent walker. Pung pung pung, in the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed. That world's edge doesn't seem to be weak either. Was that the move that the silent walker executed, the spatial treading footwork? Is it possible for a Saint One Dan cultivator to execute a battle technique of that caliber? That is, the drifting palm? Why would it have such an effect? Those two moves were meant to be executed in an instant, but World's Edge actually managed to dodge them both. Is it due to luck, or is he really that powerful? At the start of the battle, what everyone thought to be a one-sided battle suddenly changed. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Just as they had expected, the silent walker was extremely powerful. Every single move of his was infused with a unique might. On the other hand, even though World's Edge's movements were ordinary, he was able to dodge every single one of his attacks and even find the time to counterattack. That was truly frightening. If it was luck, it was impossible for the silent walker to be able to dodge every single attack by a hair's breadth. But if it was strength, just how powerful was the silent walker to be able to do so with such ease? Look, World's Edge is going to retaliate. Someone suddenly exclaimed. In the previous 10 moves, the silent walker had been the one who didn't take the initiative to attack, and World's Edge had been forced to retaliate. However, at this very moment, the tables had turned. The silent walker had been frustrated by the futility of the silent walker's attacks, but the silent walker was slowly gaining control of the entire battle. Xianxia feinted to the left before abruptly striking forward with his right hand. Seemingly having seen through World's Edge's maneuver, the silent walker didn't fall for it. Just as the two palms were about to come into contact, Xianxia flicked his right hand lightly, and before he knew it, his left hand had already reached the silent walker's chest. What he had just executed was also a feint. Turning feint into reality. Even the City Lord of Starlight City isn't capable of such a feat, right? He's capable of such a feat. A few years ago, I saw the City Lord using this move in the open dueling ring. Even though it's a feint, it's still a feint if one doesn't guard against it, and it's still a feint if one doesn't guard against it. Countless people have tried to learn this move, but none of them have been able to do so. I've practiced it for 3 years, but I'm still unable to do so. Yet, World's Edge is actually able to pull it off? That's too frightening. I take back my words. That World's Edge is definitely an expert. To be able to achieve such proficiency in turning feint into reality. Could that fellow be the City Lord in disguise? How could that be? I know that the City Lord's nickname in the open dueling ring isn't that. Besides, the City Lord has already won innumerable matches. There's no need for him to disguise himself as an insignificant figure who hasn't participated in a single duel, right? Turning feint into reality wasn't a difficult move, but there weren't too many people in Starlight City who were capable of such a feat yet. A fellow whom they had never heard of was actually able to pull it off. How could they not be shocked? Peng Mo Xian was forced to retreat as blood trickled down the corners of his lips. Even though the person trapped in the jade token wouldn't truly die, he would still feel excruciating pain and spurt blood. This was a huge blow to his confidence. I've lost, knowing that he would only lose even more miserably if he were to continue fighting. Mo Xian immediately admitted defeat. He had intended to make a name for himself in a single battle, but who could have thought that he would lose in the very first round? Xianxia nodded. Following which, the young lady's voice sounded once more. Do you want to continue fighting, or do you want to challenge another duel? Since he had won the first round, he could choose to continue or forfeit. With a smile, Xianxia replied, let's continue with the second round. Even though he had expended some of his energy in the previous duel, it wasn't too much. He had come here specifically to earn money, so naturally, he couldn't just walk out like that. Soon, the second opponent was arranged to enter the dueling ring. This time, it wasn't a newcomer but a young man who had fought many duels before. The other party seemed to know that Xianxia was a formidable opponent, so he immediately rushed forward and executed all kinds of moves. Xianxia hurriedly dodged the attacks. It's the millimeter steps. Seeing how Xianxia was dodging the attacks, the crowd exclaimed in shock. The millimeter steps is a technique that allows one to dodge one's opponent's attacks by just a hair's breadth each time. This allows one to conserve one's stamina and allow one to launch a more effective attack. However, it's also extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could result in severe injuries. That fellow actually managed to execute the illusory materialization move as well as the millimeter steps. It's impossible to accomplish such a feat without several decades of hard work. It's not just impossible, it's impossible to accomplish such a feat. I have a cousin who worships the millimeter steps the most. He has been practicing the millimeter steps for 30 years, but he still doesn't dare to use it in battle. This isn't just due to his precise control over his strength, but more importantly, his mental fortitude. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Many of the crowd were rendered speechless. Just the millimeter steps and the illusory materialization move were enough to show that World's Edge was a top-notch expert. Oblivious to the shock beneath the stage, Xianxia didn't take too long to defeat his second opponent either. In just 10 moves, he had already defeated the other party. Seeing that his opponent had backed down and the third duel had begun, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely satisfied with his performance. My disguise should have been quite good. No one should be able to see through my actual strength. This should make things much more convenient for me in the upcoming duels. Suppressing my strength and using less than a 20th of it, to be honest, it's been quite tiring. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned to look at his third opponent. It was a green-robed lady. The young lady was swiftly defeated as well. The fourth opponent was a haughty young man, but he didn't even last 10 moves. Seeing that the challengers weren't intimidated by his performance, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Of course, what he didn't know was that the other challengers were only worth 500 ethereal coins each time. With such a low price, they would be more than happy to exchange blows with an expert. It could be said that they had profited greatly. In any case, no matter how they fought, their main body wouldn't die, so the losses wouldn't be too great. Senior, what do you think? Outside the crystalline barrier, 2 figures were leaning against a pillar not too far away. The one who had spoken was a green-robed young man. He held a sword in his hand, and a sharp sword intent emanated from his eyes. His senior was also wielding a sword, and the sword intent he emanated was even more concentrated than before. With just a look, it was clear that he was an expert swordsman. Both Xianjiang City and Starlight City were under the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and there were many people who practiced swordsmanship there. Most of the challengers used swordsmanship in the dueling ring, turning illusions into reality and infinitesimal steps. This means that his control over his strength has already reached an extremely precise level, comparable to mine. He should be an expert, the senior said with a smile. However, he's still far from matching up to the disciples of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Indeed. Turning illusions into reality and infinitesimal steps are a prerequisite to becoming a disciple. Many menial disciples are capable of such a feat as well, so it's only in a remote place like this that he's able to stir up such a huge commotion, the junior replied. Junior Huang Tao, go and register your name. Show him your strength, the senior instructed. Don't worry. If you can't make him admit defeat within 3 moves, I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Then, practice the ethereal sword 10 more times, the junior known as Huang Tao said with a smile. Don't underestimate your opponent. Before Xianxia could finish his words, the senior suddenly burst into laughter and said, I was thinking too much into it. Let's end this quickly. We're here with the elders to select outer disciples and menial disciples, so time is a little tight. If we enter the ethereal hall, we'll be bullying others. If the elders learn of this, they'll surely reprimand us. They were geniuses from major sects, so it was no different from the gaming experts of a provincial team going to an internet cafe to play against ordinary netizens. There was no challenge at all. All right. Nodding, Huang Tao walked forward. A moment later, he reported his name and became Xianxia's 5th opponent. Look at this stormy swordsman's win rate. Only 5 losses out of 100? He's too strong. This achievement is simply shocking. That World's Edge has finally met his match. Since that young man brought his sword up the stage, he must be competing in swordsmanship. I only saw World's Edge fighting with his bare hands earlier, so it's hard to tell how his swordsmanship will turn out, the results of every participant's matches would be displayed on the screen. This Stormy Wave swordsman had only lost 5 out of 100 matches, which immediately caused a huge sensation. The previously one-sided situation was once again divided into 2 sides. Even though this World's Edge big shot was very strong in close combat just now, using weapons and not using them were 2 completely different concepts. The other party was known as a swordsman, and he even brought a sword with him. His fighting prowess must be very high. Take the sword. Standing at the center of the dueling ring, Huang Tao hugged his sword as he spoke. All right. Without any hesitation, Xianxia waved his hand, and the sword on the weapon rack flew over to him. It gleamed coldly. The swords in the ethereal hall had no tier. They were only tools used to execute swordsmanship, so there was no such thing as a weapon spirit. I'll give you 2 chances to make your move without drawing my sword. If you can't even get close to me, I'll defeat you in a single strike. Huang Tao said calmly. As a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he had to maintain his composure. You won't draw your sword? Xianxia was taken aback. He frowned. You'll die if you do that, audacious. Huang Tao's face darkened. Make your move, or else you won't have a chance to make your move. All right then. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He flicked the sword in his hand, and without moving his body, he flicked his finger. Wang, the sword in his hand immediately flew out of his grasp. He had actually lost his grip on his sword in the first strike. In a battle, the greatest fear one had was losing one's grip on one's weapon. It would be great if one could strike the opponent, but if one failed and the sword left one's body, it would be equivalent to one being barehanded while the opponent had a weapon. He's too reckless. Is that fellow intending to admit defeat? The crowd watching the duel was stunned, unable to comprehend what was going on. To throw away his sword before the duel had even begun, this was something that they had never seen before. Look, World's Edge has actually turned around. Really? What does he mean? It can't be that he's really intending to admit defeat? Is he really that lacking in competitive spirit? Amidst the exclamations of shock, the sight before them became even more bizarre. On the dueling ring, the young man named World's Edge raised his arms after throwing away his sword, as if he was celebrating something. Could it be that he knew that the other party was too formidable even before the duel had even started, so he decided to admit defeat? What was the point of celebrating if he admitted defeat? Was it supposed to be honorable for him to admit defeat? On the dueling ring, Huang Tao was also a little taken aback. What in the world was that fellow doing after throwing away his sword and raising his arms? Even if he were to admit defeat, he should at least say something. Just as Huang Tao was perplexed by the situation, he suddenly heard his senior shouting anxiously, Huang Tao, don't get careless. Be careful. Huang Tao was taken aback. Barely after he focused his attention, he saw the sword that the other party had tossed out casually slowly approaching him. Initially, it was extremely slow, so slow that it felt as if it was floating in the air. However, when it was 3 meters away from Huang Tao, it abruptly sped up, and it was as if a ray of light had shrouded Huang Tao's eyes. Huang Tao hurriedly released his arms and tried to draw his sword to defend himself, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Pudong, a corpse lay on the ground, its head pierced through by the sword. The corpse dissipated into specks of light before vanishing from the spot. All that was left was the sword that Xianxia had been hugging earlier. Death in the ethereal hall would not result in true death, but the ethereal token would shatter, rendering it useless. At the same time, the ethereal token would vanish as well. In other words, a single death would render the ethereal token useless. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone stared at the dueling ring with dumbfounded looks on their faces. They had thought that the sword-wielding young man would have an intense fight with World's Edge, but who could have thought that the latter would just casually toss his sword out and impale his head? What the heck was this? Hula! After a moment of silence, a deafening explosion sounded in the air. Even though they did not understand what was going on, it was clear that World's Edge had won. Long live World's Edge! I love you to death. I'm your fan. I want to have your babies. It must be that stormy swordsman who underestimated his opponent. He didn't think that the other party would toss his sword out. I was wondering how formidable he would be, but it turns out that he's just a braggart. Even a fool wouldn't be able to do something like that. What a 95% win rate in 100 duels. I think he's just a clown trying to pull a prank on us. In the eyes of the crowd, there was nothing special about Xianxia's sword toss, and yet, the latter was impaled to death on the spot. There could only be one possibility: that fellow was simply too weak. This is impossible. Xianxia, who was leaning against the pillar, abruptly straightened his body. He had noticed that something was amiss when the other party tossed his sword out earlier, and he could sense the presence of sword intent within it. However, to kill Huang Tao in an instant, just how did the other party do it? Xianxia tried to recall the trajectory of the other party's sword, and a bead of sweat began trickling down his forehead. The other party's sword toss was as swift as a white horse galloping across a chasm, leaving not a single trace behind. Even with his eye of discernment, he was unable to tell how the other party had achieved victory. Do I have to fight him face to find out? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. There were many formidable sword arts that one could only know the prowess of after experiencing it personally. Most likely, the other party had reached such a level as well. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia walked over without any hesitation. It didn't take long for the registration to be completed, and he appeared on the dueling ring. Yun Feiyang? Looking at the information displayed on the crystal wall not too far away, Xianxia frowned. He had just killed a swordsman, and now, another swordsman had appeared. Had he poked a hornet's nest? I am Yun Feiyang. It's both my name and my nickname. Yun Feiyang nodded. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his sword, and a cold aura began emanating from it. Make your move. Seeing that Yun Feiyang wasn't as narcissistic as the previous one, Xianxia took out his sword once more and held it in his hand. I'll have to trouble you to use the swordsmanship you used earlier. Yun Feiyang nodded. He wanted to personally experience the might of the swordsmanship that had killed his junior earlier so that he could think of a way to overcome it. The swordsmanship you used earlier? Yes. That's fine too. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He had casually tossed the sword out earlier, and there wasn't much skill behind it. Even so, he had still managed to find the trajectory of the heavens, which conformed to the essence of the Heaven's Path sword art. That was the only reason why he was able to strike the other party's head and kill him on the spot. This fellow wanted to give it a try as well. Did he think that his head was tough enough? But regardless of what the other party's motive was, since he wanted to stab the other party in, there was nothing he could do about it. Thus, Xianxia flicked the sword in his hand, and it floated quietly in the air. The sword flew out of his hand. Come. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Feiyang bellowed furiously as he brandished the sword in his hand. In an instant, a gust of wind howled, and sword chi filled the air. His body was shrouded in sword chi, impervious to even water and rain. How powerful! His swordsmanship is too fast. He can't even see it with his eyes. How can he possibly attack? The crowd below widened their eyes in shock, and their bodies trembled in fear. Yun Feiyang's swordsmanship was simply too fast. A cold glint flashed in the air, and it was as if he had formed a sphere of light with a diameter of 2 meters around him. Under such a defense, it was impossible for him to be injured at all. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword floating in the air slowly flew over to a height of 3 meters. With a deafening whistle, the sword abruptly disappeared from the spot, plunging right into the sphere of sword chi. What's going on? He didn't manage to block it? Or did he manage to block it? Seeing that the sword had vanished from sight, and the sphere of light was still revolving, the crowd glanced at one another in bewilderment. With their eye of discernment, it was impossible for them to tell what was happening on the stage. But before Yun Feiyang could finish his words, the sphere of light suddenly dissipated. Following which, the crowd saw a sword piercing through the forehead of the young man who had displayed outstanding swordsmanship a moment ago. At this point, he was no longer breathing. Pung, his corpse fell to the ground and dissipated into specks of light. The crowd fell silent once more. I recommend the new book by the legendary Hongmeng Tree, The Strongest Physician. Those who are lacking in books can take a look. Star Brilliant City, City Lord Mansion. The two young men chatted as they walked towards the courtyard in front of him. What are Yun Feiyang and Huang Tao doing this time? These two fellows have been acting mysteriously ever since they came out, refusing to participate in any gatherings. If he knew that there were so many beautiful girls this time, he would probably regret it so much. A green-robed youth on the left said with a smile. This guy was tall and thin, like a bamboo pole, and his arms were extremely long. They don't regret it at all. As soon as they arrived, they bought 2 ethereal tokens and changed their names to Stormy Swordsman to challenge others. The second young man said helplessly. He had a square face and a rough voice. Clearly, he didn't approve of the two's actions. Challenge? The skinny young man nearly burst into laughter. You are an outer disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and yet you want to challenge a bunch of bumpkins? Don't you have any shame? Even if we win, there's no sense of accomplishment. I really don't know what they're thinking. Putting everything aside, even the City Lord of Starlight City doesn't have 100% chance of defeating us in a duel of swordsmanship. Yet, they chose to challenge a bunch of ordinary cultivators. Shaking his head helplessly, the square-faced young man and the bamboo-skinned young man walked up to the courtyard and pushed the door open. Following which, Xianxia saw Huang Tao sitting in front of a stone table in a daze. Did you kill the cultivators of Star Brilliant City and make them piss their pants and beg for mercy? The skinny young man smiled faintly as he walked forward. You've always been a gentleman. How many moves did you give me this time? Square-faced patted him on the shoulder. Seeing that it was those two, Huang Tao felt awkward. Pointing to the table before him, he said with a helpless and sorrowful voice, I lost. He saw a jade talisman lying flat on the stone table. It had already broken into several pieces. You were killed in there? Square-faced and the other man narrowed their eyes and immediately understood what had happened. They were filled with disbelief. They were disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and they were confident that they would be able to dominate their opponents easily. They had intended to show off their prowess, but who would have thought that they would be killed instead? Why didn't he believe it? You used a sword? Square-faced man asked. He did, and his head was pierced through by the other party's sword. He didn't even have the time to execute his swordsmanship. Huang Tao wanted to dig a hole in the ground. He used a sword as well, but he didn't even execute his swordsmanship, but he was still pierced through. The duo thought that they had heard wrongly. Senior Yin Feiyang hasn't come out yet. He must have seen me being killed, so he ran off to duel with the other party. As long as he comes out, he should be able to find out everything, knowing that they wouldn't believe him, Huang Tao said. Feiyang is going as well. Out of the 4 of us, he has the highest chance of becoming an inner disciple. His swordsmanship is extremely powerful, so as long as he makes a move, we should be able to deal with him easily. After consoling Xianxia, the 3 of them stood up and walked over to the neighboring residence. As soon as they pushed the door open, they saw the swordsman staring at the shattered jade token in front of him with a look of bewilderment and sorrow, as if he was doubting life itself. Were you killed too? With twitching lips, the crowd hurriedly rushed forward. He was the strongest swordsman among the 4 of them, and yet, he was killed. Just how powerful was the culprit? The sword technique I used was traceless flowing water, but I couldn't withstand a single strike. That sword is so beautiful. Yin Feiyang was still immersed in the sword technique just now. Traceless water? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. This sword technique could be considered as one of the top defensive techniques among the outer disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Once executed, one's body would be shrouded in flowing water. No matter how one attacked, the water vapor would come into contact with it, and the attack would either be blocked or diverted. No one in the same cultivation realm would be able to overcome it. To be unable to withstand a single strike after executing this sword technique, was it really that frightening? More importantly, even after being killed, he still thought that the sword technique was beautiful. Why did it seem like he had lost his mind? I would like to take a look. Feiyang, do you have any ethereal tokens that you haven't used yet? Square-faced and Bamboo asked curiously. They wanted to take a look at the swordsman as well. I have already sent someone to buy them after I woke up. I should be able to get them back soon. Yun Feiyang replied. Every single ethereal hall had their own ethereal token, and they were able to access the so-called regional network by using it. Not too long later, a servant rushed over with 8 ethereal tokens in hand. An ethereal token might be worth tens of thousands of ethereal coins to Dan Xiaotian, but it was nothing to these geniuses. The four of them quickly entered the Starlight City's ethereal hall and arrived at the dueling ring. 7th match, World's Edge. I wish to proceed to the 8th match. As soon as they arrived, they saw that World's Edge had already won his 7th match. The opponent for the 7th match was none other than the Wind Shepherd, who had been in the limelight a while ago. That fellow's movements were so swift that it was almost impossible to see his shadow on the dueling ring. However, World's Edge's kick landed squarely on Wind Shepherd's crotch, and then, that was it. Is there anyone who wishes to proceed to the 8th match? There was no response from the crowd. While it was possible to raise one's fighting prowess by sparring with experts, there was no one who was willing to waste their money on being defeated so easily. Allow me. Square-faced and walked up to the dueling ring. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had earned quite a bit from winning 7 matches, but it was still not enough for him to purchase the pills. If no one were to participate in the 8th match, he would not be able to gather enough money. Standing on the dueling ring, Square-faced and Xianxia began assessing the young man before him. There was nothing special about him, and yet, he had defeated 2 of his seniors consecutively? Are you going to use a sword? Xianxia asked, seeing how Square-faced immediately took out a sword. The Square-faced Xianxia nodded. He drew his sword from its sheath and charged forward. After hearing Yin Feiyang and Huang Tao's words, Square-faced Xianxia could tell that Square-faced Xianxia was an expert. However, before the sword could even reach him, a brilliant ray of light suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was as dazzling as a rainbow, reminiscent of the rising sun. Pung, a corpse fell to the ground. Square-faced's lips twitched. He had thought that Yin Feiyang and Huang Tao were exaggerating, but who could have thought that the square-faced Xianxia was even more powerful than what they had said? Yin Feiyang's defense was the strongest among the outer disciples, but Square-faced's offense was definitely one of the strongest. Even so, before he could even touch the square-faced Xianxia's sleeves, he had already been killed. Fearsome was no longer sufficient to describe the square-faced Xianxia. Huang Tao turned to Square-faced and asked, "Senior, do you want to give it a try?" Square-faced hesitated for a moment before a bitter smile crept onto his face. If even the 2 of them can't do it, I won't be able to either. Forget it. Ethereal coins wasn't a problem, but even the 2 strongest outer disciples weren't a match for Square-faced. If he were to go up, he would only meet the same fate. To think that there would be such a formidable swordsman in Starlight City. We have to report this matter to the elders. Square-faced said. The remaining 2 nodded in agreement. The 3 of them swiftly vanished from the spot, leaving the ethereal token. Finally, there are 8 of them. After killing Square-faced, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that no one would dare to challenge him, causing his income to plummet. Who could have thought that another person would appear at the very end? He had to admit that there were indeed many good people in the world. After waiting for a while longer, Xianxia could only walk out of the dueling ring helplessly. When he returned to the reception, the face of the receptionist had already warped. Given the huge commotion, that fellow must have already noticed it. He had thought that the other party was a pauper and a weakling, but who could have thought that he would actually be such a formidable expert? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He was afraid that the other party would bear a grudge against him, but when he saw the amiable look on the other party's face, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Elder World's Edge, after purchasing the Blue Sun pill, you still have 105,500 ethereal coins left in your card. The receptionist reported after calculating the income from the duel and the price of the Blue Sun pill. 100,000 ethereal coins? Xianxia was taken aback. Given that he had won 8 rounds, shouldn't he only have 25,500 ethereal coins left? Shouldn't he only be left with 5,500 ethereal coins? Where did this 100,000 ethereal coins come from? Elder World's Edge, the swords of the experts who fought against you in the 5th and 6th duels were purchased by them. After they were killed, they were unable to take back their swords, so they automatically depreciated and returned to the ethereal hall. Every single sword is worth 50,000 ethereal coins, and since you were the one who won the duel, the value of the sword will be charged to you. That's why you have an additional 100,000 ethereal coins. The receptionist replied. Purchased? Their swords don't look any different from the ones on the dueling ring, Xianxia replied. Why were the swords of the Blue Sun Pill so expensive if they were of the same attribute? Their attributes are the same, but there are unique patterns on their swords, and the color of their scabbards is different as well. Just these factors alone are worth 50,000 ethereal coins, the receptionist explained. Xianxia's lips twitched. It turned out that the ethereal hall was selling skins as well, and the price was not cheap either. What a scam, but that was to be expected. Vain people were everywhere, and it was only natural for those who were rich to want to stand out from the crowd. Even though it was impossible to alter one's cultivation and attribute, one's clothes and weapons were bound to stand out from the crowd. How do I take out the pills that I have purchased? Xianxia asked. Elder World, after you leave the ethereal hall, all you need to do is communicate with the ethereal token telepathically, and the teleportation formation on the ethereal hall will be activated. The receptionist replied. That would be for the best. Xianxia did not think that it would be that easy. He nodded in satisfaction. Since he had bought what he needed, he immediately warped into a streak of light and left the ethereal hall. The next moment, he appeared in the isolated chamber once more. Sitting down cross-legged, he placed the ethereal token in front of him and communicated with it telepathically. Wang, a light buzz sounded, and a jade bottle appeared before him. It was the Blue Sun Pill that he had seen in the ethereal hall earlier. Swallow it, and it should recover. Uncorking the jade bottle, Xianxia placed the pill on his palm. Just as he was about to swallow it, he suddenly felt a chill on his palm. A gourd had appeared out of nowhere, and he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. The heck? Xianxia's face immediately turned livid. Recommending the new book by the almighty sock puppet, God of Europe. Back then, he became a god with one book and caused countless trends. Today, there are still countless people competing to imitate him. The quality of his new book is quite good. It's worth a look. The Dongshu gourd was the fellow who had been lingering in his dantian all this while. Back then, it had leaped out and swallowed the dragon blood that Sovereign Chenling had obtained from the ritual, leaving him so furious that he could explode. Yet, this time, instead of coming out earlier or later, it had swallowed a recovery pill. Are you the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? How could there be such an unreliable fellow in the world? Xianxia's body trembled in rage. Gritting his teeth, he roared, spit it out. Grabbing the slender center of the Dongshu gourd, he exerted his strength relentlessly. However, due to his severe injuries, his strength was limited. I've already eaten it, and I'm going to shit it out. Do you want to? The Dongshu gourd wriggled its bottom. Shit your head. Xianxia smashed the Dongshu gourd onto the ground and kicked it twice before he finally calmed down. I'm using a pill to recover from my injuries. If you cause any more trouble, I'll toss you into the cesspool right now. You were injured by a spatial storm, and your body is riddled with spatial cracks. You want to use a pill to recover from your injuries? How long will that take? Hearing that Xianxia wanted to recover from his injuries, the Dongshu gourd snorted disdainfully. Are you saying that this pill isn't able to recover from my injuries? Xianxia frowned. The Library of Heaven's Path was unable to check his physical condition due to the fact that he was unable to drive his Xianxia. All he knew was that his injuries were severe, but he had no idea how severe they were. Ordinary injuries are fine, but those caused by a spatial storm. Even if you eat a whole basket of this pill, it won't be of much use, the Dongshu gourd replied. Knowing that the Dongshu gourd wasn't lying to him, Xianxia's rage subsided a little, and he asked, then, what grade of pill do I need? I need a pill capable of treating spatial injuries. However, it's extremely rare and expensive, so it's impossible for me to find it anywhere. Why don't you bring me a few more of that pill? As long as I'm full, I'll tell you how to treat my injuries. The Dongshu gourd said proudly. But before it could finish its words, the young man before it suddenly struggled out of the chamber and shouted, Dan Xiaotian, buy me a cleaver. A cleaver? I have a gourd, and I want to make a ladle out of it. However, I'll have to use a saber to split it open. An axe is fine too. Xianxia replied. Alright, I'll tell you how to resolve it. Seeing that the Dongshu gourd was really getting serious about it, taking out an axe and swinging it around, the Dongshu gourd couldn't help but say, "Actually, it's not because I'm a glutton that I'm asking you for pills. I'm just too weak at the moment, and I need to consume some pills to recover my strength. Only then will I be able to treat your wounds. Don't try anything funny." Xianxia shouted as he placed the axe in his hand on the gourd. "I won't play any tricks." The Dongshu gourd quickly nodded. Xianxia returned to the ethereal token and used the remaining 100,000 ethereal coins to purchase 5 blue sun pills. After the Dongshu gourd was done devouring, it burped in satisfaction before twisting its way over to Xianxia. "Prepare a huge pot and place me in it. 2 hours later, drink the water in it, and your injuries will recover. Boil water with you?" Xianxia was stunned. Was there such a treatment method? The gourd lay on the ground lazily. "If you don't hurry up, I'm going back to rest." Xianxia knew that Dan Xiaotian was a stubborn person, and there was a good chance that Dan Xiaotian would really follow him. Left with no choice, he turned to Dan Xiaotian, who was standing guard outside, once more. Not long after, the 10th disciple brought in the pot and water. As he picked it up, he was perplexed. Didn't teacher say that he was going to treat his injuries? A kitchen knife, an axe, and a boiler. Was he going to eat hot pot? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, do you still want mutton and fish balls? If there's a need, I'll have someone prepare it." Xianxia. After finally appeasing his disciple, Xianxia boiled some water and threw the gourd in. This fellow floated on the surface of the gourd, swimming backstroke and diving. He was having a lot of fun. Xianxia rubbed his forehead as he looked at the other's cheerful expression. He didn't know if he had done the right thing by listening to it. Back on the Master-Teacher continent, he had stood at the pinnacle of the Master-Teacher continent. Yet, in the Master-Teacher continent, he was being ordered around by a mere gourd. Just thinking about it made him feel stifled. More importantly, what in the world was this thing? Other people's treasures would come and go at his beck and call, but this fellow actually dived right into his dantian, causing him to be unable to call it out, and as soon as it came out, it started eating. How could someone as reliable as him possibly have come up with something as unreliable as that? 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Without needing Xianxia to fish it out, the gourd dived back into his dantian. Xianxia scooped out the water in the pot and drank a few mouthfuls. As expected, he felt a refreshing sensation in his body, and the excruciating pain from his injuries had subsided significantly. "It's really useful." Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had thought that the other party was lying to him, so he readied his axe once more. Who could have thought that it would actually work? The Dongshu gourd is a spatial manipulation technique. Perhaps this might have something to do with it. Even though he knew that the Dongshu gourd did not know about Dimension Sundering Realm, he was still unable to figure out the reason behind it. Thus, he could only console himself. It didn't take long for Xianxia to finish the entire pot of water, and his stomach swelled up. At the same time, his injuries were also recovering at a visible rate. In less than an hour, his body jolted, and the bandages on his body fell to the ground. "I've recovered from my injuries, but I haven't recovered my strength yet." The injuries he had sustained from traversing through the spatial passageway were perfectly fine, but his Xinqi had been completely depleted. Sitting on the ground, Xianxia carefully sensed the mercury-like aura in the surroundings. He opened his pores and began absorbing the mercury-like aura. Tzzzzzz. As the energy gushed into his body, it caused his meridians to feel a little heavy, but there was no sensation of them being torn apart. "I didn't think that my body would be able to adapt to this kind of energy after recovering from my injuries." Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was currently driving the Heaven's Path Divine Art instead of releasing his Xinqi of slaughter. Back when he was in the Kungsa domain, he had been unable to withstand it at all. However, after recovering from his injuries, his meridians seemed to have become much more resilient. Gugugugu, as the spiritual energy flowed into his body, it did not take long for it to morph into Xinqi. "I should be able to make a full recovery within 3 days." Feeling the rate at which he was absorbing spiritual energy, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. After becoming a celestial saint and the world's teacher, the amount of Xinqi he had stored in his body had reached an astonishing level. Even with the Heaven's Path Divine Art, it would still take him at least 3 days to recover fully. However, as long as he had enough Xianxia, even if it was just a few surges, he would be able to recover to Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage. With that, he would have nothing to fear in Xianjiang City anymore. After recuperating a little more, Zhang Xian stored more than 100 surges of Xianxia in his body before calling Dan Xiaotian in. "Teacher, you have recovered?" Seeing that the bandages on his teacher's body had been removed, Dan Xiaotian's eyes lit up. "Execute a punch for me so that I can determine the location of the goo so that I can kill it for you." Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Dan Xiaotian nodded as he executed a fist art. After observing for a moment, Zhang Xian confirmed the location of the goo, and he abruptly pressed his palm down. A surge of heaven's path Xianxia immediately surged into Dan Xiaotian's body. It flowed through his meridians and into his body, and in the next moment, he arrived at the location where the goo was hiding. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, as if corrosive poison, the goo, which was lying comfortably on the ground a moment ago, suddenly sensed the surge of energy and fled in fright. However, before it could get far, another surge of Xianxia suddenly surged in and wrapped around it. Not too long later, it was reduced to a puddle of water. Hong long long, as soon as the goo died, Dan Xiaotian's body began to swell up, as if a balloon being blown up. "Teacher, what's wrong with me?" Dan Xiaotian's face paled as he felt a surge of energy gushing out of his body, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. "I have told you before that you have been cultivating diligently for the past 10 years, but your cultivation hasn't grown at all. It's not that you haven't been working hard enough, but the spiritual energy that you have been absorbing has been devoured by this goo. It's easy to imagine how much spiritual energy you have absorbed over the past 10 years. Zhang Xian chuckled. "Now that I'm returning all of it to you, it's only natural for you to feel bloated. Don't hesitate. Cultivate according to this cultivation technique." With a tap of his finger, he infused the simplified Heaven's Path divine art into Dan Xiaotian's body. Knowing that his teacher wouldn't harm him, Dan Xiaotian quickly drove his Xianxia through his body. As soon as he absorbed the energy, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. Normally, when one absorbed spiritual energy, they would have to convert it, purify it, and even adapt to it. However, the energy that flowed into one's body after the goo died did not require any of those steps. It was as if the energy belonged to him in the first place, and he could easily control it and absorb it. This is the Xianxia that you have cultivated over the years. You should be able to control it like a fish in water. As long as you hurry up, you might be able to reach the realm that you deserve after 10 years of hard work before nightfall. Noticing Luo Ruoxin's shock, Zhang Xian chuckled. "Yes." Dan Xiaotian hurriedly closed his eyes and began absorbing the energy. Hong long long, he drove his meridian swiftly, and the energy flowed through his body. His Saint 6 Dan cultivation, which had stagnated for a moment, began growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Saint 7 Dan, Saint 8 Dan, Saint 9 Dan, in less than an hour, he had already reached Saint 9 Dan, and he was still progressing forward. He didn't undergo a heavenly tribulation? Zhang Xian frowned. On the Master-Teacher continent, reaching Saint 8 Dan would trigger the Dimension Sundering ordeal, and reaching Saint 9 Dan would trigger the Macrocosm Ascendancy ordeal. Even he had to put in a lot of effort to overcome it. Yet, the 10th disciple before him had managed to achieve a breakthrough so easily, and there was no sign of it at all. It's likely that the heavens of the Azure are much stronger than the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent. His current cultivation isn't sufficient to trigger a backlash, just like the Zhongshe realm and Jizuan realm cultivators back then. Zhang Xian quickly came to a realization. Even an ordinary cultivator of the Azure could reach Saint 9 Dan at maturity. If a lightning tribulation were to occur at such a cultivation realm, wouldn't the heavens of the Azure die from exhaustion? While Zhang Xian's mind was still wandering, Dan Xiaotian had already achieved a breakthrough to Great Sage. Following which, Introspective Convalescence realm, Aureate Body realm, Intuitive Impulse realm, it was only at Great Sage 3 Dan consummation that his cultivation slowly came to a halt. Releasing all of the energy that the goo had devoured over the past 10 years, he was actually able to raise his cultivation from Saint 6 Dan by 6 realms, bringing him to the same level as Xueqin, who had rushed over to cancel her engagement with Zhang Xian. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. Just like Lu Chong, Dan Xiaotian possessed a resolute will. Putting everything aside, if it had been anyone else, they would have given up on themselves and given up on themselves. On the other hand, despite knowing that he could not cultivate, Dan Xiaotian still continued to absorb spiritual energy every single day. It was due to his perseverance that he had managed to achieve what he had today. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Teacher. Dan Xiaotian could feel the strength coursing through his body. His rock-like left leg had finally recovered to its original state. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he kneeled onto the floor with tears streaming down his face. No matter what, he was still a teenager. He had thought that he would be humiliated by his fiancée's rejection of the engagement, but who could have known that his teacher would change his life completely? Kindness is repaid with kindness. You have saved me, so you deserve this, Xianxia said with a smile. Since your cultivation has reached introspective convalescence realm, I'll impart you some defensive battle techniques. Cultivation without battle techniques was equivalent to fighting prowess. Take Shizhu for example. He had 200 years of cultivation, but he could not be considered as an expert due to his inability to utilize it. Just a single boss wu was enough to leave him flustered. I noticed that you have been practicing your swordsmanship, and it just so happens that I have created a new sword art. Why don't you try it out and see if you can learn it? Dan Xiaotian had been practicing his swordsmanship since he was 10. While his swordsmanship was not particularly impressive, it had already become ingrained in his bones, so there was no need for him to change it. Besides, it was not a bad idea to impart the sword art that he had created in the ethereal token to him. It did not take long for him to learn the intricacies of the sword art. There was only one sword art that his teacher had imparted to him, and that was to use one's control over one's strength to stab into the opponent's flaws and kill them. It might seem simple, but after listening to it, Dan Xiaotian realized that it was extremely difficult to master. Firstly, he had to have a certain understanding of his opponent's sword art, strength, and sword intent. Only then would he be able to predict his opponent's movements. Secondly, there was also a high requirement for speed. As difficult as it was, Dan Xiaotian was a determined person. He executed every single move meticulously, fearing that the slightest mistake might incur his teacher's displeasure. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Even though this disciple whom he had just accepted was not as talented as Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, Wei Ruyan, and the others, he was still extremely hard-working. After practicing for more than 2 hours and seeing that he had a certain level of understanding of this sword art, the two of them left the quiet room. Continue pretending to be crippled. Zhang Xian sent a telepathic message over. Dan Xiaotian quickly reverted back to his previous appearance and limped forward. After achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation, not only had his legs recovered, his height had also increased significantly. Even though he wasn't as tall as Zhang Xian, he was no different from an ordinary human. At this moment, Zhang Xian understood his teacher's intentions, so he intentionally bent his legs and arched his body. If one wasn't familiar with his movements, one wouldn't be able to tell that in less than half a day, he had already undergone a qualitative change. At this moment, the sky outside was completely dark. Eldery rushed to the carriage, and when he saw the young master's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the young master shaking his head. Understanding the young master's intentions, Eldery kneeled on the floor and kowtowed to Zhang Xian a few times before he stood back up and beckoned Dan Xiaotian into the carriage. Initially, he had thought that it would be a little troublesome for the young master to save Dan Xiaotian, but who could have thought that it would actually bring about such a huge change in the young master's life? Old master, young master is done, Eldery muttered to himself with reddened eyes. Without saying anything else, he quickly drove the carriage back to the Shang clan. Shortly after they left, a few silhouettes suddenly appeared at the corner of the street, and they swiftly followed after them. Starlight City, have you heard? An expert from the Ethereal Hall has appeared today. He won 8 matches in a row in the public duels, and he left because he ran out of opponents? 8 matches in a row? It has been several hundred years since such a formidable expert has appeared in Starlight City. It just so happens that the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are here to recruit outer disciples. Could they be the ones who have appeared? It's true that they have appeared in the public duels, but they were all easily killed by that person. Furthermore, they were killed in a single move. Are you for real? How do you know that the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion have appeared in the public duels? Isn't one of the 4 experts from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion called Xianxia? He didn't disguise himself or use a nickname, and he even executed the swordsmanship of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Yet, he was struck in the head by that expert, and he died on the spot. He's that powerful? What's the name of brother expert? He's called World's Edge. That's a good name indeed. It sounds profound and unfathomable. Isn't it World's Edge? News spread swiftly. Less than 2 hours after Xianxia left the ethereal hall, nearly all of the experts in Starlight City had heard about it. In an instant, the ethereal hall was packed to the brim with people. Countless swordsmen were waiting at the dueling ring, hoping that the expert known as World's Edge would appear once more so that they could witness the true prowess of swordsmanship. Starlight City, City Lord Manor, everyone from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had been arranged to stay here. In the spacious courtyard, an old man was currently wielding a sword in his hand, slowly brandishing it. His movements were extremely slow, and it didn't seem like he was wielding much power. However, every single slash of his sword felt as if the world was being torn apart. The air currents in the courtyard were stirred up by his sword, forming a whirlwind. There were quite a few flowers and plants planted in the courtyard. After the whirlwind blew past, the flowers and leaves were completely unscathed. However, the water droplets on them seemed to have evaporated. To be able to remove the water droplets without harming the flowers, this level of control was truly astounding. The old man finally came to a stop. He kept his sword and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It extended for a distance of more than 10 zhang before vanishing into the night sky. "Come in," the old man said as he washed his hands. He had noticed it when he was practicing his swordsmanship earlier, so the juniors that he had brought with him went out to cultivate. Jia, Yunfeiyang, Huang Tao, Bamboo, Square-Faced, and the others walked in and bowed respectfully. Paying respects to Elder Lu. The old man was none other than Elder Lu Yun, the person in charge of the recruitment for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Elder Lu Yun walked over to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. "Is there anything you need from me?" Ever since he left the sect, these fellows had been like birds that had been released into the open. They would hide from him as soon as they saw him, so he didn't believe that they were fine. Reporting to Elder Lu Yun, Junior Yunfeiyang and Junior Huang Tao have gone to Starlight City's ethereal hall for a duel. Square-Faced paused for a moment before taking a step forward. "I can understand your thoughts. You have learned swordsmanship for many years, and you want to show off a little. However, as disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the purpose of learning swordsmanship is to raise your fighting prowess and bring honor to the sect so that you can enter the inner disciples as soon as possible." Elder Lu Yun's face darkened. It was only natural that professional experts would want to show off their prowess to attract the attention of others. However, it was simply too childish of them to do so. Yunfeiyang and Huang Tao's faces reddened. "This won't happen again. That's all for this time," Elder Lu Yun said with a wave of his hand. "In the past, this has happened to our disciples as well, so it's not against the rules of the sect." "What's wrong? Did you get into some kind of trouble?" Yunfeiyang replied awkwardly, "Elder Lu, when I entered the ethereal hall to duel with someone earlier, I used traceless flowing water." "Traceless flowing water? Do you really need to use such a move against a cultivator from Starlight City? It seems like you have met an expert." Elder Lu Yun was taken aback for a moment before he picked up a teapot and filled the teacup in front of him. "This is a move that I created by chance when I was observing the flow of water. It might seem simple, but it harnesses the essence of the world, making it extremely difficult to cultivate. It's not too bad that you are able to execute it. Of course, the other party must be quite strong to be able to force you to use this move. I'm afraid that the other party will have no choice but to push his sword forward and admit defeat." Elder Lu Yun placed the teacup by his lips and took a sip as a smile appeared on his face. He had absolute confidence in the move that he had created. If a cultivator from Starlight City were to execute this move, he would surely be so frightened that he would admit defeat. Seeing how narcissistic Elder Lu Yun was, Yunfeiyang felt even more awkward. When I executed this move, he pierced his sword through my head. Pooh. Elder Lu Yun spat a mouthful of tea onto the square-faced man's face, causing it to look even larger than before. Elder Lu Yun widened his eyes in shock. What did you say? I executed this move as soon as I crossed blows with him, and then, my head was pierced through, and I died. Yun Feiyang explained. This. How is this possible? Elder Lu Yun was on the verge of going insane. Yet, such a formidable defensive move was actually neutralized in a single move, and it was even pierced through his head? Was this for real? Seeing that Yun Feiyang was not lying, Elder Lu Yun quickly asked, does that person specialize in offense? That's right. He possesses exceptional offensive prowess. Huang Tao nodded. Since he possesses exceptional offensive prowess, he must have used the wrong move. The traceless flowing water is indeed a formidable defensive move, but against an absolute offense, it's inevitable that openings will appear. It's just like drawing a saber to sever water. Even though the water splashes onto the saber, the latter is still severed. Elder Lu Yun slowly recovered from his shock. To deal with such a person, one should take the initiative to attack. By using the meteor steps and bamboo splitter swordsmanship, one should be able to deal with him easily. This. Elder Lu Yun, I crossed blows with him as well. I executed the meteor steps and bamboo splitter swordsmanship right from the start. Bamboo's face reddened. When he crossed blows with World's Edge, he had used these two moves right from the start. They were created by Elder Lu Yun as well. How was it? Did you manage to defeat him in a single move? Elder Lu Yun asked as he gulped down another mouthful of tea. Bamboo scratched his head awkwardly. Even before I reached him, I was still blasted in the head. Pooh. Square-faced man's clothes were drenched in sweat, and his face widened in resentment. Both offense and defense were destroyed by the other party in a single move? Elder Lu Yun's teacup fell to the ground. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he abruptly stood up. Bring me to the recordings in the ethereal hall. Knowing that it was impossible for his disciples to lie, Elder Lu Yun said. Initially, he couldn't have cared less about the ethereal hall of such a remote place. However, 3 of his 4 disciples had their heads blown up consecutively, and they had even used his most prided move on him. No matter what, he had to take a look at it. If he was truly a genius in swordsmanship, it would be a meritorious deed to recruit him back to the sect as a recruitment elder. Taking out the ethereal tokens that they had purchased earlier, the 5 of them entered the ethereal hall once more, and it didn't take long for them to purchase the recording of the earlier battle. The ethereal hall would record every single duel in the open world so that it could be easily sold. It didn't take long for Elder Lu Yun to finish watching the battle between his 3 disciples and the young man, and he swiftly came to a realization. He looked at the 4 of them in disappointment and said, the young man must have noticed the flaws in your moves, and that's why he was able to make use of that opportunity to succeed. Yun Feiyang and the others lowered their heads. They also knew that this was the case, but if they wanted to dodge or block, they just couldn't do it. While the sword art looked simple, as if it was just a casual toss of the sword into one's head, one would only be able to truly feel the power of the sword art after experiencing it for themselves. Yun Feiyang's traceless flowing water is exquisite, but there's a huge problem with the flow of his moves. As long as you know a little about swordsmanship, you'll be able to find the flaw. Even though Hu Bin's meteor steps and bamboo-shattering swordsmanship might appear to be extremely proficient on the surface, but in truth, as long as he suppressed his cultivation to Saint Wan Dan, he wouldn't even be able to exert a tenth of his full prowess. Harumphing coldly, Elder Lu Yun said, don't rest tonight. Practice these 2 sets of swordsmanship and movement art 100 times. If you miss even one, don't come to see me. Yes. The 4 of them lowered their heads at the same time, their faces burning. Also, keep a close eye on the ethereal hall. Inform me as soon as World's Edge arrives. Placing his hands behind his back, Elder Lu Yun exuded an aura of invincibility. You think that you can leave after injuring the disciples of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? How could it be that easy? Even if he's a good seedling, we have to grind down his arrogance and let him know that the Sword Firmament Pavilion's sword art is truly powerful. Yes. Hearing his words, Yun Feiyang and the others heaved a sigh of relief, and their eyes lit up. Needless to say, the elder was planning to personally take action. Even though Elder Lu Yun was only a recruitment elder, and he was usually in charge of the cultivation of the outer disciples, his comprehension of swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Putting everything aside, even the three of them might not necessarily be a match for him. If he were to personally take action, Xianxia would definitely be in trouble. It wasn't just Elder Lu Yun and the others who were waiting for World's Edge to appear in the ethereal hall. The experts of Starlight City and the countless subordinate Tier 3 towns also heard the news, and they couldn't help but feel excited. He defeated junior brother Yun Feiyang in a single move? Interesting. In the Xinjiang City Lord Manor, a grey-robed young man sat in front of a sandalwood desk as he read the news he had just received. This was precisely the person that Xianxia had seen at the Swan Goose Trading Company before. The first senior of the outer disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Jianghe. Help me keep an eye on him. As long as World's Edge appears, no matter what I'm doing, come and inform me immediately. He's just a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Can throwing a sword with so many uncertainties be called swordsmanship? Watch me break it with my own strength. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia stood up, and sword chi flickered in his eyes. All of a sudden, a burst of sword chi shot out from his sword and struck the desk, splitting it into two. Get me a new one. Jianghe instructed before leaving the room. Go easy on me. Pa, a crisp slap sounded. Xueqin glared at the maid who had been sent flying with rage in her eyes. How dare that fellow hurt her when she asked him to apply medicine on her? Unforgivable. Young mistress, the maid trembled in fear as she hurriedly kneeled on the floor. Scram. Xueqin kicked the young lady in the chest and sent her flying out of the room. She turned around to look at the mirror, only to see that her face was already swollen beyond recognition. Her body trembled in rage as she bellowed furiously, Dan Xiaotian. Due to her engagement with such a trash, she had always been looked down upon by others ever since she was young. It wasn't easy for her to become an outer disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and earn the recognition of Senior Jianghe, but in the end, she ended up in such a state. Could it be that this trash couldn't bear to see her doing well? If it wasn't for the marriage alliance, he would have died long ago. How could he have survived until now? She had saved his life, but not only did he not repay her, he even colluded with a mummy to get Senior Hua to slap her in the face. This was an unforgivable humiliation. He has to die. That bandaged mummy has to die as well. And that servant of his, Danny, has to die as well. Xueqin gritted her teeth furiously as she glanced to the side. Don't worry, second young mistress. I've already made the necessary arrangements. I guarantee that they won't live to see the sun tomorrow, Xueqin said as he walked in. That's good. Xueqin heaved a sigh of relief. She turned to look at herself in the mirror and asked, Teacher, do you think that there will be a scar on my face? With my injuries, Senior Martial Brother Hua won't dislike me and lose interest in me, right? Second young mistress, there's no need to worry. This is the medicine that Senior Hua sent over. Apply it on your face, and you'll recover quickly. Xueqin smiled as he passed a jade bottle over. This is from Senior Hua? Xueqin's eyes lit up in excitement. It seems like he doesn't despise me. Judging from her tone, it seemed like Senior Hua was more important than Dan Xiaoyan's life. The carriage swiftly traveled through the streets. Ever since leaving the Hongyan trading firm, Eldery had felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down on him, as if danger would befall him at any moment. It was precisely because of this feeling that he dared not stop for even a moment. He hastened the carriage and galloped toward the manor. At this moment, a series of sonic booms echoed in the air. Countless arrows flew toward them from both sides of the street. Ordinary arrows would have been useless against Saint Realm experts, but these were all unique arrows. Every single one of them harnessed strength comparable to that of a Saint 9 Dan expert. With so many arrows flying at him simultaneously, even a great sage expert would find it hard to withstand. Teacher, hearing the sound of the arrows piercing through the air, Dan Xiaotian knew that the other party had made a move. He clenched his fists tightly as he turned to the young man before him. Don't get distracted. What you need to do now is to comprehend the sword art that I have imparted to you. Xianxia instructed calmly. Yes, teacher. Hearing those words, Dan Xiaotian knew that his teacher had a solution. Thus, he quickly recalled the lessons that his teacher had imparted to him, and his comprehension of swordsmanship swiftly improved. "How dare you try to harm the young master? I'll make you pay for this." Eldery hadn't heard the conversation between the two of them, but upon seeing the rain of arrows, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. With a furious roar, he raised the horsewhip in his hand and waved it around, intending to fend off all of the arrows so as not to harm the young master. He knew his own strength well. Even though he was a Saint 9 Dan expert, he had been taking care of the young master for the past few years, and his body had been severely weakened. On top of that, he had sustained severe injuries back then as well. It was already a blessing for him to be able to wield the strength of a Saint 8 Dan expert. Against these arrows, he might not even last a few breaths. But so what, perhaps, the young master would be able to escape in that time. Woo! Eldery stood up as if he had lost his mind. Since his horsewhip wasn't enough to fend off the arrows, he was just about to use his body to do so when the arrows suddenly flew right past the carriage. All of the arrows were the same, but not a single one of them actually landed on the carriage. In fact, not even a single strand of hair on the horse at the front was harmed. Is this an assassin? Eldery blinked his eyes in bewilderment. He thought that there was no way he could escape from this calamity, but despite shooting so many arrows at him, not a single one managed to reach him. It was as if the swords were intentionally avoiding the carriage. How could there be such a noob assassin? He wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. The leader in charge of killing Dan Xiaotian was also starting to doubt his own existence. Aim properly. He could not help shouting. Yes. The dozen or so subordinates beside him knocked their bows again and quickly shot arrows. Woo woo woo, the next moment, something strange happened again. Everyone seemed to have been blindfolded. The arrow once again drew an arc and went around the carriage. Poochie! Poochie! Poochie, this time, they were not so lucky. All of the arrows landed on the people who were lying in ambush. All of them had arrows stuck in their heads like incense sticks. I don't believe that I can't hit him. Keep shooting, another order was issued. Another group of people lay on the ground. Continue, boss, we can't continue. If we continue, we'll all be shot to death, one of the subordinates said with a sobbing voice. The leader hurriedly turned his head around, only to see that most of his subordinates had already died. Every single one of them had a sword stuck in their head, and the arrows were accurately aimed at them. The ambush that they had set up in the surroundings had also stopped moving. Clearly, most of them had been shot to death by his subordinates. At the same time, there were only a few of them left on his side. What I wanted to shoot was the carriage, not Dan Xiaotian. What the heck are you shooting at your own men for? The leader was so furious that he was about to lose his mind. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he picked up the bow of one of his subordinates and aimed it at Eldery's heart. He was a great Sage 2 Dan expert, and the arrow that he shot was infused with Xianxia. It whizzed through the air like a shooting star. Eldery narrowed his eyes in astonishment, and his body stiffened. Then, he realized that the arrow had just brushed past him. Ah! There was a cry of agony. There were still a few people who had managed to survive a moment ago, but they were already dead. What's going on? He knocked his bow once more, but this time, instead of aiming at Eldery, he shot another arrow into the sky. Ah! 2 breaths later, another cry of agony sounded from the side. It seemed like another survivor had been struck by the arrow. The leader clutched at his hair as he shot another 2 arrows behind him. Following which, another 2 cries of agony sounded. The heck, the leader was going insane. He wasn't skilled in archery, and that was also the reason why he didn't send any arrows over this time around. When did he become a master archer who could accurately hit his own men with just a casual shot? More importantly, there was no one behind him at all, and yet, the arrows were still able to turn around on their own and strike the heads of his subordinates. What the heck? No, that's not right. Even if a dog needs to distinguish between the head and the butt, there's no way it can be that accurate. Don't shoot. Charge forward. The leader bellowed as he tossed his bow to the ground. If they were to continue shooting, all of them would surely die. Since that was the case, they might as well charge forward and kill them. Voila! Upon hearing the order, the remaining bandits in the area immediately raised their weapons and leaped out. Upon seeing the figures who had leaped out, the leader felt a sharp pain in his heart. In order to ambush the third young master, he had brought more than 30 bandits with him. He had thought that killing a piece of trash would be a walk in the park, but who could have thought that after a single volley of arrows, there would only be 8 of them left? More importantly, 2 of them had arrows stuck in their heads, and they were swaying unsteadily as they walked. It seemed like they would die at any moment. Damn it! If only I knew that it would be so difficult to kill them, I wouldn't have accepted this mission. They were bandits from the outskirts of the city, and this afternoon, someone had brought enough ethereal coins for them to kill someone. They had thought that it would be a small matter, and they would be able to resolve the matter with a single volley of arrows. What the heck was this? Chop those bastards in and out of the carriage into mincemeat. The more they thought about it, the more furious they felt. Hula, the remaining 7 people rushed towards the carriage in unison. If you want to kill my young master, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Eldery roared furiously. He was just about to leap down from the carriage, but the stallion in front of the carriage was even faster. It seemed to have been provoked by the volley of arrows released by the bandits as well. With a leap, it leaped out of the carriage, covering a distance of 10 meters in the air before arriving before the remaining 7 bandits. Pung! The front hooves of the stallion smashed right into the arrows of the 2 bandits, and the arrows pierced right through their heads. Before they could even scream in agony, they had already died. The heck, the remaining 5 bandits were on the verge of going insane. To think that 2 of them would actually be trampled to death by a single stallion. How embarrassing! A short and plump middle-aged man wielded a saber in his hand as he charged toward the stallion. However, before he could even reach it, the stallion had already raised its hooves. Paw! The sound of an egg shattering echoed in the air, and the bandit immediately kneeled to the ground with his hands covering his crotch. His face was so contorted that it could squeeze a fly to death. Hoo 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 hoo! At the same time, the remaining 4 bandits also stepped forward. However, as if knowing that they were going to attack, the stallion retreated 2 steps before raising its hooves once more. Pung! 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 The heck? In the end, the 2 of them went crazy. Not only could the arrows not hit it, but the horse had also become a spirit, his legs trembled, and he no longer dared to fight back. He turned around to flee, but before he could do so, the horse roared and charged over. Patter! Patter! The next moment, the 2 of them also knelt on the ground. Following that, it stomped down on the people kneeling on the ground. In less than 2 breaths, the remaining 8 bandits, with the exception of the leader, were all dead on the ground. It was an extremely tragic sight. Patter! The horsewhip in Elder Yi's hand fell to the ground. He was dumbfounded. Was this the guy I whipped? His crotch tightened, and he no longer dared to pick up the whip on the ground. If he were to infuriate it, it might strike him. Even though it was old, it wasn't very useful, and there was no need for it to carry on its ancestral line. It was better to keep it as a memento and play with it than to shatter it. Looking at the corpses all over the ground and the valiant and spirited horse not far away, Eldery shuddered. He had seen the fighting prowess of those bandits, and there were some who were at St. Nine Dan and Great Sage One Dan. Yet, they were still trampled to death by a single horse. Was there any justice in this world? Was there any justice in this world? When did the horse that he had been taking care of every day become so formidable? Looking at the corpses all over the ground, the leader felt even more devastated. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that he was going to be defeated by a dog, but after seeing the state that the horse was in, he realized that if a dog was as formidable as the horse, who knew what would happen next? I, a bandit, have roamed Xinjiang City for more than a decade. I don't believe that I would be defeated by a single horse. Trembling in rage, he raised his saber and charged forward with a furious roar. The horse also charged forward to meet him. But before the horse could reach the carriage, the leader's body suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, he was already right in front of the carriage. As expected of a Great Sage 2 Dan expert, his reflexes were truly outstanding. The previous attack was just a feint. His main goal was to find a way to get to the carriage and kill Dan Xiaotian. If Dan Xiaotian were to die, their mission wouldn't be considered a failure, and they would still be able to recoup their losses. Otherwise, all of them would have died for nothing. This is bad. Elder Yi and the horse didn't think that the leader would be so despicable as to think of killing Dan Xiaotian at a time like this. It was already too late for them to help. So, the saber pierced right through the window of the carriage. If the young master were to be caught off guard, he could very well be killed on the spot. Hong Long, in that moment of crisis, the carriage suddenly leaped into the air, and a wheel crashed into the leader's face, spinning relentlessly. Pung, the leader spurted a mouthful of blood as he tried to retreat. However, before he could do so, the wheel of the carriage suddenly swerved horizontally and struck him squarely in the face. Gotcha! 8 of his teeth fell out, and his saber flew out of his hand. Retreating hurriedly, the leader raised his head and saw that the wheel of the carriage was like a pair of arms, ready to strike at him at any moment. The heck, the leader was on the verge of going insane. Even though the arrows couldn't hit him, there were some experts with powerful souls who were capable of changing the direction of their arrows. I'll admit it. The reason why the horse's fighting prowess suddenly skyrocketed could be due to the evolution of its bloodline or the fact that it had become a tamed beast. But this lousy carriage suddenly leaped into the air and acted as if it knew martial arts. What the heck was it up to? How was he supposed to admit it? Even if he wanted to admit it, he couldn't. Let's go. Knowing that there was no telling what kind of bizarre situation he would encounter if he continued on like this, the leader couldn't suppress the sorrow in his heart any longer. With a flick of his wrist, he crushed a jade token. Pung, with a flash of light, a cloud of dust flew into the air, forming a sturdy wall of air around him. As a bandit, not only did he have to know how to rob and kill, more importantly, he had to know how to escape. Sometimes, before he even made a move, he had already prepared a backup plan. He had spent a great deal of effort to purchase this jade token, and it was capable of fending off even ancient sage experts for a moment. So, after doing all that, without even daring to turn his head, he leaped over the wall and dashed out of the carriage. He really didn't dare to turn his head around, fearing that he would see a horse or a donkey chasing after him. It was one thing for him to be killed by an expert, but if he were to be killed by a horse or a donkey, that would be too embarrassing. Perhaps it was the effects of the jade token, or perhaps the other party didn't chase after him at all, but after running for a long time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, it's all that fellow's fault. When he accepted the mission, the other party had told him that it was just a small matter, and that he could kill Dan Xiaotian easily. He had also looked into the matter, and it seemed like Dan Xiaotian was indeed nothing much. Who could have thought that things would turn out this way? Dan Xiaotian might not be formidable, but his horse and carriage were indeed formidable. How could he possibly kill them? It didn't take long for him to reach the outskirts of the city. Arriving at the rendezvous point, he lit a bonfire and waited patiently for Dan Xiaotian to appear. If he didn't make things clear today, he wouldn't be a human. Elder Yi felt that he had exerted too much force, and his jaws had dropped to the ground. The sight that he had witnessed tonight was far beyond anything he had ever seen in his life. A bunch of vicious bandits had set up an ambush for him, and he had thought that he would be doomed for sure. Who could have thought that his horse and carriage would have even gained sentience? Without even lifting a finger, the other party was already done for. The heck, did things have to be so exaggerated? While Elder Yi was still in shock, he suddenly saw the horse that had killed 7 bandits walking back with a dissatisfied look on its face. It wrapped itself around the shaft of the carriage, raised its head, and pulled the carriage forward. Elder Yi's hands trembled in agitation. To think that such a ferocious horse would be pulling a carriage. But even if you were pulling it, I wouldn't dare to drive it. Zhang Gongzi. Elder Yi couldn't help but turn his head around. In truth, he already had an answer in mind. All these years, the horse and carriage had been perfectly fine. For them to suddenly become like this, there was no doubt that Zhang Gongzi had something to do with it. Let's talk about it when we get back. Zhang Xian's impassive voice sounded. If he had known that there would be an ambush, he would have tamed the horse and enchanted the carriage as soon as he boarded it. Ordinary cultivators in the Azure were able to reach Saint Nine Dan even without cultivating. The stronger horses possessed a constitution far superior to that of humans, reaching Great Sage 1 Dan upon maturity. It was just that no one had tamed them, so there was no way for them to communicate with one another. As such, they were unable to understand human speech. After taming them, they were able to communicate with them telepathically, and they even did as they were told, putting aside killing a few bandits. If the leader of the bandits hadn't fled in time, he would have ended up dead as well. Yes. Knowing that it was due to Zhang Gongzi's capability, Eldery couldn't help but feel agitated. Without any hesitation, the carriage rushed back to the Dan clan. The bonfire burned for quite some time before two figures slowly appeared in the distance. The first was a middle-aged man, the one who had given him the mission earlier. Even though the other person had her face covered, Xianxia could still tell from her figure that she was a beautiful lady. "How is it? Have you completed the mission?" the middle-aged man asked as soon as he arrived. This middle-aged man was none other than the head swordsmanship instructor of the city Lord Manor, Xue Chen, and the lady beside him was Xue Qin. In truth, there was no need for her to make a move on such a matter. However, after being humiliated, she wanted to see the heads of Dan Xiaotian and the mummy as soon as possible. Thus, she followed along with her face covered. "Completed? Is this the simple mission you spoke of?" The leader of the bandits bellowed furiously. "What do you mean?" Xue Chen frowned. "Are you saying that you couldn't even kill a severely injured old man and a useless trash?" "Useless trash." The leader of the bandits spat through gritted teeth. "All 30 of my brothers are dead. If not for my quick escape, I would have been killed as well. You have to compensate me for my losses." "All of them are dead?" Xue Qin widened her eyes in disbelief. "You are saying that Dan Xiaotian killed all of you? Is he really that powerful?" "It's not him." The leader harumphed. "Who else could it be?" Xue Chen also turned to look at the bandits doubtfully. Since Dan Xiaotian dared to look for them, he must have done his homework. These bandits were usually skilled at robbing, so why would they fail to kill a single person? The leader spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and his eyes were filled with hatred. "The one who killed me is a horse." "No, a carriage." Xue Chen and Xue Qin. Initially, he thought that hiring bandits this time would be a piece of cake. He would be able to easily kill a poor clan and redeem the humiliation he had suffered. Who would have thought that all of them were dead, and the leader seemed to have gone mad. "The one who killed me was a horse." "Return the car, why don't you say sure, pow, and elephant, you want to play chess with me?" Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xue Chen bellowed, "I'm asking you who killed your men." "Didn't I tell you? It's a horse and a carriage." The leader's stomach was about to explode. Horse? Car? Xue Chen and Xue Qin were even more confused. The horses in Dan Xiaotian's carriage possessed the strength of a great sage one Dan cultivator, and they were able to kill my subordinates with ease. On the other hand, that carriage is extremely powerful as well. None of our arrows were able to get close to it. Even though he knew that it was ridiculous, the chief still explained everything that had happened earlier in detail. "A horse that knows martial arts? A carriage that knows martial arts?" With a livid expression, Xue Chen felt as though his intelligence had been rubbed against the ground. "Even if you don't want to kill someone, you should at least find a reasonable reason." You think I'm lying to you?" The leader had gone mad. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? "Alright, this is an ethereal card. There's 500 ethereal coins in it. It should be more than enough to compensate for your losses." Xue Chen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this lunatic anymore, so he tossed a card over. "The other party just wants money. Just give it to him. I have more than 30 brothers, and you're only giving me 500? The leader's face twitched in rage. With this amount of money, those arrows and bows were not even enough to buy them. You didn't complete the mission. 500 is already more than enough. Get lost now, or else you won't get a single cent." Xue Chen narrowed his eyes. Seeing the killing intent in the other party's eyes, the leader knew that the other party might really make a move on him. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Grabbing the card, he turned around and left, disappearing into the darkness of the night. "Teacher, what should we do if we don't kill this guy?" Xue Qin looked at Zhang Xian. "A bunch of useless trash. Using them is just to avoid trouble." Xue Chen snorted, "Let's go back first, I will think of something." Don't worry, second miss, this guy will definitely not become your stumbling block. If it's done well, you might even be able to make a name for yourself and soar into the sky. The more the leader thought about it, the angrier he got. He felt like he was about to explode. If it wasn't for a moment of greed, they wouldn't have been completely wiped out. Now, they were all alone. Before he could even reach the stronghold, he heard a calm voice echoing from not too far away. So many of our brothers have died, and you're going to settle it with just 500 ethereal coins? Who? Gripping his saber tightly, the leader hurriedly turned around, but he couldn't find a single person. Who's playing tricks here? I, Xianxia, am not fit to be the leader for so many years if I even frown. You don't have to look for it. It's on the branch in front of you. The faint voice continued. Xianxia hurriedly raised his head. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he saw a book standing upright on a tree branch not too far away. It was twisting its body non-stop, as if it had turned into a spirit. The voice just now came from it. You are talking to me? Xianxia's lips trembled. He had no choice but to tremble. Tonight, he had seen an arrow that could turn, a horse that could kill, and a carriage that knew martial arts. He thought that it was already a nightmare, but who would have thought that there would be a book that could talk? It's me. The book leaped up. I'll kill you. Xianxia roared furiously as he flung his saber toward the book. He couldn't help but flee in the opposite direction. He couldn't care less anymore. Escaping was the only thing he could do now. Pong, but before he could leave, he suddenly staggered and fell headfirst to the ground. Unknowingly, the book on the branch was already floating quietly in front of him. If you want to die faster, run. Along with those words, a heavy pressure gushed out from the book. Xianxia's face stiffened, and he felt as if he had been plunged into an ice cavern. His body trembled uncontrollably as he muttered, I dare not. Under the pressure of the book, he immediately realized that the book's strength had reached the level of ancient sage. In fact, it might even be the pinnacle of Dimension Shatter a Realm, a book that wielded the ability to shatter space. He had been thinking of fleeing earlier, but at this moment, he realized that he wouldn't be able to get away no matter what he did. It's good that you dare not. The book shook slightly. Those people intentionally concealed their intelligence so that you could kill Dan Xiaotian. Don't you want to exact vengeance for the loss of so many of your men? I do. I can't wait to tear them to shreds. Xiaoxia's face contorted in agony. If you want to kill someone, you should at least know their identity. Do you know who they are? The book asked. Xiaoxia was stunned. All he knew was that the other party had been introduced to him by an acquaintance of his, but he didn't know who they were. They shouldn't have gone too far yet. Follow them. The book chuckled. As a bandit leader, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to track them down, right? I got it, Xiaoxia nodded. He was a smart person, so how could he not understand what was going on? Just like the horse and carriage, the book should belong to Dan Xiaotian. The reason why he wasn't killed was probably because he still had some use for him. Go. The book shook slightly. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoxia turned around and dashed toward the bonfire. His cultivation was far beneath Xuechen and the others, but he had committed plenty of misdeeds in his life. He was well versed in the art of concealment and tracking. It didn't take long for him to arrive before a massive manor. City Lord Manor? Did the City Lord Manor pay me to kill Dan Xiaotian? Xiaoxia widened his eyes in disbelief. City Lord Shui Yan was known for his impartiality, so why would he pay someone to kill him? Just as he was about to enter the manor, he saw a large group of people standing behind the manor. The two men whom he had met earlier were standing right in front of them. Suppressing his breathing, Xiaoxia made use of the darkness to conceal himself perfectly. Standing at the front of the group was a group of armored soldiers. With just a glance, it was clear that they were the elites of the City Lord Manor. Change into these clothes. Heed my orders and kill Dan Xiaotian. A middle-aged man commanded. Following which, a soldier walked over with a huge pile of clothes in his arms. Yes. The soldiers took the clothes and changed into them one by one. When Xiaoxia saw the appearance of the clothes, he nearly fell off the wall. It was the uniform of a bandit, how could the elite soldiers of the city lord manor disguise themselves as bandits to kill Dan Xiaotian? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. The one who ordered me to kill Dan Xiaotian is actually the city lord manor. Chao Qingli's body stiffened. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly as he recorded the sight before him with a record crystal. It didn't take long for the soldiers of the city lord manor to sneak out of the manor and make their way toward the Dan clan. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the walls of the Dan clan. Charge in. Leave no one alive. The leader of the soldiers ordered with a hushed voice. Yes. The soldiers quickly leaped into the manor. Chao Qingli followed closely behind them. He climbed up a tree and peered into the manor with the help of the moonlight, and what he saw was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. A young man was standing in the middle of the manor with a sword in his hand. With a light flick of his wrist, a person's head fell to the ground. A gust of wind howled in the manor as sword chi filled the air. In less than 3 minutes, the 50 elites of the city lord manor were all killed by a single person with a single slash of his sword. He is Dan Xiaotian? He doesn't have a cultivation? Chao Qingli's face paled as he felt his chest churning. He felt as if he was going to vomit at any moment. You bastard from the city lord manor? Screw you. It was fortunate that the other party's horse and carriage were the only ones who had made a move. Otherwise, Dan Xiaotian would have died before he knew it. He might have lost his head in an instant. The other party's swordsmanship was so profound that it was unfathomable. He had never seen such a fearsome swordsmanship before. Teacher, after killing everyone, Dan Xiaotian walked up to the room with a look of disbelief on his face. It was only then that Chao Qingli realized that there was a young man sitting right in front of the room. He had been oblivious to the young man's presence all this while. The young man seemed to be in his early 20s. Upon seeing the young man walking up to him, he put down his teacup and frowned. You actually took more than 2 minutes to kill these few people. That's an average of 3 breaths per person. How am I supposed to impart more profound swordsmanship to you with such poor comprehension? I'll punish you for practicing your swordsmanship tonight. You're not allowed to sleep. Yes, teacher. The young man lowered his head in shame. I have to be punished for killing a person every 3 breaths per person? Chao Qingli trembled in fear. He had seen plenty of geniuses in his life, and Dan Xiaotian was definitely one of the top geniuses in his life. Yet, he still had to be punished. This teacher was way too strict. While he was still recovering from his shock, he suddenly saw the horse that had just killed his subordinates. Da-da. 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 Chao Qingli's teeth chattering in shock. The heck? Is that a horse? How can a horse do such a thing? Don't ever come to the Dan clan again. No matter what I say, I won't allow it. Having made up his mind, Chao Qingli was just about to sneak away when a voice suddenly sounded by his ear. You should know what you have to say and what you have to do, right? The voice was extremely gentle, but when it reached Chao Qingli's ears, goosebumps rose all over his body. He quickly raised his head and saw the young man sitting at the front of the room, sipping on a cup of tea. The young man was looking at him with a smile, and his eyes seemed to be able to peer through the darkness of the night to find where he was hiding. Aye. Chao Qingli was at a loss for words. There's no need to be nervous. You saw everything that happened today. You should understand what I have to say. The young man's lips didn't move, but his voice sounded clearly by Chao Qingli's ear. I understand. Chao Qingli trembled in fear. Go. You were entrusted by someone, so I won't kill you. However, from today onward, if I learn that you are up to no good again, I'll make sure that you don't lose your life, the young man said. Yes. Not daring to say anything else, Chao Qingli quickly turned around and fled. Seeing that the other party had escaped, Xianxia stood up and flung his sleeves lightly. Hula, the corpses in the courtyard suddenly burst into flames. A moment later, they turned into ashes and flowed down the underground sewer. It was as if nothing had happened in the courtyard, and all traces had disappeared. Turning around, Xianxia walked into his room and sat down cross-legged, continuing to recover his xinqi. It must be said that the water that he had obtained from boiling the Dongshu gourd was indeed quite effective. With the recovery of his physical body, he had finally gotten used to the space and spiritual energy in the azure, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy much more smoothly. After cultivating for more than 2 hours, Xianxia stopped and communicated with his dantian. "Gourd, what in the world are you?" He was really curious. He could feel the severity of the injuries on his body, and yet, he was able to recover just by drinking the water from the gourd. This fellow was probably even more frightening than he had imagined. Otherwise, ancient sage Qiu Wu would not have been able to specially set up a spatial formation to nurture it for tens of thousands of years, and even Kongsher had left a sliver of his will in it. "There are a lot of things here that I can eat. As long as you give me enough to eat, I will be able to come out. You will know when the time comes." The gourd wriggled in his dantian and found a comfortable place to lie down. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia realized that Xianxia would not let go of the matter until he saw the rabbit. Thus, he could only ignore him and take out the ethereal token. After a moment of hesitation, he dived into the ethereal token once more. "Why aren't you back yet?" In the city lord's manor, Xuechen frowned deeply. Under normal circumstances, the elite troops sent out should have killed that trash and returned long ago. How come there was no movement after more than 2 hours? "Go and take a look," he instructed one of the guards. The guard quickly put on his black suit and flew out. Not too long later, he returned with a bizarre look on his face. "Instructor, there's no movement from the Dan clan. Dan Xiaotian and Danny are perfectly fine." Xuechen was stunned. How is that possible? Was my order not clear? He had specifically instructed them to kill the 3 of them as quickly as possible, but in the end, nothing happened to them at all. What in the world was going on? "Go and investigate. Find out where this group of people went." Xianxia bellowed furiously. The guard left again. After a while, he returned. According to the footprints and traces, all of them entered the Shan family's residence. However, they never left. My guess is right. They might have been killed and their corpses destroyed. Killed? With just those 3 people? Xuechen was stunned. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a great sage 1 Dan expert, and their leader was a great sage 2 Dan expert. Working together, they would be able to put up a fight against a great sage 3 Dan or even a great sage 4 Dan expert. Yet, they did not return at all. Were Dan Xiaotian and the injured man really that powerful? Could it be that what he said was true? He suddenly recalled Chao Qingli's words. Dan Xiaotian has a powerful horse in his house, and it seems like he also has a carriage that knows martial arts. Could it be that this thing really existed? "Instructor, what should we do now? Should we send more people over?" Seeing that Xianxia was deep in thought, the guard turned to look at him. "There's no need for that now. If they were really the ones who killed them, we've already taken precautions against them. Since we've killed so many of them, we don't mind killing more." Shaking his head, Xuechen tossed aside the messy thoughts in his head and frowned. "Besides, it's going to be daybreak soon. If we were to cause a commotion here, it would be detrimental to the reputation of the city lord manor. Don't tell me we're just going to let it go after so many of our brothers died?" The guard asked anxiously. Even though the city lord manor was wealthy, it had taken a lot of effort to nurture these 50 guards. For them to be killed just like that without even a single bubble popping up, no one would be able to accept it. A glint flashed across Xuechen's eyes. "Make a trip to the Hongyan Trading Company and look for any possible ambushes. See if you can find any traces of bandits, corpses, or signs of battle." "All right." The guard left the room once more, and it didn't take long for him to return to his room. "Instructor, we did find some corpses along with bows and arrows in Lojia Alley. They are the corpses of those bandits." Have some men destroy the corpses of those bandits. After that, cover the weapons and armor of the guards with their blood and bring them to the vicinity of the Dan clan. Bury them discreetly." Xuechen harumphed coldly as his lips curled up. "Bury the weapons?" Seeing the confusion in the guard's eyes, a glint flashed across Xuechen's eyes. Dan Xiaotian has always been a wastrel, and Dan Yi's fighting prowess is well known. If we were to find out that many of the soldiers in the city Lord Manor have gone missing, and the weapons and armor of the guards are found in the vicinity of the Dan clan's residence, what do you think will happen? This. Dan Xiaotian colluded with the bandits to kill the guards of the city Lord Manor. The guards' eyes lit up in excitement. If they were to do so, even if they didn't kill Dan Xiaotian, he would still be embroiled in a lawsuit. Losing his reputation would be the least of it, and if things went wrong, he might even be beheaded in public. Bandits were a scourge of the populace, and they had long been hated by the populace. If they were to find out that Dan Xiaotian had colluded with them, he would surely be despised. Thus, it was only natural for the engagement to be rescinded. How could a noble place like the city Lord Manor be tainted by a person with a bad reputation? That's right. Tomorrow morning, spread the news that 50 guards of the city Lord Manor have discovered the whereabouts of the bandits, and they went to pursue them, only to lose track of them. Thus, we'll have to search the entire city for them. The bigger the commotion, the better. It'll be best if everyone knows about it. Xuechen said with a smile. Once the public opinion has been stirred up, we'll head to the Dan clan to search for the weapons and armor of the bandits. The rest should be easy. Yes. Hearing that their instructor was able to come up with such an ingenious plan in such a disadvantageous situation, the guard couldn't help but ask, what if he refuses to admit to it? A cold glint flashed across Xuechen's eyes. He has no choice but to admit to it. Once he enters the city Lord Manor, it'll be a walk in the park for us to pin a crime on him. That's true. The guard nodded. I'll get it done right now. Second young mistress, you were looking for me? While Xuechen was busy plotting against Dan Xiaotian, Xueqin had returned to her room, unable to fall asleep. Some time later, she found a young man who was serving Xianxia of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. This young man was also a member of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Just like her, he was also a menial disciple, and he was tasked with taking care of the outer disciples' daily needs so that they would not be distracted by the mundane world. Here's a small token of my appreciation. I hope that you'll accept it. With a wave of her hand, a maid passed a bag of gold coins over. She shook it a little, and there were at least 100 of them. You're too polite, second young mistress. The young man's eyes lit up as he accepted the bag of gold coins. Menial disciples like him usually didn't earn much from their work, so he was overjoyed to receive such a huge sum of gold coins. Senior brother Hua, did you say anything when you came back tonight? Xueqin asked. Senior Hua didn't say anything. It was only then that the young man realized what Xueqin was up to, and he suddenly recalled something. Right, he said that he should inform him of the appearance of the person known as World's Edge in the Ethereal Hall. World's Edge? Xueqin was perplexed. It's like this. The young man quickly recounted the matter to Xueqin. I see. If World's Edge appears, I'll have to trouble you to inform me in advance. I'll inform Senior Hua personally. Xueqin waved her hand and passed another bag of gold coins over. That's no problem. The young man's eyes lit up in excitement. To him, this matter was nothing at all. If he could benefit from it, why wouldn't he do it? But before Xueqin could finish her words, the young man suddenly lowered his head and took out a jade token. Taking a look at it, his eyes lit up in excitement. Second young mistress, you sure are lucky. World's Edge has entered the Ethereal Hall. Come with me to look for Senior Hua. All right. Xueqin hurriedly got up and followed the young man to Huijianghe's residence. Not too long later, they arrived at the residence. They're here? Huijianghe narrowed his eyes upon hearing the report of the duo. Senior Hua, these are the ethereal tokens of the Starlight City's Ethereal Hall. Xueqin quickly passed 2 jade tokens over. As valuable as the ethereal tokens were, they were nothing to the city Lord Manor. Huijianghe stood up and said, follow me in. I'll let you witness the true swordsmanship of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Thank you, Senior Hua. Seeing that Huijianghe had no intention of blaming her, Xueqin heaved a sigh of relief. Wang. The two of them entered the ethereal hall simultaneously. It's still inconvenient. Let's see if I can buy a storage ring. Xianxia had gotten used to using storage rings back on the Master Teacher continent, and there was nothing in the ethereal hall. It was simply too troublesome to store items in there. Thus, the reason why he was here was to ask if he could buy storage rings here and how much they cost. Even though it was midnight outside, the ethereal hall was still packed with people. Furthermore, there was no such thing as night in the ethereal hall. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the reception and reveal his purpose. Storage rings are available for 500,000 ethereal coins each. The receptionist replied. 500,000 ethereal coins? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. That sure was expensive. It was no wonder even a powerful clan like the Dan clan did not have a single storage ring. I have won 8 matches consecutively, so do I have to go through the first match or the 9th match? Xianxia looked at Xianxia. To him, the dueling ring was the fastest way to earn money at the moment. However, he had left halfway through the dueling ring, so if he were to go through the first match, his earnings would be minimal. If he were to go through the 8th match, it was likely that no one would come. Starlight City was only so big, and there were only so many experts in the city. Considering how many people he had challenged, it was likely that most of them were unwilling to pay up and intentionally lost. Since you have won 8 matches consecutively, there shouldn't be too many people who are interested in challenging you in the primary dueling ring. As for the intermediate dueling ring, there aren't any slots for it today. At the earliest, it'll be the day after tomorrow. Besides, your cultivation isn't high enough either. The receptionist replied. Intermediate dueling ring? Xianxia was perplexed. Primary and intermediate? What was going on? Were there different tiers to the dueling ring? Of course. The attendant explained with a smile. There are some experts who have won consecutively, so who would be willing to accept their challenge? Besides, the main reason why experts are here is to temper their fighting prowess. Killing a random opponent won't do them any good at all. Thus, even though the dueling ring appears to be fair, it's actually divided into many levels as well. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Taking him for example, if he were to suppress his cultivation in such a duel, it would be impossible for him to temper his fighting prowess. Generally speaking, the dueling ring can be divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced. Starting from the very first duel, if you win 10 consecutive duels, you'll be able to advance to intermediate. Similarly, if you win 10 consecutive duels in intermediate, you'll be able to advance to advanced. The attendant continued. Given that you have won 8 consecutive duels, you're already very close to intermediate. Most people won't accept such a duel, but if they really want to, they'll have to issue a challenge in advance and leave a wager. As long as someone accepts the challenge and wins 2 consecutive duels, they'll be able to advance to the intermediate challenge and challenge stronger experts. Xianxia nodded in agreement. It had to be said that such a plan made more sense. Alright, I'll issue a challenge then. Sure. May I know how much you wish to wager? The attendant asked. 5,500. Xianxia passed his ethereal card over. He had spent all of the 100,000 ethereal coins he had earned previously to buy the Dongshu gourd, so he only had this much left. 5,500, the attendant asked with a bitter smile. If you bet too little, I doubt that anyone will be willing to accept it. Who would be willing to accept such a challenge if the stakes were too little? Under normal circumstances, one would have to bet at least 50,000 ethereal coins. Under such circumstances, there were quite a few people who would take a gamble even if they knew that they would lose. Indeed, 5,000 ethereal coins was too little. Just as the attendant was thinking that Xianxia was being too stingy, a young man suddenly walked over and said, I'll accept the challenge. Beside the young man was a beautiful young lady who appeared to be in her late teens. She was carrying a sword in her hands. They were Jianhe and Xueqin, who had just entered the dueling ring. It was just that the two of them had altered their appearances, so Xianxia couldn't recognize them. You wish to challenge me? Not expecting someone to challenge him so soon, Xianxia. Heaving a sigh of relief, he smiled. Since you wish to challenge me, do you accept the wager? Hearing that it was another bet, Jianhe recalled his unpleasant experience from before and frowned. What kind of bet? Simple. If I lose, I'll give you 100,000 ethereal coins. If you lose, you'll have to give me 100,000 ethereal coins. Xianxia originally wanted to ask for 500,000 yuan, but he was afraid that he would scare this guy away. He just needed to lower the price. 100,000 ethereal coins? Can you take it out? Xianxia snorted. He was an expert of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and 100,000 ethereal coins was nothing to him at all, but he didn't want to be taken advantage of by others. You don't have to worry about whether I can take it out or not. Do you dare to bet? If you dare, I'll accept your challenge. If you don't, then forget it. Xianxia waved his hand. While Xianxia had no idea who the other party was, he could tell that the other party was a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, just like Yunfei and the others whom he had killed earlier. The other party was likely to be a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. For such a person to challenge him to a duel, it was likely that they wanted to vent their anger on behalf of those who had lost. Since that was the case, who else could he take advantage of but them? Besides, the reason why he was here was to earn money. He didn't have the time to play around with others. After all, suppressing one's cultivation to a 20th meant that one couldn't use many of their ultimate moves. It was extremely difficult, and there was nothing he could do about it. It was like playing with an ant, fearing that it would be crushed to death. Audacious! It's your honor to have a duel with our senior. How dare you act in such a manner? Seeing how arrogant World's Edge was, Xianxia bellowed furiously. The first senior of the outer disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was bound to become an inner disciple next year. It was a blessing that he had accumulated over several lifetimes to have a duel with such an expert, and yet, he still dared to make all sorts of excuses, even going as far as to make a bet. He really didn't know his place at all. Enough! Xianxia interjected coldly. It's fine to make a bet, but if you lose, I don't want 100,000 ethereal coins from you. I want you to admit that your swordsmanship is far beneath that of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Furthermore, I want you to return with me and become a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. 100,000 ethereal coins was nothing to him, but he couldn't afford to lose the honor of his sect. News of Yunfei and the others losing had already spread far and wide. As the first senior of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, if he didn't make a move, wouldn't the reputation of the sect be tarnished? Not to mention, it would be beneficial for him to recommend such a talented seedling to the sect. All right. Xianxia nodded. It wouldn't affect him in the slightest. Besides, lose? That was impossible, he still didn't know how to write that word. Let's begin. With that done, the two of them made their way to the dueling ring. Look, World's Edge is here. He's going to duel with someone again. This is great. We'll be able to see his battle technique once more. How amazing. Hurry up and wake those trash up. If we don't inform them and miss World's Edge's duel, they'll probably hate us to death. Who's the one who's going to duel with him? A glance at the river? I don't know him. But I think I've heard of the lady beside him playing the zither in the snowy night. Who's that? I think it's the second daughter of the city lord of Xinjiang City, Xianxia. She's a beauty, and her swordsmanship is incredible as well. Discussions broke out all around. Xianxia's nickname was A Glance at the River, but as he had never been to Starlight City's ethereal hall before, no one knew of it. However, Xianxia was different. As the daughter of the city lord, she had been to the ethereal hall before, and she had made quite a name for herself. As such, there were quite a few people who recognized her name. It was just like how there were quite a few online experts in his previous life. Not only were their online names known by everyone, they were also revered as idols. For example, One Autumn Leaf, Yi Xiao. Dancing Rain, Su Mucheng. World's Conqueror, Daniel Wu. Xianxia. These words weren't disguised at all, so Xianxia couldn't help but be taken aback. It couldn't be that. Coincidental, right? He was only here to earn money to buy a storage ring, but he actually met the girl who broke off his engagement, since zither playing in a snowy night was her. Could this A Glance at the River be that fellow from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Seeing that the dueling ring was right before him, Xianxia suddenly turned around and raised his hand to grab Xianxia. His movements were so swift that Xianxia didn't expect him to make a move all of a sudden. She raised her sword to defend herself, but the other party had already retracted his hand with a faint smile on his face. What are you doing? Xianxia frowned in fury. She thought that Xianxia would be more prudent since he was an expert whom her senior valued, but but who could have thought that he would actually make a move on her? It's nothing much. I saw a mosquito on your head, so I decided to help you drive it away, Xianxia. Xueqin's breathing hastened as she tried to catch her breath. Mosquito? Mosquito your head, this is the ethereal hall. We entered through our wills, so where did the mosquito come from? Can't you be more serious with your lies? Paying no heed to Xueqin's rage, Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned his gaze to the Library of Heaven's Path. With a single glance, he saw that the Library of Heaven's Path was indeed filled with flaws and simple introductions. Xueqin, the second daughter of the city lord of Xianjiang City, after reading through the content, Xianxian's lips curled up. While it was possible to disguise one's identity in the ethereal hall, it was impossible to fool the eyes of the Library of Heaven's Path. In other words, as long as Xueqin executed a battle technique, her identity would be revealed in the eyes of the Library of Heaven's Path. Since it's her, this is going to be fun. After confirming Xueqin's identity, Xianxian turned his gaze to Jiang He and pointed at Xueqin. That woman over there dared to disrespect me in public. Why don't we do this instead? If you lose, other than the 100,000 ethereal coins, I'll make her my maid. P.S. Thank you for the 60,000 ethereal coins tip. Xueqin nearly exploded on the spot. For the second young mistress of the city lord manor to become a maid was an insult to her. She isn't my subordinate, so I have no right to make the decision. Hu Jianghe replied with a frown. I guess there's nothing I can do about it then. The 3 swordsmen who came earlier were all killed by me in a single move. It feels no different from slaughtering a chicken. You should be doing the same too, so there's no need for you to compete with me. Xianxian stretched his back lazily and said, since you can't make the decision, let's just forget about it then. A cold glint flashed across Hu Jianghe's eyes. As an expert swordsman, how can you go back on your words? That woman looked down on me earlier, and I can't let go of my anger. If I don't make her my maid, I won't be able to take it lying down. If I'm angry, I won't be able to bring out the full potential of my swordsmanship, and the duel will be meaningless. How can you go back on your words over such an important matter? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxian said with a look of concern for his opponent. The reason why I'm doing this is so that I can bring out my strongest fighting prowess and display my strongest swordsmanship. This is a show of respect to you, my opponent. As an expert swordsman, if you want to compete with me, you must be aiming to defeat me. You shouldn't be trying to take advantage of my weakness. It won't be a glorious victory for you. Jai. Hu Jianghe gritted his teeth tightly. Why did he feel like pummeling someone so badly just by looking at how shamelessly the other party was bragging? What? If I don't agree to your bet, I'll be bullying you. Even if I win, it won't be an honorable victory? Senior, you mustn't agree to it. Xueqin's face paled in fright upon hearing Hu Jianghe's words. If you don't agree to it, so be it. I'll still agree to the duel. In any case, you just want to defeat me. It doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. Xianxian shook his head. To think that an expert of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would actually disregard the fairness of a duel with another. This has truly opened my eyes. Enough, I'll agree to it. Hu Jianghe waved his hand grandly. Even though what Xianxian said was unfounded, since he was representing the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the other party had already guessed it as well, he had to be fair. Senior, Xueqin shuddered. She was the second young mistress of the city lord manor, a prodigy of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. She could very well rise to the top in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and yet, she was being made into a maid. However, as soon as Hu Jianghe spoke, he heard Hu Jianghe berating him, shut up. Do you think I can't win? Xueqin's face paled. I dare not. Senior brother is an expert as powerful as you. As long as you make a move, you'll surely be able to achieve victory. Humph. With a wave of his hand, Hu Jianghe took out the sword that Xueqin had been hugging. Fearing that he would die from anger if he continued speaking, he leaped onto the dueling ring and gestured with his hand, please. Nice. Laughing heartily, Xianxian followed closely behind Xianxian. You used a sword toss technique a few times when you were fighting against my junior. I'd like to see how powerful it is. The long sword was unsheathed, emitting a dragon roar in the air. Hua River. Since Xianxia wanted to redeem the sect's dignity, he would naturally have to defeat the other party with his strongest swordsmanship. Very well. Xianxia nodded. He walked up to the weapon rack and took out another sword. Elder, World's Edge has appeared. In the City Lord Manor of Starlight City, Yun Feiyang rushed into a room. He has appeared? Alright, let's go and take a look. Elder Lu Yan's eyes lit up. He took out the ethereal token from before and dived his consciousness into it. Soon, Yun Feiyang, Huang Tao, and the others followed him in. Before they could even reach the dueling ring, a commotion could already be heard from the surroundings. Hurry up. The duel between World's Edge and A River's Glance is about to begin. Who's A River's Glance? I don't know either. I heard that he's an incredible swordsman, and the outcome of the duel will be decided very soon. The fact that World's Edge dares to challenge him despite knowing his achievements means that he's no weakling. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious in the duel, A River's Glance. It's first senior. Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up. Jiang, he is a good lad. He probably knows that the few of you have lost, so he's trying to salvage the sect's reputation. Elder Lu Yun immediately understood what was going on and nodded in satisfaction. We're ashamed of ourselves. The faces of the others reddened. It was truly embarrassing for them to have their first senior make a move despite their defeat. Elder Lu Yun stroked his beard and said, Jiang, he has always been a level-headed person, and he has plenty of battle experience as well. If he makes a move, he should be able to resolve the negative repercussions this time around. Even in the ethereal hall, his image was that of an elder. We're impressed by first senior's strength. Since he has made a move, he must have a way to resolve the duel. Let's head over to take a look. As long as he makes a move, the outcome will be decided. Elder Lu Yun nodded before leading the four of them over to the dueling ring. Before they could even reach the dueling ring, they could already hear an uproar in the air. There should be a result soon. The five of them rushed over to the dueling ring to see how Huijiang would emerge victorious. However, the next moment, they saw their first senior, A River's Glance, lying on the ground with a sword plunged into his head. Soon, the corpse dissipated into specks of light. Senior, Yun Feiyang and the others were stunned. Elder Lu Yun was also stunned. Didn't the duel just begin? How did it end in the blink of an eye? Even their senior wasn't a match for Huijiang, and he was defeated so easily. While everyone was shocked, Xueqin's body trembled uncontrollably. She had thought that her senior would be able to win the duel easily, but who could have known that the duel would end in less than 2 breaths? If that was the case, didn't that mean that she had become Huijiang's maid? Lowly maid, what are you waiting for? Come over and give young master a massage. While Xueqin was conflicted, the young man on the dueling ring walked up to her with a smile. Xueqin clenched her jaws furiously as she raised her palm to slap Huijiang. You want me to become his maid? Dream on, but before her palm could land on Huijiang's face, she suddenly felt her wrist being grabbed by the other party. Pa 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 pa, 4 consecutive slaps landed on Huijiang's face, causing his handsome face to swell up to the size of his bottom. Even though Xueqin knew that she was in an illusion, she still felt as if her face was on fire. If there was a hole in the ground, she would have dived right into it. She had thought that she would be able to rise to the top if she could befriend Huijiang, the first senior of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Who could have thought that? She had become even more pitiful than before. How dare a servant assault her master? You sure are gutsy. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He did not have the slightest goodwill toward this vicious woman who had tried to kill him after the annulment of their engagement. If not for the fact that he wanted to leave her as a lesson for his student, he would have killed her by now. I'll kill you. Xueqin's eyes reddened. Just as she was about to put her life on the line, a bellowing voice suddenly sounded, Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Xueqin's body stiffened. She hurriedly turned around, only to see a middle-aged man standing not too far away. Father. Xueqin's knees caved in, and she fell to the ground. You are calling him father? Could he be City Lord Shuigan of Xianjiang City? City Lord Shuigan is an ancient sage 4-Dan Dimension Shatterer realm expert. I didn't think that he would come here personally. Our daughter has already become someone else's maid. It would be a miracle if he could sit still. If he were to make a move, World's Edge would surely be done for, indeed. He humiliated the daughter of the city lord and even slapped her. Just that alone is enough to make him irredeemable. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd and his kneeling daughter, the middle-aged man raised his head to look at Xianxia and said, "This friend over here, it's best to show mercy wherever it is possible. It's a good thing for youngsters to have a sharp edge, but it's not good to go too far. Indeed. It's best to show mercy whenever it is possible. I have never liked to push others too far." Xianxia nodded in agreement with the middle-aged man's words. Of course, that's an exception if the other party isn't a human. Shuigan narrowed his eyes as killing intent surged from his body. The crowd had already revealed his identity. As the city lord, it was already a huge honor for him to take the initiative to approach Xianxia. Yet, he actually dared to say such words. He did not even spare the other party any face at all. In truth, Xianxia was not the only one to be blamed. If not for him, Dan Xiaotian would have been dead by now. Just because there was an engagement between the two of them, Dan Xiaotian would have been killed. More importantly, the city lord manor had a good reputation. How could he possibly let such a hypocrite off so easily? It seems like you are very confident. Why don't I have a duel with you? Seeing that more and more people had gathered to watch the commotion, the middle-aged man knew that there was no way he could resolve this matter peacefully. Sure. The wager is 400,000 ethereal coins. If you agree to it, we'll have a duel. If you don't, I'll be heading back to sleep. It's already so late at night, and the servant that I just took in isn't considerate at all. I'll make sure to spread the news once I get back. If the city lord manor can't even keep its daughter in check, how can it possibly govern a city with millions of citizens? Xianxia chuckled softly as if a dead pig didn't fear boiling water. In any case, the city lord manor is rich enough to afford so many soldiers. Since that's the case, I'll make you pay the price, Jai. Shuigan had never desired to kill so much before. As the esteemed city lord, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. This was as good as insulting him and beating up his daughter. Young man, it's best if you don't go too far. While the Ethereal Hall allows its members to conceal their names, it doesn't mean that they won't leak any information. Shuigan said threateningly. Why wouldn't I dare? Then scram. Don't waste my time. Xianxia stretched his back lazily. You. Taking a deep breath, Shuigan suppressed the rage in his heart and said, Fine, I'll make the bet with you. 400,000 ethereal coins was a huge sum to the city lord manor, but if they did not accept the wager and allowed Dan Xiaotian to leave, the prestige that the city lord manor had built up over the decades would be completely destroyed. And judging from the other party's reaction, it seemed like he would really go through with it. When did the city lord manor offend such a shameless expert? All experts were bound by the rules, and it was only right for them to act within the rules. It was clear that this fellow had no regard for the rules at all. Shuigan shot a cold glance at his daughter. He knew that it was this last doing, or else he wouldn't have intentionally targeted her. That's good. Let's begin. Hearing that Shuigan had agreed to the duel, Xianxia burst into laughter. He leaped onto the dueling ring and said, Please. This isn't a duel, so we have to be fair. Life and death are the boundaries. Shuigan said coldly. If I lose, I'll give you 400,000 ethereal coins. However, if I win, I want to know your true identity. On top of that, I want you to come to the city lord manor to apologize to me and my daughter. As long as he knew the other party's identity, it didn't matter to him whether the other party apologized or not. With his strength and means, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger if he didn't kill the other party. Very well. Xianxia nodded. Alright, let's see what we have bet then. Shuigan flicked his finger, and an ethereal card flew out from his fingertips and landed before the lady in charge of registration. Wang, there was a flash of light, and the card showed that there was a huge sum of 400,000 ethereal coins on it. Seeing that Shuigan had agreed to it, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to waste his breath either. He flicked his finger, and the information that represented his identity and location appeared before the lady. There was a flash of light, and the information was verified. Even though the ethereal token could conceal one's identity, the ethereal hall was still able to determine the identity of the user based on the location of the token and blood. It was similar to how the ethereal hall was able to determine the user's IP address. Let's begin. After confirming the wager, Shuigan leaped up to the weapon rack without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, a saber appeared in his grasp. His forte was not the sword but the saber. Since it's a duel, I won't bully you. Since you're using a saber, I'll use a saber too. Xianxia bent down and took out a saber as well. He knows how to use a saber? Given how skilled he is in swordsmanship, wouldn't he be destroying his own strength by using a saber? The crowd was stunned. After 9 consecutive duels, everyone knew that World's Edge was an expert in swordsmanship. In fact, he was even stronger than the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. For someone who specialized in swordsmanship to wield a saber. Was he insane? You are courting death. While Shuigan was confident that the other party would be able to throw swords earlier, he was still a little fearful of him. But now that the other party was using a saber, a cold sneer crept onto Shuigan's lips. Saber and sword, one was light and the other heavy. Their attributes were opposites. Under normal circumstances, those with superior sword techniques would have mediocre saber techniques, and those with superior saber techniques would have mediocre sword techniques. It was rare to see someone who was proficient in both sword and saber. Your swordsmanship is so brilliant, but you gave up on your strong points and used your weak points instead. I'll let you see my true strength, Hula. With a flick of his wrist, the long saber immediately emitted a saber light that was over a zhang long. In the blink of an eye, the saber light turned into a silver thread that sealed off his front, back, left, and right. At the same time, the saber light turned into an icy cold chi and slashed toward the young man not far away. Elder Lu Yun's face turned grim. No wonder you're able to become the lord of a city. You're indeed extraordinary. The other party's saber technique looked simple, but in reality, it was a combination of offense and defense. It contained 49 variations. No matter how the other party attacked, he would be restrained and even counterattacked. With such a powerful move, even if he was at the same level, he could only temporarily avoid it, not daring to face it head-on. That's City Lord Shui's Silverlight of the Snowy Night. It said that City Lord Shui created this saber technique when he was 27 years old while gazing at the full moon hanging above the snowy ground. This saber technique is reminiscent of a full moon illuminating the land. There's nowhere to hide, and it's through this move that City Lord Shui has been able to dominate the ethereal hall. Using this move right from the start. Can World's Edge block it? Those who could afford an ethereal token to enter the ethereal hall were all experts. While they were still far from matching up to Xianxia, they still possessed some discerning eyes. It was clear that Shuigan's move was not simple. World's Edge would not be an easy opponent to deal with. It's indeed a good move, just like the others. Xianxia was also a little surprised. He fell into deep thought. Should I use 1/10 of my strength or 1/5? After all, the young man before him was no pushover. There was a chance that he might not be able to withstand 1/10 of his strength, but 1/5 of his strength was too much for him to handle. To be able to defeat a city lord in a single move, this did not seem to be a good idea. There would be no one else to challenge him in the future. He had to keep a low profile this time around. Forget it. I'll just use 1/8 of my strength first before finding an opportunity to kill him. Knowing that he did not have much time to waste, Xianxia quickly raised his saber to meet Shuigan's attack. There were no gorgeous colors, nor were there any powerful moves. The long saber in his hand looked very ordinary, but each and every one of its moves was able to block his opponent's attacks, completely blocking all of the cold light and silver threads from before. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged more than 20 blows. Elder Lu, who will emerge victorious? Yun Feiyang and the others, who were unfamiliar with saber arts, turned their gazes over. If I'm not mistaken, City Lord Shui will emerge victorious. Elder Lu Yun nodded. He's going to emerge victorious? Even though World's Edge looks like he's undefeatable and is able to withstand all of his opponent's moves, it's clear that he's lacking in terms of strength due to his forte in swordsmanship. On the other hand, City Lord Shui's saber art is nimble and heavy. The more he executes his saber, the more powerful it becomes. Even I wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Elder Lu Yun remarked in awe. It was no wonder he was able to become a city lord. He did possess strength that ordinary cultivators couldn't match. I see, Yun Feiyang and the others widened their eyes in realization. Now that Xianxia had put it that way, they could tell what was going on as well. At this moment, the dueling ring seemed to have turned into a snowstorm, and the frigid air permeated the air. Under the continuous execution of the saber art, the strength behind each strike grew stronger and stronger, such that cracks began to appear on the dueling ring. Incredible! In contrast to the astonishment of the crowd, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had thought that the other party would only be able to withstand a tenth of his strength, but who could have thought that, even with an eighth of his strength, he would still be unable to gain the upper hand. In fact, even a seventh of his strength would be difficult to deal with, only with a sixth of his strength would he be able to match up to the other party. The fact that the other party was able to withstand his might was already the first expert he had met since arriving in the Azure, even though it had been less than a day since he had woken up. While Zhang Xian was filled with excitement, Shui Gan's heart was growing colder and colder. Just like what the others had said, this swordsmanship was indeed something that he had comprehended in the snowy plains. As such, it was similar to a snowball. The more it rolled, the stronger it became. As he executed the saber art, the accumulated strength had reached a point where he was on the verge of collapsing. He had thought that he would be able to kill the fellow before him with ease, but who could have known that the strength behind the saber art would only grow stronger and stronger. His hand was starting to feel a little numb from the impact, and fresh blood was seeping out from the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Die. Shui Gan knew that it was unlikely that he would be able to win if this were to continue, and he might even lose due to his injuries, so he roared furiously as he swung his saber. Weng Weng, the saber chi that he had gathered earlier swiftly gathered together to form a massive whirlpool. The strongest part of the snowy night silvery glow was not the accumulation of energy, but the saber intent that would be left behind when the saber art was executed. When the saber intent was gathered together, it would immediately bring the saber art to the next level, resulting in a qualitative change and improvement. If you have any trump cards up your sleeves, use them now, or else the only thing that awaits you is death. Shui Gan harumphed coldly as the whirlpool formed. Trump cards? Seeing that the other party's moves had indeed grown stronger, such that even a sixth of his strength was unable to withstand it, Zhang Xian could only stop and flick the saber in his hand. Forget it, I'll use this move as well. The Heaven's Path saber art that he had cultivated previously was simply too powerful, so Zhang Xian flicked his finger lightly, and the saber immediately floated in the air. Just like the sword from before, it emanated a fearsome aura. A saber can be tossed as well? Yun Feiyang and the others were stunned. At this moment, they could tell that the other party was intending to toss the saber, just like how he had tossed the sword earlier. The weight of the saber and the sword were different. Was it really possible to toss the saber? But before they could recover from their doubts, the saber suddenly flickered, and the air trembled. Hula, the saber had already appeared right before Shui Gan. Shui Gan's face reddened, and he hurriedly tried to block the saber, only to realize that he had missed. Puha, the saber pierced right through his head. Even though the saber had pierced through his head as well, as a Dimension Shatter Realm cultivator, Shui Gan's body did not dissipate into specks of light. You were able to win from the start? Shui Gan struggled to look at Zhang Xian in disbelief. His eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out of their sockets. The other party's forte was sword tossing, and he had long heard of this fact. He had thought that the other party was using a saber, but who could have thought that it would be just as easy for him to do so? Given how powerful the saber was, it was impossible for him to withstand it even after accumulating so much energy for so long. In other words, the other party could have killed him in a single move, but he had dragged it out until now. Indeed. However, if you were to win from the start, wouldn't you be letting down the 400,000 ethereal coins that you have just lost? Perhaps you might be a little happier after fighting for a while. Zhang Xian felt a little embarrassed to have been seen through. Pooh. Fresh blood spurted from Shui Gan's mouth. Happy your head, if you really want to make me happy, you should have held back a little and said that you used your full strength. Yet, you actually dared to say it in front of so many people. Are you trying to make me happy or unhappy? Are you trying to humiliate me? I admit my defeat, but I can tell that you haven't used your full strength yet. So, I would like to ask, how much of your strength did you use? He was on the verge of collapsing. It was impossible for the other party to have used his full strength, or else his attack would not have grown stronger and stronger. How much of my strength did you use? Seeing the desire in the other party's eyes, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Out of respect for the other party, he decided to speak the truth earnestly. 66,666. After the decimal point, I repeated it endlessly. Ah? Shuigan was stunned. I asked you how much of your strength you used, and you told me about math and decimals. What the heck, infinite loop? What the heck is that, Peng? Unable to take it any longer, Shuigan's body dissipated into specks of light before vanishing from the spot. Even in the face of death, one would have a mental breakdown. The surroundings fell silent as everyone's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Clearly, everyone thought that World's Edge wasn't speaking the truth but was toying with the other party. Otherwise, no matter how precise his control over his strength was, it couldn't possibly be down to a decimal point, right? Infinite loop. Decimal your head, can't you be more reliable? Xueqin's face warped in horror upon seeing the crowd's reaction. She could accept that Senior Huijianghe was unable to withstand World's Edge. After all, he was still young, and his potential and future lay ahead of him. On the other hand, his father was a city lord, and his cultivation had reached ancient sage 4 Dan primary stage. His comprehension of cultivation had already reached the level of perfection. Under such circumstances, he would not be a match for World's Edge even if they were of the same cultivation realm. Where in the world did this fellow come from? How could he be so powerful? If there was really such a figure in Starlight City, he would have made a name for himself by now. At most, I won't be in a hurry to enter the City Lord Manor for the time being. If he dares to cause trouble in the City Lord Manor, I won't let him off so easily, Xueqin harumphed coldly as she clenched her fists tightly. As long as she didn't enter the ethereal hall, what could World's Edge possibly do to her? If he dared to enter the City Lord Manor and reveal his true form, she would definitely kill him. With such thoughts in mind, Xueqin heaved a sigh of relief. With a flash of light, Xueqin vanished from sight. I can't tell the truth either. Seeing the expressions of Shuigan and the others, Xianxia knew that what he had just said was nonsense. Thus, he shook his head helplessly. To be more exact, he had only used 1/6 of his strength. To be more exact, he had only used 66% of his strength. You must know how much strength I used, but you won't believe me even if I tell you the truth. It's really hard to be a good person. Walking down the dueling ring, Xianxia destroyed the item that represented his location before returning to the front desk. He passed his ethereal card over. As expected, there were already 600,000 ethereal coins in there. Huijianghe and Shuigan had brought their weapons, and each of them was worth 50,000 ethereal coins. After exchanging for a storage ring, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Yun Feiyang, whom he had defeated a moment ago, suddenly walked up to him with a name scroll in hand. Senior Xianxia, Elder Lu wants to talk to you alone. Is it convenient for you? Elder Lu? If the other party was from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, wouldn't that mean that the other party was an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? All right. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia nodded. As one of the 6 powers of the Azure, Xianxia was bound to be an extraordinary figure since he was able to become an elder of the Azure. It was a good opportunity for Xianxia to learn more about the Azure and ask about Spirit God Palace. Back when he was still in the otherworldly demonic tribe, an expert had come to summon the Spirit God and informed him that Lozozi was in the Spirit God Palace. As long as he could find this place, he should be able to find the other party. Following behind Yun Feiyang, they soon arrived at a sealed room. The ethereal hall was a place where one could conduct a duel, but it was also a place where one could converse peacefully without being disturbed. No matter what one said in the ethereal hall, it wouldn't be leaked to the outside world. In the room, an elder was seated at the very center of the room. Those whom he had defeated previously were standing by the side with awkward looks on their faces. At this moment, Huijianghe had also found a new ethereal token and returned to the ethereal hall. I am Lu Yun, an outer elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Upon seeing Xianxia, Elder Lu Yun quickly stood up and introduced himself. Paying respects to Elder Lu, Xianxia clasped his fist and introduced himself. I am World's Edge. Xianxia did not know what Elder Lu Yun's motive was, so he did not want to reveal his identity for the time being. In the ethereal hall, Xianxia's strength was indeed formidable. However, in the real world, he was only an ancient sage 4-dan primary stage cultivator. Even in Xinjiang City, who knew how many experts he would encounter in Starlight City? There's no need to stand on ceremony. Elder Lu Yun could tell that Xianxia was still a little wary of Xianxia, so he didn't take offense to it. Chuckling, he said, I have watched the video of your duel with them, and I can tell that your comprehension of swordsmanship has already reached the level of divinity. However, this is the same for all cultivation techniques. To reach such a level, you'll have to rely on your heritage and resources, and as an unaffiliated cultivator, you won't be able to do so easily. May I know if you're interested in joining the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? From the other party's swordsmanship, Elder Lu Yun could tell that Xianxia was a decisive person, so he went straight to the point. Join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Xianxia asked doubtfully. He had thought that Elder Lu Yun was going to criticize him, but who would have thought that Elder Lu Yun would actually invite him to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Hujianghe and Shuigan aren't a match for you in the same cultivation realm. Given your talent and capability, you should be able to apply for a slot as an inner disciple. Here, you'll be able to learn more profound swordsmanship, and there will be more disciples who wield swords to spar with. With that, you'll be able to improve much faster, Elder Lu Yun said. Given how Xianxia was able to defeat the first senior of the outer disciples so easily, he was already qualified to become an inner disciple. I'll have to think about it, Xianxia replied hesitantly. His goal in coming to the Azure was to find Lozozi, so he wasn't too interested in joining the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. This is indeed a huge matter, so you'll have to think about it. Elder Lu Yun nodded. He wasn't in a hurry. Changing the topic, Xianxia turned to Elder Lu Yun and asked, Elder Lu Yun, I would like to ask you some questions. May I know if it's convenient for you? Feel free to speak. May I know if Elder Lu Yun has heard of a place called Spirit God Palace? Xianxia asked nervously. Spirit God Palace? Elder Lu Yun pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I've never heard of it before. Xianxia was taken aback. I'm only an outer elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and I'm responsible for guiding the students. As such, I don't know much about the affairs of the Master Teacher continent. There are books in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion that introduce the various sects and powers of the Master Teacher continent. You should be able to find what you want to know there. Elder Lu Yun replied with a bitter smile. Even though he was an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he was actually one of the lowest elders in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Since the Spirit God Palace had the word God in it, it was likely that it was a place of great significance. It wasn't something that someone of his standing could understand. I see. Xianxia nodded in realization. That made sense. As an elder in charge of recruiting menial disciples and outer disciples, it was unlikely that he would know anything about the Spirit God Palace. Otherwise, the deity that he had summoned back then wouldn't have chosen to remain silent. It just so happens that I have a question regarding cultivation. Cultivators can be divided into Saint, Great Sage, and Ancient Sage. May I know what's above Ancient Sage? Xianxia asked. The highest realm of Ancient Sage is Dimension Shatterer Realm. Beyond that realm is Pseudo-Immortal Realm. With a single thought, one's soul would be as tough as metal, and one would be impervious to fire. I'm currently at Pseudo-Immortal Realm, and the City Lord of Starlight City is at the same realm as me. Similarly, Pseudo-Immortal is also divided into Primary, Intermediate, Advanced, and Pinnacle. Beyond this realm is True Immortal. True Immortals are considered true experts on the Forsaken Continent. This is the realm that the inner elders of the sects are at. Beyond that is High Immortal Realm, the Monarch of Immortals. Only the core elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion possess such strength. At this point, Elder Lu Yun sighed deeply before continuing, these are all the realms that I know. There are bound to be more realms beyond that, but it's not something that I can come into contact with. There's no end to cultivation. Without the support of a sect, sufficient cultivation techniques, and sufficient experience, it's simply too difficult to advance one's cultivation further without the support of a sect. It's as if this knowledge is something that even ordinary disciples would know, but you have to ask for it. Ancient sage, pseudo-immortal, true immortal, high immortal, Xianxia nodded as he memorized these 4 realms. Given your swordsmanship and my recommendation, it should be easy for you to become an inner disciple. May I know where you are at the moment? If there's no other choice, we can meet to discuss it, Elder Lu Yun said. No matter how much they talked about it, it would be pointless. They had to meet the person in person before they could ascertain the other party's cultivation realm, whether it was a man or a woman. I'm in Xianxia City right now. As long as Elder Lu Yun comes over, we'll meet. Furthermore, there's something that I'll need to trouble Senior Hua with, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Xianxia City? Elder Lu Yun shot a glance at Hu Jianhe, and the latter was clearly stunned as well. When did such a formidable expert appear in such a backward place? As long as it's within my means, feel free to speak your mind. Hu Jianhe clasped his fist. It's like this. Zhang Xian quickly explained the matter. After which, he clasped his fist and bowed deeply. I'll be troubling Senior Hua with this matter then. I won't be bothering you anymore. Farewell. Zhang Xian had expressed his goodwill and asked what he wanted to know, so he decided to leave. He returned to the reception counter and asked the attendant, "May I know if you have any pills or treasures that can allow one to swiftly recover their strength?" "We do have low-tier immortal pills for sale. Each costs 100,000 ethereal coins." The attendant replied. "Low-tier immortal pills? 100,000 gold coins?" Zhang Xian was astonished. After asking around, he finally came to a realization. Similar to spirit stones on the master-teacher continent, low-tier immortal pills were categorized into 4 tiers: low-tier, middle-tier, high-tier, and pinnacle. Low-tier immortal pills were highly effective for cultivators beneath pseudo-immortal, middle-tier immortal pills were for true immortals, and high-tier immortals were for high immortals. As for pinnacle immortal pills, they were simply too rare. As such, not many people had seen them before. Yet, a single low-tier immortal pill was already priced at 100,000 ethereal coins. He thought that he had earned quite a bit earlier, but from the looks of it, it was still not enough. Zhang Xian used his remaining money to purchase a single immortal pill. Out of curiosity, he turned to the attendant once more. The ethereal hall is known to sell all kinds of items, including cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques. Is that true? Of course. The attendant nodded. However, most of the cultivation techniques that we sell are commonly used on the master-teacher continent. We don't have any of the core cultivation techniques of the 6 sects either. The 6 sects each had their own secret techniques, and it was impossible for them to leak them out. In fact, even if the ethereal hall were to learn of them, they wouldn't dare to sell them. The 6 sects would allow their disciples to challenge one another in the ethereal hall, but if their foundation was shaken, they would have no choice but to kill them. It was for this reason that the ethereal hall had always maintained a peaceful relationship with the 6 sects. This was the bottom line that they had to uphold. I understand. The cultivation techniques that you sell are commonly used on the master-teacher continent as well. How much would it cost if I were to browse through them for a short period of time? Zhang Xian asked in agitation. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough to Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage, he didn't have a cultivation technique for that realm yet, let alone pseudo-immortal, true immortal, and high immortal. If he could purchase a cultivation technique and sufficient basic immortal pills, he would be able to push for a breakthrough within a few hours. With that, it would be much easier for him to look for Lozosis whereabouts. The price varies according to one's cultivation realm. The most common Dimension Shatter Realm cultivation technique manuals cost around 50,000 ethereal coins per book. Most of the time, we'll just buy them, the attendant replied with a shake of his head. 50,000 ethereal coins per book? Zhang Xian's lips twitched upon hearing those words. He had thought that the cultivation technique manuals would be cheap, so he had bought a bunch of them. He didn't think that the price would be so shocking. 50,000 ethereal coins per book, and yet, it was the most common cultivation technique manuals. If he were to cultivate through a single round, he would need at least 1,000 ethereal coins per book. Not to mention, he had already harvested a batch of leeks, and he had no idea when the next batch of leeks would appear. It seemed like buying cultivation technique manuals and gathering cultivation technique manuals was a little impractical. Do I really have to head to the ethereal hall? Xianxia rubbed his glabella helplessly. There were bound to be countless cultivation technique manuals in the sect. Putting aside 1,000 of them, it would not be a problem for him to gather a few thousand of them. It was due to this that many cultivators viewed joining the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as an honor. With his talent and deep understanding of swordsmanship, it should not be too difficult for him to join the inner disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If he joined the sect, he would be able to enjoy better resources, but he would have to abide by the rules of the sect. It would be one thing if it was an ordinary matter, but if it was related to finding Lozozi, that would be a huge blow to his initial goal. Why don't I allow Dan Xiaotian to join the sect? As his follower, I'll be able to enter as well. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Ascendant Cloud Sword sect was here to recruit outer disciples and menial disciples. Most outer disciples would be assigned with several followers. If Dan Xiaotian were to succeed, Xianxia would be able to sneak into the sect easily. Once he entered the sect, he would be able to adapt to the situation. If he wanted to obtain resources, he could also make use of Dan Xiaotian's help. This way, he would not be restricted by the rules of the sect. It's settled then. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia left the ethereal hall without any hesitation. After making up his mind, Elder Lu Yun and the others in the room also made up their minds. We'll head to Shanjiang City right now. Even if we ride on the fastest aerial Saint Beast, we'll only be able to arrive in the afternoon. Jianghe, there's no need to wait for us. We'll start the selection at dawn. We mustn't miss out on finding World's Edge. Elder Lu Yun instructed. Yes. Hu Jianghe hurriedly nodded. Recruiting such a formidable genius into the sect was much better than recruiting dozens or even 100 ordinary geniuses. If they were to miss out on this opportunity, they would surely be severely punished when they returned. All right, let's hurry up. The crowd vanished from the ethereal hall. Back in his room, Xianxia took out the storage ring and basic immortal pill that he had just bought. The pill was silver in color, and it harnessed concentrated and pure mercury-like spiritual energy. With just a single breath, one could feel their muscles twitching and their meridians trembling. Knowing that it would be of great help to his recovery, Xianxia swallowed the pill without any hesitation. As soon as the basic immortal pill entered Xianxia's body, a warm stream of energy immediately filled his limbs and bones. The pure mercury-like spiritual energy gradually transformed into even purer true energy. As he continued to cultivate, Xianxia discovered that the Jinqi formed from the mercury-like spiritual energy was more powerful than before. His attacks were also more powerful. The amount of Jinqi in his dantian had not increased at all. If it had been 10,000 surges before, it would still be 10,000 surges now. However, the strength of each surge had undergone a transformation, and his fighting prowess had also increased significantly. It was no wonder why the experts of the Azure were so powerful that they had to use all of their means in order to achieve victory. Not only did the mercury-like spiritual energy improve Xianxia's constitution, it also enhanced the tempering of his Jinqi. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, Xianxia finally ran out of energy. Heaving a sigh of relief, he slowly opened his eyes. Even though the spiritual energy stored in the basic immortal pill was abundant, it was still insufficient for him to recover completely. Looks like I'll need one more. Xianxia rubbed his glabella helplessly. Just recovering his cultivation required 2 basic immortal pills and 200,000 ethereal coins. How much more would he need to achieve a breakthrough? Cultivation was indeed a bottomless pit. No matter how much money one had, it was useless. The sun had already risen. Walking out of the room, Xianxia saw that Dan Xiaotian was still practicing his swordsmanship. Even though he had not rested for the entire night, he did not feel the slightest bit fatigued. On the contrary, his strength had been stabilized, and he was able to drive his Jinqi freely. Not bad. With just a glance, Xianxia could tell that Dan Xiaotian was diligently following his instructions without the slightest bit of slacking off. Making him practice his swordsmanship for an entire night was not a punishment. Rather, it was because his body and reflexes would not be able to keep up with the sudden breakthrough of 6 realms. If he did not find a way to stabilize his Xianxia, his fighting prowess would not increase by much. Practicing the same move dozens, hundreds, and even thousands of times, Dan Xiaotian was able to sense the flow of Xianxia in his body, allowing him to control his movements more and more intricate. Clearly, he had achieved his goal. After a night of tempering, Dan Xiaotian had finally gotten used to the intuitive impulse realm. Teacher. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Dan Xiaotian hurriedly turned around and kneeled on the floor once more. Feeling the changes in his body, how could he not understand his teacher's intentions? Xianxia was just about to pull Dan Xiaotian up when he suddenly felt a jolt in his head. A golden book had suddenly materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. It was only at this moment that he had accepted Dan Xiaotian as his disciple and imparted him his cultivation technique. As expected, the Book of Heaven's Path can be formed here as well. He had thought that it would be impossible for him to do so after entering the Azure, but who could have thought that he would succeed as well? With the Book of Heaven's Path, he would have a trump card that could save his life. How is the swordsmanship that I have imparted to you? Show it to me. Xianxia asked with a smile. He had imparted the sword-tossing technique that he had created in the ethereal hall to Dan Xiaotian the previous day, and he could not help but wonder how far Dan Xiaotian had progressed. Yes. Dan Xiaotian stood up and took a step forward. With a flick of his wrist, the sword in his hand shot forward. So, even though it was not as fast as Xianxia, it was still as swift as an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through a tree trunk not too far away. With a deafening explosion, the tree was blasted apart, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Not bad, you've already grasped the basics of the swordsmanship. If you wish to grow stronger, you'll have to study the flaws of your opponent in battle. As long as you can see through the flaws in your opponent's moves with a single glance, you'll have reached major accomplishment in the swordsmanship, and it'll be hard for you to find a match in the same cultivation realm as you. Xianxia nodded. As simple as the sword-tossing technique was, it was in line with the trajectory of the heavens, making it extremely powerful. As long as one could find the flaws in one's opponent, there was almost no one who would be able to withstand it. It was for this reason that even experts of Huijianghe and Shuigan's caliber were helpless before it. Yes. Dan Xiaotian replied in agitation. After practicing the swordsmanship, he knew just how powerful the swordsmanship was. Compared to this, all the techniques that he had practiced previously were nothing at all. Alright, I'll impart some other swordsmanship to you. You can learn from other swordsmanship as well, and you'll only be able to advance faster if you complement each other well. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to impart some basic swordsmanship to Dan Xiaotian, a commotion suddenly sounded outside. Jia. The door was pushed open, and a dozen armored guards walked in. Who is the owner of this residence? The guard standing at the very front was a young man in his 30s. His cultivation had already reached ancient Sage 1 Dan bloodline continuance realm. Noticing that they were guards from the City Lord Matter, Dan Xiaotian frowned and stepped forward. Me. Men, capture him for me. The young man commanded with a wave of his hand. Voila, 2 guards immediately rushed forward to stand before Dan Xiaotian. The weapons in their hands gleamed coldly, and killing intent surged from their faces. I advise you not to retaliate, or else you'll be charged with unlawful arrest and be executed on the spot. One of the guards sneered coldly as he took out a metal chain to handcuff Dan Xiaotian. What crime have I committed? Are you intending to arrest me? Not expecting such a turn of events, Dan Xiaotian could not help but ask. Last night, when we were patrolling the City Lord Matter, we discovered the bandit Chao Qingli leading a group of bandits into the city. We dispatched 50 of our elites to encircle him, but who could have known that they would be killed by the bandits? After an entire morning of investigation, we discovered that the elites of the City Lord Matter had disappeared in the direction of this residence. As such, we suspect that you have colluded with the bandits to kill our soldiers. The young man said coldly. Colluded with the bandits? Nonsense. Dan Xiaotian was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. If not for his teacher's intervention last night, he might have been killed by the bandits. Colluding with the bandits? You must be joking, If there was someone who had colluded with the bandits, it should have been the young man. I know that you won't admit to it. Men, bring me the evidence, the young man said with a wave of his hand. Voila, a few guards stepped forward and tossed the items in their hands casually onto the ground. It was a pile of weapons and armor stained with blood. These items were dug up in the vicinity of your residence. There are the weapons of the bandits and the armor of the city lord. It's clear that a battle took place here, and someone intentionally concealed the evidence. What else do you have to say for yourself? The young man harumphed coldly. This? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. His teacher had already gotten rid of these items yesterday, so how could they still be here? These are indeed the weapons of the bandits, and so are the clothes. I was kidnapped by them when I was transporting goods back then, so there's no way I would mistake them for someone else. Indeed. Those are the belongings of the bandits, and the armor belongs to the city lord manor. I can recognize them as well. Colluding with the bandits. That's a heinous crime. We have to interrogate them to find out their true motives. If they were to succeed, who knows how many people in the city would be in for it. To think that the Dan clan would be reduced to such a state. It's one thing for their only descendant to be unable to cultivate, but to think that he would even collude with the bandits. What a disgrace to our ancestors. Before Dan Xiaotian could explain himself, a group of influential figures in the city had already stepped forward from behind the guards. They were merchants, taverns, teahouses, herb merchants. The boss of Hongyan Trading Company was among them. Most of them had been robbed by the bandits in the past, so they had the right to speak up. What else do you have to say for yourself? The young man said with a wave of his hand. Capture him and interrogate him in the city lord manor. Voila, the chain-wielding guards walked up to Dan Xiaotian. Incriminating him, Dan Xiaotian was just about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Very well, I'll follow you to the city lord manor. I hope that you can prove my innocence. The truth can't be faked, and the lies can't be made real. Let's go. The young man said with a hint of disappointment on his face. He scanned the crowd and said, colluding with the bandits and undermining the peace of the city is a grave matter. Since you have all been persecuted by Chao-Chingli in the past, I hope that you can accompany me to the city lord manor to testify for my innocence. Don't worry, the city lord manor won't cheat just because you are engaged to him. Very well. The crowd nodded in agreement. In yesterday's chapter, I saw quite a few readers complaining that 1/6 isn't 1/66. Earlier, I wrote that the city lord manor asked how much of his strength was used, and 10 divided by 6 is equal to 1/666. There's no mistake at all. 1/6666. Laowa didn't make a mistake in his calculation. I might be a physical education teacher, but I have taught mathematics before. Please don't doubt the professionalism of a physical education teacher. Thank you. As for the rest, they might be accomplices. Capture them as well. Soon, the soldiers locked up Xianxia and Elder Yi and brought them out of the courtyard. Xianxia did not resist. Instead, he discreetly sent a telepathic message over to Dan Xiaotian. Hearing those instructions, Dan Xiaotian calmed down and reverted back to his crippled appearance. He curled his body into a ball, making him appear slightly shorter than before. At the same time, he also made use of a unique cultivation technique that his teacher had imparted to him to conceal his cultivation, such that it would appear that he was only a Saint Sixdan cultivator. Leaving the residence, Xianxia entered the carriage, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the city lord manor. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was filled with people. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they were all discussing the matter of the bandits. Clearly, the news that Xuechen had sent out earlier had worked. The city lord manor is very concerned about the bandits' infiltration into the city. After a thorough investigation, we found out that it has something to do with Dan Xiaotian of the Dan clan. As you all know, our second young mistress is engaged to him. In order to avoid suspicion, we will conduct an open trial. Xuechen stood in front of the crowd with a selfless expression on his face. As expected of the city lord's mansion, they found out so quickly. Anyone who colludes with bandits should be punished. I never thought that Dan Xiaotian would do such a thing. Seeing that it was Dan Xiaotian who had been captured, everyone lowered their voices in hushed whispers. Many people in the city knew about the marriage between the two of them. They had colluded with bandits and caused such a huge ruckus that they had even found out about their own people. Everyone wanted to see what the city lord's attitude was, and whether he would still be fair and just. Looking at the limping young man before him, Xianxia raised his eyelids and said, "Bring in the evidence." After saying those words, the soldiers placed the bows and armors on the ground. A middle-aged man stepped forward and reported, "Lord, I've already examined these bows and arrows. They were indeed used by Xianxia and the others, and their fingerprints are still on them. As for these armors, they are the uniforms of the ordinary soldiers of the city lord manor. The blood on them is from last night. Sir, when I was cultivating last night, I heard some movements outside. I peeked through the window and saw many people in black sneaking into the Shan family. It seems like they are carrying out some kind of transaction." Then, a middle-aged man walked up. Dan Xiaotian recognized the other party with a single glance. It was a household not far from his mansion, and they usually got along quite well. "Last night, I saw it too. There were dozens of people. I was curious, and happened to have a record crystal with me, so I recorded the situation." Another person walked over. He was also Dan Xiaotian's neighbor. After saying those words, he activated the record crystal, and the image recorded on it was immediately displayed before everyone. Under the moonlit night, a group of men dressed in the uniform of bandits snuck into Dan Xiaotian's residence. After that, they didn't come out at all, and there was no movement at all. I was wondering if there was some kind of conflict between them. I didn't expect it to be true. Why would Dan Xiaotian collude with bandits? I also find it strange. Although the Shan family has declined, it's not a big deal for them to have enough food and clothing. Why would they take the risk? Seeing the contents of the jade crystal, the crowd burst into an uproar. Those who were still doubtful a moment ago turned their gazes toward Dan Xiaotian in disbelief. More than a decade ago, the Dan clan was the strongest clan in Xinjiang City. There were countless experts in the clan, and there were three-dimension Shatter Realm experts among them. Even the city lord manor dared not make an enemy out of them, so they could only ally with them through marriage. Even though the Dan clan had been wiped out in a single night, and nearly all of their experts had died, their clan was still standing. Why would they collude with bandits? This was truly incomprehensible. Second young mistress, while everyone was still perplexed by the situation, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over, and they saw the second young mistress, Xianxia, rushing over anxiously. Bizarre looks surfaced on everyone's faces upon seeing her. Dan Xiaotian was engaged to her, so he should be avoiding her. Yet, he had rushed out instead. Could something have happened? Why? Paying no heed to her maid's attempts to stop her, Xianxia stared at Dan Xiaotian with reddened eyes in disbelief. "You and I have been engaged ever since we were young. Even though you are unable to cultivate, I have never despised you. I thought that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's disciple recruitment was an opportunity for me, so I worked hard to clear Senior Hua's selection and become a menial disciple. I thought that as long as I could enter the sect, I would be able to find better medicinal herbs to help you recover from your injuries and restore the prestige of the Dan clan. I thought that it was good news, so I sent someone to inform you about it. But why did you collude with the bandits to stop me from doing so? You even captured me and beat me up to force me to change my mind. Did you think that I would forget about you just because I entered the sect? Were you intentionally trying to make me lose this opportunity? But do you know that the reason I chose to enter the sect is because of you?" After saying that, tears flowed out from her eyes. The grief in her eyes was pitiful. So, it was the second young mistress who cleared the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion selection. Due to his inferiority complex, Dan Xiaotian decided to stop the matter. The Dan clan has many enemies, and the main reason why Dan Xiaotian is still alive is due to the protection of the city lord manor and the second young mistress. If the second young mistress were to leave the sect, who knows what would happen to him in the future? Perhaps he was worried that he might be in danger, so he decided to take the risk and do such a thing. As long as the second young mistress goes missing, she won't be able to leave with Senior Hua and the others. As such, he'll be able to remain in the city lord manor and even marry her. This way, he'll be safe. That explains it. Look at the second young mistress' face. It's a little swollen. She must have been kidnapped by those bandits and suffered a lot. Indeed. Otherwise, who would dare to beat up the second young mistress of the city lord manor? As long as the bandits are willing to pay, no one will suspect him. What a brilliant plan. Hearing Dan Xiaoyan's tearful complaint, everyone came to a realization, and they looked at him with disgust. A woman had done so much for you, but not only did she not know how to be grateful, she even did such a thing. Incredible. Xianxia, who had been chained to the side, was initially drowsy, but when he saw the second young mistress stirring up the emotions of the crowd, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It would have been a waste of her talent if she didn't become a best actress in her previous life. It was human nature to sympathize with the weak, let alone a beautiful woman like her. In truth, the so-called physical evidence and witness were not enough to convict Dan Xiaotian. After all, he didn't have a motive to do so. Why would he offend the city lord manor and collude with bandits? But at this moment, all of the reasons were more than enough. At the same time, it also explained how the second young mistress had cleared the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's examination. Just like that, not only would Xue Qin's reputation not be tarnished, she would even become a woman of loyalty. With Dan Xiaotian as a scumbag, it was only natural for him to back out of the engagement. Good plan, good plan. This trick of reversing black and white was used smoothly and without any dissonance. Dan Xiaotian was so furious that he felt as if he was going to explode at any moment. I agreed to back out of the engagement, but if I wasn't satisfied, you forced me to humiliate myself. If I didn't agree, you killed me. Yet, not only did you fail to kill me, you even slandered me. You really are unscrupulous. Young mistress, calm down. Someone like him isn't worthy of your sorrow. Xueqin knew that his plan had succeeded. No matter what Dan Xiaotian said, it would be futile. Heaving a sigh of relief, he walked up to Dan Xiaotian and consoled him. After which, he turned to the maid and said, "All right, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring young mistress back." Yes. The maid hurriedly walked up to Dan Xiaotian. After doing all of that, Xueqin turned to Dan Xiaotian and glared at him coldly. The evidence is clear. What else do you have to say for yourself? Based on what you are saying, I colluded with bandits to ruin young Mistress Xue Qin's chances of becoming a menial disciple because she passed the examination of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, right? Dan Xiaotian looked at Xueqin and asked calmly, "It's good that you know." It's good that you know. What, you still want to deny it when the evidence is conclusive? Xueqin sneered coldly. Deny it? Dan Xiaotian shook his head. I want to meet Senior Hu Jianghe of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Audacious. What rights do a trash like you have to meet Senior Hu? He had thought that Dan Xiaotian would deny the matter and reveal the annulment of the engagement. If that was the case, he would have prepared a countermeasure to lure Dan Xiaotian into a trap. Yet, Dan Xiaotian chose to meet Senior Hu instead. What was he up to? I'm indeed not qualified to meet Senior Hu, but I heard that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is accepting disciples as long as they clear Senior Hu's examination. As a citizen of Xinjiang City, I'm qualified to take the examination as well, right? Dan Xiaotian replied with a smile. Everyone has a chance to become a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion by clearing the examination, but you are the least likely to stand a chance. Don't be a lunatic. Xueqin burst into laughter upon hearing those words, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A Saint Six Dan trash actually dared to challenge the examination of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Who gave him the guts to do so? Besides, do you think that Senior Hu would specially conduct the examination for a trash like you? Xueqin continued. He really doesn't know his place. Those who are qualified to participate in the examination are all dragons and phoenixes among men. That fellow is crippled, and he can't even cultivate. Is he really going to make us laugh to death? Senior Hu is busy selecting the true geniuses of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. How could he possibly have the time to assess a trash like you? His head must have been damaged. A commotion broke out below, and a playful smile crept onto one of the disciples' lips. All right, admit to your crimes obediently, and you'll be spared from any physical pain. There's no way Senior Hu would come here just to assess a trash like you. Xueqin bellowed furiously. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, a nonchalant voice suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. "Why can't I come here to take the examination?" Following which, a towering figure walked in with widened strides. It was Xianxia. It would have been better if he hadn't explained himself, but now that he did, even more people were confused. One's power is at 100%. Do you understand? A sixth of one's strength is 10 divided by 6 is equal to 1, 666. Is there a problem with that? If you still don't understand, a fifth of one's strength is equivalent to 20% of one's strength. Do you understand now? Don't look for me on QQ, WeChat, Weibo. There's no need to explain anything to me. You have to believe in my professionalism. Even though I am a physical education teacher, I have graduated with the highest score in my faculty. Back in my year of college entrance examination, I was also among the top 3 of the physical education students in the entire county. In my college entrance examination, I scored 124 points in mathematics and 270 points in science. It was just that my English was too lacking, scoring only 40 points, that's why I chose physical education. As a physical education teacher, I was ranked second in the written examination, first in the interview, and first in the overall examination. Even though I'm not a top student, at the very least, I'm not a bad student. Thank you. P.S. I've already calculated it. The above explanation is free. Behind Xianxia was a middle-aged man with a bulky build. He was dressed in a suit of armor, and his eyes were filled with an imposing aura. Xianxia, who was about to leave, immediately stopped when she saw this person. She bowed and said, "Father." Senior Hua. He was the city lord of Xianxia City, Shuigan, who had been killed by Zhang Xian with a single slash. Behind the two of them were a dozen or so youngsters, all of them around 16 or 17 years old. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength. They were all young talents who had come to participate in the assessment. Nephew Jianghe, noticing that Zhang Xian had interrupted Shui Chen's interrogation, City Lord Shuigan looked at him doubtfully. As the city lord of Xianxia City, he had to accompany the candidates personally. Yet, who could have thought that Xianxia would insist on coming all the way here right after the preliminary selection? This left him bewildered. The second round will be held here. With so many people watching, it will be more fair and just. Nodding, Xianxia turned around and sat in the middle of the room. He was representing the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion in this examination. Even though Shuigan was the city lord, he had no choice but to sit on the sidelines. Shuichen was dumbstruck. He was in the middle of an interrogation, yet he came over to take the test. What should he do next? Senior brother Hua, as a member of Xianxia City, can I take part in the test? Dan Xiaotian said loudly. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Young Master Hua, Dan Xiaotian is only a Saint 6 Dan cultivator, and his cultivation is extremely low. On top of that, he has colluded with bandits and harmed the civilians of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Shuichen was extremely anxious. Even though Zhang Xian knew that it was impossible for him to be selected even if he were to participate in the examination, but if he were to really participate in the examination, the interrogation would become incongruous. You said I'm weak? Dan Xiaotian asked. That's right. A crippled Saint 6 Dan cultivator, a person who can't even match up to an ordinary cultivator. If this isn't low, what else can it be? Shuichen frowned. Since that's the case, I would like to ask. Second young mistress, how strong is Shuichen? Dan Xiaotian asked calmly. Our young mistress is a genius. She's only 16 this year, but her cultivation has already reached Great Sage 3 Dan consummation. She'll be able to make a breakthrough at any moment now. Shuichen said proudly. Hee hee. Dan Xiaotian's eyebrows suddenly shot up. Buzz buzz buzz, sword chi immediately shot out from his fingertips. The moment the chains on his wrists touched the sword chi, they immediately broke into pieces. After breaking free from the shackles, the aura of the young man continued to surge, and in the blink of an eye, it had already reached Great Sage 3 Dan consummation. At the same time, his bent back gradually straightened as well. Even though he was not as tall as Zhang Xian, he was still around 1.75 meters tall. Most importantly, as he slowly walked forward, his leg did not look like it was crooked at all. In fact, even his appearance seemed to have changed, becoming more resolute and handsome. Compared to him, the dozen or so youths from before all felt inferior. This is impossible. Xueqin's eyeballs were about to pop out from their sockets. In her heart, this fellow was the synonym of weak and useless. Never in her dreams had she imagined that he would suddenly undergo a tremendous change, and it was simply as if he'd become a completely different person. Paying no heed to Luo Ruoxin, Dan Xiaotian took a few steps forward before glancing at Xueqin, and his lips curled up into a smile. Despite being in the same cultivation realm, I'm a trash whereas the second young mistress is a genius. May I know what kind of judgment instructor Xueqin has in mind? Toe or butt? You, Xueqin took a step back in shock. When did this fellow become a cultivator? Not to mention, he was even at Great Sage 3 Dan consummation. They weren't the only ones. The crowd had fallen silent as well. Previously, the reason they gave was that Dan Xiaotian was unable to cultivate, so he colluded with the bandits to prevent Xueqin from becoming a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. But now that he had become so powerful, his reason was no longer convincing. All of you, make a move against me together. Dan Xiaotian said with a smile as he turned to the dozen or so youths that Senior Hua had brought with him. You want to make a move against me together? The crowd was taken aback for a moment. However, upon seeing Senior Hua nod his head in agreement, a glint flashed across their eyes, and they swiftly thrust their swords forward. Using his finger as a sword, Dan Xiaotian grabbed forward like an eagle's claw, snatching the sword from a young man's hand. With a flick of his wrist, he brandished the sword. Tzzzzzzzzzz, more than a dozen surges of sword chi shot forth from the tip of the sword. Even though he had only learned the sword toss technique from his teacher had imparted quite a bit of knowledge regarding swordsmanship. Even without executing his ultimate move, his fighting prowess was still formidable. It was just like how Little Li's flying dagger was not limited to throwing daggers. Even without his daggers, he was still one of the top experts in the world. Dang lang! Dang lang! Dang lang! The sound of swords falling to the ground echoed in the air. The dozen or so youths clutched their wrists in horror. The sword art that Dan Xiaotian had executed earlier had actually managed to injure all of them in an instant. It was fortunate that he had gone easy on them, or else their wrists would have fallen to the ground. With a flick of his finger, Dan Xiaotian stabbed his sword into the ground right in front of Xueqin. His sword vibrated intensely as if a white poplar in the wind. May I know if the talented second young mistress is able to do what a trash like me has just done? The crowd fell silent. Despite being surrounded by more than a dozen youths, Dan Xiaotian had still managed to injure their wrists with a casual strike. His strength and swordsmanship were simply unheard of. If Dan Xiaotian was a trash, what were they? Xueqin's face paled, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Even though she was also a Great Sage 3 Dan consummation cultivator, there was no way she would be able to pull off such a feat. If she had charged forward, she might have been defeated in an instant, just like the others. Even if you aren't a trash, it's still a fact that you have colluded with bandits. Your neighbors can testify to that. There were bandits in your residence in the middle of the night, Xueqin spat through gritted teeth. Did you all witness bandits entering my residence with your own eyes? Instead of answering Dan Xiaotian's question, Dan Xiaotian turned to look at the two witnesses who had just walked out. Yes. There's no doubt about it. We really saw it with our own eyes. Under Dan Xiaotian's gaze, the two of them cowered in fear. It would have been one thing if Dan Xiaotian was unable to cultivate. However, considering how talented he was and how powerful the Dan clan was back then, they couldn't help but feel a little fearful. They couldn't even speak as confidently as before. Just as their hearts were trembling in fear, Dan Xiaotian's voice suddenly sounded. Since you saw it with your own eyes, it means that you are speaking the truth. The two of them were stunned. Right? Do you know what you are saying? That would be equivalent to admitting to colluding with bandits. No matter how talented and powerful one was, there was no way the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would accept such a person as a disciple. A huge uproar broke out in the crowd as well. Ha ha ha, it's good that you have admitted to it. Since you have admitted to it, there's nothing more to be said. Men, arrest that fellow who colluded with bandits. Xuechen was also stunned for a moment before frenzied joy surfaced on his face. He had thought that the other party would refuse to admit to it no matter what after revealing his strength. If that was the case, his plan would be put in a very disadvantageous position. Who could have thought that the other party would actually admit to it without any hesitation, not to mention, he did it in front of so many people. This time, there was no turning back. That was as good as slapping a huge hat on his head. He was doomed. Arrest him? Dan Xiaotian sneered coldly. He suddenly clasped his fist and bowed deeply. Senior Hua, I would like to summon a witness. I hope that you will allow me to do so. Hua Jianhe nodded. Come in, Dan Xiaotian said. Following which, a black-robed man with a bamboo hat walked in from outside. He walked up to the crowd and slowly removed his hat. It's Chao Qingli. The leader of the bandits. He actually dared to come to the city lord mansion. Kill him. Dan Xiaotian invited him in. It looks like the two of them are really in cahoots. The crowd burst into an uproar when they saw the figure's appearance. It was none other than the leader of the bandits, Chao Qingli. This guy had always been hiding in the deep mountains and forests. The city lord's mansion had tried to encircle him several times but to no avail. Now, he actually dared to come here. His guts were too fat. Did everyone see that? For Chao Qingli to actually listen to him, it's clear that he's already colluding with him. Xuechen was so excited that he almost jumped up. None of the previous incidents had any concrete evidence. At most, it was just some forged evidence. But now, this fellow actually brought the bandit leader here. He would never be able to clear his name. Collusion? Dan Xiaotian sneered coldly as he looked at the black-robed bandit before him and said, just who in the world is colluding with you? I'll have to trouble Stockade Master Chao to answer me personally. It's him. Chao Qingli stepped forward and pointed at Xuechen and Xueqin. And her, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't slander me. Xuechen raised his eyebrows. Slander me? Chao Qingli clenched his fists tightly as he took a step forward. Yesterday, Xuechen paid me a visit and entrusted me to kill a person. As long as I succeed, I'll be paid 50,000 ethereal coins. I asked around, and it turns out that the person I wanted to kill is a weakling, so I agreed to it on the spot. Kill someone? Weakling? Some of the smarter ones among the crowd had already guessed what was going on, and they quickly turned their gazes to Dan Xiaotian. Over the years, he was the only one who had carried such a reputation. Indeed, it's Dan Xiaotian. Chao Qingli continued. I went to set up the ambush that very night, but young Master Xiaoyan's strength far exceeded my expectations. Naturally, I couldn't have succeeded. In the end, my entire group was wiped out by him. The fact that his men had been killed by a horse and a carriage was simply too shocking. If he were to say it out loud, no one would believe him at all. Since that was the case, he might as well not say it at all. I was lucky and managed to escape with my life. I found Xuechen once more, but he only gave me 500 ethereal coins. Back then, I was so furious that I wanted to see who it was that Dan Xiaotian and Xuechen were, so I followed them discreetly. That's when I saw the two of them entering the city lord manor. With a flick of his wrist, Chao Qingli released the recording from the previous night. Everyone could see Xuechen standing at the very front of the crowd in the heavily guarded city lord manor, instructing the guards to change out of their bandit attire before instructing them to kill Dan Xiaotian and his entire family. The recording continued. The group of guards dressed in bandit robes snuck into Dan Xiaoyan's residence discreetly. This recording is identical to the one he released earlier, indeed. I thought that they were really bandits, but who could have thought that they were actually guards of the city lord manor? Guards of the city lord manor disguised as bandits to kill. It didn't take long for someone to recognize the scene in the recording to be identical to the one recorded by the witnesses earlier. They had thought that they were bandits, but after seeing the entire recording, they realized that they were actually guards of the city lord manor in disguise, who, as soon as the guards entered Dan Xiaoyan's residence, the recording came to a halt. Chao Qingli took out the record crystal and turned to Xuechen. Do you have anything else to say? This is a forgery. Xuechen's face paled. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would be tracked and recorded for such a matter. Forgery? Why don't you try to forge it then? Dan Xiaotian stepped forward. The content recorded in the record crystal was real, so there was no way to forge it. This was also the reason why it was fair. Xueqin took a step back. You have a marriage agreement with the third young mistress, and it's only natural that you are stronger than us. Why would we kill you? Wouldn't that sully the reputation of the city lord manor? You're right, everyone turned to look at Xueqin in astonishment. If they were truly incompatible with one another, they could have just annulled the engagement. Why would they hire bandits to kill him? Why would they take the blame for themselves? Why do you want to kill me? If you have forgotten, you can take a look at this. Dan Xiaotian chuckled softly as he whipped out a record crystal. With a tap of his finger, he released the recording within. Why? Do you think that you can fool me by sending a servant to bring me the engagement agreement? In the recording, Xueqin spoke haughtily, reminiscent of a noble princess. Nothing much. It's simple. I want you to announce to the entire city that you're not worthy of me, so you requested to annul the engagement. Our city lord manor rejected your request repeatedly before we decided to respect your decision. Otherwise, are you intending to announce to the entire city that I, Xueqin, am not willing to marry you? Are you intending to humiliate the city lord manor? It's easy to say no. The Dan clan has offended quite a few people over the years. If not for the marriage alliance with the city lord manor, and the fact that you are a good-for-nothing to begin with, the Dan clan would have long been wiped out. As long as those people decide to make a move on you, do you think that the two of you will be able to stop them? Xueqin sneered. The masses? After your death, the city lord will surely be overwhelmed with grief, and he will surely send his men to exact vengeance for you. After which, the young mistress will weep for many days before finally leaving the city and joining the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In the Jade Crystal, the scene of the two of them flaunting their prowess in the Dan mansion was clearly recorded. She wanted to annul the engagement, but the other party wasn't satisfied with the annulment. She even wanted to protect her reputation, so she didn't hesitate to kill him. What a vicious heart. All these years, the city lord manor's reputation has been excellent. Who would have thought that they would do such a thing? Shameful. I'm ashamed to be associated with him. After witnessing this scene, everyone understood what was going on. When they looked at Xueqin and Xueqin once more, their gazes were filled with hostility. Xueqin's face paled as she felt her entire body going limp. She had thought that not only would she be able to get rid of this trash, she would also be able to gain a good reputation. Who could have thought that her actions would be exposed before so many people? From this moment onward, her reputation would be completely ruined. Not wanting to get married, she even colluded with bandits to kill her fiancé. With such a reputation, who would dare to marry her? If they were to marry her, wouldn't they be in deep trouble if a bandit were to knock on their door? Nonsense, I'm going to teach you a lesson today, you spouting nonsense. Xueqin clenched his jaws tightly as he charged right at Dan Xiaotian. The wind howled as his palm strike surged forward. Given the current circumstances, the only way out of this was to kill Dan Xiaotian and Xiaoqingli so that no one would be able to prove anything. With his ancient Sage 3 Dan cultivation, he was able to seal the entire room with just a single strike. The duo's bodies turned cold, and they were unable to move at all. Audacious! Not expecting the other party to kill someone right before his eyes, Huijianghe's eyes turned cold. The other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. With a flick of his wrist, Huijianghe drew his sword. He was just about to stop Xueqin when he suddenly felt a weight on his arm. City Lord Shuigan looked at him with a smile and said, "Nephew Jianghe, there's no need to panic. Xueqin is just trying to scare you. As a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of our city." Huijianghe narrowed his eyes. There was no way Xueqin was just trying to scare Dan Xiaotian. If he didn't make a move and allowed Dan Xiaotian's palm strike to land, the duo would surely be killed. Then, City Lord Shuigan would be able to blame his lack of discipline. At the very most, he would just imprison Xueqin as a warning to others. Now that Dan Xiaotian and Xiaoqingli were both dead, the City Lord Manor would have no say in this matter. It wouldn't be long before the two of them were released, and nothing would happen to them. No. While Huijianghe was being stopped, Xiaoqingli's face paled in fright upon seeing the powerful palm strike. He was here to redress Dan Xiaoyan's grievances under the orders of the book, but that didn't mean that he was courting death. Just as he thought that there was no way he could escape this time around, the palm strike suddenly vanished without a trace. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that the head instructor of the City Lord Manor, an ancient Sage 3 Dan expert, had already collapsed to the ground. Unknowingly, he was no longer breathing, and there was a stalk of emerald grass embedded in his forehead. He's dead? Chao Qingli's body stiffened. He quickly turned his gaze over, only to see that the green blade of grass had pierced through his eyes and exited from his ears before piercing right through his brain. To pierce through the eyes and head of such a soft blade of grass. To kill an ancient Sage 3 Dan expert, what kind of strength was this? Chao Qingli's body turned cold, and he didn't dare to move at all. Xianxia also stood up abruptly with a look of disbelief on his face. He was also an ancient Sage 4 Dan primary stage cultivator, on par with City Lord Shuigan. But even so, it was impossible for him to pull off such a feat. The green blade of grass was so soft that it couldn't be exerted with force, and it couldn't be harnessed with Xinqi either. Yet, it was still able to pierce through the Xinqi barrier of an ancient Sage 3 Dan expert and pierce through his head, but more importantly, even with his eye of discernment, he was unable to see who had made the move and where the green blade of grass had come from. It was as if the green blade of grass had appeared out of thin air. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. City Lord Shuigan, who had stopped him, also felt his body turning cold. Clearly, he was unable to see where the green blade of grass had come from either. Thinking back, it was likely that he wouldn't have been able to withstand it either. Teacher is really powerful. Dan Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief. Even though his teacher had told him not to worry, the earlier sight had still left him sweating profusely. He knew that his teacher was no ordinary figure, but he didn't think that his teacher would be so powerful. Suppressing his shock and agitation, Dan Xiaotian was just about to continue speaking when City Lord Shuigan abruptly stood up and bellowed indignantly, "As the head instructor of our City Lord Manor, how could Shuiqin commit such a despicable act? I have failed my duty as the lord of a city. Such scum must be killed as a warning to others." Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. Judging from the other party's tone, he was the one who had killed Shuiqin. How shameless was that? Nephew Xiaotian, I wasn't aware of this matter at all. It's fortunate that you were able to see through that fellow's ploy. Thanks to you, the reputation of our City Lord Manor has been preserved. Shuigan walked up to Dan Xiaotian and spoke with the air of an amiable elder. Your engagement with my daughter was decided by your father and the others back then. Now that they have passed away, how could you possibly go against their wishes? Besides, little Qin must have been bewitched by Shuiqin to make such a decision. That fellow's specialty is bewitching others. Seeing how swiftly Shuigan had reacted to those words, Dan Xiaotian sneered coldly. It was no wonder why he was able to become the city lord. As expected of an old fox. His teacher had always kept a low profile, unwilling to reveal his true strength. But now that Shuiqin had been killed, Dan Xiaotian was the strongest of the city lords present, so there was no doubt that he was the culprit. Now that Shuigan was dead, he could push all the blame onto Shuigan and find an excuse to do so. By then, the City Lord Manor would have nothing to do with this matter anymore. By then, he would be able to find a way to appease the City Lord Manor, and the public opinion in the city wouldn't last long. To be able to pull this off so quickly despite being in such a disadvantageous position, Shuigan was truly a vicious person. City Lord Shui, you must be joking. Dan Xiaotian harumphed coldly. The City Lord Manor dispatched 50 elites, but all of them died in a single night. Do you think that anyone would believe you if you say that your subordinates acted on their own accord? Even for the City Lord Manor, 50 elites was no small number. How could they possibly not know that all of them had died in such a short period of time? Dan Xiaotian's words were tantamount to tearing apart the veil covering his face. Humph. Not expecting the other party to be so unappreciative of his words, Shuigan's face darkened. He sent a telepathic message over. Is Shuiqin's death not enough for you? Are you intending to bring me down as well? Do you have any evidence to prove that I was involved in this matter? Dan Xiaotian was rendered speechless. Shuiqin was only cancelling the engagement, and everything else was done by Shuiqin. There was no evidence to prove that Shuigan had anything to do with this matter. In fact, Shuiqin could even push the matter aside and cancel the engagement, since she wasn't suited for him, he would only be condemned for breaking the engagement for the sake of his happiness. If you don't have any evidence, it's best that you cut the crap. I know that you have an expert backing you, which is why you were able to kill Xuechen so easily, but my position as the city lord was conferred by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Only the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are qualified to deal with me. If the expert backing you dared to make a move on me, that would be equivalent to slapping the face of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Do you think that they would spare someone who challenged the authority of the Sixth Sex? Or do you think that the person backing you is able to withstand the pressure of the Sixth Sex? Shui Gan sneered coldly as he sent a telepathic message over. If you don't want the person backing you to be implicated in this matter, you'd better listen to me obediently and let this matter rest. Everyone will be happy with this outcome. Your engagement will continue as before, and there won't be any changes to it. Dan Xiaoyan's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. In truth, he knew that the deaths of his parents were closely related to City Lord Xue, and he had always wanted to exact vengeance on him. But it was a pity that the other party was right. The person before him was the strongest person in the City Lord Manor. If he was forced into a corner, he could mobilize his troops to massacre the City Lord Manor. He and his teacher wouldn't be able to stop him at all. If his teacher were to really make a move and kill the other party, he would be offending the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As powerful as his teacher was, he didn't think that he would be able to stand against one of the six sects of the Master Teacher continent. Alright, there's no need for me to say anything more. You should understand what you have to say, right? Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was wavering, Shui Gan harumphed coldly. Unless the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion hear your prayers and appear before you, don't think too highly of yourself, who, before Shui Gan could finish his words, the cry of a saint beast echoed in the air. Following which, several figures leaped down from the back of the saint beast. Elder Lu. Upon seeing those figures, Hu Jianghe's eyes lit up. He hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fist. Elder Lu Yun had arrived from Starlight City. Shui Gan's body stiffened, and the words that he was about to say were caught in his throat. Although Elder Lu Yun was only an elder in charge of the Outer Sanctum, he was a pseudo-immortal. He was only in charge of the Outer Sanctum assessment in Starlight City. Under normal circumstances, he would never come to Xianxia City, a place that only recruited menial disciples. Even if there were special circumstances, they would just pass by and take the person away. Why did he suddenly appear in front of me? Shui Gan was filled with disbelief, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. City Lord of Xianxia City, Shui Gan, greets Elder Lu Yun. Elder Lu waved his hand casually and turned to Hu Jianghe. What do you think? Did he show up? Elder, I'm not too sure who the culprit is, but it seems to be related to Dan Xiaotian. Hu Jianghe pointed. Last night at the Ethereal Hall, World's Edge had requested Zhang Xian's help to have the latter appear on time. It was through the latter's presence that Dan Xiaotian was able to clear his name and shine brilliantly. As such, even if the other party was not World's Edge, there was no doubt that they were closely related to one another. Him? Elder Lu Yun was perplexed. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the other party was a great sage 3-Dan consummation cultivator. With this kind of strength, he could kill so many of his disciples and make them throw away their helmets and armor. It's like this. Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Hu Jianghe began to explain the matter in detail. After hearing the introduction, Elder Lu Yun's eyebrows shot up. To think that a genius of his caliber would be schemed against in such a manner within the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. This was no different from a slap to his face. Suppressing his displeasure, he asked, "You are Dan Xiaotian?" "Yes." Dan Xiaotian bowed. "Do you intend to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion?" Elder Lu Yun asked. Dan Xiaotian was taken aback for a moment before he discreetly shot a glance at his teacher. Seeing that the latter was nodding his head, he hurriedly bowed and replied, "I'm willing." "Very good." Elder Lu Yun nodded. "From now on, you are a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Anyone who dares to bully you will be going against the Sword Pavilion, and they will have to bear the wrath of the Sword Pavilion." Dan Xiaotian was stunned. He thought that he would have to go through the test once more, but who could have thought that it would be so easy? if Xianxia didn't know that the other party was an elder, he would have thought that it was a joke. He had long heard that the outer elder in charge of recruiting disciples, Lu Yun, had a fiery personality, but he didn't think that he would be so popular. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, nephew Xiao Tian. Shui Gan was the first to react, and he hurriedly walked forward with a smile on his face. Ignoring the other party, Dan Xiaotian took a deep breath and seemed to have made up his mind. He kneeled onto the floor and said, "Elder, please redress my grievances. Feel free to speak your mind." Elder Lu Yun waved his hand. "Our Shan clan is one of the most powerful clans in Xinjiang City. However, due to our overwhelming strength, the city lord manor coveted us, and they schemed against us, causing our entire clan to be annihilated. This is the proof." Dan Xiaotian took out a jade token and passed it over. Eldery had not stopped collecting evidence after his family was annihilated. The more evidence he collected, the more it was related to the city lord in front of him. He didn't dare say it out loud earlier, but with an elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion here, he didn't have to hold back anymore. More importantly, this was also his teacher's intention. Elder Lu Yun took the jade token and glanced at it with narrowed eyes. The evidence recorded on the jade token was extremely clear, and there was no mistake in it at all. Every single piece of evidence showed that the lives of the entire Shan clan were inextricably linked to City Lord Shui Gan. "What do you have to say for yourself?" Elder Lu Yun turned to Shui Gan and casually tossed the jade token over. Shui Gan quickly picked it up and took a look at it, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. He kneeled to the floor and begged, "Elder Lu, I've been wrongly accused. Our two clans have long been on good terms with one another, and there's nothing to be gained from making a move on them. This is definitely a misunderstanding caused by my daughter running over to break off the engagement and causing Xiao Tianxian to be displeased. Elder, please investigate this." "Investigate this matter? Very well. I'll give you a satisfactory answer." Elder Lu harumphed coldly. Ignoring the kneeling city lord Shui Gan, he turned to Dan Xiaotian and said, "While the evidence you have written is reasonable, it's difficult to find anything useful due to the passage of time. On top of that, given that the city lord Shui Gan is trying to cover up his tracks, even I won't be able to do anything about it." "Yes." Dan Xiaotian lowered his head. He knew this as well. It had been 10 years since the Dan clan had been destroyed, and many things had happened in Xinjiang City over the past 10 years. Even if the evidence he had written was correct, it was already too late to find anything. Furthermore, the city lord was someone who was angling for fame. For the sake of his reputation, he would even go as far as to break off an engagement. With such a huge matter involved in the extermination of the entire clan, it was likely that he had already dealt with the matter thoroughly. Even if he wanted to investigate it, there was no way he could do so. To kill a city lord without concrete evidence is no different from showing disrespect to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, there's an exception to everything. A glint flashed across Elder Lu's eyes. That exception is to possess sufficient strength. Even the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would be wary of such a feat. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to offend the city lord Shui Gan for the sake of a mere city lord of a third-tier city. On top of that, become an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Once you succeed, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will have the obligation to help your inner disciple deal with any trouble so that they can cultivate peacefully. Inner disciple? Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion only accepted menial disciples in Xinjiang City. Shui Qin had thought that she had ascended to the heavens in a single bound, so she had rushed over to cancel the engagement. If he could become an inner disciple, his standing would be far above that of Xianxia and the others, making him even more important than the city lord of Xinjiang City. Naturally, he would be protected by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Just that, it was simply too difficult. Even Xianxia, an ancient sage 4-dan dimension Shatter a Realm cultivator, had failed to enter the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Indeed, every single inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is a treasure of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Their standing is even higher than an outer elder like me. As long as you succeed, even if you don't have any evidence, no one will say anything even if you kill the city lord. Elder Lu Yun said calmly. The law was always there to restrain the weak. true experts could not be restrained by the law, let alone evidence, so be it. The city lord of a third-tier city would surely find someone else to replace him. It was clear who was more important in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. This, not expecting Elder Lu Yun to say such words, Shui Gan's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. Could it be that Elder Lu Yun was intending to have Dan Xiaotian take the inner disciple examination? However, he knew just how difficult the inner disciple examination was. No matter how talented Dan Xiaotian was, it would be nigh impossible for him to succeed. Elder Lu, may I know how the inner disciple examination goes? I'm willing to give it a try. Dan Xiaotian pondered for a moment before replying. The inner disciple examination doesn't look at one's cultivation but one's potential and talent. Those with high potential and talent, even if their cultivation is slightly lower, are allowed to enter the inner disciple examination directly. There's no need for them to go through the tempering of the outer disciples. Under normal circumstances, there are 2 conditions to the inner disciple examination. Firstly, one has to become an ancient sage expert before 17. Secondly, one has to clear the inner disciple examination. Elder Lu Yun asked calmly, "How old are you at the moment?" "I'm 16, but..." Dan Xiaotian was just about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by the elder. "As long as you aren't 17 yet, it's fine. Since you're already at Great Sage 3 Dan Consummation, that means that you have a chance of reaching Ancient Sage by 17. As for the inner disciple examination, since Xianxia is the first senior of the outer disciples, his swordsmanship has already met the requirements of the inner disciples. As long as you can defeat him in the same cultivation realm, you'll be able to clear the examination." "Defeat him in the same cultivation realm?" Dan Xiaotian asked nervously. He had only learned swordsmanship from his teacher for a single night, but Xianxia was an unparalleled expert of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who had been practicing swordsmanship for more than 20 years. It would be difficult for him to defeat Xianxia in the same cultivation realm. Elder Lu Yun nodded. "Indeed. Do you dare to give it a try?" "I'm willing to give it a try." Dan Xiaotian nodded without much hesitation. To him, this was an opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, it would be nigh impossible for him to exact vengeance in the future. After all, Shui Gan knew that Dan Xiaotian was going to kill him, and he also knew that he had entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. How could he possibly just sit there and wait for his death? He would have escaped long ago. Given how big the world was, it would be no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. "Very well." Elder Lu Yun nodded. He turned to Xianxia and said, "Suppress your cultivation to the same level as him and fight him with your full strength. Don't go easy on him." "Yes." Xianxia nodded. He took a few steps forward and suppressed his cultivation to Great Sage 3 Dan in the blink of an eye. "Let's begin." The 2 of them stood in place with swords in their hands. "Teacher," this was the first time Dan Xiaotian was facing an expert of such caliber, so he was a little anxious. He turned to look at his teacher, only to see that the latter's hands were still bound by the metal chains, and his eyes were narrowed into slits, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. From the looks of it, he didn't care at all. "I'll just have to give it my all." Dan Xiaotian gritted his teeth as determination gleamed in his eyes. His teacher had already given him so much. Whether he could become an inner disciple or not would depend on him. He couldn't back down now. In just a short moment, Xianxia had already arrived before Dan Xiaotian with a sword in hand. Dan Xiaotian thought that he would have to give it his all, but when he saw the other party's swordsmanship, he couldn't help but be taken aback. As complicated as the other party's swordsmanship was, it seemed like his teacher had taught him everything about it. In the face of such knowledge, the other party's elegant moves were no different from those of a beautiful lady in a banquet dress. No matter how elegant and dignified she was, she would look no different from any other woman after taking off her clothes. There wouldn't be a single part or organ missing. With that in mind, the rest was simple. In the blink of an eye, Dan Xiaotian had already come up with 8 ways to overcome the other party's swordsmanship. Thus, he thrust his sword forward. It struck a spot in the middle of the river. Taken aback, Xianxia leaped backward. Seeing that his teacher's method was effective, Dan Xiaotian charged forward once more and thrust his sword forward once more. Xianxia was forced to retreat once more. With one advancing while the other retreating, Jianghe was forced to retreat more than 40 steps. This swordsmanship, incredible. Hu Bin, Huang Tao, and the others stared at one another as if they had seen a ghost. Back at the ethereal hall, he had fought with World's Edge. The other party's swordsmanship was reminiscent of a divine dragon. It was impossible to see the trajectory of the other party's swordsmanship. While Xianxia knew that the other party was powerful, he couldn't tell what it was. This was the so-called knowing the cause but not the reason. On the other hand, the sword that Dan Xiaotian wielded was clearly aimed at the flaws in Jianghe's moves. Every single move that he made was aimed at the flaws in Jianghe's moves. In just a short span of 10 breaths, Zhang Xian had executed more than 20 stabs, leaving Senior Hu completely helpless before him. Even an inner disciple wouldn't have such a sword art. This could no longer be described as terrifying. Is it Xianxia? Squarefaced couldn't help but ask. He hadn't fought with World's Edge before, so he didn't know his moves and methods. However, he had fought with the others before, so he might be able to see some clues. As soon as World's Edge makes a move, we'll be dead. We haven't executed any of his ordinary moves before, so we can't tell. Only by executing that move of his will we be able to verify it. Yun Feiyang said. It wasn't that their eyesight wasn't good enough, but that sword toss was too strong. It ended as soon as he made a move, so it was impossible to tell the strength of the attacker. Now, ordinary swordsmanship would not be able to tell. Given the current situation, it seems that Senior Brother Hua still can't force the other party to use that move. Huang Tao smiled bitterly. Everyone was dumbfounded. If he didn't use that move, he would have forced his senior brother to retreat continuously. Even if he didn't use that move, his senior brother would still lose. This way, he wouldn't be able to confirm whether the other party was the real deal or not. Actually, it's not like there's no way. Watch me. After a moment of silence, the square-faced man suddenly raised his head and looked in front of him. He shouted, "Senior brother, use a glance at the river." First glance Jiang He wasn't just Jianghe's nickname in the ethereal hall, it was also the sword technique that he was most proficient in. When this move was executed, it was like looking at a river that flowed endlessly with a terrifying momentum. Relying on this sword technique, Jianghe had crushed everyone in the outer sect. Almost no one was a match for him, and that was how he earned his position as the eldest senior brother. All right. Hearing the shouts, Jianghe immediately understood what his juniors were trying to do. With a loud roar, he raised his sword into the air and channeled his Xianxia into it. In an instant, a vast river appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Dan Xiaotian flicked his wrist, and the sword in his hand immediately levitated into the air. His opponent was standing opposite Jiang He, and the only way to defeat him was to use flying swords. Whoosh, a sword pierced through the air. He had practiced this move for an entire night, and he had practiced it no less than 1,000 times. With a slight tremor, the sword vanished from the spot, and when it reappeared, it was already right before Jianghe's throat. Oh no, Jianghe narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Not daring to hold back anymore, he immediately burst forth with all of his might. Saint Four Dan dimension shatter a realm. Only after recovering his strength did he manage to block the other party's sword, causing him to break out in cold sweat. If they were at the same level, this move would have killed them. It's him. Seeing this move being displayed, everyone was filled with excitement. Needless to say, Dan Xiaotian was none other than World's Edge. Shui Gan's body swayed and he fell to the ground. Ever since he returned last night, he had been thinking about the identity of the expert known as World's Edge. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that it would be the son-in-law whom he despised and looked down upon. Shui Qin was about to go crazy. This guy was World's Edge. Didn't that mean that she had already lost and become his maid? She didn't want to be his fiancée, but instead, she became his maid. If she could, she would have gouged her eyes out. She was such a precious gem, but she was tossed aside like a pile of rubble. Dan Xiaotian is victorious. Elder Lu Yun nodded gleefully as he announced the outcome of the battle. It was no wonder why Dan Xiaotian didn't agree to join the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion right away. It turned out that he was waiting for this moment to slap the city lord's face. He wanted the city lord to repent for what he had done back then. Young people sure were hot-tempered, however, to have one's family destroyed, no matter who it was, they would have done the same. Since you have defeated Xianxia, you should be able to clear the inner disciple examination easily. Given that you have reached Great Sage 3 Dan consummation at 16, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to advance to Ancient Sage before 17. Elder Lu Yun looked at Dan Xiaotian in satisfaction. I hereby announce that you will be accepted as an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and you will be granted all of the privileges of an inner disciple. Thank you, Elder. Dan Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief as he kneeled to the ground. With this identity, even if he didn't have any concrete evidence, he would be able to kill the city lord and exact vengeance for his parents. What are you doing? We are in-laws, and I am your father-in-law. Shui Gan's face warped in horror as he hurriedly backed away. Senior Hua, I beseech you to make a move and capture him. I want to avenge the 97 lives of my clan. Dan Xiaotian gritted his teeth furiously as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Why didn't you say that you were my father-in-law when you killed my clan members? Why didn't you say that you were my father-in-law when you plotted against me and nearly got yourself killed by the bandits? It's already too late for you to say that now. While Shui Gan was powerful, Yun Feiyang, Huan Tao, and the others weren't weak at all. On top of that, as disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, they were able to subdue Shui Gan with ease. I don't kill the innocent. Here is the evidence of your actions against the Dan clan and the heinous deeds that you have committed over the years. Dan Xiaotian took out a jade token and infused his Xianxia into it. A huge bunch of words flew out from the jade token, detailing the crimes that Shui Gan had committed. He was the one behind the incident at the autumn grassland? All this while, I thought that the bandits were the culprits. To think that he was the one who robbed the Lu clan. How pitiful. The young mistress of the Qin clan was humiliated before her death. To think that he had the cheek to accuse her of being a rapist. As the city lord, he actually dared to do such despicable things. How laughable. I've always viewed him as a righteous and upright city lord, but who could have thought that he would actually resort to such despicable means? Seeing the words on the jade token, a huge commotion broke out. City Lord Shui Gan had been putting in a lot of effort to maintain his reputation in the city over the years, but the things that he had done behind the scenes were truly infuriating. Now that everything was exposed, everyone felt as if their world had been turned upside down. What else do you have to say for yourself? Seeing Shui Gan's pale face, Dan Xiaotian couldn't hold himself back anymore. He walked up to Shui Gan with his sword in hand. As long as he extended the tip of his sword, he would be able to pierce through Shui Gan's throat and exact his vengeance. Shui Chen's body trembled, but he couldn't find the words to say. Even though he had hidden his deeds well over the years, there was no doubt that he would be able to find some clues if he were to investigate this matter thoroughly. If Shui Gan was just an ordinary person, he would have been able to do as he pleased, but now that he was an inner disciple, there was no way he would be able to make a comeback. You can't kill my father. Just as Shui Gan was about to close his eyes and await his death, Shui Qin suddenly charged forward and bellowed furiously. I can't kill him? Dan Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Indeed. You aren't qualified to become an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Naturally, you won't be able to execute my father. Shui Qin spat through gritted teeth. Not qualified? Are you saying that my examination isn't fair? Before Dan Xiaotian could say a word, Elder Lu Yun's face had already darkened. He had challenged Xianxia to a duel in front of so many people, so how could Shui Qin doubt him? I dare not. Shui Qin raised her head and looked at Elder Lu Yun. Earlier, Elder Lu Yun said that there are 2 conditions to becoming an inner disciple. The swordsmanship examination was fair, so I wouldn't dare to raise any objections. However, reaching Ancient Sage before 17, which is also the first condition that Elder Lu Yun mentioned, I don't agree with it. Oh? Elder Lu Yun nodded. I'm engaged to this Dan Xiaotian, so I know his birth date. His birthday is today, and it's in the afternoon. In other words, he'll be 17 after today. Shui Qin clenched her fists tightly. There are only 2 hours left before the hour. He's only at Great Sage 3 Dan consummation, so how can he possibly reach Ancient Sage before 17? Does that mean that he won't be able to become an inner disciple if he fails to do so? This, Elder Lu Yun was stunned. He quickly turned to Dan Xiaotian, only to see the latter's face reddening. My birthday is indeed today at the hour of the afternoon, Dan Xiaotian replied awkwardly. He had wanted to say something earlier, but Elder Lu Yun had interrupted him. He had thought that in order to exact his vengeance, he would be able to put aside the trifles and work hard. Who could have thought that Xue Qin would actually point it out? Seeing that Dan Xiaotian had admitted to it, Elder Lu Yun couldn't help but look at the sundial not too far away. The sun was already setting, and it was already past noon. In other words, there was less than 3 hours left until Dan Xiaotian's 17th birthday. To advance from Great Sage 3 Dan consummation to Ancient Sage in such a short period of time, that was impossible. If he couldn't reach Ancient Sage by 17, he wouldn't be qualified to become an inner disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Naturally, he wouldn't be qualified to execute the city lord before him. His so-called vengeance would be nothing more than a joke. It seems like this is the will of the heavens, Elder Lu Yun shook his head bitterly. He had thought that he would finally be able to recruit an inner disciple, but who could have thought that something like this would happen? However, there's no need for you to worry. Even if you can't become an inner disciple now, as long as you cultivate diligently and reach Ancient Sage 4 Dan before your 30s, you'll still stand a chance. Becoming an inner disciple wasn't a one-sided decision. Otherwise, Xianxia and the others wouldn't have stood a chance at all. As long as one reached Ancient Sage 4 Dan before their 30s, one would be able to join the inner disciples. But if that was the case, there was no way he would be able to exact his vengeance. As an elder, he could report Dan Xiaotian's misdeeds to the upper echelons of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but who knew how long it would take for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to investigate this matter? During this period of time, no one knew if there would be any unforeseen events. Yes, Dan Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly together. He had thought that he would be able to exact his vengeance today, but who could have thought that he would still fail at the last moment? At this moment, a calm voice sounded. There's still 3 hours left. Who said that you won't be able to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage? Dan Xiaotian hurriedly raised his head and saw that his teacher, who had been dozing off all this while, had suddenly stood up with a confident smile on his face. Dan Xiaotian was just about to call out teacher in agitation when the other party suddenly shook his head. He couldn't help but stop himself. Just a moment ago, his teacher had specially sent him a telepathic message to tell him that as a low-profile person, he was unwilling to show his face in public. In private, he could treat him as a teacher and student, but in front of outsiders, he could just call him a friend. With the age difference between the two of them, no one would doubt it. I am Xianxia, a friend of Dan Xiaotian's. Greetings, Elder Lu. Xianxia slowly walked over. Xianxia showed an unnatural expression when he saw his face. The two of them had exchanged blows back at Hongyan trading firm. Back then, the other party had been wrapped in bandages, concealing his appearance, so Xianxia hadn't been able to recognize him earlier. However, with his current voice and stature, how could he not recognize him? You are saying that Dan Xiaotian will be able to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage within 3 hours? Elder Lu Yun frowned. Yes. Xianxia nodded. I was injured and saved by him, so I know his true strength. In truth, he had long achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, but in order to treat my injuries, he expended too much of his energy, resulting in his cultivation falling to Great Sage 3 Dan. As long as I deal with it properly, it shouldn't be difficult for me to recover to my original state within 3 hours. He's an Ancient Sage himself? Perplexed, Elder Lu Yun turned to look at the young man before him once more. The Ancient Sage looked like this? There should be standards for making up lies. Is it really okay to just spout nonsense? Dan Xiaotian was also dumbfounded. He had only been a Saint 6 Dan cultivator the day before, and it was already an incredible feat for him to advance to Great Sage 3 Dan after killing the Gu. Yet, his teacher actually said that he was already an Ancient Sage. When did I become an Ancient Sage? Why didn't I know? Give me 3 hours. No one can disturb him. I guarantee that he will be as good as new. Seeing that no one believed him, Xianxia nodded. There was no one who would believe that Xianxia would be able to raise a person's cultivation by 2 whole realms within just 3 hours. If he were to really do it, there was no way he would be able to conceal his brilliance. If he were to do so, he might even end up being captured and used as a lab rat for research purposes. After pondering for a moment, he could only lie and claim that the other party was an ancient sage. Recovering his strength would definitely not be as shocking as increasing his strength so quickly. Sigh, in order to keep a low profile, I really put in a lot of effort. I, Xianxia, am the kind of man who does good deeds without leaving a name, who is loved by everyone, and who makes flowers bloom when he sees me. What's so difficult about not being disturbed? Even though Elder Lu Yun was a little skeptical of Xianxia's words, he still nodded in agreement. He turned to Jianghe and said, "Bring them to a quiet location. We'll use this opportunity to assess the other examinees." "Yes, sir." Jianghe replied and immediately led the way. He had stayed in the city lord manor for a few days and was very familiar with it. The courtyard that the other party had arranged for him was very secluded, and no one would come to disturb him. It did not take long for Dan Xiaotian to arrive at the residence. After making the necessary arrangements for Jianghe, he turned around and left. Dan Xiaotian closed the door behind him and kneeled down before his teacher. "Teacher, I am not an ancient sage at all. Do you think I was lying?" Xianxian looked at him. "This?" Dan Xiaotian's face reddened. As a disciple, it was disrespectful to think that their teacher was lying. "It's true that you have yet to reach ancient sage, but that doesn't mean that you won't be able to advance to ancient sage within 2 hours. Xianxian replied with a light chuckle. "Advance 2 cultivation realms within 2 hours?" Dan Xiaotian was perplexed. It was not that he did not believe it, but that he could not bring himself to believe it. If it was that easy to advance one's cultivation, there would be experts everywhere. "From now on, listen to my orders completely. Don't resist at all. Do as I say," Xianxian said. "Yes, teacher." Dan Xiaotian nodded. From the moment he acknowledged Xianxian as his teacher, he had already made up his mind that he would never disobey his teacher's orders. Xianxian looked at Dan Xiaotian and said, "Even though you haven't converted the spiritual energy you have absorbed into your body over the past 10 years into Xinqi, your body and meridians have become far stronger than ordinary cultivators. You are already on par with ancient sages. As long as you find a way to alter the layout of your meridians, it won't be too difficult for you to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation." "Alter the layout of my meridians?" Dan Xiaotian was perplexed. Was this even possible? Wasn't one's meridians fixed at birth, and if it was altered, one could easily die from it? In truth, cultivation going berserk was simply a case of one's Xinqi entering the wrong meridians due to the wrong method of cultivation. Was it really possible to survive by altering one's meridians? That's right. This is something that I have just discovered, and I haven't tried it out yet. Are you willing to give it a try? If you succeed, you'll be able to reach ancient sage. If you fail, there's a good chance that you'll become a cripple, unable to cultivate anymore." Xianxian said grimly. Dan Xiaotian felt his hair standing on end, and he was on the verge of tears. In the end, this was something that only existed in theory. No one had ever tried it out before. Yet, he was actually willing to give it a try. This teacher is really magnanimous. Even though Dan Xiaotian felt that his teacher was a little unreliable, he still nodded without the slightest hesitation in his eyes. "My life belongs to you, teacher. If it weren't for you, I would have already been dead by now. Why wouldn't I dare to do it? Since that's the case, the rest is simple." Xianxian nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't lying. He had indeed just thought of this solution. Under normal circumstances, as long as one had sufficient resources, it would be easy for one to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage within a few days. However, to achieve a breakthrough of 2 realms within 2 hours, he would have to resort to using the Heaven's Path divine art. However, no one other than him would be able to cultivate such a technique. Even if he were to impart it to them, they would still be unable to do so. In fact, they might even be crushed to death by the heavens. Thus, he could only think of other ways. Through his observations, he realized that the meridians of the natives of the Azure were more accurate than those of the otherworldly demonic tribe, but they still weren't perfect. Due to the flaws in the meridians of the humans, they would only be able to reach Xianxia realm upon reaching adulthood. The otherworldly demonic tribe had even fewer flaws, reaching transcendent mortal realm upon reaching adulthood. As for the natives of the Azure, they had the fewest flaws, reaching Saint 9 Dan upon reaching adulthood. Thus, Xianxia deduced that if he were to alter one's meridians to make them flawless and infuse them with sufficient Xianxia, would it be possible for one's cultivation to rise swiftly? Previously, it was precisely because of this that Xingyang and the others had been able to achieve a breakthrough to dimension shatter a realm so quickly, breaking through the bottleneck that had prevented them from achieving a breakthrough on the master-teacher continent. Of course, these were all hypotheses, and he had never succeeded before. Thus, he could only use Dan Xiaotian as an experiment. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out a huge pot and some firewood. After which, he went outside to grab a bucket of water and began boiling it. With the storage ring in hand, he knew that he might be injured in the future, so he had prepared the pot and firewood beforehand. "Good boy, come out and take a bath." Zhang Xian sent his consciousness into his dantian, and soon, a gourd appeared before him. He placed it into the boiling water. While Zhang Xian's Heaven's Path Xinqi did allow him to swiftly recover from his injuries, he was still unable to guarantee that he would be able to make a full recovery within 2 hours if his meridians were to be ruptured. Thus, he thought of using the gourd as bathing water. Since it was extremely effective even for a dimension-shatter-a-realm cultivator like him, there was no doubt that it wouldn't be a problem for a great sage cultivator. While Zhang Xian was boiling the water, Zhang Xian turned to Dan Xiaotian and instructed grimly, "Bear with the pain." "Yes." Dan Xiaotian nodded as he sat on the floor motionlessly. Zhang Xian took a step forward and pressed his palm downward. In the blink of an eye, his Xinqi flowed through Dan Xiaotian's acupoints and jolted. Pooh! Dan Xiaotian spurted a mouthful of blood. In an instant, his meridians were shattered by his teacher. The intense pain caused his vision to darken, and he nearly fainted. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely succumbed to the pain by now. However, Dan Xiaotian had gone through a calamity at the age of 6, and his mental fortitude was already as tough as steel. Even so, he still felt that he could faint at any moment. "Bear with it. You mustn't faint," Zhang Xian instructed. He continued infusing his Heaven's Path Xinqi into Dan Xiaotian's body to reconnect the broken meridians. The Heaven's Path Xinqi that was formed from the mercury-like spiritual energy was even purer than before. It flowed through Dan Xiaotian's severely injured body, and it didn't take long for it to reconstruct a new set of meridians. It's indeed possible, but the Heaven's Path Xinqi won't be able to heal his injuries that quickly. After reconstructing his meridians, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that his conjecture was right. While the Heaven's Path Xinqi could heal injuries swiftly, the prerequisite was that the other party's cultivation wasn't too damaged. Dan Xiaotian's internal energy had been completely destroyed, which meant that he didn't have the slightest bit of strength left. This situation was similar to when he had turned into a skeleton, so the effects of the Heaven's Path Xinqi would be significantly weaker. It would take at least 10 days to half a month for him to succeed. In another 2 hours, Dan Xiaotian would be 17 years old. There was no way he could make it in time. Thus, he brought the gourd's bathwater over and said, "Drink it." Without any hesitation, Dan Xiaotian gritted his teeth and drank the bathwater. Just as Zhang Xian had said, his physical body had been tempered for 10 years, and it was already on par with ancient sages. Drinking the bathwater wouldn't hurt him at all. Goo. As soon as the bathwater entered his body, his severe injuries healed at a visible rate. In less than a minute, he was back to normal. This, Dan Xiaotian widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't have imagined that a gourd's bathwater would be so formidable. "Hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy in here so that you can achieve a breakthrough." Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was still in a daze, Zhang Xian instructed with a frown. "Yes." Dan Xiaotian focused his attention. Even though his meridians had been destroyed, his Xinqi was still stored in his dantian, so there wasn't the slightest bit of loss. Absorbing the spiritual energy in here, he was able to rejuvenate his Xinqi back to Great Sage 3 Dan consummation. The barrier that had been so difficult to break previously suddenly began to stir, as if it would open at any moment. "Break!" Without any hesitation, Dan Xiaotian drove his Xinqi and pushed for a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the bottleneck and reached Great Sage 4 Dan Sempiternal Realm. His cultivation swiftly improved along with it. Sempiternal Realm Primary Stage, Intermediate Stage, Advanced Stage, Pinnacle, Consummation. In less than 2 hours, he was already just a step away from achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage. However, at this moment, Xianxia could clearly sense that the Xianxia in Dan Xiaoyan's body was no longer as ferocious as before. It felt as if a tidal wave was receding, and it was just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. It seems like I underestimated the difficulty of reaching ancient sage. Even in the azure, reaching ancient sage isn't that easy. Xianxia's face darkened as his heart clenched tightly. Achieving a breakthrough to ancient sage required the Aeon of ancient sage. Considering that the Aeon of ancient sage could be found everywhere in the azure, there was no need for him to worry about it. However, to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage, he would need to accumulate sufficient energy. Dan Xiaoyan's temperament and talent were not weak at all. What he lacked was the accumulation of time. If he had a month's time, he would have been able to achieve a breakthrough even without the help of any artifacts. However, time waits for no one. He was only an hour away from reaching his 17th birthday. Once the tide returned to him, it would be impossible for him to achieve a breakthrough. Swallow it! Xianxia exclaimed as he slit his wrist with a burst of sword qi. Fresh blood gushed out of his wound, forming a ball of blood that flew toward Dan Xiaotian. Dan Xiaoyan's face paled due to the excessive blood loss. Dan Xiaoyan's eyes reddened as he swallowed the blood. He immediately felt spiritual energy gushing through his body, and the energy that he had been withdrawing from him began to surge once more. As an ancient sage 4 Dan expert, every single droplet of Xianxia's blood essence harnessed an incredible amount of energy. Thus, in less than a breath's time, Dan Xiaoyan's new disciple had already recovered to his peak, and his Xianxia was growing stronger and stronger. Boom! Finally, the ancient sage barrier reached its limit and burst apart. However, the rapid surge in Dan Xiaoyan's aura did not stop there. It lasted for 15 minutes before it finally came to a halt. At this moment, Dan Xiaoyan's cultivation had already reached ancient sage 1 Dan bloodline continuance realm consummation, just a step away from reaching the 100 schools of philosophers. Teacher, after reinforcing his cultivation, Dan Xiaotian hurriedly turned to the young man before him and asked in agitation. His teacher had sacrificed too much for him to achieve a breakthrough. He would never be able to repay that debt in his entire life. I'm fine. Time is almost up, so you should leave now. You have already reached ancient sage 1 Dan pinnacle, so no one should doubt you anymore. Cough cough. Xianxia coughed a few times as he chuckled softly. He had indeed suffered a huge loss this time. Without any accidents, he would need at least a few months to recover from the loss of the energy contained in the blood essence. Teacher, you should rest first. Dan Xiaotian nodded before turning around to leave. Watching as Xianxia walked away, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings to recover his strength, he suddenly caught sight of the cauldron not too far away. He hadn't finished the water in the gourd yet. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up the bowl and drank it. Goo-goo-goo, a buzzing sound echoed from his body, and his weakened body began recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal, as if he had never been injured at all. This, with his eyes wide open, Xianxia fell into a daze. The heaven's path Xianxia was able to heal injuries, but it was unable to repair the deficiency in one's body. Yet, the bathwater in the gourd was able to do so easily, just like the senzu bean in the dragon orb. This was a little too heaven-defying. What exactly are you? He couldn't help but look at the gourd that was swimming in front of him. To tell you the truth, the gourd is just my appearance. My true self is a divine beast that roams the heavens and earth. Hurry up and kowtow to me. The calabash twisted its butt. After hearing the other party's lies, Xianxia helplessly poured all of the remaining water into a bottle, kept the cauldron, and walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, his face turned a sickly yellow once more, and his gait swayed unsteadily, as if he would collapse at any moment. It was difficult for others to believe that Dan Xiaotian was an ancient sage, but now that he had made a breakthrough, if the two of them were to walk out of the room unscathed, wouldn't that cause a huge uproar? Since that was the case, it would be better for them to feign severe injuries so that others would understand that forcefully raising one's cultivation came at a huge price. Do you think that he'll succeed? Elder Lu Yun and the others quickly found themselves free. Huang Tao couldn't help but ask as he gazed in the direction where Xianxia and the others had disappeared. To advance from Great Sage 3 Dan to Ancient Sage within 3 hours. That's impossible. Yun Feiyang shook his head. Indeed. I've never heard of such a thing even in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In any case, I don't believe it, the square-faced man said. Even Elder Lu Yun was skeptical of Dan Xiaoyan's words as well. There's no need to wait any longer. There's no way he'll be able to advance to Ancient Sage within 3 hours. Knowing that Dan Xiaotian was about to reach 17, Shui Gan lost all respect for him and sneered coldly. But before he could finish his words, footsteps suddenly sounded, and a young man slowly walked over. How was it? Elder Lu Yun asked anxiously. I didn't disappoint you. Dan Xiaotian replied with a smile as he drove his Xianxia. The energy in his body immediately burst forth, and his aura soared into the heavens. Boom, the burst of Xianxia was so fast that the entire room shook non-stop, causing creaking noises to echo in the room. The thousands of spectators felt their legs turning to jelly under the immense pressure, and they felt as if they would kneel down at any moment. Ancient Sage 1 Dan, Pinnacle? Shui Gan froze on the spot. He swallowed the words that he was about to say, as if he was about to lose his mind. Putong. Not too far away, Xueqin collapsed weakly to the ground. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, but she was unable to utter a single word at all. The fiancé that she looked down on had actually used the most domineering method to crush her dignity within a single day. Not only that, he had even pummeled her repeatedly. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have. If she hadn't stupidly rushed over to annul the engagement yesterday, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Nephew Xiaotian, we're related by marriage. Shui Gan struggled for a moment before thickening his skin. You're related by marriage? Dan Xiaotian sneered coldly. My apologies, but this is my letter of divorce. Xueqin tried to kill me, so I've already annulled her engagement with me. With a flick of his finger, a piece of paper flew over and floated in the air. The words letter of divorce were inscribed on it, and it struck the young lady's face furiously. Not only did she fail to annul the engagement, she even ended up being annulled. She was probably the most embarrassed person in the world. All she wanted was to save her dignity, but in the end, she ended up becoming the biggest joke in Xianjiang City. Pooh, unable to take it anymore, Xueqin spurted a mouthful of blood. Elder Lu Yun, can I be considered to have cleared the inner disciple examination and become an inner disciple? Ignoring Xueqin, Dan Xiaotian continued reading. Elder Lu Yun nodded. That's good. Junior Jianghe, I'll have to trouble you to cripple Shui Gan's cultivation and hang him outside the city lord manor to show his guilt before beheading him. Dan Xiaotian instructed calmly. Yes. Hu Jianghe nodded. Shui Gan was an inner disciple while he was only an outer disciple, but he had already become the junior of an outer disciple. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. I've finally avenged all of you. Not too long later, Shui Gan's head was brought over, and Dan Xiaotian kneeled on the floor as tears streamed down his face. No matter what, he was just a 17-year-old young man. He had buried his grudge for 10 years, and now that he had finally gotten his revenge, he couldn't hold on any longer. Turning around, he saw his teacher walking over with a ghastly pale face. He quickly got to his feet and walked forward to greet him. If not for the young man before him, he might have already been killed by the bandits sent by Xueqin. With his teacher gone, there was no way he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to Ancient Sage. It could be said that everything he had today was given to him by the other party. How he wished that he could tell everyone right now that Dan Xiaotian was his teacher. It was all thanks to him that he was able to achieve what he had today. However, before he could even walk up to Dan Xiaotian, he already saw his respected teacher standing before Yun Feiyang and the others with his hand outstretched. Dan Xiaotian has become an inner disciple. As outer disciples, shouldn't you give each of you a few basic immortal pills to congratulate him? This isn't a gift but a request for protection. As long as he manages to gain a foothold in the inner disciples, all of you will be rewarded handsomely. Dan Xiaotian froze. Was he asking for protection money? Was this really the same low-profile, strict, and upright teacher that he had known all along? Why did it sound so exaggerated? Yun Feiyang and the others were dumbfounded. When they saw that Dan Xiaotian had indeed made a breakthrough in his cultivation within 3 hours, they guessed that it must have been due to their teacher. They were just about to ask him about it when they saw the excited look on Dan Xiaoyan's face. They were no longer in the mood to do so. It seemed like Dan Xiaotian had really reached ancient sage a long time ago. He had just used a special method to cleanse his cultivation so that he could regain his strength. Otherwise, why would an expert who could raise his cultivation so quickly be so shameless as to ask for protection money in front of so many people? This was way too ridiculous. Cough cough. Elder Lu Yun couldn't take it anymore. He coughed to break the awkward silence and said, "Xiao Tian, inner disciples are allowed to bring servants and menial disciples back to the sect. Come with us. Xinjiang City is no longer a place for you to linger on." Yes. Dan Xiaotian nodded. Now that he had avenged his family, there was nothing for him to do here anymore. It was about time for him to venture into the greater world. "I'll bring Elder Yi and Brother Zhang with me. Forget about the others." Dan Xiaotian pondered for a moment before making up his mind. He had to bring his teacher with him. Elder Yi had always been with him, so he couldn't abandon him either. In truth, it was more than enough for him to bring his menial disciples with him. After all, his teacher preferred to keep a low profile. It wouldn't be nice to disturb him with too many people around. "All right then. You should head back and make some preparations. We'll set off 2 hours later." Elder Lu Yun nodded. Dan Xiaotian nodded. He walked up to his teacher, only to see his teacher shaking his head helplessly. Clearly, he hadn't received the protection fee from Dan Xiaotian yet. "Teacher, we'll be heading to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion once we return," Dan Xiaotian said. They were already quite a distance away from Elder Lu Yun, so there was no need for him to conceal his identity any longer. Xianxia nodded. The reason why he had gone over to collect the protection fee was to divert the attention of the others, and it seemed like it had worked. "I wonder how long I can keep this a secret. It's a little worrying that I'm too outstanding." Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. To be honest, he really didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. But to be able to do such a thing right from the start. This was probably what made him feel the most uncomfortable. While Zhang Xian was still lamenting over this matter, he suddenly saw the bandit Chao Qingli walking up to him and kneeling on the ground. His eyes were filled with sincerity and passion. "Young master, please accept me. I'm willing to be your servant, and I'll never go back on my word." Look. He's indeed too outstanding. Even a bandit can't help but fall for him. Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a little depressed. My child is running a fever again. Others might not know of Zhang Xian's identity, but Chao Qingli had seen Dan Xiaotian addressing him as teacher with his own eyes. To have a Saint 6 Dan trash who was incapable of cultivating reach ancient sage 1 Dan pinnacle in less than a day. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he could not help but feel as if he was dreaming. If he were to follow such a person, he would surely be able to soar to greater heights, not to mention, all of his subordinates were dead, and there were so many people surrounding him. If he dared to leave, there was a good chance that he would be beaten to death by the enraged crowd. Over the years, he had committed many evil deeds, and there were many people who wanted to kill him. "You want to become my servant?" Zhang Xian frowned. "Save it. You should just focus on your promising career as a bandit." The only reason he had spared Chao Qingli's life was so that he could use him to expose Xue Chen and the other schemes. Now that the matter was over, Chao Qingli was just a bandit who had committed all sorts of evil deeds. "Master, if you refuse to accept me, I'd rather kneel here and die." Chao Qingli gritted his teeth. "Kneel then." Zhang Xian waved his hand. "Master," not expecting the other party to be so decisive, Chao Qingli's face was filled with sorrow. "Actually, I have my own difficulties as well. I used to be a benevolent businessman, but one day, I got drunk, and my wife refused to let me in. I ended up sleeping in the carriage outside, and the cold woke me up in the middle of the night. That's why I ended up taking 7 women at the same time." "Alright, there's no need to act pitiful. My teacher is a righteous and upright man, and you have committed all sorts of evil deeds over the years. Accepting you as my servant will only tarnish his reputation. Otherwise, I'll kill you right here and now." Dan Xiaotian's eyebrows shot up. Just what kind of person was his teacher? If he were to accept a bandit like you as his servant, wouldn't his reputation be tarnished? Besides, Are you trying to act pitiful? Why does it seem like you're showing off? Seeing that Dan Xiaotian was about to make a move at any moment, Chao Qingli's face paled. He knew that it was impossible for him to become Dan Xiaoyan's servant anymore. Thus, he raised his hand and said, "Master, if you don't accept me as your servant, I'll surely be pummeled to death by these bandits. In any case, I'm going to die anyway. Over the years, I've been a bandit, and most of the people I've robbed are wealthy clans. Don't try to bribe me with these things. I won't fall for it." Dan Xiaotian was just about to make a move to chase the other party away when the ghastly pale young man suddenly shook off his support and stood up straight. Then, with a swift movement, he swiftly snatched the storage ring from Dan Xiaotian's hand and grabbed it from Dan Xiaotian's storage ring. After erasing the soul imprint, Xianxia took a look and nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, from today onward, you'll be my servant. Come with me." A single basic immortal pill was worth 100,000 ethereal coins, so 10 of them would be worth 1,000,000 ethereal coins. On top of that, the storage ring. Who could have thought that this bandit would be so generous? It was nothing much for him to be a servant. "Teacher," Dan Xiaotian was stunned. "Is this really my teacher? Why does it feel so embarrassing? To be able to raise a person's cultivation by 2 realms and possess profound swordsmanship and medical skills, to think that he would be able to bribe such a virtuous person with just a few pills, where is the bottom line, where is the dignity of an expert?" Not too long later, Dan Xiaotian returned back to the city Lord Manor with Elder Yi and the others. The horse and carriage had desperately tried to follow them, but they were eventually rejected and released into the wilderness. They would be heading to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion on an aerial Saint Beast, so it would be a little inconvenient to bring a carriage with them. As for Shui Qin, her identity as a menial disciple had been revoked. Given that her father was dead, and she had not committed any crimes, it would be difficult for her to live without the protection of the city Lord Manor. Thus, Dan Xiaotian decided not to pursue the matter any further. Even though they did not have any feelings for each other, they were still engaged. It wouldn't do him any good to get rid of the other party. "Let's go." Once everything was ready, the massive aerial Saint Beast flapped its wings and carried Zhang Xian and the others out of Xianjiang City, heading in the direction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is roughly 10 days' flight away from here. Dan Xiaotian sat before his teacher in a sealed room on the back of the aerial Saint Beast. As mysterious as the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was, he still knew quite a bit about it. The aerial Saint Beast beneath him had already reached Ancient Sage 4 Dan Dimension Shatterer Realm. Such a powerful aerial Saint Beast could easily cover a distance of several 100,000 li in a single day. Yet, they still needed to fly for 10 days. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion sure was far away. From the looks of it, the size of the world forsaken by the gods was even larger than the Master-Teacher continent. During the flight, Zhang Xian consumed 2 of the basic immortal pills that Chao Qingli had given him, and his cultivation had finally recovered. Furthermore, he could vaguely feel that his cultivation had reached Dimension Shatterer Realm primary stage, and he was just a step away from making a breakthrough. However, due to the lack of a suitable cultivation technique, he could only forcefully suppress his cultivation. After a few days of research, he realized that the flow of time in the Azure was indeed different from the flow of time on the Master-Teacher continent. It was roughly 1 to 10. In other words, a day in the Azure was equivalent to 10 days on the Master-Teacher continent. Tens of thousands of years on the Master-Teacher continent was equivalent to several thousand years on the Azure, which corresponded to the time when Conshur founded the Ethereal Hall. Due to the difference in the flow of time and the density of the mercury-like spiritual energy, the lifespan of cultivators was limited. On the Master-Teacher continent, Saint Realm experts could live up to 1,000 years, but in the Azure, 100 years was the limit. Ancient sages could live up to 2,000 years, but in the Azure, 200 years was the limit. As for pseudo-immortals like Elder Lu Yun, he could only live up to 300 years. In the past few days, other than cultivating, Zhang Xian had been providing guidance to Dan Xiaotian and Chao Qingli. As for Elder Yi, he was already too old, and he needed a long period of recuperation, so he wasn't suited for cultivation. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as soon as the sun rose from the horizon, a massive mountain gate appeared before everyone's eyes. It was over 10,000 meters tall and several thousand meters wide. It stood amid the clouds, reminiscent of the southern Heavenly Gate. At the very center of the gate was a massive sword made out of bricks. Even before reaching the gate, one could already feel the whistling of sword chi, threatening to tear space itself apart. It exerted immense pressure on one's mind, making it difficult for one to even move. How powerful, Xianxia was in a daze. As expected of one of the 6 sects of the Azure. Just this gate and this sword were already beyond the reach of the master-teacher continent, let alone the powerful sword intent that they harnessed. This sword intent was many times stronger than the sword quintessence that he cultivated. He could already foresee that he would be defeated easily if he were to encounter an expert who wielded such a sword art. Fearsome, activating his eye of insight, Xianxia took a closer look at the sword before him, and he felt as if he was looking at an illusory sword hidden within it. It was the sword intent that he had obtained. The intent that the sword harnessed was somewhat similar to the Heaven's Path sword art that he cultivated, but it was much more profound, and it felt more otherworldly. While observing the sword, Xianxia could feel that he had gained a deeper understanding of swordsmanship, and it had become much stronger. While he was unable to comprehend it with just a glance, he could sense that it was of the same origin as the Heaven's Path sword art. As long as he was given sufficient time, he would be able to assimilate it into his swordsmanship. This is the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. This sword was left behind by the founder of the sect, and it harnesses his comprehension of swordsmanship and sword intent. Countless people of the later generations have been awed by it. Elder Lu Yun walked up to the door and looked at the massive door and sword with reverence in his eyes. Dan Xiaotian's body also stiffened, and his eyes reddened in agitation. Back when he was practicing his swordsmanship, he had dreamed of coming here, and today, he had finally arrived. Before entering the sect, let me first explain some of the rules of the sect. Seeing that it would take some time for the Saint Beast to enter the sect, Elder Lu Yun said. The disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion are divided into 4 categories: menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The inner disciples are considered to be powerful, but the core disciples are the most dazzling existences in the entire Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Core disciples? Dan Xiaotian clenched his fists tightly in agitation. As long as the disciples of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion clear the examination, they'll be able to practice their swordsmanship and cultivate in their own residences. If they need to learn anything, they can borrow books from the Compendium Pavilion or pay a visit to their seniors or elders. Of course, all of that comes with Sword Pavilion coins. Elder Lu Yun said. Sword Pavilion coins? It's a virtual currency issued by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion that can only be circulated within the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. You can use it to purchase anything within the sect, be it pills, weapons, cultivation technique manuals, or even lessons from the elders. However, it's a little troublesome to earn Sword Pavilion coins. You either have to participate in duels, complete missions, answer questions, or guide others in their cultivation. In any case, everything here requires Sword Pavilion coins. Without money, it'll be difficult for you to do anything. With money, you'll be able to obtain an endless supply of cultivation resources. At the same time, you'll be able to cultivate faster than others. Elder Lu Yun said. Dan Xiaotian was astonished. He had thought that a major power like the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would focus on cultivation, but who could have thought that they would be so greedy? Elder Lu Yun, do you mean that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has an ethereal hall as well? The duels were simulated battles that took place in the ethereal hall. Could it be that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, one of the 6 sects, had an ethereal hall as well? Of course, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion doesn't have an ethereal hall, but it does have ethereal tokens. You can fight, trade, and do anything you want in the ethereal hall. However, it's controlled by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so it's not connected to the outside world. Elder Lu Yun nodded. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. In truth, the ethereal hall was just a larger network. The disciples in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were free to cultivate, fight, and even sell medicinal herbs. However, they weren't under the jurisdiction of the ethereal hall, and they weren't connected to it either. Also, there's a huge difference in strength as well. Only inner disciples and above are allowed to use the ethereal tokens here. As such, once one's consciousness enters the ethereal hall, one's cultivation will no longer be at Saint 1 Dan but Ancient Sage 1 Dan. Elder Lu Yun explained. Regardless of how strong one's cultivation was, the ethereal hall in Starlight City would only allow one's cultivation to rise to Saint Wan Dan. However, it was different in the ethereal hall. If one was only at Saint Wan Dan, they wouldn't be able to execute many of their superior swordsmanship, thus rendering the duels meaningless. Of course, just like the other ethereal halls, you can conceal your identity in the ethereal hall so that others won't know who you are. However, if others don't know who you are, you won't know who they are either. There's a good chance that the person you are chatting with might be an elder or even the sect leader. As such, you mustn't act recklessly in the ethereal hall. While the elders and the sect leader won't hold a grudge against you, it'll still bring you trouble. Elder Lu Yun warned gravely. Elders and the sect leader? Hearing Elder Lu Yun's explanation, not only did Xianxia not panic, his eyes even lit up in excitement. Would it be more satisfying to pummel such a person than to pummel an ordinary person? At the same level, Xianxia was almost invincible. Even if he were to suppress his cultivation to ancient sage Wan Dan, it was hard to say whether his opponent would be a match for him or not. Since that was the case, it was entirely possible for him to find them and give them a good beating. These people had quite a lot of good stuff, so they definitely knew a lot of information. Once he defeated them, he would be able to find out more about them. Perhaps there would be a way to get information about Lozozi. It seemed like he would have to find a suitable ethereal token as soon as he arrived at the sect. After that, he would have to find the sect leader or the most powerful elder to pummel. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but slap his thigh and stand up. Great, let's do that. Do what? Elder Lu Yun looked at Xianxia doubtfully. All I did was warn you that you would meet the sect leader and the elders. What are you so excited about? Was this guy retarded? Initially, Xianxia was still considering whether he should accept Xianxia into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well, but after spending a few days with him, he realized that the other party would go berserk from time to time. Nothing. I was just saying. Scratching his head awkwardly, Xianxia chuckled. Dan Xiaotian covered his face with his hands. It didn't take long for the aerial Saint Beast to land on a towering mountain peak. Dismounting from the back of the aerial Saint Beast, Elder Lu Yun arranged a residence for them. You guys rest here for now. Dan Xiaotian, come with me. I'll bring you over to take the examination, Xianxia said. After having Zhang Xian, Chaoqingli, and Eldery settle down, Elder Lu Yun said. Examination? In my previous assessment, I only said that you are qualified to become an inner disciple. If you really want to become an inner disciple, you still have to go to the Sword God Hall to test your swordsmanship. Elder Lu Yun said. Sword God Hall? This is the place where disciples are tested. Regardless of whether it's a service disciple who wishes to enter the inner court or an inner court disciple who wishes to become a direct disciple, they have to go there to take the test. It's the same logic as the competition between you and Hujianghe. The only difference is that the test here is more standard. It's more in line with one's own strength and fighting. Elder Lu Yun explained with a smile. In a duel, due to one's state of mind, and reflexes, it's possible that there will be some discrepancies. However, that won't be the case in the Sword God Hall examination. As long as your understanding of the sword technique is sufficient and you reach a certain level, you can easily test it out. Dan Xiaotian nodded. Let's go. After saying those words, Elder Lu Yun prepared to leave with Dan Xiaotian. Elder Lu, I'd like to take a look as well. May I? Xianxia walked over. The Sword God Hall was actually able to test one's understanding of swordsmanship. Since he had a certain level of understanding of swordsmanship, it was a good opportunity for him to take a look. Elder Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before saying, all right then. Under normal circumstances, outsiders were not allowed to enter the Sword God Hall. However, menial disciples and inner disciples were allowed to take the examination here. Even though Xianxia wasn't a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he was a friend of Dan Xiaoyin's. Once again, Xianxia sat on the back of the beast and flew for a while before arriving at another tall mountain peak. In the middle, a building that looked like a long sword was stabbed into the ground. It looked like a tall building. This is the Sword God Hall. Every day, many odd job disciples, outer disciples, and inner disciples come here to take the test. Stepping through the gates, Xianxia saw quite a few people standing in the midst of the crowd. All of them had swords strapped to their backs, and sword qi emanated from their bodies. Surprisingly, most of them were no weaker than Xianxia. As expected of one of the 6 premier powers of the Azure, Xianxia couldn't help but remark. He had thought that his cultivation as an ancient sage 4-dan primary stage cultivator was not too bad, but who could have thought that he wouldn't even be ranked in the first place? Furthermore, he was only here to try his luck. It wasn't hard to imagine just how many experts were in seclusion and how powerful they were. There are rooms all over the place, and each of them has a sword god pedestal. As long as you pay sufficient sword pavilion coins, you'll be able to enter the room to take the test. Knowing that it was their first time here, Elder Lu Yun continued. Of course, the first test is free. You'll only have to pay for the subsequent tests. I see. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They had just arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and they didn't even know what sword pavilion coins looked like. I'll open a room for you 2 to take the test. Dan Xiaotian will enter first, and if Brother Xianxia wishes to give it a try as well, you'll have to wait for him to come out first. The sword god pedestal can only test 1 person at a time, or else it'll interfere with the gathering of sword intent. Elder Lu Yun said as he led the 2 of them to a room. After entering, grasp your sword and drive your comprehension of swordsmanship. If your sword intent exceeds 1 meter, you'll become a menial disciple. If your sword intent exceeds 10 meters, you'll become an outer disciple. If your sword intent exceeds 30 meters, you'll be qualified to become an inner disciple. Your current goal is to surpass this distance. 30 meters? Dan Xiaotian nodded blankly. 30 meters represent your comprehension of swordsmanship, not your sword qi. Given your cultivation, it's impossible for your sword qi to extend that far. Elder Lu Yun said with a smile. Yes. Dan Xiaotian replied awkwardly. Given his comprehension of swordsmanship, it was still possible for his sword intent to extend to 3 meters. 30 meters was out of the question. That shouldn't be the case for sword intent. Jia, Dan Xiaotian pushed open the door and walked in. After Dan Xiaotian left, Xianxia looked at him curiously and asked, "What's the limit for inner disciples?" If one could clear the selection round at 30 meters, what was the limit? Under normal circumstances, as long as one's sword intent reaches 100 meters, one will be qualified to become a core disciple. However, there are quite a few inner disciples who have already surpassed this distance. Those who stand at the very top can reach a distance of 200 meters, 300 meters, or even beyond. Elder Lu Yun said. 300 meters? Xianxia was astonished. He had no idea how the sword intent's length was calculated, but it would be difficult for an inner disciple to even reach 30 meters. Yet, there were some who were able to reach 10 times that distance. Indeed. However, there are some among the core disciples who are even more formidable. Their sword intent exceeds 500 meters, and those who surpass this distance are already known as sword gods. As a result, there are titles such as One-Li Sword God and Two-Li Sword God. It's said that the most talented genius in the history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was once able to reach 10 li in his sword intent. As such, he was known as the 10-li Sword God. Elder Lu Yun's eyes glowed in admiration. 10-li Sword God? Xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. While ordinary cultivators were still troubled by just a few dozen meters, this genius had actually reached 10 li. Just the thought of it was inconceivable. May I know how far Elder Lu's sword intent can reach? After recovering from his shock, Xianxia was filled with curiosity. Me? Hearing the question, Elder Lu Yun replied with a bitter smile, "My talent isn't too good. When I was younger, I failed the inner disciple examination, and it was through my hard work that I managed to reach my current cultivation and become an outer elder. Even though I have practiced swordsmanship for many years now, I'm still unable to reach 100 meters. 97 meters? That's already incredible." Xianxia nodded as he turned his gaze toward the door. His disciple had only learned swordsmanship from him for a single night, and he had only memorized the moves. His understanding of swordsmanship and sword intent wasn't too deep. As soon as Dan Xiaotian entered the room, he saw a small circular pedestal with a sword stabbed into it. Most likely, this was the sword god pedestal. Right in front of them was a spacious plain. It turned out that there were no walls in the room. It was no wonder Dan Xiaoyan's sword intent was able to reach several dozen meters. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to build such a large and spacious room. Raising his leg, Dan Xiaotian pulled out the sword and took a deep breath. He began driving his Xianxia as he focused his attention on the sword. Sword intent was a manifestation of one's understanding of swordsmanship. Ever since he was young, he had been practicing swordsmanship, and after more than a decade of hard work, he had already developed a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Grasping the sword in his hand, Zhang Xian felt as if it was an extension of his arm. Wang, sensing Dan Xiaoyan's sword intent, the sword let out a slight buzz. A pure white glow slowly gathered under the power of the sword god pedestal before extending forward. Dan Xiaotian narrowed his eyes as he drove his Xianxia. The sword intent suddenly stopped. Taking a closer look at the distance, Dan Xiaoyan's face froze. A qi? That's a third of a meter? Even after exerting his full strength, his sword intent was still only a third of a meter away. Didn't that mean that his comprehension of swordsmanship couldn't even match that of a menial disciple? Impossible. Even Hu Jianghe is no match for me at the same level. Dan Xiaotian felt as if his head was going to explode at any moment. Elder Lu Yun had always been talking about how fair the sword god Hall was. He had tested his swordsmanship before, and even Hu Jianghe was unable to withstand his swordsmanship despite being at the same cultivation realm as him. How could it be that he was unable to withstand even a meter of swordsmanship? I defeated Hu Jianghe with a sword toss. Try this move. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of his strongest move. Taking a deep breath, he tapped his finger lightly. Buzz, the sword floated in the air. Rumble, as soon as the long sword left his hand, a powerful sword was released from his body. White mist gathered in the room and surged crazily like a hurricane. This, Dan Xiaoyan's lips twitched as he fell into a daze. Previously, he had exerted his full strength to drive the sword intent in his body, but it had only extended to a third of a meter. Yet, he had used the sword toss technique that his teacher had imparted to him. Even before the sword had left his body, it was already so ferocious. Just how formidable would it be if he were to execute the move at full force? What his teacher taught him and what he came up with himself wouldn't be so different, right? Go. With an awkward look on his face, Zhang Xian flicked his finger, and his sword flew forward. Rumble, the white sword intent surged furiously, and in the blink of an eye, it had already vanished from sight. This, Dan Xiaotian blinked his eyes in bewilderment. His sword intent had already reached the limit of a qi, but when he executed his teacher's swordsmanship, it had already vanished without a trace. That was clearly more than 30, 50, or even 100 meters. It's still flying? Dan Xiaotian waited for a moment, but his sword intent still didn't seem to have reached its limit. He was at a complete loss as to what he should do. Did it mean that he wouldn't be able to achieve anything if he continued flying? Wang. Just as he was feeling conflicted, the wall by his side suddenly jolted, and a result appeared. 499 meters, 499 meters. He was just a step away from reaching Sword God. It seems like I've only learned teacher's swordsmanship, but I don't have any understanding of sword intent at all. After recovering from his shock, Dan Xiaotian finally came to a realization, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had spent 10 years practicing swordsmanship at home, so he thought that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to become a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, from the looks of it now, he had been dreaming too much. The gap between him and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was simply too huge, but that wasn't too surprising either. Xueqin had plenty of resources in the City Lord Manor, and she had Xueqin as her teacher, but even so, she was only barely able to become a menial disciple. On the other hand, Dan Xiaotian had been studying the swordsmanship all by himself, and he hadn't even been able to use his Xianxia yet. Most likely, he had only managed to reach a third of a meter in the past few days. In reality, he hadn't even reached a third of a meter. Teacher swordsmanship is something that I've only learned, but I'm already able to extend my sword intent to this extent. If I were to fully comprehend it, how powerful would I be? The current Dan Xiaotian was no different from a child who only knew how to recite the swordsmanship. He had memorized the swordsmanship that his teacher had imparted to him, but he had no idea why he had to execute it in such a manner. No matter how well he recited the Ode to Chivalry, it didn't mean that he had become a poet who could compose a famous poem like Li Bai. To be able to achieve a sword intent of 500 meters despite only knowing how to recite the swordsmanship. How powerful would he be if he were to fully comprehend it? If that was the case, wouldn't his teacher be able to easily surpass 500 meters? It's my turn to give it a try. Dan Xiaotian exclaimed in agitation. If his teacher was able to achieve such a feat after just a day or two of swordsmanship, he would surely be able to shake the heavens. How is it? Did you surpass 30 meters? Seeing that Dan Xiaotian had come out, Elder Lu Yun asked nervously. Even though he had guessed that Dan Xiaotian would definitely pass the examination, he still couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. I did, Dan Xiaotian nodded with a slightly reddened face. Based on his understanding of swordsmanship, it was only a third of a meter. However, if he were to speak the truth, he would probably be chased out of the Ascendant Cloud Sword right away. How much? Hearing that Dan Xiaotian had passed, Elder Lu Yun's curiosity. He had witnessed Dan Xiaotian's swordsmanship with his own eyes. Even his senior brother, Hu Jianghe, wasn't able to withstand it. To be able to comprehend this swordsmanship and execute it so smoothly, he could definitely be considered one of the top few inner disciples. This is the result. Elder Lu Yun asked that Xiaotian's SS. The results that had just appeared were already recorded on it. Don't worry, it doesn't matter how much you reach. You're still young. As long as you surpass 30 meters, you'll have a lot of room for improvement in the future. Seeing the embarrassed look on Zhang Xian's face, Elder Lu Yun consoled him. But before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly fell on the jade token, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 499 meters, he exclaimed in shock. Dan Xiaotian's face was burning. Lying right in front of him was really embarrassing. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, Elder Lu Yun lowered his head to look at the jade token, and he clutched his hair in frustration. Are you sick in the head? She had a shy and embarrassed look on her face. I thought that she had just passed 30 meters or 31 meters, in the end, F*CK, 499 meters. This result was something that many core disciples couldn't achieve. He was about to become a sword god. Okay, you're so powerful, and yet you're so embarrassed that you're blushing, and you're even embarrassed to say it. Blush your head, embarrassed your head. Elder Lu Yun felt as if his face was being lifted up by the other party and slapped viciously, ravaging his face back and forth. He had seen many students embarrass themselves with poor results, but this was the first time he had seen someone with such an expression on their face. It was as if he had seen his classmate bawling his eyes out when the results of an examination were announced. Unable to stop himself, he had rushed over to console his classmate, and only after a long time had passed did the other party finally reveal the sad truth. On the other hand, he had rushed over to console his classmate, only to receive a score of 9. At this moment, he was so embarrassed that he wished that there was a hole in the ground to bury himself in. Taking 2 deep breaths, he asked, "Do you feel embarrassed?" "That's right. This is too embarrassing." Dan Xiaotian clutched his face. Clutching his chest, Elder Lu Yun felt as if his heart was going to burst at any moment. He didn't want to speak to that fellow anymore. "Brother Xianxia, why don't you take the test? Otherwise, I fear that you might beat him up." "This? All right." Nodding, Xianxia walked in. As he walked in, he couldn't help but lament. The student that he had just accepted didn't know much about swordsmanship, but he was humble and low profile. Nevertheless, he did bear some resemblance to him. He was indeed someone worth teaching. Closing the door behind him, Xianxia walked over to the sword god dueling ground. "Why isn't there a sword here?" Xianxia walked around the room, but the room was completely empty. There wasn't a single sword in sight. Could it be that the sword intent test didn't require a sword? Even without a sword, he's still able to reach a distance of 499 meters. This lad isn't too bad. It was no wonder why everyone outside carried a sword on their back. It turned out that the sword god dueling ground didn't provide one. Yet, this disciple of his was still able to reach a distance of 1 li with his sword intent. His comprehension of swordsmanship wasn't a disgrace to him at all. It was one thing for him to not have a sword, but since his disciple was able to do it, there was no way he wouldn't be able to do it. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia immediately released his sword intent. The sword quintessence that he had comprehended back on the master-teacher continent revolved in his mind as he tapped his finger forward. A surge of sword chi gathered at the tip of his finger. Along with the appearance of the sword chi, the white sword intent swiftly gathered together and extended forward. However, it swiftly fused together with the sword chi at the tip of his finger. It was as if the so-called sword intent had submitted to the sword chi, not daring to advance forward. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. What was going on? If that was the case, his sword intent wouldn't even reach a meter. How could his sword intent be weaker than his own student? If that was really the case, it would really be embarrassing. I'll have to gather more sword intent to break through the bottleneck of the sword chi, Zhang Xian thought as he recalled the swordsmanship that he had comprehended back at the Sword Lagoon, the swordsmanship that the Zhang family had comprehended, and the sword intent that he had felt when he first entered the sect. Countless sword quintessences flashed through his mind as an indomitable aura burst forth from his body. In an instant, it felt as if he was a sword, an indomitable sword that could pierce through the heavens. Hong Long, as his sword intent grew stronger and stronger, more and more white mist began to gather around him. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was filled with mist. The concentrated sword intent began to condense into liquid form. It's still less than a meter? That's impossible. Sensing that the sword intent in his body had already reached its peak, Zhang Xian turned his gaze forward once more, and his lips twitched once more. He nearly fainted on the spot. He had put in so much effort, but the sword intent before him was still less than a meter. Could it be that his formidable swordsmanship was actually inferior to that of a menial disciple here? If that was the case, how in the world did Dan Xiaoyan's sword intent reach 499 meters? I don't believe that I'll be able to wield so much sword intent. With a frenzied roar, Zhang Xian channeled his Xinqi and soul into a sword to absorb the sword intent in the surroundings so that it would flow toward the sword chi at his fingertips as quickly as possible. His disciple was able to reach such a distance without using a sword. If his teacher couldn't do the same, he would really die from embarrassment. He mustn't lose, for the sake of his reputation and dignity as a teacher. In the Sword God Hall, a young man with a sword on his back stood proudly amidst the crowd. Upon seeing him, no one dared to approach him. It was as if he possessed a natural aura that pushed the crowd away. Junior Yi Lian, are you here for another test? Are you interested in competing with me? A hearty laughter sounded as another young man with a sword on his back walked over. This young man had a muscular build, and he stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Clearly, he was a head taller than the rest. If Senior He Yan wishes to compete with me, I'll be more than happy to oblige. The young man named Yi Lian replied with a nod. This way, please. He Yan led the way to one of the rooms. Yi Lian followed closely behind him and entered another room. Even though they were separated by a wall, given their strength and the direction in which their sword intent was spreading, they were able to see how far the other party's sword intent had spread. Seeing the disposition of the duo, a new inner disciple couldn't help but ask, are they the famous Senior Yi and He Yan of the core disciples? That's them. I heard that the two of them have been trying to reach the Sword God realm for 5 years now. A knowledgeable disciple nodded. Yi Lian and He Yan were relatively famous among the core disciples. However, despite their many years of competition, they were still just a step away from reaching the Sword God realm. Thus, they were competing with one another to see who would be the first to reach the Sword God realm. Senior He, you should start first. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Yi Lian walked into the room and stood on the Sword God pedestal. He drew his sword and gestured calmly. The reason why they carried their swords on their backs at all times was so that they could better harmonize with their swords. Let's start at the same time then. He Yan laughed heartily as he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Hong Long, boundless sword intent burst forth from his acupoints and spread along the tip of his sword. See la, in just an instant, the sword intent burst out of the room and traveled several dozen meters away. Seeing that his senior had launched his sword intent, Yi Lian didn't back down. Instead, his sword intent swiftly followed suit. In the air, the misty sword intent surged forward swiftly like 2 white streaks. Your speed isn't slow at all. It seems like Junior has put in a lot of effort in the past half a year. Seeing that Yi Lian was about to surpass him, He Yan chuckled softly. Senior, it seems like you haven't been slacking either. The speed at which your sword intent is spreading is much faster than before. Yi Lian refused to back down. Same here. Let's see who can reach 500 meters first and become the sword god then. With a roar, He Yan's sword intent burst forth, and the white streak surged forward at an even faster speed. However, before they could get far, they suddenly shuddered, as if a small snake meeting a divine dragon. A powerful pressure struck them, stopping them from advancing any further. He Yan narrowed his eyes as he hurriedly turned his gaze to Yi Lian, only to see that the other party's sword intent had come to a halt as well. It was as if a low-tier saint beast had met an immortal beast. What's going on? He Yan was stunned. Pung, at this moment, the sword intent that was spreading out suddenly exploded into dust. Pooh, spurting a mouthful of blood, the powerful core disciple collapsed to the ground. This is the suppression of sword intent? Enduring the pain from his injuries, He Yan stood up. As a genius of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and a core disciple of the sect, he immediately understood that this was a situation where the sword intent that he had painstakingly cultivated had been crushed by someone else in all aspects. He cultivated the supreme sword intent of the Sword Pavilion. He was actually crushed by someone else. What was going on? Yi Lian, it's you? Yi Lian's face darkened. Among the core disciples, only he and Yi Lian had come for the assessment. Could it be that the other party had cultivated some kind of powerful sword intent, causing him to be far inferior to him? Hurriedly turning his gaze to the side, he saw that the sword intent in the neighboring room seemed to have been suppressed, and it was frozen in the air as though a snake, not daring to move at all. It's not me. I can't take it anymore. Pfft. Before he finished speaking, Yi Lian also spat out a mouthful of blood, and the sword intent that filled the sky immediately dissipated. He Yan's face paled, and his body trembled slightly. Sword intent was a kind of concept. Some people had a low level of comprehension, while others had a high level of comprehension. Li Bai was good at composing poems. Suffering from the Insha rebellion, he had to go to the heavens and spend some time with the fairies before he could compose a poem that worried about the country and its people. Then, he wrote, "Blood smears the wild grass, the jackals and wolves wear their tassels. Those with low realms could only shout, F***ck what a beast." Of course, this was just a metaphor. True sword intent was similar to the bloodline of saint beasts. The weaker ones would automatically feel fear when encountering the stronger ones. How could he fight under the suppression of his bloodline? He and Yi Lian were the elites of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, but someone had actually used sword intent to suppress them. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Just what was going on? Who had this kind of ability? I don't believe that anyone can surpass me by so much. Gritting his teeth, He Yan roared once more, and his sword intent surged forth once more. Bang! This time, before the white glow could even form, Xianxia could already feel a massive sword piercing through his mind. As long as he dared to resist, the sword would cleave him down and kill him. Voila! Cold sweat broke out on He Yan's forehead, and he didn't dare to move. At this moment, he finally understood that the bit of sword insight he'd comprehended was simply like a candle compared to the sun. They were not on the same level. If he were to force himself to compare, he would only be inviting humiliation. When did such a powerful expert appear in the Sword Firmament Pavilion? Even those monsters among the core disciples wouldn't be able to do this. The same scene happened in the other rooms. In an instant, all the candidates in the Sword God Hall felt their sword wills being suppressed, and they were unable to move. Miserable cries rang out. Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Library of Sword Wisdom, piles of books filled the entire house. Elder Wei sorted them out for many days and finally sorted them out. Elder Wei, thank you for your hard work. This will make it much easier to investigate. An old man walked in. The other elder of the Hall of Sword Wisdom, Jiang Yuan. Yeah, all of the books in the Sword Wisdom Hall are the sword intent left behind by our predecessors. Everyone's talent and abilities are different, so the sword intent they comprehend is also different. It is indeed very difficult to sort them out. Elder Wei stretched his back lazily and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, it's done. However, this is the only time. If I have to reorganize everything, I might as well commit suicide. The sword intent is sealed within the books. If the juniors wish to learn it, they just have to comprehend it carefully, and they will be able to comprehend the prowess of their predecessors. It's indeed convenient, but there are too many types of sword intent, and if we don't sort them out properly, it could easily lead to an invasion of the aura of the predecessors. Elder Jiang Yuan nodded. You have indeed put in a lot of effort into sorting out the sword intent, not to mention that you even labeled the types and sword arts on them. You have contributed greatly to this. Indeed. I feel like I'm going blind, Elder Wei said. Take a look at them first. I'll go rest for a moment, Elder Jiang Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, his face suddenly froze. Walala, the sound of books boiling could be heard. Elder Wei and Elder Jiang immediately turned their gazes over, only to see the books that they had just sorted out rising into the air, as if summoned by something. Surges of sword intent surged into the air, producing the reverberations of swords clashing with one another. Elder Wei's body stiffened, and he felt as if he was on the verge of tears. It took me so much effort to sort them out, but why are you all jumping into the air, Walala? Before he could recover from his shock, all of the books bowed in a single direction, as if commoners meeting their king. Palipala, the bowing caused the tidied books to pile up once more. In fact, due to the impact, the bookshelves even fell to the ground, creating a huge mess in the room. The heck? Elder Wei's body swayed weakly, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Are you messing with me? It took me so much effort to sort them out, but what am I supposed to do now? It seems like someone has comprehended a higher tier of sword intent. The sword intent sealed in these sword intents are paying their respects to me. Elder Jiang Yuan exclaimed. I know. But it just so happened that they came. Elder Wei scratched his head in frustration. Looking at the messy bookshelves and books on the floor, Elder Jiang Yuan sighed helplessly. Why don't we reorganize them? Forget it. I think you should just kill yourself. Elder Wei. In front of the massive gates of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, two figures were floating in the air. They were two elders in their 50s. The one on the left was dressed in a luxurious robe, and there was a sharp surge of sword chi emanating from his glabella. The one on the right had a round face, and he had an amiable smile on his face. The space in the azure was extremely stable, such that even a pseudo-immortal like Elder Lu Yun was unable to fly. Yet, the two of them were able to float in the air with ease. Elder He, you have been here for more than 30 years now. Have you comprehended the sword intent left behind by our founder? The round-faced elder asked with a smile. How can it be that easy to comprehend our founder's sword intent? Elder He, who was dressed in a luxurious robe on the left, shook his head. The only reason I'm here is to make use of our founder's sword intent to suppress my mind so that I can further comprehend the sword intent. Indeed. No one is a match for our founder's talent, the round-faced elder nodded. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze in place. He hurriedly raised his head to look at the massive sword before him. Boom, the massive sword was trembling non-stop, as if it would fly away at any moment. Even the massive gates that were tens of thousands of meters tall were beginning to succumb to the pressure. Elder He narrowed his eyes in alarm. This massive sword was the symbol of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If it were to collapse, the other 5 sects would surely laugh themselves to death. Its sword intent. The sword intent left behind by our founder seems to have sensed something. Elder He clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the massive sword. What can our founder's sword intent sense? The round-faced elder was taken aback. He turned his gaze over once more, and his body suddenly stiffened. This is bad, Walla. As soon as he said those words, the massive sword seemed to have lost its support. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, it collapsed abruptly. Naturally, such a massive sword was not a real sword. Rather, it was made up of rocks, bricks, and the like. The reason why it had been able to stand for several thousand years without collapsing was due to the sword intent left behind by the founder. At this moment, the sword intent was trembling intensely, as if it would burst out of the sword at any moment. It was as if a rock had lost its support. Hong Long Long, with the collapse of the massive sword, the massive gates also caved in. Innumerable rocks fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating huge craters one after another. The sword intent contained within the massive sword was finally freed from its shackles. So, It vanished without a trace. What in the world happened? Looking at the rubble and the smoke rising from the ground, the two elders felt as if they had gone insane. The majestic ascendant cloud sword pavilion that all disciples were proud of had been destroyed just like that. It still doesn't work. Xianxia tried to recall all of the sword intents that he had experienced so far in his mind. Looking at the white streak of light before him, he felt so stifled that he could explode on the spot. His disciple had only learned a single move in less than a night, and yet, he was already able to create a distance of 499 meters. On the other hand, he was known as a genius swordsman back on the master-teacher continent, but here, he was unable to even create a single meter. How shameful! He felt so stifled that he felt as if he did not want to live anymore. I guess I'll just have to leave it at that, Xianxia sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to retract his sword, his vision suddenly blurred. Something seemed to have shot right into his mind, threatening to tear his consciousness apart. At this moment, a golden book flew out from the library of Heaven's Path. Pada, the thing that was charging toward him was sealed within it. My book of Heaven's Path. Xianxia's vision darkened, but he didn't faint. He had obtained this book from Dan Xiaotian, and it could be considered as his greatest trump card in the azure. In order to recover from his injuries, he would rather fight in the dueling ring and drink the Dongshu gourd's bathwater than use it, yet, at this very moment, it suddenly came out to seal something. What a waste! Xianxia's heart ached so much that he nearly stopped breathing. Did you have to go so far? He had thought that he would be able to teach the sect leader and elders a lesson with the ethereal token of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, without the Book of Heaven's Path, they would not be able to live to see the sun tomorrow. While the ethereal token could conceal one's identity, this was a regional network. It should not be too difficult for the network administrator to check one's ID. What the heck is this? How dare you waste my treasure? Xianxia gritted his teeth furiously. He quickly retracted his sword chi and flipped open the Book of Heaven's Path. There was a pure strand of sword intent within the book, reminiscent of a goldfish that had entered a fish tank. Is this all you've got? Xianxia's heart ached even more. It was already frustrating enough that he hadn't even reached a meter in the end. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that his greatest trump card would be wasted on such a crappy thing. This sword intent is similar to the one harnessed by the massive sword in the mountain gate. Xianxia sighed deeply. He took a closer look at the Book of Heaven's Path, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Just as he was about to extend his finger toward the Book of Heaven's Path, he suddenly heard urgent knocking on his door. Brother Xianxia, are you all right? Xianxia turned around and saw the door shaking non-stop, as if Elder Lu Yun and Dan Xiaotian would barge in at any moment if he did not step out. I'm fine. Seeing that they were in such a hurry, Xianxia could only give up on observing the situation and walk out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Elder Lu Yun and Dan Xiaotian looking at him anxiously. What's wrong? Seeing their attitude, Xianxia frowned. Wasn't it just a short test? Was there a need for them to be so nervous? You aren't injured? Elder Lu Yun heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Xianxia was fine. Injured? Xianxia was speechless. Does the sword intent test require one to be injured? Could it be that the sword intent test required one to be injured as long as one wasn't injured? That's not it. Look. Dan Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly as he gestured to the surroundings. Xianxia raised his head to take a look, and what he saw left him dumbfounded. Every single cultivator who walked out of the testing rooms was spurting huge mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were ghastly pale, as if their vitality had been crushed. Xianxia was stunned. Is there a need for the sword intent test to be so exaggerated? You didn't spurt blood earlier. Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Dan Xiaotian didn't spurt blood during the test, so why were there so many people looking at him in such a manner? It's not the result of the test. It's just that during the test, an extremely powerful sword intent suddenly appeared. It's because the others were too weak that they were suppressed, Elder Lu Yun said. As an outer elder, he had a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Even though he hadn't entered the testing room, he could still sense how powerful the sword intent was. It was as if a serpentine dragon was looking down on the world. Even though there were many disciples who had comprehended sword intent in the room, they were no different from ants in its eyes. powerful sword intent? Could it be that it has already reached the level of sword god? Xianxia was taken aback. Elder Lu Yun nodded. That's not all. It might even reach Tenli. He had never seen a Tenli sword god before, but that was the highest number recorded in the history of the sect. The sword intent that he had felt earlier had challenged everyone present, and no one had been able to withstand it. Even if he wasn't a Tenli sword god, he wouldn't be too far from it. As for anything beyond that, he didn't even dare to think about it. After all, there had never been a sword god beyond that in the history of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. 10-mile sword god? Xianxia was speechless. His eyes lit up. Elder, do you know who it is? He had not even reached a meter, but the other party was actually able to extend his sword intent to 10 li. The other party's strength was truly terrifying. He had to take a look at such a character. He had been thinking that he would be able to sweep through the ethereal hall with his invincible prowess, but from the looks of it, it would not be as easy as he had thought. Tenli sword god, this was a peerless genius that could only be chanced upon. Even if he were to sweep across the world, he would still have to kneel before the Tenli sword god. I don't know. Elder Lu Yun shook his head. In the test of sword intent, unless one witnessed it with their own eyes and obtained a jade token, only those who were near each other would be able to see their results. Outsiders would not be able to know. That's right, you. What was your score in the test just now? Xianxia couldn't help but turn his gaze over. He was quite curious about this Xianxia. Even if the two of them were good friends, there was no need for Dan Xiaotian to be so obedient. More importantly, both Chao Qingli and Elder Yi were extremely respectful toward him. It was just that Xianxia had been keeping a low profile all this while. Elder Lu Yun had tried to worm some information out of him, but to no avail. On top of that, he seemed to be completely clueless about the affairs of the master-teacher continent as well, so Elder Lu Yun decided not to pursue the matter any further. Elder Lu Yun had only agreed to Xianxia's request because he wanted to test him. Otherwise, even outer elders would not be able to afford the money and effort required for everyone to come here to take the test. Me? Xianxia's face turned livid. If you don't bring this up, we can still be friends. If you don't want to talk about it, I'll know for myself. Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to talk about it, Elder Lu Yun shook his head and walked in. A moment later, he walked out with a jade token in his hand. On it was Xianxia's result. With a smile, he lowered his head to take a look, and his lips began twitching uncontrollably. 2.5 qi? Less than a meter? Elder Lu Yun asked awkwardly. It was no wonder Xianxia was unwilling to talk about it. Dan Xiaotian glanced at the jade token before turning his gaze back to his teacher, and the admiration in his eyes deepened. His teacher had always told him to keep a low profile, and he had thought that it was just lip service. However, after seeing the jade token, he realized that he was really keeping a low profile. His teacher was able to create a sword art of 499 meters just by imparting to him, and yet, he couldn't even create a single meter. Just how strong of a heart did he have to be to achieve such a feat? As expected of his teacher, he wasn't as boastful as him at all. He had clearly failed to achieve it, but he was still putting on an act. How embarrassing, seeing how Dan Xiaotian took out his jade token right before his student. Xianxia really wanted to knock his head against the wall and kill himself. He had accepted many disciples on the master-teacher continent, but he had never been so embarrassed before. He felt incredibly stifled. Let's return, Elder Lu Yun said, breaking the awkward silence. He had seen so many people spurting blood while Xianxia was completely fine, so he had been wondering if the other party was the Tenli sword god. However, when he saw the record on the jade token, he realized that he had been overthinking things. A sword intent that couldn't even reach a single meter was as good as having no sword intent at all. Without sword intent, it went without saying that he wouldn't be able to sense how powerful the other party was. As for the identity of the Tenli sword god, he was only an outer elder. His standing was simply too high, so it was impossible for him to come into contact with the other party. Returning back to his residence, Elder Lu Yun bade farewell. After Dan Xiaotian was done with his examination, he still had to bring his jade token to the Elder Guild to apply for an inner disciple token. The sect would surely reward him handsomely for recruiting a genius who could extend his sword intent to 499 meters. Perhaps, he might be able to make use of this to overcome his current bottleneck and become an inner elder. Riding on an aerial saint beast, it didn't take long for Xianxia to arrive at the Elder Council. Before he could even arrive, he saw a few familiar elders rushing over anxiously. They were all inner elders, and he had once been friends with them. However, ever since he had overcome his bottleneck and advanced to a higher realm, he had become less and less acquainted with them. Elder Mu, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Seeing the anxious looks on everyone's faces, Elder Lu Yun couldn't take it anymore. He stopped one of the elders whom he had the closest relationship with and asked. You didn't know that such a huge matter had happened? Elder Mu was a skinny old man with a green beard and a light gray robe. Ah, I see. You are only an outer elder, so you aren't qualified to participate in the Elder Council. It's only natural that you don't know about it. Elder Lu Yun felt a little awkward. There's no need to get angry. You should know that I have always been straightforward with my words, Elder Mu said impassively. Elder Mu was expressionless. You've heard of Great Elder He Tian, right? Elder Lu Yun nodded. He Tian was one of the core elders of the sect, as well as the number one first elder. When the sect leader wasn't around, he had the authority to handle all matters in the sect. It's fine if you don't know about it. There's no need for you to feel awkward. After all, there's no need for you to force yourself, Elder Mu said. Elder Lu Yun knew that this friend of his didn't mean any harm, so he hurriedly interjected, cough cough. Why don't you tell me what's going on with Elder He Tian? It's like this. Elder He just sent a message to all of the inner elders and above, saying that the mountain gate and the massive sword have collapsed. Elder Mu nodded. Your standing is too low, so you aren't qualified to receive the message. The mountain gate has collapsed? Elder Lu Yun didn't continue listening to the other party's words. Instead, he widened his eyes in shock. The mountain gate and the massive sword were the symbols of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and they represented soaring through the clouds, piercing through the 9 heavens. Had it collapsed, this was a huge blow to the prestige of the sect. Why would it collapse? Elder Lu Yun asked anxiously. I'm not too sure either. Earlier, an incomparably powerful sword intent suddenly appeared. You should have sensed it as well, right? It seems like the sword intent is connected to the sword intent within the massive sword, resulting in the collapse of the mountain gate. Elder Mu shook his head in bewilderment. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. I have to attend the Elder Council now, so I won't be chatting with you any longer. After saying those words, Elder Mu vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. That fellow is still the same as before. He hasn't changed at all, Elder Lu Yun sighed helplessly. That fellow had offended quite a few people due to his mouth, but who could have thought that he would still be the same after so many years? However, through his mouth, he also learned of the shocking news that the mountain gate had collapsed. Sword intent? Could it be the Tenli sword god? Elder Lu Yun thought. He had sensed the sword intent clearly, but he didn't think that it would be to such an extent, to even be able to communicate with the sword intent locked within the massive sword. Just who in the world could it be? The elders are in a meeting right now. Would it be inappropriate for me to report my identity as an inner disciple right now? Everyone was in the midst of a meeting, and it did not seem appropriate for an outer elder like him to barge in just to report the identity of an inner disciple. Forget it, I should just make a trip in. Dan Xiaoyan's first test was a distance of 499 meters, which is many times better than most of the core disciples. More importantly, his cultivation is only at Ancient Sage 1 Dan at the moment. The elders will surely pay more attention to him, and I'll be rewarded more handsomely. Elder Lu Yun hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. It was fine if there were more elders around as well. Since he was reporting as a true genius, he might be able to receive more attention from the elders. Thus, he quickly made his way over to the Elder Council. While Elder Lu Yun was making his way over to the Elder Council, Xianxia looked at the disciple before him with a perplexed look on his face. You. How did you manage to push your sword intent to 400 meters? He hadn't even reached a meter, and yet, the other party was able to do it so far. He really couldn't make sense of it. Hearing his teacher's question, Dan Xiaotian replied awkwardly, I used the swordsmanship that my teacher imparted to me. I didn't think that the sword intent would travel so far. Sword intent? The sword intent in that move isn't weak at all. Wait a moment. Xianxia's lips twitched upon hearing those words. He turned to Dan Xiaotian and asked, "You said that there was a sword in your test?" "Of course I have a sword. Without a sword, how can I execute my sword intent?" But before Xianxian could finish his words, Dan Xiaotian's eyes suddenly widened, and his lips twitched. "I threw my sword away after entering the room. Could it be that my teacher took the test without a sword?" As he was unable to bring out his powerful sword intent due to his ordinary swordsmanship, he had thrown his sword away shortly after entering the room. As there was no wall in front of him, he had no idea where the sword had flown to, so he was unable to retrieve it. He hadn't thought too much about it back then, so his teacher's sudden question had left him flabbergasted. How could he execute his sword intent without a sword? This was no different from milking a bull. If there was no milk, how could he possibly milk it? But even so, his teacher still managed to achieve a score of 2/3 of a meter. That was equivalent to squeezing out half a pail of milk from a bull. How in the world did he do it? Dan Xiaotian felt as if he was going insane. Cough cough. Hearing Dan Xiaotian's confirmation, Xianxian felt a stifling pain in his chest. The heck? Everyone else tries to scam their parents, but you are scamming your teacher. How in the world did you accept such an unreliable student? No wonder it couldn't exceed 1 meter. After all, it turned out to be like this. Don't tell anyone about this. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate. Xianxian knew that he would lose his dignity if he were to continue speaking about this matter, so he waved his hand and returned to his room. Suppressing the stifled feeling in his heart, he flicked his finger, and the Book of Heaven's Path appeared in his palm once more. He had wasted an entire book to seal a surge of sword intent. He would like to see what was going on. Flipping open the Book of Heaven's Path, Xianxian saw the surge of sword intent swimming within. A surge of comprehension of swordsmanship flowed into his glabella through his fingertip, and in an instant, it invaded his consciousness, threatening to burst his head. At the same time, a resounding voice echoed in his mind. Swordsmanship, the way of the sword. It doesn't belong to the way of the heavens and earth, but a path created by man. Xianxian listened for a moment before immersing himself in it. Compared to this swordsmanship, the Heaven's Path sword art that he had cultivated previously was nothing more than child's play. While there was nothing wrong with the sword art that he had practiced was the one that was acknowledged by the heavens of the master-teacher continent. Before the sword art before him, it was filled with flaws. It was just like how, no matter how accurate one's knowledge was, would it necessarily be correct once one entered university? Not necessarily. Newtonian mechanics, which people believed in for 300 years, was also questioned. Hence, the theory of relativity was born. In ancient times, the sky was round and the earth was flat. Everyone thought that this was the truth. After the heliocentric theory, it became ridiculous. People thought that the sun was the center. Then, he realized that saying that the sun was the center was equally ridiculous. Knowledge was improving, and so was the heavenly Tao. The so-called truth might be a joke 100 years later. Several hundred years ago, everyone believed that it was impossible for anything to travel faster than sound. But what about now? Swordsmanship that was acknowledged by the heavens on the master-teacher continent was infallible and flawless, but that was not the case in the Azure. It's no wonder, even though I have cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, I am still unable to adapt to the spiritual energy of the Azure. It turns out that the cultivation technique that I have cultivated isn't as accurate as I thought. In fact, it might even be filled with flaws. If that's the case, then every heavenly Tao has its own right and wrong. If that's the case, then what is real and what is fake? Xianxian's body jolted in bewilderment. Every country had its own laws. In one country, one might break the law and be executed. But in another country, doing the same thing might not only be fine, but also be praised. Was the heavenly Tao the same as well? What the master-teacher continent's heavenly Tao deemed to be correct might not necessarily be acknowledged by the Azure's heavenly Tao? Could it be that what I have cultivated has been wrong? Xianxian felt a stabbing pain in his head, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Ever since he started cultivating 2 years ago, he had always believed in the Heaven's Path divine art. Yet, at this very moment, he realized that what the master-teacher continent's heavenly Tao deemed to be correct wasn't actually correct. This sent him into a state of panic. Just as he was about to drive his cultivation technique, he suddenly felt a little dazed. It was as if a voice was constantly reminding him that this was wrong. Just as he was about to execute his battle technique, the same voice echoed in his mind, "Wrong, wrong, everything is wrong." Xianxia's eyes immediately reddened, and steam rose from the top of his head. The Xianxia in his body was trembling non-stop, as if it would explode at any moment. If anyone were to see this sight, they would surely understand. His cultivation had gone berserk. Xianxia, who had been cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art all this while, had actually fallen into a state of berserk in less than half a month after arriving in the Azure, and from the looks of it, it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. Hung Long Long, along with Xianxia's confusion, the entire library of Heaven's Path began shaking non-stop, as if it was experiencing an earthquake. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Questioning the Xianxia in his body was equivalent to questioning the library of Heaven's Path, questioning everything that had happened in the past. Pooh! The library of Heaven's Path shook violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted from Xianxia's mouth. Wang, just as Xianxia's Xianxia was on the verge of collapsing at any moment, a red pendant hanging around his neck suddenly emanated a warm glow that enveloped him. Enveloped by the warm glow, Xianxia's chaotic state of mind immediately calmed down. At the same time, Xianxia's crimson eyes also slowly returned to normal. At the same time, the shaking library of Heaven's Path also seemed to have been soothed by some kind of powerful force, causing it to calm down. Xianxia's consciousness cleared up, and he felt as if he had gained some kind of enlightenment. So that's the case. It's not a mistake. Rather, it's just that, with a reference point, I'm able to see things more holistically. When a blind man touches an elephant, he says that the elephant is a pillar. When he touches its stomach, he says that it's a wall. When he touches its tail, he says that it's a snake. Was it wrong? Personally speaking, there might be no mistake, but the answer was wrong. This was because he was unable to see things more holistically. If the heavens of the master-teacher continent could be compared to Newtonian mechanics, the heavens of the Azure could be compared to the theory of relativity. It was more applicable to a larger scope, and it could better explain the paradoxes of mechanics in the macroscopic and microscopic universes. For example, according to Newtonian mechanics, if a train was traveling at a constant speed of 1/3 the speed of light, the person inside the train would be able to see that the speed of light was 3 to 4 times faster than before. However, the truth was that the speed of light was constant. No matter how fast the train was traveling, the result would be the same. The laws of physics that he had studied previously were no longer applicable at this moment. However, there was nothing wrong with them at all. It was just that, it involved a greater world and more profound knowledge. Take the sword intent for example. It was far more profound than what he had comprehended previously. It was not that he had made a mistake in his previous swordsmanship but that, this sword intent stood at a higher level. Xianxia could see it more clearly. I see, with this realization in mind, the sword intent had completely fused with him, and his understanding of swordsmanship had deepened. The speed sword quintessence, offense sword quintessence, and defense sword quintessence, all merged together in his mind, becoming one with one. It's no wonder no one on the master-teacher continent has been able to fuse so many sword quintessences together. It's due to their different attributes. It turns out that it's not a matter of talent but a matter of too low a level. Xianxia nodded in realization as his understanding of swordsmanship deepened further. Back when he was on the master-teacher continent, his father, Zhang Zhenxing, had told him that there were very few people who had comprehended 2 sword quintessences, and those who had comprehended 3 sword quintessences were practically non-existent. All along, he had thought that the reason he was unable to do it was due to his lack of talent. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like it was indeed impossible on the master-teacher continent. It had nothing to do with talent but his lack of understanding. Was Newton able to discover the law of universal gravitation because he was struck by an apple on his head? No, it was because he was standing on the shoulders of giants. There were countless scientists before him, and they had already accumulated their knowledge to this level. All that was left was for him to push open the door. Wang, the many sword quintessences that he had comprehended were fusing perfectly within his body, and his aura was swiftly rising. It was as if he had become a sharp sword, tempering his physical body, Xianxia, and soul. This is great. Only by comprehending this sword quintessence will I truly be invincible among my peers. Previously, no one in the ethereal hall had been able to stop him because Starlight City was simply too remote. It was only after entering the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and sensing the intent of the massive sword hanging at the entrance that he realized that he was not as strong as he had thought. However, now that he had completely fused his sword quintessence together, even the Tenli Sword God might not be a match for him at the same cultivation realm. The sword intent had completely fused with him, and he had comprehended it completely. The sealed golden page suddenly burst into flames, and in the next instant, it vanished without a trace. Not only did I not lose out, I even profited from it. Xianxia chuckled softly as he opened his eyes once more. All along, he had been thinking that the golden page had gone to waste, and that had left him feeling extremely stifled. However, after comprehending the sword intent, he felt as if he had leaped onto the shoulders of a giant. It was only at this moment that he realized that not only had he not gone to waste, he had even profited greatly. Otherwise, he might not be able to comprehend this level of sword intent even after 10 or 100 years. Ruashi, thank you. Holding the pendant in his palm, Xianxia smiled. Due to his cultivation going berserk, his consciousness was in a mess, and the Library of Heaven's path nearly collapsed. At the crucial moment, it was Ruashin's pendant that saved his life. Considering that Xianxia had placed the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn in the Library of Heaven's path, could it be that he had already expected such a situation to befall him? He made a prediction in advance. Looking down, the interior of the crystal-like pendant was as red as blood. It was still as dazzling as before, but for some reason, it seemed to have dimmed a little. Who exactly are you? She knew about the library and was able to predict such a situation. Who was Ruashi? I mustn't waste any more time. I need to challenge the sect leader or the elders to find out more about Spirit God Palace. After studying the pendant for a moment, Xianxia realized that even the Library of Heaven's path was unable to do anything about it. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he stood up and walked out of the room. Chowchingli, I have a mission for you. Find out how you can obtain the ethereal token of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If it's convenient, get me a few of them. Returning to his residence, Xianxia found the subordinate who had volunteered to serve him and gave him his first mission. In the Elder Council, all of the elders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and above were seated in a room, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. It wasn't easy for the books in the Hall of Sword Wisdom to be tidied up, but they suddenly sensed the sword intent, causing them to fall from the shelves, Elder Wei said. The massive sword left behind by the founder of the Mountain Gate collapsed completely, causing the mountain gate to succumb to the pressure, the round-faced elder said. The disciples who were taking the test in the Sword God Hall were all suppressed, resulting in them sustaining injuries. Another elder clasped his fist and reported. I believe everyone here should have some understanding of what has happened. After everyone was done reporting everything that had happened, Elder He, who was at the very center, stood up and surveyed the surroundings. Yes. The crowd nodded. Ever since the founding of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, other than the founder who comprehended the God Sword intent, even the most talented juniors were only able to comprehend the Tenli Sword intent. But now, someone has managed to comprehend the founder's sword intent, causing the massive sword to succumb to the pressure, causing all of the sword manuals to submit to it. What do you all have to say for yourselves? Elder He asked. It's the fortune of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to have such a genius. Back then, our founder made a name for himself with a single battle. He stole half a sword god from the Hall of Gods, and that's how the Sword God Hall came to be. An elder stood up in agitation. For the past several thousand years, our juniors have tried their best to regain our former glory, but it's a pity that we've never succeeded. Now that someone has managed to comprehend the founder's sword intent, it's only a matter of time before our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion rises again. Indeed. Of the 6 sects, even Starchaser Palace, which is able to communicate with the gods, dares not use the word God in their name. Only our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has the Sword God Hall. But now, someone has managed to comprehend the God Sword intent as well. As long as we groom him well, we might just be able to fill in the gap and become the Sword God Pavilion, standing on the same level as the Ethereal Hall. Countless juniors of our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion have fought valiantly for this god, but we've never succeeded. But now, we can finally see hope. Several elders stood up at the same time, all of them filled with excitement. Only by comprehending the God's sword intent will we be able to snatch the remaining sword god from the Hall of Gods. This is the glory of our sword firmament pavilion's younger generation. Elder, he nodded as he clenched his fists tightly. The Forsaken Continent was a place abandoned by the gods. If one wanted to obtain the approval of the gods, there was only one way, and that was to obtain the words bestowed by the gods. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was the only sect of the 6 sects that had been bestowed with a character. However, it was only half a character, so it was not qualified to be placed in the main hall of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He stood in front of the mountain gate for more than 30 years, regardless of the weather, just to experience the charm of his ancestor and grasp this invincible sword will. Unfortunately, he was still unable to grasp the main points. Now that someone had succeeded, even if it wasn't him, it was still the greatest fortune for the entire sect. Pass down my order. Immediately investigate who comprehended this sword intent. If you find out who this person is, immediately report to me. There must be no mistakes. A glint flashed across Elder He's eyes as he instructed. Also, this matter is a top secret. No one is to speak of it to anyone else. Anyone who reveals it will be deemed as a traitor to the sect, and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will hunt them down. Yes. Everyone's faces turned grim. Elder He nodded. You're dismissed. Find out who the disciple is, and I'll report this matter to the sect leader so that he can reward you personally. The sect leader will reward you personally? Everyone's eyes reddened in agitation. The sect leader's strength was unfathomable, and he was the one who would reward them personally. Just as everyone was filled with agitation, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. Elder He, Outer Elder Lu Yun requests an audience. Lu Yun? Elder He frowned. There were many elders in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but the standing of outer elders was simply too low. What's the matter? He said that he has found a genius in swordsmanship, and he's here to report it to you. He's requesting for an inner disciple slot. The voice replied. A genius in swordsmanship? Elder He's eyebrows shot up. Let him in. The reason why he had gathered everyone here for this meeting was to find the genius who had comprehended the god's sword intent. The sudden appearance of the young man had left him agitated. It didn't take long for Elder Lu Yun to arrive. What do you mean by a genius in swordsmanship? Elder He asked curiously. It's like this. I'm in charge of recruiting outer disciples and menial disciples, and when I was passing by Starlight City, Elder Lu Yun swiftly went through everything that had happened, including how World's Edge had defeated Hui Jianhe so easily, and how Dan Xiaotian had expanded his sword intent to 499 meters. This is the jade token he left behind in the Sword God Hall. He's only at Ancient Sage 1 Dan, but he's already able to extend his sword intent to nearly a li. Elder He widened his eyes in astonishment. He wasn't the only one. All of the elders in the hall also widened their eyes in disbelief. The depth of one's comprehension of swordsmanship depended on one's talent and capability. However, without sufficient strength, it was impossible for one to seal one's sword intent within one's body. For an Ancient Sage 1 Dan cultivator to be able to comprehend nearly a li of sword intent, to think that he would be able to surpass most of the core disciples. Could it be him? The round-faced elder turned to look at him. Ancient Sage 1 Dan, 17 years old. It's unlikely for him to have comprehended the god's sword intent, and even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such overwhelming might. However, I have to admit that he's a top-notch genius. Elder He nodded. Even someone of his cultivation realm might not be able to withstand the god's sword intent, so how could a 17-year-old Ancient Sage 1 Dan young man possibly do it? That shouldn't be the case. Since he's a genius, our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion won't mistreat him. Dan Xiaotian will be promoted to an inner disciple immediately, and he'll be treated as a core disciple. Once he reaches pseudo-immortal realm, he'll be promoted straight away. Elder He paused for a moment before continuing. Elder Lu Yun, you've contributed greatly to our sect. You'll be bestowed with a true immortal pill, and Elder Wu and Elder Bai will help you push for a breakthrough to true immortal realm. If you succeed, you'll be promoted to an inner elder immediately. Thank you, Elder He. Hearing such a huge reward, Elder Lu Yun immediately kneeled onto the floor. The true immortal pill was one of the most precious pills in the sect. Every single one of them was incomparably rare, and it was not something that could be bought with money. If a heavenly pseudo-immortal realm expert were to consume one, their chances of achieving a breakthrough would be increased by 20%. If he could obtain the true immortal pill, his chances of achieving a breakthrough would surely increase significantly, not to mention, he would have 2 elders protecting him. It could be said that it would no longer be difficult for him to become an inner elder. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is the rule of the sect, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. When you become an inner elder, you'll be in charge of getting in touch with Dan Xiaotian. If there's anything out of the ordinary, report it to me right away. Elder he instructed. Yes. Elder Lu Yun and Zhang Lai left excitedly. After Zhang Lai left, Elder he swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "All right, you're dismissed. Remember what I've said earlier. As long as we find that genius, we'll reward you even more handsomely than Elder Lu." Yes. The crowd hurriedly left the room. While Dan Xiaotian was a genius, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had no lack of such people. Even among the core disciples, there were many whose cultivation exceeded 1 li to 2 li. While they were shocked, they did not attract too much attention. Soon, only Elder He and the round-faced elder were left in the room. "Are you intending to send a message to the sect leader?" the round-faced elder asked. "This matter is of great importance, so we have to inform the sect leader as soon as possible," Elder He replied. "The sect master is currently discussing with the other sect masters about the heavenly bridge that happens once every 100 years. Surely we won't disturb him if we send a message at this time?" the round-faced elder asked worriedly. "That shouldn't be the case. Even if we don't send a message to the sect leader, the other sects will surely do so. It'll be troublesome if the sect leader doesn't know about it before the others arrive." Elder He nodded. He took out a unique jade token and tapped it lightly. A message was imprinted on it, and as if it had been set ablaze, it vanished into thin air. On the peak of a mountain of unfathomable height, there were white clouds and soaring cranes. Beneath a pine tree, a few figures were seated in a circle. The sound of flowing water could be heard, and a fragrant aroma lingered in the air. From afar, it looked like a fairyland. "I think that we should just stick to the old pattern. There's no need for us to start over again." A beautiful woman picked up a teacup and said calmly. "The old pattern is indeed not bad, and it's reasonable, but we've never succeeded after so many years. I fear that we'll end up repeating the same mistake." An elder said. "Do you have any better ideas than the old pattern? Why don't you share them with us?" The lady sneered coldly. "Du Qingyuan, your Starchaser Palace is the only one among the 6 sects that can communicate with the Hall of Gods, so you should have the greatest understanding of it. The reason why we're gathered here today is to hear your opinion. Are you unwilling to speak, or are you intending to remain here forever? If I'm not mistaken, your lifespan should be reaching its limit soon, right?" a middle-aged man asked with a frown. "We do have the ability to communicate with the Hall of Gods, but you should understand what kind of existence the Hall of Gods is. Just because we're able to communicate with it doesn't mean that we understand it. Also, while my lifespan is indeed reaching its limit, if you think that our Starchaser Palace must find a way to bully us, why don't we have a duel? The victor shall be the first to speak." Du Qingyuan said as she looked at the middle-aged man. "Enough, we're gathered here to discuss important matters, so let's not argue." The elder who had spoken earlier shook his head and said, "Sect leader Qin, you should stop arguing. Palace Master Du, you should know that Sect leader Qin has always been like this. There's no way that we'll be able to come to a conclusion if we continue to discuss this matter like this. I have already contacted Hall Master Kong of the Ethereal Hall, and he should be here very soon." Before Du Qingyuan could finish her words, a scholarly middle-aged man dressed in a long robe suddenly appeared before everyone with a faint smile on his face. "It seems like Brother Han understands me well." End of chapter 1952. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.